This was very realistic. However, this was the law of the immortal world. No one could say that Xianqing was wrong. Thinking up to here, Lu Baiyan's mood suddenly turned heavy. To be honest, even he himself didn't expect that Xianqing's words would have such a huge impact on his mood. Although he kept saying that Xianqing and him were not like that, and even told Huang Yueli and the rest not to randomly match up, but when the matter came to an end, he suddenly realized she was actually unhappy when Xianqing mentioned her fiancé. Lu Baiyan's heart was like a ball of fire, and suddenly he couldn't hold it in any longer as he stood up from his seat. "Young Miss Xian, you." He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but when Xianqing looked at him in surprise, he was suddenly stuck. Lu Baiyan's entire body quivered as he suddenly woke up. Was he crazy? What did he want to say to Xianqing just now? Tell her not to look for ingenue? Don't you want to marry him in advance? However, this marriage was decided upon by the Black Tortoise clan and the White Fin clan's clan leaders, and Xianqing herself had agreed to it. The two of them were engaged to begin with. It was normal for Xianqing to seek ingenue's help when she was in such big trouble. What right did he have to stop her? As for when she would get married, that was something that an outsider like him could not interfere with. Thinking of this, Lu Baiyan coughed heavily, concealing the disappointment on his face. "That, young Miss Xian, junior sister, Moing, I've been staying up these few days without any rest and I can't take it anymore, so I'll go back to my room first. If you guys have decided on the next step of the plan, just tell me tomorrow. I can cooperate." Without waiting for anyone else in the room to reply, he immediately strode out of the room. "Wait, big brother Lu, don't leave yet." Xianqing subconsciously called out, wanting to stop him. However, no one knew if Lu Baiyan heard her voice as his footsteps were extremely fast, and in just a few breaths' time, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. Xianqing's right hand, which was extended in his direction, suddenly stopped in midair, looking a little awkward. She looked in the direction where Lu Baiyan had left and her brows twitched unnoticeably as she revealed a gloomy expression. Of course, she quickly concealed the expression on her face as she turned to Huang Yueli and said, "Clan leader Huang, since brother Lu has left, I'm also a little tired. Why don't we continue our discussion tomorrow? Anyway, I've been poisoned for several months. I'm already used to it. It's not a big deal." She thought that she had concealed it very well. Little did they know that Huang Yueli and Li Moying's spiritual awareness was so powerful that even the top heaven-grade geniuses would find it hard to imagine. The two of them had already seen the change in her expression in that instant. Li Moying still maintained his cold face without any expression, but Huang Yueli couldn't help but reveal a smile. It seemed that Xianqing had feelings for her senior brother. He wasn't as cold as he looked on the surface. This meant that the two of them had some feelings for each other. However, what Xianqing had just said had also revealed important information. Although Xianqing was very reliant on Lu Baiyan emotionally, but logically speaking, she still wanted to find a husband who was worthy of her in terms of status and strength. According to senior brother's current strength, the two of them probably had no chance at all. It's getting late, since the matter has been clarified, I shall not disturb the two of you from resting." Xianqing looked in the direction Lu Baiyan had left and was in a daze for quite a while, before she recalled that there were still Huang Yueli and Li Moying beside her as she hurriedly turned around and bid farewell to the two of them. Huang Yueli didn't say anything as she waved her hand and bid her farewell. After Xianqing left, Huang Yueli couldn't help but sigh deeply. "I really didn't expect such a thing to happen. My senior brother is too pitiful. I finally fell in love with someone, but in the end, we were fated to be apart." Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her waist as a man quietly approached her and pulled her into his arms. "Can you explain to me what again?" A deep voice reverberated in her ears, but Huang Yueli only felt a chill on her back. An idea came to her mind and she immediately started to act shamelessly. That. Husband, you heard wrong. Did I say again? When did he say that? You heard wrong. Don't think about this and that every day and slander your wife. Lu Bian liked her, that was something that happened many years ago, and now that time had passed, only the heavens knew why Li Moying was still thinking about it, because she had said a wrong word and the vinegar jar was about to be overturned again. Is that so? Li Moying raised his brows as he looked at the obedient and innocent little fox in his embrace. How could he not know that this little girl was fooling him? However, he couldn't do anything to her. Of course, why would I lie to you? You're so young, why are you so paranoid like an old man? This is not good. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and patted his shoulder, conveniently pushing the blame onto her husband's head and quickly changed the topic. Young Miss Xian's current situation is indeed very troublesome. If divine Dr. Zhang really doesn't appear for a long time, what should we do next? Young Miss Xian is going to the White Fin continent to find her fiancé. Is Shi Xiang going to follow? If he was not careful, he might be killed by that. Young master. But if he didn't follow, senior brother, woo-woo. Before Huang Yueli could finish her words, she suddenly felt a warmth on her lips. Li Moying lowered his head and stopped her from finishing her sentence. After a long while, he raised his head and frowned. Your husband is standing right in front of you. Can you stop calling him senior brother? Lu Bian is already an adult, so he will judge what he should do, so there's no need for you to be a busybody. You. Huang Yueli's face turned slightly red as she was suddenly kissed secretly, but she couldn't help but glare at Li Moying. How is this nosy? Did your senior brother also become sworn brothers with you? Besides. All right, compared to Lu Bian, what's more important is our next step of the plan. Weren't you in a hurry to go to the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave and said that you didn't have enough time? Now that divine Dr. Zhang isn't here, what do you plan to do? Li Moying didn't expect that even when he sold out his beauty, he wasn't able to divert Huang Yueli's attention away from that fellow surnamed Lu. He was so annoyed that he could only change his plan and change the topic from another angle. This time, Huang Yueli was stunned as she fell into deep thought. This is really. Her delicate brows furrowed. Back then, we agreed on a 3-month deadline with the Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Now, more than half a year has passed. Saint Xiang's cave had been around for hundreds of thousands of years. Logically speaking, whether it was 3 months or half a year, for a spirit body that had existed for so long, it was only a blink of an eye. There was not much difference. But not knowing why, whenever Huang Yueli thought of this missed promise, her heart would feel uneasy. She felt that she had overlooked something important. We can't delay Saint Evil Shadow any longer. We don't know when Divine Dr. Zhang will be back, so we should go to Lining Town first. We're already familiar with the situation around Lining Town, and our strength is much stronger than the last time we went, so it shouldn't take much time. Who knows, when we come back, Divine Dr. Zhang might still be picking herbs outside. However, Huang Yueli thought about it in her heart as her brows furrowed even tighter. But it's just senior brother's side that's still a little troublesome. Senior brother's strength is limited, and Miss Xian's condition is so unstable. Without us around, I'm afraid the Black Tortoise race will find her very soon. Even if Shi Xiang agrees to Miss Xian's plan, there's no way to safely send her to the White Pool continent. If it wasn't for Lu Bian's matter, she wouldn't waste her time here and she would be able to set off for Lining Town tonight. Li Moying replied, there's still another way. Otherwise, let's let Lu Bian and Miss Xian follow us. You said, bring them to Lining Town? When Huang Yueli heard that, she subconsciously shook her head, this isn't too good, right? We can't let Xianqing know that we're evil cultivators, so even if they follow us, they can only stay in Lining Town. We can leave them in the nearby villages and towns. That area is very remote, and there are very few experts from the big families. Moreover, I think these Black Tortoise warriors are most likely acting in secret. Ordinary clansmen won't know that the two of them are being investigated. Besides, we'll take the flying ship over instead of walking on the ground. It won't be easy to track them down. Hearing her husband's analysis, Huang Yueli's eyes lit up. That's right, husband. You're really thoughtful. Let them stay in the nearby villages for a period of time. If our trip goes smoothly, we'll probably be able to leave in a few days. At that time, we'll bring them back. The two of them discussed for a while and decided to hurry up and leave tomorrow to avoid any accidents. Having thought of the next step of her plan, Huang Yueli completely relaxed and went out to have supper with Li Moying in the dark before resting. However, what they did not expect was that plans would never catch up with changes. No matter how thoughtful they were at the beginning, they could not stop the accident when it happened. The next day, Huang Yueli and Li Moying woke up early and had wanted to knock on Lu Baiyan's room door, but they didn't expect that Lu Baiyan and Xianqing woke up earlier than them. The four of them simply found a place on the first floor of the inn to sit down and eat breakfast. Huang Yueli told the two of them the plan that she had thought of yesterday. Moying and I have some urgent matters to deal with, and we have to leave in these 2 days. If you guys don't have anything important, you can come with us. Of course, if you have other plans, we won't force you. Lu Baiyan immediately nodded. No problem, we will follow you guys. Wait. Before he could finish, Xianqing interrupted him. I think this isn't good. Xianqing furrowed her brows slightly, looking hesitant. Lu Baiyan immediately looked at her as his expression was filled with anxiety. Miss Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't we discuss this last night? In your current situation, you need someone to protect you. Junior sister and Li Moying have been my good friends for many years, and they are my life and death buddies in the lower realm, so I can totally trust them. Xianqing bit her lower lip and shook her head gently. I know that you have a good relationship with young Master Li and his wife, but I'm different from you. How can I let the two of them take such a big risk to protect me? There's no need for them to offend the Black Tortoise race for me, and there's also young Master Lu. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk of being hunted down to protect me. When Lu Baiyan heard this, his expression immediately sank. What do you mean? Xianqing looked at him and seemed to hesitate. In the end, she said, Young Master Lu, it's all thanks to you for protecting me during this period of time. I can't thank you enough. I will remember your kindness to me and repay it in the future. However, I can't implicate you anymore. I was with you earlier, because you were already targeted by the Black Tortoise race. I was afraid that after I separated from you, my people would secretly capture you and interrogate you about my whereabouts. It's different now. You're with young Master Li and Patriarch Huang, so you're definitely not in danger. So. When Xianqing said this, she suddenly stopped. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said, I think, let's separate here. What did you say? Lu Baiyan finally couldn't take it anymore as he stood up from his seat and slammed the table hard. Say it again, you want to leave with me here? Are you kidding me? When he heard that Xianqing was about to part ways with him, Lu Baiyan's mind buzzed and he could no longer maintain his calm facade. He usually had a gentle and elegant appearance. Even when he was being chased by people, he would not lose his composure. Xianqing didn't expect him to suddenly fly into a rage, and her entire body stiffened. After a while, he said, I didn't make a mistake. I thought about it last night and felt that this was the best plan. I'm relieved that you're with Patriarch Huang and the others. What about you? Where are you going if you split up with us? Lu Bian also realized that he had lost his composure as he forcefully suppressed his agitated emotions, but his tone still carried an unconcealable anxiety. Don't tell me that you're planning to go to the White Pool continent alone to look for that. Look for your fiancé. Compared to Lu Bian's irritable temper, Xianxia appeared extremely calm. She nodded lightly. That's right. Yesterday, Patriarch Huang reminded me that Ingenue is my fiancé. He's most likely the reason why I was schemed against. I'll find him to resolve this matter. Otherwise, I can't keep running away, right? You. When he heard that Xianxia was really going to look for Ingenue, Lu Bian's face turned green from anger. However, he also knew that he was in no position to stop Xianxia, so his expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, Huang Yueli, who had been listening from the side, spoke up. Miss Xian, I understand what you mean. But forgive me for being blunt. With your current situation, you are all alone. How do you plan to go to the White Pool continent? I think this isn't good. Xianxia furrowed her brows slightly, looking hesitant. Lu Bian immediately looked at her as his expression was filled with anxiety. Miss Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't we discuss this last night? In your current situation, you need someone to protect you. Junior sister and Li Moying have been my good friends for many years, and they are my life and death buddies in the lower realm, so I can totally trust them. Xianxia bit her lower lip and shook her head gently. I know that you have a good relationship with young Master Li and his wife, but I'm different from you. How can I let the two of them take such a big risk to protect me? There's no need for them to offend the Black Tortoise race for me, and there's also young Master Lu. Actually, there's no need for you to take the risk of being hunted down to protect me. When Lu Bian heard this, his expression immediately sank. What do you mean? Xianxia looked at him and seemed to hesitate. In the end, she said, Young Master Lu, it's all thanks to you for protecting me during this period of time. I can't thank you enough. I will remember your kindness to me and repay it in the future. However, I can't implicate you anymore. I was with you earlier, because you were already targeted by the Black Tortoise race. I was afraid that after I separated from you, my people would secretly capture you and interrogate you about my whereabouts. It's different now. You're with young Master Li and Patriarch Huang, so you're definitely not in danger. So. When Xianxia said this, she suddenly stopped. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said, I think, let's separate here. What did you say? Lu Bian finally couldn't take it anymore as he stood up from his seat and slammed the table hard. Say it again, you want to leave with me here? Are you kidding me? When he heard that Xianxia was about to part ways with him, Lu Bian's mind buzzed and he could no longer maintain his calm facade. He usually had a gentle and elegant appearance. Even when he was being chased by people, he would not lose his composure. Xianxia didn't expect him to suddenly fly into a rage, and her entire body stiffened. After a while, he said, I didn't make a mistake. I thought about it last night and felt that this was the best plan. I'm relieved that you're with Patriarch Huang and the others. What about you? Where are you going if you split up with us? Lu Bian also realized that he had lost his composure as he forcefully suppressed his agitated emotions, but his tone still carried an unconcealable anxiety. Don't tell me that you're planning to go to the White Pool continent alone to look for that. Look for your fiancé. Compared to Lu Bian's irritable temper, Xianxia appeared extremely calm. She nodded lightly. That's right. Yesterday, Patriarch Huang reminded me that Ingenue is my fiancé. He's most likely the reason why I was schemed against. I'll find him to resolve this matter. Otherwise, I can't keep running away, right? You. When he heard that Xianxia was really going to look for Ingenue, Lu Bian's face turned green from anger. However, he also knew that he was in no position to stop Xianxia, so his expression turned extremely ugly. At this moment, Huang Yueli, who had been listening from the side, spoke up, "Miss Xian, I understand what you mean. But forgive me for being blunt. With your current situation, you are all alone. How do you plan to go to the White Pool continent?" Hearing this question, Xianqing, who had been talking non-stop just now, suddenly choked. Huang Yueli didn't rush him and just waited quietly at the side. Xianqing was silent for a long time, and Lu Bian also came to his senses as he went forward to ask, "What's wrong? Miss Xian, have you thought about how to go to the White Lake State? If you're alone, what are you going to do if the spring fragrance in your body spreads? Not to mention, those people from the Black Tortoise race are still chasing after you. They want to capture you, right?" Xianqing gritted her teeth and had no intention of changing her mind. Anyway, I'll think of a way myself. What else do you want? What can you think of? Right now, following Junior Sister and the others is the best way. What are you being pretentious about? Lu Bian saw that she was unmoved and refused to accept his help, so in his anger, he started to speak without thinking. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized that he had said the wrong thing. As expected, Xianqing's face turned red, and she glared at him with anger in her eyes. "I'm not being pretentious. Lu Bian, can't you stop following me? Do you know how much trouble you've caused me by following me? Do you know what others say? Now, even my family thinks that you're my lover. If word gets out to the Baizhi clan and something happens to my marriage, will you be responsible?" Initially, Lu Bian felt that he had gone overboard with his words and was planning to apologize, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Xianqing venting her anger like a cannon. He was stunned. His eyes widened as he looked at Xianqing in disbelief. "You. What did you say? Do you think I'm trouble? A burden? Do you know that I'm helping you? Then when you helped me, did you ask if I needed it? I already said that I'm going to leave separately from you guys. Why do you have to follow me? Do I need to explain to you how I'm going to find Ingenue? What does my private agreement with my fiancé have to do with you?" Xianqing gave a cold laugh as she swept a glance at Lu Bian. The corners of her lips were pursed up slightly as the words that came out of her mouth were words that struck at her heart. Lu Bian almost didn't dare to believe what he heard as he shook his head desperately. "No, it's not like that, you. How did you become like this? You mean, do you think I'm in your way? Stop you from looking for? He went to find that young master in? You. That's impossible. You only got engaged to Ingenue at the request of the elders in the family. How can you trust him so much?" Xianqing lowered her eyes. Her right hand trembled slightly. However, she forced herself to continue. "You're not me. How do you know that I'm not satisfied with this marriage? Although Ingenue's cultivation talent is a little lacking, his medical talent is very high. He's also the young master of the White Marsh race. I wonder how many people will envy me if I marry him." Lu Bian really couldn't take it anymore as his expression sank. "Good, very good. Now I know what kind of stupid things I've done during this period of time. Even if I misjudged you. Since you insist on leaving alone, then leave. What does it have to do with me if something happens to you on the way?" As he said that, Lu Bian slammed the table and stood up directly, turning around to leave. Xianqing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end, she held it in and lowered her head silently. Huang Yueli was enjoying the show, so she didn't interrupt them, but when she saw that the situation wasn't looking good, she hurriedly stood up, wanting to stop Lu Bian. "Hey, senior brother, you. Wait." However, Lu Bian left in a hurry as he turned a deaf ear to Huang Yueli's cries and left in large strides without turning back. Looking at the direction he left, It seemed like he had returned to his room in the inn. At least Lu Bian hadn't left everyone behind and ran off without a trace. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief as she turned towards Xianxia. Miss Xian, don't mind it, my senior brother, he. She wanted to say a few words to ease the tense atmosphere and mediate between Xianxia and Lu Bian. Who knew that just as she opened her mouth, a loud bang came from not far away. This voice was so abrupt that it startled the customers who were eating on the first floor. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and their expressions changed. The door of the inn was suddenly kicked open from the outside, and a group of aggressive martial artists rushed in from the outside. These martial artists did not restrain the aura in their bodies. The pressure they released made the guests and the inn owner shiver. But they were all experts above the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. This level of strong practitioners was not commonly seen in the gods' race, and it was even rarer in the human race. Any one of this group of practitioners had abilities that far surpassed everyone else in the inn except Huang Yueli and the rest. Such a group of powerful warriors suddenly appeared in an ordinary inn. They were all armed with weapons and looked murderous. It was obvious that they came with ill intentions. The inn suddenly became silent. "Where's the shopkeeper?" The leader sneered. "Who was the manager of this hotel? Come out now." The shopkeeper hurriedly walked out from behind the counter. Because he was in a hurry, he staggered and almost fell over. He took 3 steps and walked to the captain. His voice trembled as he said, "This, sir, may I ask? The reason why you and the other lords have come to our shop is, do you want to cut the line or stay in the hotel?" "Neither." The captain looked at the shopkeeper in disgust and said sternly, "Cut the crap. I'll ask you a question. Just answer it honestly." The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly nodded. Yes, sir." "You, please ask. I will definitely tell you everything I know." The captain didn't even look at him. "I heard that a group of 4 people checked into your inn yesterday. There were 2 men and 2 women. They were all young martial artists and had extraordinary looks. One of the women looked like this. Have you seen it?" As the captain spoke, he took out a scroll from his sleeve, unfolded it, and shook it in front of the shopkeeper. On it was an exquisite portrait of Xianxia. Huang Yueli's group of 4 indeed had outstanding looks. When they entered the shop yesterday, they had left a deep impression on him, so the shopkeeper immediately recognized them and nodded his head. I've seen him before. Where are they now? Bring me to them immediately." Cold sweat broke out on the shopkeeper's forehead as he subconsciously glanced towards the direction of Huang Yueli and the rest's seats. The captain followed his gaze. There were 3 young martial artists, 2 women and 1 man, sitting at a table in the corner of the first floor. If it wasn't Xianxia and the 2 brats who ruined their plans yesterday, who else could it be? However, what made the captain feel a little strange was that the 3 of them were too calm. It was impossible for Xianxia and the others not to know who they were, right? Then how could they still be sitting there without panicking at all? Did those 2 brats think that they were invincible just because they caught them off guard yesterday and beat up their people? The more the captain thought about it, the angrier he became. With a gloomy face, he strode up to the 3 of them. "Miss Qingling, and these 2, you should know why we're here, right?" Huang Yueli's face was calm as she swept a glance at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "To be honest, I'm not very sure. It's not easy for you to find out where we're staying so quickly. However, I don't understand. Who gave you the courage to come looking for me today? Was it not enough to get beaten up yesterday?" Of course she had long recognized that these heart-profound realm practitioners in front of her were those black tortoise race practitioners who had surrounded and chased Lu Bian on the streets yesterday. However, compared to yesterday, the number of people in the team today was clearly less than half. She didn't know if it was because she was injured by Li Moying and had yet to recover. Huang Yueli and Li Moying naturally wouldn't put these people in their eyes, but when Xian Qingling saw them earlier, her first reaction was to get up and hide, but Huang Yueli forcefully pressed her shoulders down before she sat back down. Even now, Xian Qingling was still a little anxious. It wasn't strange for them to be able to find out about this but Huang Yueli didn't understand why these people obviously knew that they weren't her and Li Moying's match, but they still dared to come knocking on her door to ask for a beating? Could it be that he had a new trump card? Hearing Huang Yueli's provocative words, the Black Tortoise Race's captain almost fell down in anger. Damned brat, what did you say? Don't think that we're afraid of you just because you have some talent. Yesterday, you were just lucky. We were not prepared and fell into your trap. This time, don't even think about escaping. Now, the three of you get up immediately and come with us. And that Lu guy? Hurry up and get him out. The Black Tortoise Clan's captain composed himself as he glared angrily at Huang Yueli and said rudely. Huang Yueli didn't even move an inch as she looked at this captain as though she was looking at a joke. How interesting. Since you guys aren't afraid of us, why are you still saying so much? Why don't you just rush over and tie us up before leaving? The Black Tortoise captain's expression froze. Huang Yueli's words had just poked his sore spot. If there were only Xian Qingling and Lu Baiyan sitting in the inn now, he would have long brought his men up to make a move. However, this pair of young geniuses of the God clan was also here. Although he had gone back yesterday to reflect on it, he felt that they had suffered so much because they had been deceived by their appearances. He did not expect that these two people were tough, which was why they had made such a mistake. Otherwise, as a late heart-profound realm expert, how could he not be able to do anything to these two underaged brats? However, now that he was really in front of the two of them, he felt a little scared again. However, even though he was terrified in his heart, he still spoke with a tough tone. You brat, don't talk so arrogantly. You don't know how to be kind. This is called being polite before using force. On account of your young age, I don't want to pursue what you did yesterday. Come with me obediently. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. The captain's tone was stern, and at the same time he spoke, the profound energy pressure in his body was released. A late heart-profound realm expert's aura was so imposing that the guests sitting near Huang Yueli and the rest couldn't bear the pressure and retreated. Seeing Huang Yueli and the rest not moving at all, everyone revealed a surprised expression and couldn't help but start discussing softly. What is the background of this team of martial artists? They were all heart-profound realm experts. When did so many experts come to a small border city like ours? Moreover, it doesn't seem to be from the Alliance army. I don't know. Anyway, just stay away. Looking at their aggressive appearance, it's obvious that they're here with ill intentions. I wonder what kind of powerful faction is behind them. In that case, they are really here for those young people? These three people didn't look like bad people. How did they offend such a powerful faction? This is too pitiful. What does that have to do with you? Although these three people are young, judging from their looks and temperament, they are most likely from extraordinary backgrounds. We don't know what grudges there are between them. We have to hide well. If we are accidentally implicated, it will be terrible. The guests did not dare to provoke the Black Tortoise Race's martial artists and took the initiative to hide in a corner. Some even wanted to sneak out. However, this person had just taken a step towards the door when he was blocked back by the martial artist. Where do you want to go? The guest was shocked and whispered, Sir, I'm just an ordinary person who came to eat. Since the adults are here to do business, then I won't disturb you anymore. The Black Tortoise Race's practitioner gave a cold snort, I'm sorry. In order to prevent anyone from leaking information to Lu Baiyan, Before we catch the person, no one is allowed to leave the scene. The guest was so frightened that his entire body trembled. He could not even say a word of argument. He shrunk his shoulders and hid. When Huang Yueli saw this, she couldn't help but raise her brows. The guests want to leave, so why are you stopping them? Could it be that you feel that there are too few spectators around and want more people to see you being beaten up and embarrassed? Damned brat, you're about to die, yet you still dare to provoke me. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. I'll teach you a lesson first. The captain was so angry by her calm attitude that his entire body trembled. He could not hold it in any more and swung his palm in front of her. Because he had suffered a loss in front of Huang Yueli yesterday, so although the captain was flustered and exasperated, he didn't dare to be negligent and used more than 90% of his strength. He vowed to take revenge for yesterday's mistake. A late heart profound realm expert attacked with all his might, and the surrounding heaven and earth profound chi was stirred up. The air in the inn instantly turned stagnant as a powerful profound energy gathered in the captain's right hand, forming a piercing blue light sword which shot towards Huang Yueli at lightning speed. This scene happened too quickly. Even though the guests were staring at them, they couldn't even make a sound. All of them widened their eyes as they watched their captain make his move. Their hearts were in their throats. Even though Huang Yueli had changed her appearance, but she still looked like a beautiful young lady, looking delicate and weak. Everyone sympathized with the weak. Although the guests were afraid of the Black Tortoise race's practitioner's strength and no one dared to step forward to save her, but this didn't stop most of them from sympathizing with Huang Yueli. Seeing that such a beautiful girl was about to be slapped, and that this slap would probably cause serious injuries on the spot, many people felt that they could not bear it and looked away. However, in the blink of an eye, a shrill scream suddenly sounded. Ah! Ah! You! What do you want to do? Let me go. Damn it, let me go. This voice did not sound like the voice of the beautiful girl from before. Everyone was stunned and quickly turned to look. He saw Huang Yueli, still sitting steadily in her original position, her expression not changing at all, still carrying a faint smile. In fact, the teacup in her hand didn't even shake. On the contrary, that seemingly incomparably powerful heart-profound realm expert was being held by the neck by the handsome young man sitting beside Huang Yueli as he was lifted up. His feet couldn't touch the ground, and his face was red from being pinched. He was also gasping for breath. The right hand that Li Moying stretched out was slender and powerful, with distinct joints, looking like the hand of a pampered young master. However, it was this hand that was as though it was made of steel and iron, easily controlling a late heart-profound realm practitioner. Even though the Black Tortoise race captain used all his strength and struggled desperately, he could not move him at all. Everyone present was completely stunned by this scene. For a long time, no one dared to make a sound. No one would have thought that the expert who looked so arrogant and despotic just now, who just emitted a pressure that made people want to vomit blood, would actually be subdued by someone with a single move. Moreover, the other party looked so young and unusually handsome. How was this possible? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, none of the guests present would have believed it. You. Giggle. The Black Tortoise clan's captain was already out of breath and Li Moying's strength almost broke his neck. The sound of bones breaking began to come from his throat, which sounded especially terrifying. The team members who had been stunned by this scene earlier suddenly woke up and rushed over, surrounding Huang Yueli and the other two. All of you, damn it! How dare you treat our captain like this? Put him down. Do you know who we are? Do you know who our captain is? How dare you treat him like this? I think you don't want to live anymore. Miss Qingling, quickly ask him to put down the captain. If you harm the captain's life, even you won't be able to escape the family's punishment. The team members opened their mouths to threaten them, wanting Li Moying to release them. However, Li Moying didn't even bat an eyelid, completely ignoring them. Huang Yueli drank her tea and didn't look at them. Even Xianxia, who was called out, only revealed a mocking sneer. You want my and young master lose lives, but now you're using your family to threaten me and make me beg for mercy to let them go? Do you take me for a 1001? Huang Yueli put down her teacup and sneered coldly, Men, stop talking nonsense with me. If you want us to let her go, then come and snatch her. If you win, we won't be able to refuse to let her go. If you don't dare to fight, get lost immediately. Being berated by an underage girl in such a harsh manner, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, the faces of the team members present alternated between green and white. Although these team members weren't like Xianxia, who was a top-notch heaven-grade genius that was heavily nurtured by the family, they were still in the upper middle class of the family since they could reach the middle stage of the heart-profound realm. Usually, he could also show off in front of ordinary martial artists. Who knew that he would be scolded by such a young and beautiful girl today? Some people's expressions changed on the spot, and they impulsively wanted to go up and get back at him. Shut up, you stinky girl. What did you say? Who wouldn't dare? However, before he could make a move, he was pulled back by the person beside him and gestured in the direction of the captain. All the impulsive people instantly quieted down. That's right, no matter how unwilling they were, what could they do to Huang Yueli and the rest? They were really like what Huang Yueli had said, not daring to fight with them. The captain was already the strongest among them. Moreover, his strength far exceeded all of them. In the Black Tortoise race, he was considered a second-rate expert, second only to the elders and the others. However, such an expert was actually defeated by that handsome youth in one move. It seemed that he did not even have the strength to retaliate. The only explanation was that the man and woman in front of him had actually disguised themselves. They were not as young as they looked. They might be famous experts from other god clans. If that was really the case, they would have to rush forward rashly. Not to mention taking them down, if they let them go, they would probably end up worse than their captain. The team members' faces turned green and white. They hesitated, not knowing if they should go forward. Li Moying's lips curled up into a mocking sneer as his fingers relaxed slightly. Just as the Black Tortoise clan's captain was about to suffocate, he finally released his grip out of mercy. The captain instantly fell to the ground, his entire body sprawled on the ground. He covered his neck with both hands, constantly coughing and panting, desperately breathing in fresh air. After quite a while, he barely managed to catch his breath, and when he raised his head to look at Li Moying again, his eyes were filled with terror and shock. Towards Li Moying's formidable strength, no one could experience it more clearly than him. Earlier when he attacked Li Moying, he basically did not hold back at all. In order to ensure that nothing would go wrong, he had already treated him as an equal opponent to deal with. However, he had never expected that even though he had been so cautious, he would still be defeated in one move. Furthermore, Li Moying's advantage was overwhelming. It had been many years since he had experienced the feeling of being crushed by a true expert's incomparably powerful aura. It was as if he was facing the elders of the Black Tortoise clan who were in high positions in the Alliance army. This was a powerful force that was enough to destroy a warrior's confidence. After Li Moying shook him off, he didn't even look at him as he picked up the teapot again and poured tea for Huang Yueli, who was beside him. Wifey, why aren't you eating? Didn't you say in the morning that the food in this inn is delicious and that you should eat more before going out? Huang Yueli pursed her lips, being stared at by so many people. Where did my appetite come from? Li Moying then turned around and realized that although those Black Tortoise clan practitioners were all filled with terror, they were all staring at them and didn't leave. He suddenly frowned. What? Hurry up and get lost. Are you staying here because you think I don't dare to kill you? You. Li Moying's cold aura seemed to have substance as it made the captain shudder in fear as he started to tremble subconsciously. However, he still insisted on standing still. Don't be complacent too early. To tell you the truth, one have someone backing me. He's a big shot that you absolutely can't afford to offend. Moreover, he's about to arrive. At that time, you'll be in trouble. Oh? Is that so? Hearing this, Li Moying raised his brows slightly as he gave a cold sneer, obviously not taking this threat seriously. Huang Yueli even propped up her chin, looking like a curious baby as she asked, "Is that so? Who is behind you? Which big shot was it? Could it be that the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch had personally come to Shihuahua City? That shouldn't be. Didn't Miss Qingling say that he hasn't recovered from his injuries?" This was the question that the Black Tortoise race warriors had been waiting for. A smug sneer immediately appeared on their faces. With the status of our clan leader, how could he come here for you two juniors? Stop putting on airs. Let me tell you, the elder of our Black Tortoise clan, the 6-star Divine General Xianxia, who is currently stationed in Yuan City, just arrived in Shihuahua City yesterday. After hearing about your crime of kidnapping Miss Qingling, he was furious and made it clear that if you continue to resist today, he will personally take action. Hearing Xianxia's name, the inn immediately became chaotic. The most famous divine general in the entire divine realm was definitely Xianxialing. Not long ago, Xianxialing had not only successfully defended Yuan City against the siege of the demon army, but he had also repelled the demon army. There were even rumors that the demon army's commander, Rui Jiang, who was already a late-stage Skyfiend expert, had been killed in the battle. Although there was a rumor that the one who killed Rui Jiang was actually the peerless genius Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who had been missing for more than half a year, this eloping couple, but many people still felt that this rumor was too unbelievable. No matter how talented the two of them were, their age was still there. Killing the otherworldly demons was too ridiculous. Thus, many people subconsciously felt that this was mostly due to Xianxialing. As the news of Yuan City's great victory spread like wildfire, Xianxialing's reputation became more and more famous. Lord Xianxialing. Did I hear wrongly? The mystic divine general had actually arrived in Shihuahua City? When did this happen? If I had known earlier, I would have gone to welcome him. If it weren't for the profound divine general, our Shihuahua City would have been destroyed by now. We don't even know if we're still alive. That's great. I've long wanted to see Divine General Xian with my own eyes and thank him properly. What kind of identity does Divine General Xian have to personally come to the inn to capture someone? Who are those 3 young men and women over there? Regardless of their background, in front of the mystic Divine General, they can't even lower their heads. These 2 youngsters are young and have strength. No wonder they are so arrogant. However, they are still far from being able to compete with a true top-notch expert like the mystic Divine General. That's right. If it were me, I would be so scared that I would pee my pants. I wish I could kneel down and beg for forgiveness from the Divine General. However, they seem to be quite calm. That's right. Why aren't they reacting at all? Are you scared silly? Even the ordinary guests had noticed the situation, so the Black Tortoise race martial artists naturally noticed it as well. The captain threw out those harsh words just now, waiting for the 2 young men in front of him to kneel and beg for mirth. Xianxialing's current reputation could be said to be awe-inspiring. And when Huang Yueli heard the 3 words Xianxialing, she indeed revealed an obviously stunned expression as her brows raised upwards. How is it? The captain sneered. Now you're afraid, right? If you kneel down immediately, perhaps the mystic divine general will show mercy on account of your young ignorance. However, after Huang Yueli raised her brows, she quickly regained her composure as she picked up her chopsticks again and slowly started to eat her breakfast. She didn't even look at him. It seemed that the name Xianxia did not represent the top experts of the divine realm, but merely an amiable old grandpa who lived next door. Whereas Li Moying didn't even lift his eyelids as his gaze remained on Huang Yueli's face, occasionally picking up some food for her, peeling some prawns or whatever. That gentle and considerate action, coupled with that handsome and cold face, the huge contrast made the surrounding girls' eyes turn red with envy. How could the team leader have expected that he would still be completely ignored even after mentioning the title of the mystic divine general? His face was red with anger, and he raised his voice. "Are you too deaf?" I said. The mystic divine general was coming. If you continue to resist like this, just wait to be captured and thrown into the prison of the Alliance army. His words were like a stone sinking into the ocean, and he did not receive any response. The team leader was extremely depressed. He could only turn his head to look at Xianxia. Even if these two young genius martial artists were not clear-headed and did not know Xianxia's identity, at least Xianxia knew the seriousness of the matter. She must have been scared out of her wits. However, this time, he was wrong again. Xianxia also lowered her head and focused on her breakfast. The expression on her face was obviously more relaxed than before. Sensing the captain's gaze, Xianxia raised her head and smiled. "Really? Was the divine general here? That's great. I'm looking for the divine general to uphold justice for me. When will he arrive? Why don't my friend and I go over to visit him? It's a little rude to let the elders come over to visit us," Xianxia said as she looked at Huang Yueli beside her. Huang Yueli smiled and shook her head. "Why do you need to do this? Didn't this fellow say that the mystic divine scripture is already here? Then we just have to wait." Xianxia thought about it and agreed, so she didn't say anything else. As for the black tortoise race captain, he was completely in a mess. Were these young people crazy? It was fine if others went crazy, but Xianxia was known for her calmness and self-control in the family. How could she go crazy too? Could it be that they really had some trump card? Or was there some kind of personal relationship between Divine General Xian and Xianxia? The reason why these black tortoise race practitioners dared to invite Xianxia over to help was because they knew that Xianxia had been staying in the Alliance army for many years and was totally unaware of the situation in the clan. So as long as they lied to him that Xianxia was unhappy with the engagement with the White Marsh clan's young lord and eloped with Lu Bian, they would be able to invite Xianxia to help. At that time, no matter how Xianxia explained, Xianxia wouldn't know which side was right. Out of fairness, he would definitely detain Xianxia and send her back to the Black Turtle continent. In this way, they had achieved their goal. But now, from Xianxingling's tone, it seemed like she couldn't wait to see Xianxia. Could it be that she really had some unknown backing? The more the captain thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. To be safe, he planned to retreat temporarily and go back to inquire about it before making arrangements. However, before he could get up, there was a commotion at the entrance of the inn. There was a clamor. It seemed that many people were heading towards the inn. At this moment, a black tortoise warrior rushed in with a face full of joy. He shouted at the captain, "Captain, the mystic divine general has already entered the city. He heard about us and came straight to the inn. He's outside the door now. These few stinky brats dared to hide Lu Bian and even injured our people. This time, they're dead." Hearing this, all the guests in the inn perked up and subconsciously sat up straight. He did not expect that Divine General Xian would really come. For ordinary martial artists, being able to see a powerhouse of Xianxia's level with their own eyes was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The captain was even more delighted as he sneered at Huang Yueli and the rest and turned around to welcome them at the door. Not long after, Xian Jiuling's figure appeared at the entrance of the inn. The current Xian Jiuling was completely different from the travel-worn and worried-out appearance he had when he was stationed in Yuan City. He had made a great contribution to the great victory in Yuan City. Now that he was returning to the Alliance Army headquarters from Yuan City to report, he was sought after by the people along the way, so he was naturally proud of his success. Xian Jiuling did not wear armor but wore casual clothes. Coupled with the aura of a peak Dao profound realm powerhouse, he looked imposing and unhurried. Even the wrinkles on his face looked like they were much lighter. Even though his attitude was calm and he did not deliberately release his pressure, the commoners in the inn were still shocked by the aura he emitted. From the moment Xian Jiuling entered, the entire inn became quiet. Many people did not even dare to breathe loudly. When the Black Tortoise Race's captain saw Xian Jiuling, it was as if he had seen his family. He quickly rushed in front of him and bowed. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and said, "Lord Divine General, you're finally here. These two brats are too arrogant. They won't let go of Miss Qingling. When they hear your name, they even look like they don't think much of it. This was too much. Moreover, they even beat up the members of the Black Tortoise Race. They're clearly going too far. You must uphold justice for us." Xian Jiuling had an extremely high prestige in the Black Tortoise clan. Not only because he was a 6-star divine general, but also because he had always been protective of his own people. He hated seeing his clansmen being bullied. As long as there were outsiders who dared to attack the Black Tortoise clan, he would stand up and uphold justice. The captain had thought that Xian Jiuling would be enraged after saying these words and would teach those two brats a lesson. Who knew that Xian Jiuling's first reaction was to raise his eyebrows when he heard this, revealing a look of disdain. "You brought a team of heart-profound realm martial artists, and you can't even deal with two little brats?" Now, the members of the Black Tortoise clan had actually slacked off to this extent and their strength had dropped so quickly. "When I go back this time, I really have to talk to the clan leader properly." The captain was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He was considered one of the more outstanding experts among the younger generation of the Black Tortoise clan. Now, he was actually being despised by Xian Jiuling. However, he could not say anything to refute it. After all, it was a fact that he was beaten up by the two little brats. "Where is Xian Qingling?" Xian Jiuling asked. "Bring me there." The captain hurriedly stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction of Huang Yueli's table as he replied, "It's over there." "Lord Divine General, I'll bring you over." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Xian Jiuling looking in the direction of the table. His entire body trembled and his eyes instantly widened. Immediately, Xian Jiuling impatiently strode past the captain. "God, Your Excellency Divine General, you are." "Wait for me." The captain was shocked by his reaction. He was stunned for a moment and quickly chased after him. Xian Jiuling stopped beside Huang Yueli's table and exclaimed in shock, "Huang." Xian Jiuling recognized the young man and woman in front of him at a glance. Although Huang Yueli and Lin Moying's disguises could be said to be the work of nature and even the aura on their bodies had been deliberately restrained, but Xian Jiuling had seen the two of them in disguise before. Some time ago, he had almost made a fool of himself under the city gate tower of Yuan City, so he had a particularly deep impression of him. He almost blurted out Huang Yueli's name, but Huang Yueli gave him a timely glance and Xian Jiuling suddenly regained his senses as he swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He had almost forgotten that these two young men were in the process of hiding their identities and escaping from the marriage. Xian Jiuling really could not figure out what the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan had to make a ruckus about. With the union of two divine-grade geniuses with such outstanding innate talent, the status of the two great clans would definitely rise in the future. Their Black Tortoise clan was extremely jealous, but these two clans were actually unwilling, causing the two children to run away from home. They really did not know how fortunate they were. Huang Yueli didn't get up but sat at her original position as she cupped her hands towards him. Mysterious divine general, how have you been? It was fate that they met here. I wonder if you've had breakfast yet. Why don't you sit down and have some? Ahem, Li. Miss Li, long time no see. I didn't expect you and young Master Li to still be in Shuihua City. What a coincidence. Xian Jiuling coughed lightly as he called out Huang Yueli and Li Moing's usual alias. At this moment, he had already recovered from his initial shock and recalled that Huang Yueli and the rest had just left Yuan City a few days ago, so it wasn't strange for them to appear here. He calmed down. However, the Black Tortoise race warriors and the guests in the inn had their jaws dropped to the ground. Earlier when they heard that Xian Jiuling was coming, everyone felt that Huang Yueli and the rest were going to be in big trouble and would definitely be taught a lesson. Even though Huang Yueli and the rest had been very calm, everyone still felt that these few youths didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. At this moment, they were still putting on an act. Who knew how they would die later? However, who knew that after Xian Jiuling arrived, not only did he not teach them a lesson harshly, but he even started to chat with them in a familiar manner. Moreover, from Xian Jiuling's tone, he was very polite to them. There was even a faint feeling of fear and reverence. What was going on? The Black Tortoise race captain's legs turned a little weak. His eyes were fixed on Huang Yueli as his face was filled with terror. Huang Yueli didn't even look at him as she continued to speak to Xian Jiuling. My husband and I were just passing by and were prepared to leave yesterday. However, on the way there, he happened to encounter two friends who were being pursued. He saved one of them and delayed some time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have met today. Friends? Xian Jiuling was stunned. Huang Yueli's gaze swept towards Xian Qingqing, who was sitting on her right. Xian Qingqing immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Xian Jiuling. Junior Xian Qingqing greets Lord Divine General. When Xian Jiuling saw her, his brows furrowed subconsciously. It was only now that he connected what the captain had told him earlier with the young men in front of him. In that case, what they mentioned just now. The person who kidnapped Xian Qingqing was Miss Li and young Master Li? What was going on? Did you know each other before? Xian Qingqing pursed her lips. She knew that this was the best time for her to clear her name. Without hesitation, she said, Lord Divine General, what they said is not true. I was not kidnapped. I was framed and forced. No. It's not like that. Lord Divine General, we came this time under the orders of the higher-ups. And the matter between Miss Qingqing and that spirit pharmacist was also witnessed by the clansmen. They are definitely not wronged. Hearing Xian Qingling's words, the captain's heart tightened. He knew that things were going to be bad. He didn't care about his nervousness and fear anymore. He quickly stepped forward and defended himself. However, Xian Jiuling didn't listen to his words at all. Instead, his face darkened and he flung his sleeves. Get lost. I'm talking to a friend, how can you interrupt? The strength of a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse was by no means trivial. Even if Xian Jiuling was just out of anger, casually waving his hand, the pressure that dissipated still made the captain's chest stagnate, taking a few steps back uncontrollably. The captain stumbled and bumped into a table behind him before he barely managed to steady himself. The guests sitting at the table all looked at him. What are you looking at? The captain's face turned red when he noticed the inquisitive gazes. He scolded in a low voice. Be careful, or I'll poke your eyes out. When the guests heard this, they quickly averted their gazes, and even secretly moved away. Even so, the shame and anger in the Black Tortoise Race's captain's eyes could not fade for a long time. Looking at the three people who were chatting happily with Xianxia, he could not figure out the background of those two young martial artists. Xianxia actually treated him as a friend? Could it be that he was some old monster who lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests? Was he only cultivating secret techniques, or was he very good at disguising himself? That was why he looked so young even when his bones were young. Xianxia was originally a little nervous, but after being interrupted by the Black Tortoise Race captain, she calmed down instead. She seized the opportunity and quickly recounted everything that had happened. Of course, it wasn't appropriate for her to mention the aphrodisiac in front of her elders, so Xianxia only vaguely mentioned that she was poisoned by some kind of intermittent poison. That young Master Lu is a spirit apothecary. I met him during the Divine Realm martial competition, so we can be considered to have some friendship. He saw that I was poisoned and was worried that something would happen to me, so he followed me and wanted to detoxify me. There's no ambiguity between the two of us, let alone eloping. Xianxia was very calm at first, but the more he listened, the more his brows furrowed. Xianxia, do you mean that someone in the family framed you and poisoned you, forcing you to leave the family and go into hiding? How preposterous. How could there be such a scum in the family? How could he harm the younger generation of the family? It's simply a disgrace to the Black Tortoise Race. Xianxia was furious. He had always been the clansman with the greatest sense of honor. He had not married for so many years and had always been in the Alliance Army to help the Black Tortoise clan expand its influence in the Alliance Army. It was precisely because of this that he was so respected in the Black Tortoise clan. He hated this kind of internal strife among his clansmen the most. Xianxia slammed the table and turned to look at the captain, who was cowering in the corner. Come over here. Tell me clearly, is what Xianxia said the truth? How dare you harm the geniuses of the clan? You're simply audacious. The captain had been hiding in the corner, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. He did not expect to be called out. The aura emitted from the entire body of the Dao Profound Realm powerhouse under a raging rage made him shudder. However, he didn't even have the chance to dig a hole to hide in. He could only brace himself and walk forward. He stole a glance at Xianxia, then said in a trembling voice, Lord Divine General, this lowly one definitely doesn't have the guts to murder the clan leader's genius, please be clear. I was ordered by the higher-ups to lead a team here. My goal is to get young Miss Qingling and her affair. Cough, cough. Bring young Master Lu back with him. As for other things, I don't know at all, and there's no way to ask. Xianxia's gaze swept across the captain's face, and he frowned slightly. He believed him a little. A heart-profound realm cultivator's status in the family was probably not comparable to a genius like Xianxia, who was heavily nurtured. He would definitely not dare to touch Xianxia. There must be someone behind this. Xianxia's face darkened. Since you're following orders, I won't make things difficult for you. Tell me the name of the mastermind. I want to see who is so arrogant and despotic to do such a thing. Hearing this, the captain lowered his head and complained in his heart. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The person who assigned this mission to him was also an important figure in the Black Tortoise clan. In terms of status, he was not inferior to Xianxia. Moreover, his entire family worked under that big shot. If he exposed the other party's identity and offended him, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, looking at Xianxia's stance, if he didn't say anything, he wouldn't be able to escape today. What's wrong? Xianxia snorted coldly as he lost his patience. You don't want to tell me? The captain trembled and barely managed to say, It's not that I don't want to say it, but instead, I'm not sure. Since you don't know anything, I can only assume that you attacked Xianxia on your own accord. Xianxia sneered. The crime of persecuting a genius of the same race was not light. He would be sent to the 9 Serenities. Cold pool water prison, for at least 200 years. You have to think carefully. Hearing this, the captain's entire body trembled. He was less than 100 years old. 200 years of water imprisonment was too long. Moreover, it was said that the water prison was filled with cold poison. The poison gas invaded the bones and brain, causing people to be in unbearable pain. 200 years like this was simply unimaginable. When he thought of the miserable state of the prisoners in the water prison that he had heard from his family, he was so scared that his legs went weak and he knelt on the ground. Lord Divine General, don't. Lord Divine General, I beg you, please spare me this time. I really don't know anything. I have orders from above and can only follow orders. I didn't mean to make things difficult for young Miss Qingqing. This lowly one has always abided by the clan's rules and is law-abiding. Please be clear. Huang Yueli looked at the miserable state of this person, who was crying bitterly, and her eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. If she hadn't seen the arrogance of this captain leading his men to chase and humiliate Liu Bian, she would have almost believed his nonsense. Xianxia was a big shot in the allied armies, so he was naturally not so easily fooled. I'll give you one last chance, he said coldly, not hiding the impatience in his eyes. If you don't want to tell me, you don't have to tell me anymore. Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, but at the same time, he released a trace of pressure. The captain shivered. He realized that Xianxia was really angry. He knew that if he continued to delay, he would definitely not have a good ending. He cowered on the ground and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, Lord Divine General, this lowly one does not dare to hide. When the higher-ups gave the order, they only gave me a transfer order to bring people over to carry out the mission. They really didn't show up. There are a total of 6 teams that have been mobilized this time. The one I'm leading is only one of them. It's responsible for searching the nearby towns. However, he paused for a moment and swept his gaze across his teammates, not far away. Then, he took a few steps forward and approached Xianxia. He lowered his voice and said, however, I heard that the commander in charge above me is Elder Qingguang's distant cousin. He has been showing off his identity in front of others many times. Before we set off this time, I heard him tell others that this is a major matter that his ancestor has instructed him to do. He will definitely do his best to do it well. Before the captain could finish his sentence, Xianxia's brows twitched. He raised his head and stared at the captain with a pair of cold eyes. What did you say? You said, this is Qing, how was this possible? You didn't lie to me? I'm warning you, if you dare to randomly climb up and bite others, and splash dirty water on others, this divine general will definitely not let you off easily. Taking care of a brat like you is as easy as lifting a finger. The captain trembled and fell to his knees with a thud. Looking at the expression on his face, he was about to cry. Lord Divine General, this lowly one's position is low and my words are light. How would I dare to deceive you? What I said just now was absolutely true. Please examine it carefully. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared at him for a while, his eyes full of confusion. With this captain's identity, the possibility of him deceiving him was really not high. However, the elder Qingguang he mentioned earlier. He was a prominent figure in the Black Tortoise clan. He was one of the 3 managing elders in the clan whose status was second only to the clan leader. In terms of status in the clan, he was on par with Xianxia. More importantly, she and Xianxia had known each other for many years and knew each other very well. No matter what, it didn't seem like she would do something like persecuting the geniuses of her own race. Could it be that Xianqing lied? Xianjioling's gaze shifted between Xianqing and the captain. Huang Yueli saw it and blinked her eyes as she asked in puzzlement, "Divine General Xian, is there something wrong? What did he say just now?" "The person who framed young Miss Qingling. Is it convenient for you to tell me and my husband?" Although when Xianjioling was talking to the captain earlier, the distance wasn't too far and Huang Yueli could clearly hear it as long as she released her spiritual perception, but out of respect for the seniors in the allied armies, she didn't eavesdrop. Xianjioling furrowed his brows and pondered for a while before saying, "According to this person, he came under the orders of an elder of the Black Tortoise clan. However, I've known this person for nearly 100 years. Whether it's his strength or his character, he has always been impeccable. Moreover, she has an extremely high status in the clan. I don't believe that she would use such a method to frame a junior." Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment as she turned her head to look at Li Moying, only to discover that her husband was also slightly astonished. On the contrary, Xianqingling's expression remained the same. It seemed that she had already guessed this outcome. As expected, Xianjioling quickly turned to look at her. With a stern face, he asked, "Xianqingling, I've always heard that you have a good character and are a pillar of the younger generation of the family. That's why I believed you. I didn't expect that even you would lie to me. You're really bold." These words were very serious. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been so scared that they would have knelt down and begged for mercy. However, Xianqingling was still very calm. She slowly stood up and cupped her hands in salute to Xianjioling. Then, she said unhurriedly, "Lord Divine General, I would never dare to lie to you. Everything I said just now is true. As for what the captain said just now, I can more or less guess. I'm one of the top geniuses in the family, so someone who can frame me must have a high status. I just didn't expect that this person was actually an elder." Xianjioling didn't expect Xianqingling to still be so calm and firm in her own opinion. For a moment, he was stunned. However, his face soon darkened again. "Xianqingling, are you implying that the elder is framing you? You're just a cultivator of the younger generation. What makes you think that it's necessary for the elders to harm you? Moreover, this person is an old friend of mine. I don't believe she would do such a thing. You better tell me honestly, why did you fabricate a lie? Is it true that you eloped with that spirit medicine master surnamed Lu?" Xianjioling gradually lost his patience. His tone became more and more serious, and his voice and expression became more and more severe. Under the pressure of a Tao profound realm powerhouse, the entire inn was completely silent. Not a single person dared to casually speak or move. The air seemed to have frozen. "I'm just telling the truth," Xianqingling said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "I don't know if it has anything to do with that elder. However, if you want to talk about the motive of framing me, I guess it should be related to the marriage of the Whitefin clan." She didn't seem to be frightened by Xianjioling's imposing manner at all. Just based on this point alone, the captains and soldiers who had been chasing after her could not help but admire her. They had been scared witless by Xianjioling's pressure just now. In comparison, Xianqingling was indeed one of the top genius cultivators in the family. Xianjioling didn't expect Xianqingling to be so calm even after he had released 50% of his pressure. He couldn't help but be surprised by her extraordinary talent. Although they couldn't be compared to Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who were heaven-defying existences, but a genius with such a good temperament and willpower was also very rare. Xianjioling's tone softened a little because he was filled with pity. "You said, your marriage with the young master of the Whitefin clan? This was a match made in heaven, a joyous occasion. Why did the clan elders interfere? This doesn't make sense at all." Although the young master of the Whitefin clan was not as talented as Xianqingling, From the perspective of the clan, the Black Tortoise clan should benefit more from this marriage. Spirit Medicine Master was considered one of the occupations with the highest status in the god realm. Which cultivator could guarantee that they would not be injured and would not have to beg a Spirit Medicine Master? Which family didn't have the idea of obtaining medical resources from the Whitefin clan by marrying them? However, the Whitefin clan was also proud of their status and almost never married with other families. This time, it was also said that the young master of the Whitefin clan fell in love with Xian Qingling at first sight, which was why he had tried his best to take the initiative to marry her. It was a good thing that everyone in the Black Tortoise clan could not have wished for. Xian Qingling said, "No matter who framed me, they chose this time to do it. It's obvious that they want to ruin my marriage with young Master N. Maybe someone else wants to marry into the Whitefin clan in my place. Who knows?" Hearing this, Xian Jiuling frowned again. Xian Qingling's words were reasonable. He didn't know which side he should believe. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from the corridor on the second floor of the inn. Immediately after, an anxious male voice sounded. "Lord Divine General, I can testify that young Miss Xian definitely has no intention of eloping with anyone. I saw her being framed with my own eyes." Hearing this voice, Huang Yueli and the rest were stunned as they subconsciously raised their heads to look upstairs. Lu Bian, who was dressed in white, heard the commotion downstairs as he rushed over with large strides. When Xian Qingling saw his figure, she was stunned on the spot. "Young Master Lu, why are you back?" Earlier when Lu Bian left in a fit of anger, although she looked like she was in a daze, in fact, her heart wasn't that muddled. After all, the two of them had been together for a few months, and she could more or less feel Lu Bian's faint feelings towards her. But she admitted that she was already engaged and didn't intend to delay Lu Bian, so she kept avoiding talking about it and even wanted to act dumb to make Lu Bian leave so as not to drag him down. When she heard that Xian Jiuling was coming, she felt a little lucky. Luckily Lu Bian had already left, or else if Xian Jiuling didn't believe her words, it would inevitably implicate Lu Bian. However, Xian Qingling didn't expect that not long after she was rejoicing, Lu Bian actually returned by himself. Lu Bian walked hurriedly to the table and when he passed by Xian Qingling, it was as though he didn't hear her as he brushed past her and came to Xian Jiuling. He bowed slightly as he bowed towards Xian Jiuling. "Divine General Xian, Junior Lu Bian has long heard of Lord Divine General's name, and when I heard that you had come here, I specially rushed over to pay my respects." Xian Jiuling was confused at first, but he immediately understood when he heard him introduce himself. "You're the Spirit Medicine Master who traveled with Xian Qingling?" Lu Bian nodded his head. "That's right, it's Junior." Xian Jiuling's face immediately darkened. He snorted coldly, "You're quite bold, kid. I was just about to get someone to find you, but you came over yourself. Do you know what you've done? Do you know that my people have been hunting you? You actually dare to appear in front of this old man?" Lu Bian gave a slight smile and replied calmly, "Lord Divine General, Junior doesn't have any evil intentions, so why should I avoid meeting you? I didn't do the things you mentioned just now, so I naturally have to come out and explain clearly. I can't let anyone splash dirty water on young Miss Xian and me, right?" Xian Jiuling's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Lu Bian for a long while as he was secretly shocked in his heart. Judging from the aura of the young man in front of him, he should not be a god. Even if there was a trace of god aura, he was at most a mixed blood. Most of it was of human descent. In front of the ancient god clans, it was usually very difficult for human practitioners to control their instinctive fear, and Lu Bian's cultivation wasn't considered high as he was merely a peak dream profound realm practitioner. Among the humans, he was considered to have outstanding innate talent, but when compared to the peerless geniuses of the ancient god clans, there was still a huge gap. Just such a young man actually did not cower in the slightest when facing a late-stage Dao profound realm powerhouse like him. Forget about his legs going soft, even his tone when he spoke was so calm. Furthermore, Lu Bian had handsome features and elegant bearing, giving him an extraordinary bearing. When did such a figure appear in the younger generation of the humans? How could Xian Jiuling have thought that Lu Bian could be so calm in front of him? Other than his outstanding willpower, the most important reason was that he had interacted with Huang Yueli and Li Moying too much. In terms of strength alone, this couple was already not inferior to a top expert like Xian Jiuling. It was just that their combat experience was slightly lacking. Even though when the two of them faced Lu Bian, they would restrain their own pressure, but after spending so much time together, Lu Bian didn't feel anything special in front of top-notch experts. Xian Jiuling slowly frowned. You're saying that my clansmen are slandering you? Then tell me, what is your relationship with Xian Qingqing? You're not related to her, so why did you travel with her for so long? I heard that the two of you often live in the same room, alone. You don't know how to avoid suspicion, and you dare to say that there's no ambiguity? Lu Bian was long prepared as he replied in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I'm traveling with young Miss Xian for a couple of reasons. For one, because she was poisoned and it would act up once every few days. I've received young Miss Xian's grace in the past and was saved by her, so it's impossible for me to watch her suffer and leave on her own. The other reason. He paused for a moment and swept his gaze across the Black Tortoise clan warriors behind Xian Jiuling. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking arc. Lord Divine General, aren't you asking the obvious? The nobles have been hunting us down with the excuse that I have an affair with young Miss Xian. My cultivation is not even as good as young Miss Xian's. If I were to separate from her, I would probably be caught in less than a day. At that time I would die without knowing where I died. How could I take such a risk? As for staying with young Miss Xian, it's only because the poison in her basically acts up at night. I'm worried that something might happen. I sleep on the floor every day, I don't dare to offend young Miss Xian. Xian Jiuling frowned and pondered for a while. He originally didn't want to believe outsiders, but Lu Bian's two reasons were really too reasonable. Even if it was him, he couldn't find any room to refute. But to have him believe in Xian Qingqing and Lu Bian's innocence, it also meant that his good friend Elder Qingguang had betrayed the clan. Between an outsider and a good friend, who should he trust? Brat, do you think you can convince me with this kind of sophistry? What evidence do you have for saying these words? Moreover, even if you and Xian Qingqing didn't cross the line, who can guarantee that you don't have feelings for each other? You just said that Xian Qingqing saved your life. In that case, you two have known each other since a long time ago? Xian Qingqing didn't mention this to me just now. Don't tell me that you're hiding something from me? Lu Bian pursed his lips. This, Junior really can't find any evidence. I can't produce any evidence for this kind of thing. I can only guarantee it with my character. Character guarantee? Hearing this, Xian Jiuling couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you were one of the few experts among the younger generation of the ancient god clan, I could still test your character. But you're just a human. Judging from your talent, you're just SOSO. Why should I believe in your character? For a moment, Lu Bian actually couldn't say anything as his expression turned stiff. When he was in the lower realm, he was also a top cultivator with outstanding talent. After arriving in the god realm, he was looked down upon by others. Even though the person who despised him was a dignified divine general, he was still extremely ashamed and resentful. At this moment, Huang Yueli suddenly spoke up, Lord Divine General, do you have any doubts about my senior brother's character? Huang Yueli, who had been observing the situation from the side, suddenly opened her mouth, causing Xian Jiuling to feel greatly surprised. He was stunned. Senior brother? What senior brother? Young Miss Li, you actually have a senior brother? Why did you suddenly? Xian Jiuling's words were halfway through when he suddenly paused as he followed Huang Yueli's line of sight towards Lu Bian as though he understood something. You. Are you talking about him? That's impossible, right? I must have guessed wrongly. However, Huang Yueli nodded her head and said with absolute certainty, Lord Divine General, you didn't guess wrongly. The senior brother I'm talking about is Lu Bian. What is it? Is this Lu kid really your senior brother? How is this possible? When Xian Jiuling heard that, he turned pale with fright and almost broke the teacup beside him. He's. It wasn't that Xian Jiuling wanted to lose his composure. It was just that this matter was too outrageous in his eyes. Who was Huang Yueli? God Realm finally gained a god-grade genius that had not appeared for tens of thousands of years, the sacred phoenix race's current matriarch, not even 20 years old and already had astonishing talent, joining hands with Li Moying to kill a sky devil powerhouse, suspected to have already stepped into Dao Profound Realm. Without a doubt, she would definitely become one of the few people at the peak of the entire God Realm in no time. As for Lu Bian? At best, he was a genius of the humans. From Xian Qingling's tone, he seemed to be very talented in medicine. However, medicine was different from cultivation. Compared to talent, the various medical codes and secret recipes passed down in the family were more important. Lu Bian was a human and just based on this point, his achievements in this lifetime would at most be a heaven-grade spirit medicine master. Admittedly, to the human race, with heaven-grade innate talent, coupled with heaven-grade spirit medicine technique, they could already walk unhindered in the human race. But no matter what, compared to the legendary level genius Huang Yueli, the gap was still too huge. If Huang Yueli didn't admit it personally, even if Xian Jiuling was beaten to death, he wouldn't believe that there was such a baffling matter. Huang Yueli had long expected that he would have such a reaction as she smiled and explained calmly. It's like this, Lord Divine General. I believe you should know that I'm a cultivator who ascended from the lower realm. When I was in the lower realm, I was in the same sect as young Master Lu to learn medicine. However, my knowledge is shallow, and my medical attainments are limited. Compared to my senior brother Lu, I'm really too far behind. After Xian Jiuling heard this, he finally understood. I see. Young Master Lu and young Miss Li, they ascended from the same lower realm. No wonder their relationship was extraordinary. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The relationship between senior brothers and junior sisters in the lower realms had already known each other since the beginning and their feelings were more intimate, but at least it showed that Lu Bian didn't have any special background. Earlier when Huang Yueli said that, it made him think that he had made a mistake. Lu Bian was actually the heir of some big power, so he had really offended him today. Cough cough, young Miss Li, of course I believe in your senior brother's character. But this matter is of great importance. I have to consider the pressure from the family. Why don't we do this? Young Master Lu, come back with me. I promise that I won't let anyone hurt him. As long as the truth is found out, I'll let him go immediately. What do you think? Huang Yueli didn't say anything. Just when Xian Jiuling thought that he had convinced her, a cold snort came from the other side. In that case, does Divine General Xian really want to detain my elder brother? Elder brother? What elder brother? When Xian Jiuling heard this, his jaw almost fell to the ground. Earlier when he was talking to Xian Qingling and Lu Bian, Huang Yueli had occasionally voiced out her opinion, but Li Moying had not said a single word from the start, with an indifferent expression on his face. Xian Jiuling naturally assumed that Lu Bian and the rest had a good relationship with Huang Yueli, and Li Moying had only intervened in this matter on account of Madame's face, so as long as he could convince Huang Yueli, the matter would be resolved. However, he had never expected that Li Moying would open his mouth at this critical juncture. Moreover, the words that came out of his mouth were so terrifying. Li Moying's right hand held the teacup as he gently spun it around. He slightly raised his eyes to glance at Xianxia as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Lord Divine General, my wife forgot to mention earlier. Other than being my wife's senior brother, Lu Bian is also my sworn brother." What? Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. This piece of news was really too surprising, and it was even more unbelievable than the matter of Huang Yueli saying that Lu Bian was her senior brother. Although they were very close to each other, there were still differences between them. Not every disciple had a good relationship. However, becoming sworn brothers was another matter. If they did not have a life-and-death friendship, it was absolutely impossible to become sworn brothers. With Li Moying's identity, he would actually become sworn brothers with a human? This. Young Master Li, what are you talking about? Is that true? Li Moying frowned slightly. Why? Could it be that Lord Divine General thinks that I'm the kind of person who talks nonsense? Cough cough, of course I didn't mean that. Xianxia couldn't take the blame and quickly shook his head to deny it. It's just that, cough cough, yes, this old man remembered. Just now, young Miss Li already said that you all ascended from the same lower realm. Back then, you became sworn brothers in the lower realm, right? I didn't expect it. No, I don't. Lord Divine General, you've misunderstood. Li Moying spoke out once again, interrupting him. Then, under Xianxia's surprised gaze, he slowly said, although elder brother and I were already familiar with each other in the lower realm, we only became sworn brothers after we arrived in the God realm. Moreover, I did this because I wanted to thank him for saving my life. Xianxia was completely dumbfounded and could only subconsciously follow Li Moying's words. Ah? What? Saving your life? Li Moying's lips curled up lightly as he briefly recounted the incident where he was attacked by Sacred Phoenix Clan's elder and fell unconscious, and Cloudy Qilin Clan publicly recruited spirit medicine masters who could cure him in the entire God realm. This matter had caused a huge commotion back then, so Xianxia naturally heard about it. But he had never expected that Li Moying's injuries had left so many famous doctors in the God realm helpless, and the Whitefin clan's patriarch had even personally gone to treat him, but he had returned without any results. In the end, the one who saved Li Moying was actually Lu Bian? There was actually such a thing? No wonder, he did not expect young Master Lu's medical skills to be so high. This old man has really misjudged. Xianxia didn't know what to say, his heart was filled with shock. However, there was one person who was even more confused than Xianxia, and that was Lu Bian himself. Hearing Li Moying's words, Lu Bian's jaw almost dropped to the ground. Although Li Moying wasn't wrong and they had indeed become sworn brothers before, but Li Moying definitely didn't become sworn brothers with him because of some life-saving grace. Back then, the one who saved Li Moying wasn't him, but Huang Yueli. Li Moying's motive was to make Cloudy Qilin Clan accept Huang Yueli more easily, but in the end, this plan ended in failure. From then on, Li Moying had never once mentioned the matter of the two of them becoming sworn brothers, let alone calling him Big Brother. Lu Bian wasn't bothered by this as after all, in Li Moying's eyes, he wasn't a brother anymore, but a love rival. This kind of petty man, being able to tolerate his love rival wandering around Huang Yueli's side was already not bad, could he really treat him as a sworn brother? However, at this moment today, Li Moying actually told Xianxia about the matter of becoming sworn brothers in order to save him. Did the sun rise from the west? Lu Bian felt that he had most likely not woken up and was sleepwalking. Huang Yueli had not expected that her husband would actually say this. However, she was not surprised for too long. She immediately continued, "That's right, Divine General Xian. My senior brother's talent in spirit medicine is the first I've seen in my life. My husband and I have been saved by him several times, so his matters are our matters. No matter what, we won't let you take her away. This time, Xianxia was in a dilemma. If Lu Bian only had a friendship with Huang Yueli, he could still pull down his old face and discuss with Huang Yueli to see if he could make her give in a little on account of his seniority. But now, Li Moying was also involved and they had such a life-and-death relationship, but it wasn't that simple. Even though he was a 6-star divine general, he did not have the capital to negotiate with the 2 divine-level geniuses. Xianxia thought about it and finally frowned. I understand. Since the 2 of you vouched for him, this old man will trust young Master Lu this once. However, I still believe that my good friend would not do such a thing. If what young Master Lu and Xianqing said is true, there must be some misunderstanding or someone playing tricks. As he spoke, his gaze once again turned to the few black tortoise race martial artists from earlier. The captain's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down again. He hurriedly shouted, Lord Divine General, this subordinate is definitely not lying. Xianxia didn't bother with him as he continued to speak to Huang Yueli, since such a thing has happened, we have to investigate it thoroughly. I won't restrict young Master Lu's personal freedom, but young Master Lu is the party involved, so I need his cooperation during the investigation. Is that okay? Huang Yueli didn't reply but looked at Lu Bian beside her. Senior brother, what's your plan? Hearing this, Xianxia choked again. He subconsciously treated Lu Bian as Huang Yueli's subordinate and directly sought Huang Yueli's opinion, but who knew that Huang Yueli still prioritized Lu Bian's opinion? It seemed that this young Master Lu was really not simple. Luckily, Lu Bian thought for a moment and agreed readily, cooperating with the investigation is no problem. It just so happens that I accompanied Miss Xian to Shuihua City to seek medical treatment, and Divine Dr. Zhang is out traveling. We will stay here for a while and wait for Divine Dr. Zhang to return. During this period, if you have any questions, you can find me at this inn. The moment Lu Bian's words came out, Xianxia didn't have any reaction, but Huang Yueli's brows creased as she immediately spoke out, Senior brother, you guys want to stay in Snowflake City? Lu Bian nodded his head but after a while, he shook his head, to be precise, I intend to stay in Snowflake City so I wonder what young Miss Xian plans to do? As he spoke, he turned to look at Xianqing. Xianqing naturally understood that Lu Bian was thinking for her. To her, if she could stay by Xianxia's side and let this elder, who had always been known for his fairness and never participated in the family's internal strife, investigate the truth behind the scenes, it would definitely be the most beneficial for her. After all, for the sake of the family, Xianxia would ensure her safety no matter what. Even if she really eloped with someone, she would not be punished too severely. But Lu Bian was different. He was a human and he was carrying the crime of abducting a Black Tortoise Clan's genius, so staying under the surveillance of so many Black Tortoise Clan's clansmen in Snowflake City wasn't safe at all. I'll stay in Snowflake City for medical treatment, Xianqing said. However, young Master Lu, you don't have to stay here. In the past, you had to stay and take care of me because you were worried that I would fall ill on the way, but now there's no need. You can follow Sacred Phoenix. Young Miss Li and the others are going to train together, why waste time staying? That's right. Huang Yueli immediately continued, Senior brother, it's better for you to come with us. My husband and I are planning to visit an old friend. He will be back in about 10 days. He is also quite accomplished in medicine. Come with us. Lu Bian was stunned, but if I were to leave just like this, Lord Divine General sighed. We can set a date to meet with Divine General Xian. I believe that with my husband and I as your guarantee, would Divine General not be at ease? Huang Yueli said as she glanced at Xianxia. She said that on purpose, to test Xianxia's attitude. However, to her disappointment, Xianxia didn't agree immediately. Instead, he looked troubled. Young Mesli, I know what you're worried about, but the truth hasn't been found out yet, and the two of you have already taken young Master Lu away without even telling me where they're going. I can't explain this to the clan. Huang Yueli's little face turned stiff, and just as she was about to say something, Lu Bian had already spoken first. Junior sister, alright, I appreciate your good intentions, but I'd better stay. Since the Divine General Xian has already promised not to harm me, he will definitely keep his promise. You don't have to worry too much. My strength is weak. If I follow you to train, I'm afraid I'll drag you down. When Huang Yueli heard this, her brows immediately knitted together. But when she saw Lu Bian's gaze that was sent over to her, she was stunned for a moment as she suddenly understood. It seemed that her senior brother was just an excuse. He was not afraid of implicating them, but he was worried about Xian Qingling. Thinking of this point, Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes and changed the topic. Since senior brother insists, then we can only respect your opinion. But I'm still worried. How about this, young Mesli? Xian Jiuling hurriedly said. I swear on my cultivation that no matter what the results of the investigation are, I will ensure young Master Lu's safety. Before you and young Master Lu return, I will not let anyone hurt even a single strand of hair on his head. With your words, Lord Divine General, I can rest assured. Huang Yueli smiled as she heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Jiuling was a trustworthy person, and since he dared to say such words, he would definitely guarantee Lu Bian's safety. This way, there shouldn't be any problem for her and Li Moying to leave for a few days. If it wasn't for the fact that the Saint Iniquitous shadow side had dragged on for too long, Huang Yueli's heart had a faint sense of unease. She still wasn't at ease to leave at such a time, leaving Lu Bian and the rest with the Black Tortoise clan to stay in Snowflake City. But now that Lu Bian was so insistent, she couldn't force him. After the few of them had reached a consensus, Huang Yueli originally wanted to treat Xian Jiuling to a meal, but Xian Jiuling was in a hurry to go back and investigate this matter, so she couldn't sit still and directly rejected it. This old man still has something urgent to do, so I have to go first. I appreciate young Miss Li's kindness, but I'll treat you to a meal after you come back from visiting your friend. Huang Yueli nodded, that's good too. Xian Jiuling cupped his hands towards her and Li Moying as he turned around and left in large strides. 2 hours ago, the Black Tortoise clan's warriors were still arrogant, but now, they were like eggplants that had been hit by frost. Their faces were dark and pale, and they were weak. They lowered their heads and followed Xian Jiuling away, dejectedly. Huang Yueli had no intention of staying here for long, so when she saw Xian Jiuling leave, she brought her husband and senior brother upstairs. As soon as they left, the inn, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly became lively. Oh my goodness, these big shots have finally left. When they were talking just now, I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It's clearly none of my business, but I didn't even dare to take my chopsticks. Now, the noodles I ordered in the morning are already soggy. Who isn't like that? Isn't my porridge cold too? This is still my first time seeing a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse. Divine General Profound is really too powerful. No wonder he's ranked at the top of the heaven rankings. He's indeed worthy of his reputation. Isn't that young man and woman even more terrifying? I wonder what their background is that even the Divine General Xian is so afraid of them. They are either the top geniuses of the various ancient god clans or reclusive experts who have disguised their bone age. If you ask me, it must be the latter. No matter which clan the genius was from, he was still considered a junior to the Divine General Xian. With the Divine General Xian's qualifications and military merits, which junior would dare to speak to him in such a manner? Are you crazy? Ha ha, that's not right. Isn't there a rumor that Cloudy Qilin clan's young lord eloped with that Sacred Phoenix clan's god-grade genius? Perhaps, the young man and woman just now were them. It's understandable that Divine General Xian has such a restrained attitude. You said it was a rumor. I don't believe that a divine genius would elope. This kind of peerless genius can have a few Dao companions. Why would he do such a thing? Besides, even if they wanted to elope, they wouldn't come to a remote place like ours, right? That's true. The guests gossiped about Huang Yueli and the rest's background, but no matter how they guessed, they felt that it wasn't reliable, and in the end, they couldn't come to a conclusion. Upstairs, Huang Yueli walked to the door of the room and suddenly stopped Lu Bian, who was walking in front. She lowered her voice and said, "Senior brother, are you sure you want to stay here? Do you know?" "I know." Not waiting for Huang Yueli to finish speaking, Lu Bian opened his mouth and interrupted her. Lu Bian was very clear what Huang Yueli wanted to say. She just wanted to remind him that staying in Snowflake City was not good for him. Even if he had helped Xianxia, considered all aspects for her, and even risked staying in Snowflake City for her, it was impossible for her to break off the engagement and be with him. After all, Xianxingling's engagement was not only related to her, but also involved the interests of the two ancient god clans. Young Miss Xian's illness cannot be revealed to outsiders. Right now, only I know. I'm worried that something might happen to her once her illness acts up. With me around, at least there's someone who can help her deal with it. Junior sister, don't worry, I'm just repaying young Miss Xian for saving me in the past. When I see Divine Dr. Zhang and cure young Miss Xian, I'll leave on my own. Huang Yueli heard him say this and could only nod her head, as long as you know what you are doing. Then my husband and I will leave tonight. We will come back as soon as possible. Lu Bian was startled. Leaving at night? Why are you in such a hurry? Huang Yueli acknowledged, this matter is indeed rather urgent. Moreover, we don't wish to be seen by others. Lu Bian came to a sudden realization, that's true. Today, after the incident in the inn, Xian Jiuling already knew Huang Yueli and Li Moying's identities. Although he didn't expose them on the spot, but how Xian Jiuling treated the two of them, all the guests and those Black Tortoise clan cultivators had seen it with their own eyes, so it was hard to guarantee that there weren't any astute people who had guessed their true identities. If Huang Yueli and the rest were really just visiting a friend, then it would be fine, but they had to go to Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling. In the 12 continents of the God realm, evil cultivators were not allowed to exist in the world. Once they were discovered, it would definitely cause a great uproar. Therefore, no matter how careful they were, it was not excessive. Leaving overnight was the safest course of action. After Huang Yueli and Li Moying bade farewell to Lu Bian, that night, they took advantage of the darkness to leave Snowflake City. During this period of time, because Huang Yueli had received King Xiang's guidance in Devil Overlord Ruiying's cave dwelling, her attainments in array techniques had increased by a huge margin, and she took some time to draw a new concealment array pattern for Li Moying's flying ship. Although it wasn't able to make it completely invisible in broad daylight, but as long as she made use of the change in light, even Dao Profound Realm experts wouldn't be able to discover the traces of the flying ship. After 2 days and 2 nights of flight, the spaceship successfully landed in a mountain valley near Forest Shade Town without attracting anyone's attention. Huang Yueli kept the flying ship into the Sky Phoenix Ring space and followed her husband to Forest Shade Town to gather information. This remote town was very quiet. There were not even many cultivators above the Dream Profound Realm. It was completely different from the last time they came. When Huang Yueli saw this situation, she let out a long breath. She was most worried that Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave abode would be discovered by others that belonged to the ancient god clan. Looking at it now, even though the evil chi outside the cave dwelling had been mostly absorbed by her, and Li Moying and many of the array formations in the periphery had lost their effectiveness, but the cave dwelling wasn't discovered by anyone. On the contrary, because there wasn't any strange phenomenon formed by the evil chi dispersing, even the cultivators who came here to explore and train had decreased. The two of them had a meal and rested for a while before setting off for the cave abode at night. However, as they got closer and closer to the cave dwelling, Huang Yueli's expression turned more and more solemn. Li Moying also felt that something wasn't right as he frowned slightly. Isn't this place a little too different from the last time we came here? Did you do something when you left the cave? Last time, they had come to train and didn't know that the Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave abode was right in front of them. Although there was a phenomenon caused by the condensation of a large amount of evil qi in the surroundings, and many trees and flowers were affected by the evil qi and looked a little strange, they were still full of vitality. But now, the situation was completely opposite. The closer he got to the cave abode, the sparser the surrounding vegetation became. Now, they were less than 5 miles away from the cave abode. Everywhere they could see had become a land of death. The soil under his feet was dark, and there was no sound when he stepped on it. Within a radius of several miles, he could not even find a single moss. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and slowly shook her head. What can I do? At that time I only wanted to find you. After obtaining the approval of the Saint Iniquitous Shadow, I immediately left and couldn't care about anything else. Besides, in my impression, when I left, this area was still very normal. Because a large amount of evil qi was absorbed by her and Li Moying, the forest was full of vitality and the number of human cultivators who came to train increased by a lot. Who would have thought that in less than half a year, such a change would occur here? Is that so? Li Moying's eyes flashed as he seemed to be deep in thought. You've mentioned before that Saint Iniquitous Shadow asked you to return here within 3 months. Do you think that he knew that such an unforeseen event would happen, so he allowed you to promise 3 months? Huang Yueli's face couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. That's my guess too. Now that we're so late, it's too late to make up for it. I'm really worried that something will happen to Saint Iniquitous Shadow. No matter what, it's better to be careful. Li Moying's expression was solemn as he stretched out his hand to grab Huang Yueli's wrist, pulling her towards his side to prevent her from acting rashly. The two of them raised their guard and slowly approached the location in their memories. Along the way, other than getting quieter and darker, nothing happened. The teleportation array at the entrance of the cave abode was still the same as the last time. It stood quietly in place. Li Moying squeezed Huang Yueli's hand. You stay here, I'll go over and take a look first. Huang Yueli nodded her head. Li Moying activated his body movement, profound skill, and silently dashed out, his body slightly floating in the air, almost not sticking to the ground. He checked the side of the array and felt that there was nothing unusual. Finally, he carefully walked towards the center of the teleportation array. Li Moying's movements were very light as he was floating in the air the entire time and didn't touch the bottom of the teleportation array. However, before he could clearly see the situation inside the array, he suddenly heard Huang Yueli's cry of surprise from not far away. Moying, be careful. Don't go over anymore, retreat, quickly retreat. Damn it. The instant Li Moying heard his wife's voice, he suddenly leaped up, wanting to retreat. However, it was already too late. The bottom of the teleportation array suddenly cracked open, and a jet of black smoke burst out from the ground, soaring into the clouds. Li Moying's speed was extremely fast as he flew out. However, at this moment, array patterns suddenly lit up one after another outside the teleportation array. His body collided with the array pattern and was actually bounced back. In the blink of an eye, his figure was engulfed by black smoke. Seeing this scene, Huang Yueli's expression changed as she immediately flew towards the teleportation array. Fortunately, although she could not leave the teleportation array, it did not prevent her from entering. Huang Yueli successfully rushed into the center of the array and stretched out her arms, wanting to pull Li Moying out. However, she grabbed nothing. She had clearly seen Li Moying's figure faintly discernible within the black smoke, but when she stretched out her hand, she couldn't grab anything, as though everything in front of her didn't exist. How come? Huang Yueli's heart suddenly tightened, and before she could figure out what was going on, a second puff of black smoke spewed out from the bottom of her feet. The moment she came into contact with the black smoke, her body felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Her entire body was numb and she could not move at all. At the same time, his vision went black and his 5 senses disappeared. Huang Yueli knew that things were going to be bad, but at this moment, she had no way to put up any resistance. She could only be engulfed by the black smoke as her body kept falling downwards, falling downwards. As her 5 senses were sealed, Huang Yueli didn't know how long she had fallen for. It might only be a few breaths, or it might be a few hours. Finally, under a violent impact, she suddenly felt a sharp pain. Damn it! It hurts. She did not know how many ribs she had broken. Fortunately, she didn't fall face first. Huang Yueli suddenly woke up and felt that her internal organs had shifted. If it wasn't for the pure ancient god clan bloodline in her body and her physique comparable to the divine beast Phoenix, she suspected that she would have fallen to her death. She struggled to sit up from the ground and drew a circle in the air with her fingers, wanting to light a fireball. However, the spell that could have been completed casually did not succeed at this moment. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she stretched out her hand once again. This time, she used her full strength seriously, but no matter how many times she tried, not even a single spark could be seen. What the hell is going on? Why isn't there any elemental fluctuation here? Even Huang Yueli was feeling a little crazy. With her innate talent in the fire attribute, as long as there was a little bit of fire attribute profound chi within 100 miles, it would be attracted to her and used by her. And now, she could not even complete the most basic profound skill. It could only mean that this was a domain that was completely isolated from heaven and earth, profound chi. She had never encountered such a situation before. Even in Ruiying's cave, with the support of the Empyrean Devil Crystal, it was impossible for the profound chi in the cave to be completely expelled. She was still able to use the corresponding profound skills, but the power was reduced. However, right now, she could not even sense a single profound chi fluctuation in this place. What was going on? Half a year ago, she had just come to this cave dwelling. At that time, this place definitely wasn't as strange as it was now. What had happened here during this period of time? Huang Yueli was extremely vexed at this moment. If she had known earlier that she had not complied with the agreement and returned on time, which would lead to such a consequence, she would definitely be even more concerned. But now, it was too late for regrets. Huang Yueli could only bite the bullet as she inched forward bit by bit. Although she really wanted to find Li Moying immediately, but now that the surroundings were completely silent and there was no profound chi, her spiritual awareness was equivalent to being sealed. She totally didn't know what kind of danger existed in the surroundings, so she didn't dare to make a sound and could only carefully explore by herself. Huang Yueli's movements were extremely slow, moving slowly like a snail. At the same time, she pricked up her ears, trying her best to listen to the surrounding movements. But even so, she still kicked something hard, and her toes hurt. Hiss. Huang Yueli drew in a cold breath as her expression changed slightly. In the darkness, she didn't know what was around her. If she hit her leg now, wouldn't her face be disfigured if she hit her head later? However, she couldn't think of any way to figure out her surroundings. Just as she stopped to think, she suddenly felt a jolt in her heart. Her intuition told her that something was wrong. There seemed to be a slight noise in the air behind her. This movement was very light, but it still could not escape her sharp 5 senses. She instantly felt danger. Huang Yueli's expression suddenly changed as she realized that she must have kicked something which caused a commotion and thus exposed her position, allowing this thing hidden in the darkness to notice her. Her reaction was extremely fast. Her body moved even faster than her brain. The moment she heard the sound, her right hand had already grabbed a dagger hidden in her boot and pulled it out. The sharp blade suddenly slashed at a certain position behind her. Squeak! A sharp and terrifying shrill scream rang out. A strong smell of blood gushed out, and Huang Yueli's hand was also stained with a moist touch. At the same time, she clearly heard a series of rustling sounds in the darkness. Due to the excessive darkness interfering with her judgment, she could not even completely determine the direction of these sounds. However, she knew very well that the thing hidden in the darkness must be very dangerous. She had to dodge it immediately. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth, and without the slightest hesitation, she suddenly kicked her legs and sprinted towards the direction where the sound was the lightest. The sound of crashing from all directions immediately surged towards her. Huang Yueli used all her strength as she ran while brandishing her dagger, chasing away those devil creatures that were closest to her. The more she ran, the worse her mood became. As she could not use profound chi in this unknown space, she could not even use her movement profound skills, and could only rely on her own strength to run. It was true that her physical fitness was not bad, but there was still a limit to her running speed. Moreover, without the endless supply of profound chi in the air, her physical strength was also consumed very quickly. Although the dagger in her hand was a meticulously refined upper-grade weapon, without the profound chi of heaven and earth, it was no different from the iron tools of the mortal world. Such a short dagger was not as useful as a kitchen knife in this situation. Gradually, more and more monsters were chasing after her. The noise they made when they gathered was getting louder and louder. In this dark, cold, and quiet empty space, it was particularly terrifying. Huang Yueli knew that running like this wasn't a solution. When her stamina was exhausted, she would definitely be caught up by those devil creatures. However, she couldn't think of any other way for the time being, so she could only continue to run faster. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt a grip on her wrist. She was grabbed by something. Then, a strong force came and she was dragged in another direction. Huang Yueli's expression changed as she tried hard to shake it off, but she actually couldn't get rid of it. She immediately used her other hand to pick up the dagger and stabbed towards the opposite side. However, the other party seemed to have expected her to do this, and took a step back. Huang Yueli's dagger stabbed into thin air. At the same time, he lost his balance and pounced in the direction of the other party's strength, crashing into a warm and solid body. The man's deep and magnetic voice rang in her ear. "Little fox, you're too cruel. Do you want to murder your husband?" Huang Yueli's entire body shook as she turned her head in surprise. "Husband?" "Shoo." Li Moying gave a light snort, indicating for her to keep quiet. "Don't speak, this place is extremely dangerous. Relax your body, don't do anything, and don't attack the demons behind you. Grab my hand and follow me." Huang Yueli frowned slightly. There were so many devil beasts following behind her, and she was about to be caught up to. It was too late for her to resist, but Li Moying told her not to do anything. If it wasn't Li Moying in front of her, she would have suspected that he was her enemy and was thinking of ways to kill her. But now, the person who said this was her husband. Huang Yueli didn't say anything as she nodded her head decisively as she clasped her hands with Li Moying's. This man was the person she trusted the most. No matter what, she would leave with him without hesitation. Li Moying brought Huang Yueli through the darkness and made a few turns along the way. Very soon, Huang Yueli realized that her husband was definitely not walking around randomly, but was moving forward with a purpose. At least the sound of the devil beasts flapping their wings, which was very clear earlier, were now slowly becoming muffled. Huang Yueli's head was spinning. Now that the surroundings were so dark and there wasn't even a bit of heaven and earth profound chi, she couldn't figure out how her husband was able to walk freely in the darkness. After walking for less than 15 minutes, the man in front of her suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli was caught off guard and almost bumped into his back. Luckily, Li Moying turned around in time and opened his arms, just in time to embrace her whole body into his embrace. A familiar masculine scent surrounded her as Li Moying laughed softly. My wife is really impatient. At this moment, she didn't forget to throw herself into my arms. You. What nonsense are you talking about? Huang Yueli was still deep in thought about their current situation when she suddenly heard this teasing remark and her face instantly flushed red. If it weren't for the fact that they were still in danger, she would have kicked this man. Listen, what kind of nonsense was this man still going on about at such an occasion? Why did you stop? Where are we now? Where did those devil beasts come from? The last time I left the cave, it wasn't like this at all. Also, how did you get rid of those devil beasts? Even my divine sense has been sealed, isn't yours as well? Huang Yueli didn't have the mood to think about anything else as she dove straight to the main topic. Li Moying gave a low laugh as he stretched out his hand to stroke her head. I have a rough idea. Actually, I have been to a similar place before. I was lucky to be able to escape. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she frowned. You've entered such a dangerous place before? When did this happen? Why didn't I know? Li Moying replied, that was before you ascended to the divine realm. There was once when I went out to train with the elders of the clan. However, we accidentally stepped into a dark realm without any profound qi and almost died there. The situation back then was very similar to today, but... Li Moying paused for a moment as he furrowed his brows and his eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Huang Yueli turned to look at him. What's wrong? Li Moying pondered for a moment before replying. Back then, I had experienced countless dangers before I managed to escape successfully. The elder who had entered the devil territory by mistake with me had even died inside. After I left, I read a lot of ancient books and found out the origin of this area. I found that this is actually the ruins of a battlefield where the devil clan and the ancient god clan fought tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing this, Huang Yueli's eyes widened in shock. Battlefield ruins? However, we are now in Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave. This cave dwelling had existed for at least hundreds of thousands of years. It was unlikely to be a battlefield site. Besides, the Saint Iniquitous Shadow wouldn't have built his cave on the battlefield ruins, right? A place where a fierce battle had taken place would have a very heavy blood qi. Even the devil clan would rarely live in such a place, let alone the ancient god clan. Because although the blood qi was helpful to the devil clan's cultivation, the risks were also obvious. It was fine if they had enough strength, but if they were injured one day and their strength decreased, they would be invaded by the blood qi and go berserk. Generally speaking, except for a few extremely extreme devils, most people were not willing to take such a meaningless risk. Moreover, evil cultivators were different from the devil clan and the Saint Iniquitous Shadow wasn't some crazy person. The last time she entered the cave dwelling, Huang Yueli didn't feel any malevolent aura. Li Moying nodded his head. I also feel that this place doesn't seem like a land of blood and it's precisely because of this that I'm puzzled. Huang Yueli thought for a while and was totally clueless. This is really strange. What could the cave dwelling of a heretic cultivator have in common with the battlefield ruins? Oh right, there's another possibility. She suddenly thought of something. Maybe there's no connection between the two. Those similarities are just coincidences. Li Moying shook his head slightly. The matter shouldn't be so simple. At least I used the method to avoid the devil beasts that I had figured out in the battlefield ruins earlier, and it was equally effective in this devil realm. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to save you so smoothly. When she heard Li Moying mention the earlier incident, Huang Yueli's curiosity rose immediately. Oh right, you reminded me. What did you do just now? Why didn't those devil beasts chase after us? It's actually very simple. These devils have long been accustomed to an environment without any aura fluctuations. Once you try to use the profound qi in your body, even if you can't sense the profound qi of heaven and earth, it will form a certain fluctuation and the devils will follow the fluctuation. Therefore, as long as you relax as much as possible and don't try to mobilize the power in your body, you'll be much safer. Li Moying explained in a low voice. Huang Yueli came to a sudden realization, indeed it's like this. I had some guesses just now, but with so many devil beasts chasing after me, I couldn't make up my mind to give up on resisting and stop all of a sudden. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to last until now. When Li Moying heard that, he suddenly laughed softly. You believe whatever I say? I told you not to resist, and you really did not resist? What if my judgment is wrong? Huang Yueli giggled. Then we can only be a pair of Mandarin ducks sharing the same fate, dying for love here. She whispered into his ear cheekily in a seductive tone. Li Moying's breathing almost stopped and his heart skipped a beat as he subconsciously stretched out his hand to hold Huang Yueli's waist, pulling her into his embrace. Huang Yueli threw herself into his embrace, but her reaction was swift as she raised her hand and coincidentally blocked Li Moying's handsome face, which was leaning closer. Husband, what kind of situation are we in now? We should quickly think of a way to leave this place. Huang Yueli's voice carried a hint of laughter, like a kitten's paw, tickling his heart. However, the words that came out of her mouth was a direct rejection instead. Even in such a pitch-black environment, Li Moying could imagine that his little fox must have already revealed her sharp little canine teeth, smiling exceptionally slyly. She was obviously the one who was deliberately provoking him, but she could still put on such an innocent posture. And Li Moying fell for her trick. His arm that was hooked around Huang Yueli's waist tightened as he pinched her waist. Humph, I'll clean you up after we get out. Follow me. Li Moying let go of Huang Yueli's waist and turned around to hold her hand. Following that, he held her hand and turned around to walk towards a certain direction. Huang Yueli naturally wouldn't doubt her husband's judgment and immediately followed obediently. But after quite a while, she realized that Li Moying had been walking forward without making a single sound, totally not making any other movements, and the doubts in her heart rose once again. Husband, where are we going now? What exactly is your plan? Don't tell me that if we keep walking like this, we can directly walk out? Huang Yueli really couldn't hold back as she tugged on Li Moying's sleeve and pulled him towards her as she stood on her tiptoes and whispered into his ear. It wasn't that she didn't trust Li Moying, but his current actions were really against common sense. Usually, the abnormal surroundings were either affected by a formation or caused by some overly powerful treasure. For example, the Empyrean Devil Crystal they had found in Ruiying's cave was like that. However, no matter what the situation was, if he wanted to break out of this situation, he had to first figure out the reason for the phenomenon. If there was a formation, he had to break it. If there was a treasure, he had to think of a way to take it away. It was useless to just walk around. No matter how long they walked, they would only circle around in the same place. Hearing that, Li Moying stopped in his tracks as he bent over slightly. Do you feel that the environment here is a little different from before? What's the difference? Huang Yueli was slightly startled and immediately after, her eyes widened as a trace of astonishment appeared in her eyes. Because she suddenly realized that she did not know when it started, but the surrounding air actually started to have a little bit of heaven and earth profound chi fluctuation. Even though this fluctuation was very, very subtle, so subtle that she couldn't even condense a spark, it was indeed real. There's actually heaven and earth profound chi. What's going on? Huang Yueli's spirit was roused as she hurriedly asked, You brought me in this direction because you knew that there would be profound chi here? Li Moying nodded his head. I'm just guessing, but now it seems that my guess is correct. Huang Yueli's head was still filled with confusion as she wanted to continue asking. However, at this moment, the sound of wings flapping could be heard from behind them, exactly the same as the sound Huang Yueli heard when she was being chased by the devil beasts. Huang Yueli's entire body turned cold as she hurriedly shut her mouth and didn't speak anymore. They had almost forgotten that the devil territory they were trapped in did not have profound qi. Furthermore, there were a large number of strange devil beasts gathering there. They had no choice but to be careful. Huang Yueli held Li Moying's hand tightly, and the two of them lightened their footsteps as they quietly walked through the darkness. Along the way, Huang Yueli heard the sound of devil beasts patrolling around the vicinity several times. But she kept Li Moying's instructions in mind, and no matter how close she felt the sound was or how dangerous it was, she didn't mobilize a single bit of energy within her body. The entire process was just like an ordinary person from the lower realm, as she walked forward without looking sideways. There was even one time when the devil beast directly bumped into her back, but she was still very calm and did not even turn her head. The truth was just as Li Moying had speculated. As long as Huang Yueli didn't take the initiative to attack these devil beasts, it would be as if they didn't discover them and both parties would be at peace. As she walked, Huang Yueli suddenly realized that the surrounding environment had started to change. The concentration of heaven and earth profound qi had obviously increased, and it had already reached the level of the lower realm. Furthermore, Huang Yueli could clearly feel a torrent of profound qi surging towards them from the front and then spreading towards the void behind them. Huang Yueli couldn't help but take a deep breath. She's been to lots of cultivation places with rich, profound qi, so she had long lost her sense for longing for profound qi. This was the first time she felt that being able to sense the profound qi in the air was such a comfortable thing after arriving in the God realm. This profound qi seems to be coming from that direction? Husband, your judgment is really accurate. Our direction is correct. It seems that the exit is right in front of us? Huang Yueli said with a smile, but not long after, her expression changed. No. This is not the exit. Li Moying's voice rang out at this moment, be careful. Ahead is the most dangerous place in the entire devil territory. If we're not careful, we'll die here today. Huang Yueli didn't reply. Because she had already noticed that something was wrong in front of her, she realized that it was too early for her to be happy. What was surging in front of them was indeed a large amount of heaven and earth profound qi. However, this profound qi was completely different from what they usually came into contact with in the outside world. It was too chaotic. The breath that Huang Yueli had inhaled earlier, not only did it contain profound qi of various attributes, it was also mixed with a large amount of devil qi, and there were even other undistinguishable energies. The energy surged into her body and almost suffocated her. Fortunately, the energy fluctuations here were not too strong. The energy she could absorb was limited. In addition, she was a cultivator of all attributes, not to mention evil qi. Whether it was profound qi or evil qi, she could absorb them into her dantian. The remaining chaotic energy had a limited impact on her. She only needed to circulate her cultivation technique a little and it was all resolved. However, even so, her expression still changed. What's going on? Why is the energy fluctuation here so chaotic? Li Moying's reaction was extremely calm and didn't seem surprised at all. It was the same when I accidentally entered the devil territory. My guess is that something in front of us is absorbing the energy in the surroundings. That's why there's no energy fluctuation in the surrounding area. When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded her head. That's right, I think so too. On this point, Li Moying's deduction was completely in line with hers. Earlier on when they were walking over, Huang Yueli had already faintly felt a suction force in front of them. Now that she was even closer, she could even feel that the profound qi in her body was also being pulled by that suction force. If it wasn't for the fact that her cultivation base was stable and her profound qi was pure, she was afraid that the profound qi in her body would have already escaped uncontrollably. However, Huang Yueli paused and frowned as she slowly said, "Why is the qi so chaotic around here? Could it be that not only the profound qi of heaven and earth and the energy of various attributes are attracted here, but even evil qi and devil qi, as well as the other energy dissipating in the air, are also attracted? Li Moying nodded. I'm afraid that's the case. Was it the same situation you encountered last time? Huang Yueli turned her head and took a glance at her husband. After Li Moying nodded his head once again, the doubt on her face deepened. What kind of treasure can attract both profound qi and devil qi? Why had he never heard of it before? Or had someone set up some powerful array? I'm afraid even if King Xiang reincarnated, he wouldn't be able to do this, right? Huang Yueli thought about it and felt that it was impossible for such an array to exist. Ever since she received the inheritance left behind by King Xiang in Devil Overlord Rui Si's cave, her attainments in array techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds. She could see through ordinary array formations with a single glance. Even if it was an array left behind by an ancient expert, it was not too difficult in her eyes. However, her cultivation level was not high enough. Although she could find a way to break the formations of the ancient profound life realm experts, she was not strong enough to do so. Huang Yueli was very confident in her own judgment, but the situation before her eyes, she really couldn't see through it. Right. Huang Yueli thought of something as she turned to look at the man beside her. Since the last time you entered the devil territory was also like this, then how did you manage to escape? Don't you know the reason for the formation of this devil territory? Li Moying's expression suddenly turned pale as he pursed his lips and didn't reply immediately. Instead, he frowned as though he was recalling something. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes, but didn't urge him. After a long while, Li Moying sighed. Actually, I was able to escape from danger that time purely by luck. Also, Elder Wei, who was training with me that time, risked his life to protect me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to find me when you arrived at the God Realm. However, I do have some guesses about the devil territory. What happened? You mean that Elder Wei actually did it to save you? Li Moying nodded his head and paused for a moment before he slowly said, I'll start from the beginning. That day when we accidentally entered the devil territory, our initial reaction was the same as yours. After we were attacked by the devil beasts, we tried our best to escape, but instead attracted the attention of even more devil beasts. We didn't know how long we had been running for, but our stamina was completely exhausted. We fell to the ground and fainted. When I woke up that day when Li Moying and Elder Wei were trapped in the devil territory, they were chased by a group of devil beasts and fainted due to exhaustion. Initially, both of them thought that this was a disaster. However, after waking up, they realized that the situation was not so bad. Because they had accidentally barged into the central area of the devil territory, there was actually a clear fluctuation of heaven and earth profound qi. Although other than profound qi, there were all kinds of miscellaneous auras shuttling back and forth, but their cultivation was quite good, and the slight fluctuations outside did not affect them much. Moreover, they soon discovered that the devils in the infernal domain did not dare to approach the central area, as if they were very afraid of the chaotic energy in this area. At that time, we guessed that the only chance to leave this devil territory might be hidden in the center of the devil territory. Therefore, we decided to take the risk and enter the more chaotic area ahead. Li Moying said slowly, but not long after, we realized that we had underestimated the danger level of this area. With every step forward, the density of the surrounding heaven and earth qi would increase by one level. Similarly, the fluctuation of devil qi, evil qi, and other chaotic energies would also increase by one level. These energies were already in conflict with each other, and now, they had condensed into an extremely dense concentration in a very small space. The energies collided with each other, and the sounds of explosions rose and fell. When they advanced another 200 meters, the surroundings were already gray. Because the concentration of various energies was too high, it had already formed a mist, making it impossible for people to see the situation in front of them clearly. Under such circumstances, the mutual repulsion between the energies had reached its limit. The two of them stood still and could feel the air around them as if it was filled with the sharpest knives, repeatedly scraping their bodies. With the excellent bloodline of the direct descendants of the two ancient god clan, their physical strength was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. At this moment, they had already been cut until they were bleeding. Huang Yueli was secretly speechless when she heard that, but from Li Moying's description, she understood something. From what you have said, it should not be a formation that is hiding in the center of the storm and continuously absorbing the surrounding energy. However, it does not seem like a natural treasure. Could it be a naturally formed energy void? If that was the case, as long as the energy void could be blocked, the profound chi of heaven and earth should be able to escape again, and the devil territory would return to its original state. How did you guys leave? Li Moying's expression was cold as he remained silent for a moment, before nodding his head lightly. Your guess is right. We had indeed blocked the energy void before we were able to escape, but the process was not smooth. At that time, we tried our best to take out all the treasures. We had to plug the gap. Elder Wei even took out a high-grade spirit armament that he had treasured for many years, but it could only slightly reduce the suction force of the hole. It was impossible to completely fill the energy void. When Huang Yueli heard that, her brows furrowed. What Li Moying said, she had expected it. After all, to be able to form such a huge void in the devil territory, the energy void must be very huge to be able to absorb so much profound chi. In front of this level of power, ordinary so-called treasures were not worth mentioning at all. However, even a top-notch magic tool that could only be refined by a profound life realm expert was unable to control the situation. This was rather shocking. Then how did you get away in the end? The moment Huang Yueli's words left her mouth, she saw Li Moying's expression sink slightly as she instantly understood. Could it be, it's Elder Wei? Huang Yueli suddenly recalled what Li Moying had said earlier, that Elder Wei had died in the devil territory to protect him, and instantly linked the two matters together. Li Moying was silent for a moment as he nodded his head. At that time, in order to block the energy void, we took out all the treasures we had on us. Finally, the suction force of the hole was reduced to less than 10%. Although we can't completely restore the devil territory to its original state, as long as there's a little bit of heaven and earth profound chi, we can use our divine senses to investigate the surrounding situation and find a way to leave this area. We seized this opportunity and immediately turned around to leave. We didn't expect that, halfway through, the treasures we filled in the energy void were completely devoured. The hole was once again broken through, and the huge suction force instantly formed a violent energy storm. Seeing that we were about to fail, Elder Wei suddenly turned around and pounced into the energy void. Li Moying stopped as he pursed his lips and didn't continue. But when he said that, Huang Yueli had already completely understood. Dao Profound Realm martial artists themselves condensed a large amount of profound chi converted from heaven and earth profound chi, rivaling a top-notch natural treasure. Elder Wei used his physical body to fill the last bit of the energy void, allowing the surrounding environment to stabilize, giving Li Moying the chance to leave. This Elder Wei was really, this life-saving grace is difficult to repay. Li Moying nodded his head. Elder Wei's greatest regret when he was alive was that his favorite great-grandson's innate talent was not enough, so he was afraid that his branch would decline in the future. Therefore, after I returned to Cloudy Qilin continent, I recruited his great-grandson into my guards. You've also met him, Tian Air. Ah, so it's him, Huang Yueli suddenly understood. Thinking back, when Li Moying's personal guards were indeed not that strong, she was still a little puzzled. It seemed that Li Moying had intentionally guided him. After all, Li Moying would definitely become the Cloudy Qilin clan's patriarch in the future, and as the patriarch's personal guard, his position in the clan in the future was self-evident. Huang Yueli sighed for a while and quickly collected her thoughts. At this moment of life and death, he couldn't be bothered to think about miscellaneous things like repaying kindness. According to what you said, the best way to leave the devil territory should be to use treasures to fill the energy void? As long as we fill this hole, we can leave, right? Huang Yueli stared at the misty energy center in front of her as she fell into deep thought. Li Moying nodded, but following that, he shook his head as his expression was a little conflicted. Huang Yueli turned her head to look at him. What's wrong? Why did he shake his head? What's wrong? Li Moying replied in a low voice, what you said is roughly correct. But the devil territory that we entered today is slightly different from the one I entered previously. What's different? Huang Yu said strangely. Li Moying's expression turned increasingly solemn. This devil territory is several times bigger than the previous one, and the intensity of the surrounding energy explosion has far exceeded what I had experienced previously. From this, it can be seen that the energy void ahead is definitely much bigger than the previous one. If I want to fill up this void, I'm afraid it will be even more difficult. When Huang Yueli heard this, she wasn't as nervous as Li Moying had imagined, but she even smiled. I was wondering what it was. Isn't it just to fill the pit with more treasures? What we don't lack the most is treasures. When Huang Yueli said this, she was absolutely not being self-righteous. In terms of the number of treasures they had on them and the quality of their treasures, other than those profound life realm experts who had lived in seclusion for thousands of years, no one else could compare to them. Ever since she had arrived in the God realm, Huang Yueli had gained a lot from each of her experiential learning. The last time she came to Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling, she had already swiped away all the treasures. As a profound life realm expert, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's collection over the years was definitely an astounding figure. There were hundreds of high-grade artifacts and even several life-bound spirit armaments. They were probably left behind by the experts of the same generation who had been defeated by Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Other than that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had also obtained quite a number of collections from the Phoenix clan and the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge, as well as several spirit artifacts. For these few spirit armaments, Wang Kai's brother, Zhao Lin, had chased them away with a dark face. Each and every spirit artifact had been refined by a profound life realm expert using his own profound chi and blood essence to nourish it for many years. Most profound life realm experts could only refine one in their entire lives. It could be said that even the lowest grade ritual implement contained half of the profound life realm's power, and the energy contained was extremely terrifying. Huang Yueli didn't believe that the 10 spirit artifacts she had in her hands were still insufficient to fill this so-called energy void. Of course, with her money grubber character, to throw such a precious treasure here, her heart felt like it was dripping blood. But compared to her and Li Moying's lives, these were after all just worldly possessions. Huang Yueli was full of confidence, but Li Moying wasn't as optimistic as her. He had already experienced the same situation once and knew better than his wife how dangerous the energy void in front of him was. However, he didn't refute Huang Yueli's words. He only thought for a moment before he opened his mouth to say, "Why don't we try first, before making a decision?" The broken soaring light sword I obtained in the treasure vault of the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge last time can be used as a test. Hearing this, Huang Yueli immediately recalled that long sword. It was left behind by an expert from the Cloudy Qilin clan from the ancient times. It was said that this expert was an invincible existence among life-profound stage practitioners, so his life-bound magical treasure was naturally famous for a time. However, when this long sword had wandered into the hands of the Phoenix clan for many years, it had already broken into 2 halves from the middle, and its power was not as strong as before. Even so, when Li Moying summoned out this long sword, Zhao Lin's expression turned black on the spot, almost pouncing over to snatch it back. Of course, this soaring light sword in his hands only sounded grand, but if he really wanted to unleash its original power, he would have to refine it again. Even Huang Yueli couldn't see any hope of refining it again, Not only was the technique insufficient, the required materials were also hard to find. Li Moying's suggestion of using soaring light sword to fill this pit was rather reasonable. But Huang Yueli shook her head without hesitation. No, I've already said that after I've mastered my spirit weapon technique, I'll definitely refine the soaring light sword for you again. Are you saying this because you don't believe that I can become the #1 spirit weapon master in the God realm? Huang Yueli turned around and glared at him. Li Moying naturally understood what she meant as he gave a slight sigh. That's not what I meant. I don't know how long it will take to repair the soaring light sword, and by then, you can refine better spirit weapons, so I don't need to. No, I have the final say in this family. Huang Yueli rejected immediately. As Huang Yueli said that, she turned her head and glared fiercely at the man beside her. Li Moying originally wanted to say something, but after hearing Huang Yueli's domineering head of the family tone, his eyes revealed a trace of a smile as he coughed lightly and shut his mouth. He didn't wish for Huang Yueli to waste the spirit armament that she wanted to use, so he suggested to use his soaring light sword to fill the hole first. But the spirit weapons that the two of them temporarily couldn't use, as well as the other crystal jade treasures, were all kept in this little money grubber Huang Yueli's Sky Phoenix ring space. Without his little fox's approval, what he said wouldn't count. Huang Yueli pondered for a moment, and with a flick of her wrist, she took out a pair of wrist guards that were glowing with a faint golden light. Her jade-like fingers gently pinched the edge of the wrist guard and slowly released the profound qi in her body. The refined and clear fire attribute energy wrapped the entire wrist guard in the middle and gently lifted it up. Go! Huang Yueli chided softly. The wrist guard streaked across the air like a ray of light, flying towards the center of the energy gap in front of him. Li Moying saw it and didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but raise his brows slightly. He had some impression of this pair of wrist guards that Huang Yueli took out. This was also a life-bound spirit armament left behind by a life-profound realm expert from the ancient times. But this expert was far from being as famous as the owner of the soaring light sword, and the quality of the spirit armament was 2 grades lower. However, no matter what, this was all a rarely seen mystic artifact in the God realm. Even peaked out profound realm powerhouses would find it hard to possess, a treasure that could even risk their lives to fight for. The wrist guard was engraved with complicated array patterns, which could significantly increase the speed and explosive power of the wearer. For martial artists who were good at speed, it was simply a divine weapon. If he brought it to the auction house of the 12 continents of the God realm, it would definitely cause all the major powers to fight for it. However, such a priceless treasure had been thrown out by Huang Yueli without even blinking, filling up the energy void. If the elders of the various ancient god clans saw this, they might be angered to death and scold the two of them for being prodigals. In the surrounding air, all sorts of different types of energy were repelling and clashing against each other, constantly causing explosions and fluctuations. However, under Huang Yueli's precise control, this pair of wrist guards flew steadily towards the energy void. When it was less than 100 meters away from the center of the hole, it seemed to have encountered a huge resistance and slowed down. The wrist guard vibrated a few times in the air, before finally stopping on the spot. Li Moying turned his head to look at Huang Yueli and saw her serious expression. The corners of her lips were slightly pursed up and there were a few drops of sweat on her forehead. He knew that she had already used all her strength to push in that pair of wrist guards, but the resistance from the void was too great, which caught her off guard. Li Moying didn't hesitate as he stepped behind her and stretched out his hand to press on her back. A powerful and vigorous energy immediately surged into Huang Yueli's meridians. In the distance, the pair of wrist guards wrapped in red light also rushed forward. After breaking through the last obstacle, the wrist guard suddenly turned into a golden light like a wild horse that had broken free. In an instant, it was sucked into the energy void. All right, success. Before Huang Yueli could finish her words, Li Moying, who was behind her, grabbed her waist and pulled her behind him. At this critical moment, a golden light spewed out from the energy void. The surrounding energy, which was already extremely mixed, was hit by the impact and instantly exploded, forming a huge impact. Even a Dao Profound Realm practitioner like Li Moying couldn't withstand this kind of pressure as he retreated continuously. Finally, he flipped over and fell onto the ground, protecting Huang Yueli under his body. After a long while, the torrent of energy finally stopped. Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying's shoulders as she was slightly worried. "Husband, are you all right?" Li Moying shook his head slightly. "I'm fine, I'm wearing a spirit artifact armor." This little impact was not enough to break through his defense. At most, there were a few small wounds. He had chosen to be in a completely defensive position only because he wanted to protect the girl in his arms as much as possible. "However, you were too careless. You didn't wait for me to finish and directly attacked." Li Moying lowered his head to look at Huang Yueli as he frowned. "A treasure filling in the energy void would definitely cause a huge fluctuation, so we should hide further away." Huang Yueli felt a little guilty. Cough cough. "Husband, it was just a moment of carelessness. I knew it would cause a backlash, but I didn't expect it to be so intense." "Was it like this last time?" Hearing this, Li Moying's brows creased even tighter as he shook his head. "No, the energy backlash that we encountered previously was only 10% of this time. Otherwise, I was only at the initial heart profound realm cultivation at that time, so I wouldn't be able to withstand it." When Huang Yueli heard that, her expression turned solemn as she turned her head towards the direction of the energy void. At this moment, the central area had returned to its original state. The golden light had disappeared and was once again enveloped in a gray fog. From time to time, sparks caused by explosions flashed through the fog. "I think something's wrong." Huang Yueli was deep in thought. Li Moying looked at her. "What did you discover?" Huang Yueli didn't reply immediately but crawled up from the ground and walked out from behind Li Moying, gradually approaching the central area. Li Moying watched from the side for a while, and seeing her walking further and further away subconsciously, he quickly went forward to pull her back. We can't go any further, it's too dangerous ahead." Huang Yueli didn't refute as she stopped in her tracks. "Husband, don't you feel that it's a little strange? I've already filled in the spirit armament just now. Logically speaking, if the energy gap is filled, the surrounding energy storm should have decreased accordingly. However, I can feel that the surrounding environment hasn't changed much. It's not much different from before, this." Hearing this, Li Moying went into a blank for a moment and immediately stopped in his tracks as he released his spiritual perception to sense the changes in the surrounding airflow. However, after a few breaths, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "Damn it. You're right. Looks like we're in deep trouble this time." The two of them looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. The profound chi of heaven and earth that gathered around the energy void did not change significantly. This only meant one thing, and that was the energy that they had put in to fill the hole was just a drop in the ocean. Even such a rare and powerful spirit armament was unable to cause too much of an impact on this hole. Then how were they going to get out today? Li Moying's brows furrowed deeply. When he had fallen into the devil territory, he had been very calm, because he had already experienced the same thing once. This time, although the situation was slightly different, they were now stronger than before. It should not be difficult for them to leave. However, he never expected that the energy void he encountered this time would be so big. Now, after swallowing the pair of magical wristbands, the energy void had only shrunk by less than 10%. A conservative estimate was that to fill this hole, they would need at least 20 spirit artifacts, which was already beyond the number of their collection. Huang Yueli was also very clear about the seriousness of the matter. She stood at the same spot and pondered for a while before suddenly opening her mouth. "Husband, if we throw all our spirit artifacts into the hollow, we should be able to shrink the hollow by half. This way, wouldn't it be able to shrink the boundary of the devil territory? How about we force our way out?" When Li Moying heard that, he only shook his head. "No way, as long as the energy void exists, the boundary of the devil territory would be isolated from the outside world. No matter how we go, we would never be able to leave this region, so as long as we can't fill up the hole, then no matter how much we shrink, it would be meaningless. If not for that, Elder Wei would not have taken the risk to charge into the hole back then." Huang Yueli thought for a moment, and it seemed to be the case as her mood instantly fell to rock bottom. At this moment, she deeply regretted not listening to Saint Iniquitous Shadow's advice, and coming here after such a long delay. Now that he thought about it, Saint Iniquitous Shadow must have known that something would happen here, which was why he had warned them. She began to wonder how Saint Iniquitous Shadow was doing. Although what she saw in the cave was probably just the remnant of Saint Iniquitous Shadow, the remnant was the consciousness that was retained by the remnant soul. As long as the remnant soul was not destroyed, it was not completely destroyed. However, if the afterimage disappeared, it meant that this senior expert, who had indirectly saved them several times, had completely disappeared. What are you thinking about?" The man's deep voice rang out beside her ear, pulling Huang Yueli back from her chaotic thoughts. Huang Yueli hurriedly shook her head. "I'm fine, it's just," he thought of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Half a year ago, this was still his cave dwelling. The mountains were clear and the water was clear, the energy was stable, and he had raised so many spirit beasts. Now, such a large energy void had formed. There must be something here that we didn't expect. Something vaguely appeared in her mind, but when she wanted to grab these scattered spots of light, she grabbed nothing. Although she knew that there must be a connection between these two matters, she could not find the most crucial point at the moment. Moreover, the more anxious she was to figure it out, the more frustrated she became. When Li Moying saw this, he walked over and pulled her into his embrace. "All right, if you can't think of it, then don't think about it for now. Anyway, we can't rush it now, so let's find a relatively safe place to cultivate for a few days first." When Huang Yueli heard this, her eyes lit up. "Yes, you're right. This place is the best place for cultivation." Near the center, both profound qi and evil qi were abundant. Although the purity of the energy was not high and there were various explosions from time to time, it was the best training for cultivators of their level. Cultivating here, the speed of absorbing heaven and earth profound qi would be much slower, but the profound qi in the body would definitely be much purer. Although she couldn't think of a way to get out at the moment, but thinking of being able to cultivate here, Huang Yueli relaxed a lot and her mood wasn't as urgent anymore. The two of them quickly reached an agreement and decided to find a place to cultivate. However, they did not retreat from the central area. Instead, they continued to advance more than 100 meters in the direction of the energy void. The closer he got to the center, the more intense the energy fluctuations were, and the more frequent the explosions caused by the energy of different attributes were. However, the greater the pressure around him, the greater the help he had for his cultivation. Huang Yueli and Li Moying's experience was very rich, so they naturally understood this logic. Other than the better cultivation effects, the central area was actually safer than the outer area. At the very least, the devil beasts that were hidden in the void did not seem to dare to enter the area with energy fluctuations. Although they did not know how strong these devil beasts were, they knew nothing about these devil beasts. It was better to avoid them if possible. After finding a good spot, the two of them did not waste any time and quickly began to cultivate. When Huang Yueli was cultivating, she had always been very focused. Even though a few breaths ago she was still thinking about how to leave the devil territory, but after she started circulating her cultivation method, she quickly immersed herself in it, temporarily forgetting the troubles they were facing. All of his attention was focused on the profound qi flowing in his meridians. At this moment, they were less than 300 meters away from the center of the energy void. The energy fluctuations were unusually intense. Even if she did not deliberately absorb the profound chi of heaven and earth, the energy would still flow into her body. Huang Yueli put in 120% of her focus as she carefully absorbed the profound chi and evil chi into her meridians, slowly guiding these energies to circulate continuously in her meridians. After a few small cycles, they were gradually absorbed into her dantian. As for the devil chi and other unidentifiable energies, she did not dare to take the risk and blocked them all out of her meridians. This was definitely not an easy thing to do. The two different energies, one inside and one outside, were still colliding non-stop. Huang Yueli felt that her meridians were about to be torn apart by the two energies, but she still relied on her strong willpower to grit her teeth and persevere. Because she was multitasking, the pressure that Huang Yueli had to bear was huge. As time passed, the perspiration on her forehead started trickling down and her face gradually turned red. Every time the profound chi in his meridians circulated for a large cycle, she would have to endure more than 10 times the pressure. Huang Yueli could clearly feel that with this repeated squeezing, the impurities in her profound chi were almost completely expelled, and at the same time, it was rapidly condensing, becoming purer and purer. The cultivation speed here was almost 10 times faster than the outside world. Realizing this point, Huang Yueli was wild with joy. The trace of uneasiness she had earlier had completely disappeared. Who would want to leave this place as soon as possible if their cultivation speed could be increased by 10 times? Since her husband was accompanying her, she felt that she could cultivate here for several years. Huang Yueli put down her last trace of worry and immersed herself in her cultivation as the speed of her profound chi condensing increased. Not knowing how much time had passed, Huang Yueli once again felt that familiar impulse. Countless condensed energy surged from every meridian of hers towards her dantian like a tide. She was once again standing on the edge of advancement. Sensing that she was about to advance again, Huang Yueli's heart was filled with joy. She had been stuck at the peak of the heart-profound realm for quite some time. Even though she never slacked off on cultivation and the profound chi in her dantian was long saturated to the point where it virtually overflowed, from heart-profound realm peak to Tao-profound realm was a huge grade leap. It was not the same as the advancement in the past. To the majority of peak heart-profound realm cultivators, this was a bottleneck that was hard to cross. The cultivators who were stuck here and unable to ascend to the height of Tao-profound realm for their entire lives were uncountable. In the end, those who could successfully advance might not even come out 1 in 10. Huang Yueli's cultivation had always been smooth sailing, but she had also encountered a little trouble here. However, as a divine genius, she was not worried that she would stop here. However, the feeling of being stuck here was really unpleasant. Especially some time ago when she and Li Moying had joined hands to kill Heavenly Devil Auspicious River, who had almost reached the Devil Overlord realm after going berserk. That near-death battle had stimulated the potential in their bodies. Li Moying broke through to Tao Profound Realm on the spot. At that time, Huang Yueli had also felt the impulse to advance, but she didn't know what the reason was, but in the end, her advancement actually failed. This made her a little anxious. After all, they were currently alone out training, and there would be many inconveniences if their abilities were too different, so she didn't want to become a stumbling block that would drag her husband down. However, no matter how anxious she was about cultivation, it was useless. Other than diligence, it also depended on whether there was a chance. This time, Huang Yueli once again felt the urge to advance, and it was truly a pleasant surprise. Although she was currently in this mysterious and unpredictable devil territory and advancing here was a little dangerous, but such a good opportunity could only be encountered by chance, and coupled with Li Moying's protection, Huang Yueli only hesitated for a few breaths before deciding to go all out and seize the opportunity to advance here. After making up her mind, Huang Yueli quickly adjusted her condition and started circulating her cultivation method again, gathering all the profound qi in her body to attack her dantian. Li Moying, who was sitting beside her, noticed the obvious change in the air, and his slightly shut eyes suddenly opened as his eyes revealed a trace of joy. Because Li had not advanced for a long time, she was feeling frustrated, and as her husband, he was naturally aware of it. Now that he saw that she had the chance to break through again, he immediately gave up on cultivating and changed his seat to sit behind Huang Yueli as he started to protect her. At this moment, Huang Yueli didn't notice the actions of the person beside her. At this moment, she had no time to pay attention to anything else as all her attention was focused on the changes in her profound qi. Under her powerful control, the profound qi in her body quickly gathered into her dantian, forming waves that kept on breaking through the bottleneck. This time, the profound qi in her body was even more abundant than the last time when she charged to Dao Profound Realm. Her attention was also more focused than the last time. But Dao Profound Realm's threshold wasn't so easy to break through, and after trying a few times without success, Huang Yueli knew that this path was impassable. Therefore, she simply let go, and began to absorb all the energy in the surrounding air. Whether it was the profound qi of heaven and earth, the evil qi, or even those unidentifiable energies, they were all absorbed into his body. As she absorbed more and more energy, the surrounding energy also gathered in her direction at an astonishing speed. It even formed a gray energy vortex above her head. Huang Yueli's eyes were tightly shut as beads of sweat kept dripping down from her forehead. With so much mixed energy being absorbed into her body at the same time, the explosion caused by the mutual rejection of these energies almost burst her meridians. Huang Yueli used all her strength to barely maintain a trace of balance. However, she knew very well that this dangerous balance could not be maintained for long. If it was delayed for too long, she would not be able to withstand the impact. So Huang Yueli didn't dare to be negligent. After gathering the energy, she immediately circulated her cultivation method and launched an attack towards her dantian. The powerful energy surged towards her dantian like a flood. Boom! Huang Yueli's entire body trembled and even her mind felt a little dizzy from such a huge impact. This kind of impact had even surpassed the heavenly lightning that Li Moying had triggered from the sky when he advanced. Huang Yueli initially thought that there would be no problem with her advancement, but who knew that when she regained her senses and calmed down, she realized that she was still stuck at the peak of the heart profound realm. She was stunned for a moment before she gritted her teeth. She could not be bothered to think about the reason for this accident. Instead, she gathered the energy in her meridians and tried to advance again. Boom! 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 The impact came again and again, shaking continuously. Huang Yueli's ears buzzed as her dantian expanded, feeling so much pain that it felt like it was about to explode on the spot. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to break through. Furthermore, every time after failing to charge at Dao Profound Realm, the profound qi that she condensed with great difficulty would retreat back into her meridians and scatter. When she condensed it again, although it only took a few breaths, her profound qi had unknowingly decreased a little. At the start, Huang Yueli didn't notice such a situation, but after experiencing tens of impacts, she suddenly realized that the energy that was used to impact her dantian was actually less than 20% of the initial amount. This discovery surprised her greatly, but then she felt dejected. When he was at the peak of his profound qi state, he was still unable to advance successfully. Now that the strength in his body had decreased so much, wanting to advance was simply an impossible task. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's imposing manner suddenly relaxed as her body tilted and fell towards the side. Luckily, Li Moying had been staring at her from the side, and the moment she moved, Li Moying quickly stretched out his arm and caught her limp and weak body, pulling her into his embrace. You. How did it go? Looking at Huang Yueli's pale face and her painful look, Li Moying's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly stretched out his hand to feel her pulse. Fortunately, Huang Yueli's pulse was still normal, but her meridians were filled with all sorts of mixed energies, and she was unable to control them. It was extremely dangerous for this energy to remain in her meridians. Li Moying's brows were tightly knitted as he sat behind Huang Yueli, pressing down on her back as he circulated a few large cycles of energy before she was able to absorb the energy. Huang Yueli's complexion had obviously improved a little, but she still looked extremely weak as she leaned against Li Moying's embrace, not even opening her eyes. Li Moying knew in his heart that failing to advance was extremely exhausting for practitioners, so what Huang Yueli needed the most now was to recuperate and rest. So even though he had many doubts about Huang Yueli's failure to advance, but he didn't say it out loud and just gently changed his position so that Huang Yueli could sleep on his body for a while. However, Huang Yueli only rested for a short while before she opened her eyes again. Even though she was still exhausted, she still managed to sit up with her amazing willpower. Huang Yueli took out a jade bottle from the Sky Phoenix ring space and pulled out the stopper as she poured out a large handful of pills. Raising her head, she stuffed them all into her mouth. Then, she began to meditate and regulate her breathing. She circulated her cultivation technique to repair the meridians that were torn during the advancement process. Originally, if she advanced successfully, under the scouring of heaven and earth profound qi, her body would also be brand new along with the substantial increase in cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why she dared to take the risk to charge to Tao Profound Realm. But now, her advancement had failed, so she could only slowly heal her internal injuries. Li Moying narrowed his eyes as his line of sight swept across Huang Yueli's fair and exquisite side profile, as he wanted to say something but hesitated. Huang Yueli seemed to have sensed his gaze as she suddenly opened her eyes. "Husband, I'm fine. With you protecting me, I only suffered some internal injuries. You don't have to worry too much." If she had advanced here alone, then when she was exhausted earlier, all sorts of energies were wreaking havoc in her meridians, and it would definitely cause her to suffer a disastrous loss. But earlier Li Moying had helped her out in time and guided those energies out so there wouldn't be too many problems following that. Li Moying had already checked Huang Yueli's condition earlier and knew that she wasn't lying to him as he nodded his head slightly. "I know, I just don't understand. Just now. What was wrong? If I remember correctly, this should be the second time you failed to advance, right?" To ordinary cultivators, advancing to Tao Profound Realm, even failing 100 times was normal. But to Huang Yueli, this was totally unexpected. His Li Er's innate talent was higher than his, and he was able to advance smoothly, so there was no reason for Huang Yueli to keep failing. Moreover, Li Moying was observing from the side earlier and for a moment, he thought that Huang Yueli had successfully broken through, but the result was like this. Huang Yueli nodded her head as her face was filled with unconcealable doubt. "That's indeed the case. However, I don't know what's wrong either. Could it be that I've encountered a huge bottleneck? I didn't expect that I encountered a bottleneck on the threshold of Tao Profound Realm. Could it be that there's a problem with my cultivation method?" Li Moying pondered for a moment and suddenly opened his mouth. "Li Er, I'm afraid this has nothing to do with your innate talent and cultivation, but..." Before he could finish his words, Huang Yueli laughed and interrupted him. "It's all right, husband, you don't have to comfort me. Even if I fail to advance, it's not a big deal. I can't stop because of this setback. Who hadn't encountered a few bottlenecks before? There will be a way to do it after you go to various places to gain experience." Huang Yueli's words weren't to console herself. As a true peerless genius, she had absolute confidence in her own innate talent and knew that it was impossible for her to never be able to step into Tao Profound Realm. Moreover, she knew very well that for a cultivator, what was more important than cultivation itself was the state of mind. A cultivator who was swayed by a small matter could not become a true expert, no matter how talented he was. She would not make such a mistake. However, when Li Moying heard her finish, he shook his head. "You've misunderstood, Li Er, I'm not consoling you, I've just..." I've just thought of something. Huang Yueli turned her head and asked curiously, what did you think of? Li Moying seemed hesitant, and after a long while, he said, the last time when your self-destruction failed, I had already guessed that you ate something wrong, or there was a problem during your cultivation. It seems that every time you condense profound qi, you are unable to succeed. It's like there's something absorbing the energy in your body. Huang Yueli was stunned. Absorb the energy in my body? How was this possible? No, wait a moment. She suddenly thought of something, and a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. Li Moying replied, there are many reasons for the failure of advancement, and we are unable to ascertain it now. But if your self-detonation fails, the biggest possibility is that the profound qi in your body will leak out and you are unable to reach the required state of abundance for self-detonation, so you are unable to explode your dantian. You should feel this more than I do, right? Huang Yueli's brows creased up and her expression turned even more solemn. You're right, I did have such a feeling back then, but how is that possible? She tilted her head and began to recall her experiences during this period of time. The more she thought about it, the more confused she felt. We ate almost every meal together. You also took the pills I took. Moreover, we were together when we cultivated, and I've even dual cultivated many times. If there's a problem with my diet and cultivation, then you. Why don't you have any problems? When Li Moying advanced and broke through, it was exceptionally smooth, and she didn't even help much. This question was also something that Li Moying couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. He frowned and thought for a while, but still shook his head. I'm not a doctor, so I can't be sure what's going on. I wanted you to see Divine Dr. Zhang first, because I was worried that your cultivation would be affected. Initially, he thought that by coming to Forest Shade Town to meet Saint Iniquitous Shadow, he wouldn't encounter too much trouble, so Li Moying agreed to come to the cave dwelling first. Who would have thought that with such an accident, Huang Yueli had encountered a second chance to advance, and even failed again due to the problem in her meridians. Thinking of this, Li Moying couldn't help but feel a little vexed. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have accompanied you here. Huang Yueli was initially a little worried, but when she heard Li Moying's tone, she heaved a sigh of relief and burst out laughing. Isn't it just a failure to advance? It's not a big deal. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Other than you, which cultivator hasn't failed to advance? Alright, don't worry. We'll return to Snowflake City immediately after we leave. This time I will listen to you and wait patiently for Divine Dr. Zhang to appear. Li Moying didn't express his stance immediately, but instead cast a questioning gaze towards Huang Yueli. His own little fox knew that Huang Yueli's character was lively, and she disliked staying in one place the most. Other than armament refining and advancement, it was very difficult for her to stay in the same place for more than 7 days. Huang Yueli looked at his eyes and immediately understood. She couldn't help but give a snort. What's with that look? I mean what I say, alright? Recently, I saw a few new armament drawings in ancient books, and I was planning to find time to try refining them. Li Moying then smiled. It's rare for you to be so obedient. I'm deeply gratified. Husband? What do you mean? The little fox instantly exploded. I've always been obedient and virtuous, alright? Realizing that he had said something wrong, Li Moying rubbed his nose as he was filled with a desire to live. It's my husband's fault. Li is such a virtuous wife, it's hard to find her even if you carry a lantern. Huang Yueli looked at him suspiciously. Why do I feel that what you said isn't the truth? Truth, of course it's the truth. More real than pearls. Young Master Li, who was cold and ruthless in front of outsiders, wished he could turn into a little puppy and desperately express his loyalty. Huang Yueli then gave a humph as she sat back down angrily. Alright, I'm going to start cultivating to recover. You should also make good use of your time to cultivate and see if you can advance in rank here. Perhaps after our strength has increased, we might have a way to get out. But even though she said that, Huang Yueli didn't hold much hope in her heart. That elder Wei whom Li Moying had mentioned earlier, to be able to be chosen by Cloudy Qilin clan to be the god-grade genius young lord's protector, he must at least be a Dao profound realm middle-stage powerhouse, so he didn't seem to have any special ability to be able to rescue Li Moying and him safely. In short, if he wanted to escape successfully, he would have to think of another way. Huang Yueli could vaguely feel that the answer was right in front of her, but it was like there was a layer of fog separating them and she couldn't figure it out. Helplessly, she could only give up for the time being and calm down to meditate and recover. Earlier when she failed to advance, although under Li Moying's protection, there wasn't any danger, but the internal injuries that her meridians suffered were still rather serious. Even if she could think of a way to leave the devil territory, she would probably have to take a huge risk. She was covered in internal injuries, and her strength was greatly reduced. At that time, things might go wrong because of this. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to quickly recover his strength. Li Moying nodded slightly and sat down opposite Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli closed her eyes and started to circulate the 9 Phoenix transformations cultivation method again as she started to cultivate. The medicinal pills that she had consumed earlier were all taken from the Sacred Phoenix clan's warehouse before they eloped. They were all top-grade medicinal pills and the medicinal effects were extremely obvious. Not long after she had consumed them, she could feel a faint heat in her meridians, and it was obvious that her profound qi had been replenished. Now, with the help of the cultivation technique, the recovery speed was even faster. After Huang Yueli entered her cultivation state, she was extremely focused and almost wouldn't be disturbed by the outside world as she was completely immersed in cultivation. Unknowingly, a few days and nights passed. Li Er. Wake up. Don't cultivate for now. Suddenly, she felt her body being pushed by someone. A familiar voice rang in her ears, pulling her back to the real world. Huang Yueli interrupted her cultivation and when she opened her eyes, she saw her husband's handsome face. However, the usually gentle and smiling face in front of her was now covered with a faint layer of dark clouds. His black eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a fierce look flashed across his eyes. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she was still a little confused. Husband, what happened? Li Moying pointed to the right behind her as his voice was low and deep. Look over there. Huang Yueli turned her head towards the central area, and with a single glance, she held her breath. The energy void that was previously shrouded in gray fog was now like a black, volcanic crater. Thick and deep black gas was constantly ejected from the center of the hole, quickly fusing into the gray fog and spreading outwards. The black gas shot out of the gray fog and quickly fused with the bottomless devil territory at the edge. When Huang Yueli saw this, she couldn't help but frown. She did not know if it was her illusion, but she felt that as the black fog spread, the area of the gray fog shrank correspondingly, and the devil territory seemed to have become a little bigger than before. Without waiting for her to raise any questions, Li Moying's voice had already sounded out. Since 2 hours ago, the energy void has stopped absorbing the energy from the outside world. Instead, it began to spew out this black gas. Wherever the black gas touched, all the energy, whether it was heaven and earth profound qi or devil qi, would be fused together and turned into nothingness. The area of the forbidden zone without any energy has already expanded a lot compared to 2 hours ago. He originally didn't want to wake Huang Yueli up and interrupt her cultivation, but looking at the current trend, it wouldn't be long before the energy forbidden zone would expand to where they were now. If he continued to stay here, he would no longer be able to cultivate in peace. On the contrary, it would be somewhat dangerous. Huang Yueli turned her head around and swept her gaze across the dark region as she became even more confused. Looks like it's not my misconception. The region covered by the gray fog has really become smaller. However, how could this be? Shouldn't the energy void continue to absorb energy from the outside world? Li Moying's face was filled with doubts. This area is really too strange and everything that happened can't be explained with common sense. We can only be careful. Even for Li Moying, who was extremely confident in his own abilities, his eyes were filled with unease. Everything that was happening around the energy void was beyond what he had experienced last time. There were so many sudden changes, but they still hadn't thought of any way to leave this place. If he was the only one trapped here, it would be fine. In order to pursue the peak of cultivation, he would be prepared no matter the price. But now Huang Yueli was also with him. He had to protect Li well. In her chaotic thoughts, a low exclamation suddenly sounded in her ear. "Husband, look over there." What is that? Li Moying's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly raised his head and saw Huang Yueli's stunned expression as she stretched out her hand and pointed towards the void in the darkness. The void itself did not have any energy fluctuations. It was pure darkness, without any light. They could not see what was inside. However, since they were now in the center, the profound chi of heaven and earth that was leaking out from the energy void had merged with the void at the edge of the gray fog, allowing them to vaguely see the situation within a range of dozens of meters. At this moment, a large number of devil beasts with huge black wings had suddenly appeared in this area. These devil beasts were all very short, but they had very large heads that were out of proportion. Two blood-red eyes protruded forward, and their upper bodies appeared in the gray fog. Their lower bodies were hidden in absolute darkness, making them look particularly terrifying. There were many of these devil beasts. They flapped their wings and were densely packed together. Just a glance was enough to suffocate people. Oh my gosh, so the devil beasts chasing us in the dark look like this. Thinking back to when she was escaping earlier, she had been bumped into by these devil beasts and Huang Yueli suddenly felt a little nauseous. However, there was no time to think about whether it was disgusting or not. Huang Yueli quickly discovered another fatal problem. As the black fog continued to emerge from the energy void, the area of the void gradually expanded, and these devil beasts also approached step by step, gathering in the direction of the center. Huang Yueli saw this, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be that these devil beasts want to get close to the energy void and absorb this black fog at a close distance? Li Moying nodded his head. That's most likely the case. Be careful. Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed as he stretched out his hand to grab Huang Yueli's waist and pulled her back forcefully. At the same time when he attacked, Huang Yueli also felt a cold wind approaching from behind, and following her husband's action, she twisted her waist and dodged to the side. She turned around and saw a ferocious devil beast rushing into the gray fog at some point in time, pouncing straight at where she was just now. Li Moying's brows creased slightly as he seemed hesitant. Huang Yueli hurriedly grabbed his hand and shook her head at him. Don't touch them. Have you forgotten? These devils can sense the changes in the surrounding energy. If we kill one, the remaining ones will definitely pounce on us. We're in big trouble. It's better to just dodge. Don't attack unless it's absolutely necessary. Li Moying nodded in agreement. The two of them immediately turned around and walked another 20 to 30 meters in the direction of the energy void. Fortunately, they were right. These devil beasts could not adapt to the violent energy in the gray fog. Although a few of them risked their lives to rush in, before they could get close to the two of them, they suddenly raised their heads and wailed. It was as if their flesh and blood were instantly sucked dry, and they instantly withered. In just a few breaths, it turned into a pile of black ashes. Under the impact of different energies, it quickly fused with the gray fog. Huang Yueli looked on from the side and suddenly felt a little nauseous. The reason why the energy storm in the center was gray was because it had fused with a large number of devil beast corpses, right? Then the air they had inhaled during this period of time was... Ugh. She couldn't continue thinking about it. Huang Yueli shook her head hard to get rid of the distracting thoughts as she continued to observe the surrounding situation. After the black fog spewed out of the energy void a few times, it stopped. It did not absorb the energy from the periphery anymore, and the central area formed a temporary equilibrium. The devil beasts would be instantly killed as soon as they entered the gray fog. Although they kept pouncing forward, they were unable to get any closer. Huang Yueli watched for a while, and after confirming that they were safe, she felt slightly relieved. The two of them sat down again and found some food from the space to replenish their strength. Then, they meditated and adjusted their breathing while thinking about the next step of the plan. The Sky Phoenix ring had stored quite a lot of food and pills. If they were simply trapped in the profound realm, their lives would not be in danger no matter how long they stayed. But Huang Yueli felt that things wouldn't be so simple. Her intuition told her that if she couldn't think of a way to leave this place in a short period of time, she and Li Moying might really be in danger this time. Her intuition was right. The balance in the central area was maintained for a few days and nights. Suddenly, at an unexpected moment, the black fog in the energy void erupted again. The moment she felt the energy balance in the surroundings was broken, Huang Yueli's first reaction was to jump up. "Husband, the situation is not good. Let's leave quickly." She grabbed Li Moying's hand as she turned around and ran towards the direction of the energy void. As expected, before she could take a few steps, the black fog had already spread out from the center, and the area covered by the gray fog shrank again. The devil beasts on the periphery seized these few opportunities and rushed towards the gray fog as if they had been injected with chicken blood. In the past few days and nights, the devil beasts surrounding the central area had never retreated. Moreover, there were constantly devil beasts charging in fearlessly, but in the end, they were quickly turned to ashes, because they could not adapt to the environment in the gray fog. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were able to stay inside unscathed. But now, these devil beasts took advantage of the moment when the black fog and the gray fog fused to suddenly rush in the direction of the energy void. Most of the devil beasts were sucked dry the moment they came into contact with the gray fog, but a small number of devil beasts successfully rushed into the center under the cover of the black fog. Although Huang Yueli's reaction was fast enough, pulling her husband along and running away at the first instance, but the closer they got to the energy void, the more intense the surrounding impact and explosions were, so even she and Li Moying didn't dare to recklessly venture deeper. Therefore, while they were carefully maintaining their distance, a large number of devil beasts had already pounced on them from behind. Huang Yueli's expression changed. "Damn it. Have these devil beasts gone crazy? Why did they have to rush over and die? What is in this energy void that is worth it?" However, it was too late to say anything now. Li Moying's brows creased slightly, and without saying a word, he flipped his wrist and unsheathed his long sword. He turned diagonally behind him, and as he did so, the gold-edged sleeves of his black robe swung outwards. A silver light flashed under his sleeve. Immediately after, a series of shrill screams suddenly sounded behind the two of them. At the same time, countless blood splattered from the devil beast's body. Huang Yueli subconsciously dodged backwards, not wanting to be stained with the blood of these devil beasts. However, she soon realized that she was overthinking. After the devil beast was sliced into two by Li Moying's sword, it was quickly devoured by the gray fog. From its body to its blood, everything was evaporated in an instant, not leaving a single trace behind. However, although Li Moying's actions were decisive, it didn't improve their situation. If he was facing the army of humans or devils, he would have scared most of the enemy soldiers by killing so many people in an instant. However, those devil beasts were different. They seemed to have no consciousness and did not stop at all. They continued to charge forward recklessly. Moreover, as the black fog continued to increase, more and more devil beasts could rush into the central area. The long sword in Li Moying's hand kept swinging out. Its speed was so fast that it couldn't be discerned by the naked eye. The cold light emitted by the sword aura connected together, like a silver barrier, fusing together with the fresh blood of the devil. Unfortunately, the number of devil beasts seemed to be inexhaustible. No matter how many he killed, more would pounce on him. Although Huang Yueli and Li Moying tried their best to resist, but they were still forced to retreat step by the devil beasts that kept surging up, getting closer and closer to the energy void. No, husband, if we continue to retreat, we will be sucked into the energy void. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth. Li Moying was naturally very clear of the seriousness of the matter as he swiftly brandished his sword a few times and the sword light skyrocketed. In between breaths, the large number of devil beasts behind him disappeared. Only then did the two of them have a chance to catch their breath. Li Moying said in a low voice, "We have to retreat now. There are too many devil beasts. If not for the existence of this gray fog, we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." Hearing the two words, gray fog, Huang Yueli suddenly had a flash of inspiration as her eyes lit up. "Husband, you're right. Why are you so smart? Gray fog. Oh right, why didn't I think of that just now? These devil beasts are most afraid of the gray fog." Li Moying couldn't keep up with her train of thought as he turned around in astonishment. But Huang Yueli had already leaped up and turned around, dashing towards the direction of the energy void. Although it was said to be sprinting, but in fact, Huang Yueli's current running speed wasn't much faster than an ordinary person's as the surrounding chaotic energy had created too much pressure. Huang Yueli sprinted forward with all her might, and when she was less than 100 meters away from the energy void, her footsteps suddenly halted as her right wrist flipped gently. In the next moment, a scimitar appeared in her hand. The scimitar was shaped like a crescent moon, but its entire body was covered in a rich and gorgeous green color. The position of the blade had not been sharpened, so it was still very blunt. However, the sharp killing intent emitted from the blade was clear and sharp, as if it had substance. Huang Yueli held the curved blade in her hand, and even in such a gloomy environment, the brilliant green light still penetrated through the gray fog, illuminating the surrounding area. Li Moying's pupils contracted as he instantly recognized that this was one of the ancient spirit artifacts that Huang Yueli had kept. This Zephyr Jade scimitar was of a higher quality than the wrist guard which she had thrown into the energy void previously. Even in Huang Yueli's collection, it was already a rare top-grade treasure. Li Moying had already understood what Huang Yueli wanted to do and wanted to persuade her to reconsider. However, Huang Yueli had already made up her mind and didn't give him the chance to speak as she pushed her right hand forward forcefully. Under the control of her purine energy, the Zephyr Jade scimitar steadily flew forward, resisting the huge resistance of the energy storm and flying towards the energy void bit by bit. Li Moying took a step forward, but the devil beast behind him immediately took the opportunity to pounce over. He could only stop and turn around to intercept them. Just as his sword light flashed, the Zephyr Jade scimitar had already fallen into the energy void. In an instant, it was swallowed by a black fog. After a brief moment of silence, a loud explosion suddenly sounded, and a green mist suddenly spewed out from the energy void. The momentum of the mist was very strong. It instantly passed through the gray fog and spread into the dark devil territory. At the same time, waves after waves of shrill and sharp screams rang out from all directions, causing Huang Yueli and Li Moying's eardrums to hurt. All the devil beasts that were hit by the green mist turned into dried corpses in a very short time, and then quickly weathered into dust. The eruption of energy lasted for a while, before it finally stopped. However, most of the surrounding devil beasts had been consumed in the process. Only a few scattered devil beasts were still unwilling to leave, roaring and surrounding the central area. After the green mist gradually dispersed, it gradually fused with the gray fog, leaving no traces behind. Huang Yueli and Li Moying closed their eyes and retreated a few steps under the immense pressure from the energy spurts. When everything had regained its calm, they opened their eyes. Seeing the devils that had retreated outside the central area, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. He was finally safe. However, the two of them were also very clear that this calm was only temporary. Last time, they had already thrown a pair of magical weapon-level wrist guards into the energy void, but it only maintained a few days of peace. Although the Zephyr Jade Scimitar that they threw in this time was of a higher grade, it was impossible to suppress the explosion of the energy void indefinitely. This damn place is really too strange. Huang Yueli raised her head and looked towards the center as her brows furrowed tightly. It seems that without any external interference, this energy void would absorb all sorts of energy from the surroundings every once in a while, before spewing out black smoke. At this rate, it won't be long before the remaining energy is completely replaced by the black fog. Then, this entire area will become a land of nothingness. If it really came to this, the two of them would have no way of leaving. Now, they could still rely on the profound chi in the gray fog to investigate the surrounding situation and fight with the occasional devil beast that rushed in. If even this profound chi disappeared, they would not even be able to use their profound skills and could only rely on their physical strength to fight. Wouldn't it be like two little chicks being thrown into a pack of wolves if they were surrounded by devil beasts? Although they were still able to rely on the spirit artifacts accumulated in the space to deal with the eruption of the energy void, but the spirit artifacts in Huang Yueli's hands were also very limited. When she was in the 12 continents of the God realm, she felt that with these spirit armaments in her hands, her wealth could rival that of a country. She felt great. However, after being trapped here, she really wanted to slap her smug self a few months ago to death. Bah, wasn't it just a dozen or so spirit armaments? What was the use of having more spirit armaments than many profound life realm experts? They wouldn't even be able to last 3 months here. If he had known earlier, he should have found some reason to stay in the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge and not leave. He should have emptied the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Huang Yueli suppressed the feeling of her heart dripping blood as she continued to ponder over the current situation. I keep feeling that the key to leaving this place is definitely on this energy void. Why don't we think of a way to get closer and take a look? Li Moying lowered his gaze and hesitated for a while, before replying, sure. But you have to be careful and stand together with me. When I ask you to retreat, you are not allowed to refuse to leave. This energy void was very dangerous. If he got too close, his life would be in danger. Back then, Elder Wei. Alright, I got it. Husband, you used to be very cold. Why are you so long-winded now? Huang Yueli coughed twice and interrupted his words. When Li Moying heard this, he couldn't help but frown. He was very familiar with his little fox's tone. It was obvious that she did not want to listen to him, so she deliberately caused trouble. He had the intention to continue educating his disobedient wife, but the moment Huang Yueli finished speaking, she couldn't wait to run towards the direction of the energy void. Li Moying was worried that something would happen to her, so he could only follow up quickly and grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist from behind. Huang Yueli didn't stop, but she also didn't shake off Li Moying's hand. The two of them quickly moved forward, but when they were still 50 meters away from the energy void, their pace clearly slowed down. At this moment, the energy concentration in the surroundings had already reached an appalling level. Even if the two of them stood still and did not circulate any cultivation method, not even mobilizing the slightest bit of profound chi in their bodies, the surrounding energy was still crazily surging into their bodies. If they had not been using all their strength to control it, the surging energy would have instantly burst their meridians. Come over a little and stand behind me. Li Moying gritted his teeth as his figure flashed and stood in front of Huang Yueli. With him leading the way in front, blocking most of the impact from the front, the pressure on Huang Yueli's body instantly lessened by a lot. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she raised her head to look at Li Moying's back view. His tall figure was still as straight as an unsheathed sword, with an indomitable spirit. It was as if no matter how much pressure he encountered, he would not be destroyed and could shield her from any storm. But Huang Yueli was very clear in her heart that Li Moying was actually forcing himself to withstand such a chaotic energy attack for her, but he just didn't want her to see it. Huang Yueli's eyes flashed, but she didn't say anything as she followed closely behind Li Moying, hiding in the safe zone that he had specially created for her with his flesh and blood, not leaving a single step behind. Her mind was extremely glad as she knew that her current mission was to quickly figure out the situation around the energy void, so there was no meaning in forcefully sharing Li Moying's burden. She wanted Li Moying to be released from the huge pressure as soon as possible, so the first thing she had to do was to focus her energy and make full use of the time to complete the mission. Huang Yueli grabbed Li Moying's clothes tightly as she released her divine perception to investigate the surrounding situation. Due to the high concentration of various energies around the energy void, not only did they block out almost everything in the gray fog, but even divine sense found it difficult to break through the barrier formed by the interaction of these energies and reach the target at the center. Huang Yueli used up all her willpower to let her divine sense seep in through the crack bit by bit. The scene she saw stunned her. The inside of the energy void was not a spiral vortex like she had imagined. Instead, it was a huge sphere. The exterior of the sphere was covered in all kinds of energy, and its colors kept changing. From time to time, it would emit sizzling explosions. And in the gap between the energy flow, the situation inside the sphere was exposed to Huang Yueli. Only then did Huang Yueli discover that this entire ball wasn't an energy ball made up of all sorts of energy. On the contrary, those energies were merely wrapped around a very thin layer of skin. The interior of the ball was actually completely made up of a black substance, exactly the same as the black fog that had been spewed out from the previous two energy voids. However, the black fog was a type of gas, and the black substance inside the sphere had already condensed into a solid. The entire black sphere emitted a terrifying aura. Huang Yueli tried to use her spiritual perception to get closer, but before she could touch the ball, she already felt a bone-deep fear. Logically speaking, with her experience and talent, she believed that nothing could really scare her. However, this black sphere was different. The moment his divine sense touched it, the fear that rose from the depths of his heart could not be controlled at all. It was as if it was an innate instinct. Huang Yueli's body trembled slightly as she relied on her strong willpower to control herself and didn't retreat immediately. She endured the immense pressure and continued to carefully observe the black sphere. However, this sphere was like a solid black ice cube, stable and deep. She waited for a while, but there was no change. Just as Huang Yueli was about to retract her spiritual awareness, suddenly, a golden light burst out from the surface of the sphere, attracting her attention. This golden light was formed by the chaotic energy on the surface of the sphere colliding and exploding. It looked like the explosion in the gray fog. But Huang Yueli's keen senses detected a little unusual sign. After the golden light from the explosion disappeared, the surrounding energy did not return to its original state like in the gray fog. Instead, it fused with each other and turned into a black crystal. It gradually fused with the black sphere in the center and became a part of the sphere. The energy also disappeared. This is... Huang Yueli vaguely understood something as her heart suddenly jumped. However, she still suppressed the shock in her heart and tried her best to remain calm. She continued to observe for a while. As expected, the energy distribution on the surface of the sphere was denser, so the probability of an explosion was higher. When some elemental energies collided, they would form black crystals after the explosion. At the same time, the energy that caused the collision would also disappear. The disappearing energy formed an energy gap, and new energy would be replenished from the surrounding gray fog, forming an endless suction force. It seemed that this was the reason why the energy in the devil territory was constantly being absorbed and gathered. However, what exactly was this black sphere? Why did the energy suddenly disappear after the collision and become a part of the sphere? Could it be? Huang Yueli had some bold guesses in her heart, but she felt that her imagination was a little too big. If her guesses were true, this had already exceeded the records of any ancient book. In order to verify her thoughts, Huang Yueli suppressed her fear as she controlled her spiritual perception to probe towards the center of the sphere once again. The black spherical crystal was like the deepest pool of water. It was dark, cold, and empty, as if it was in the endless night. Huang Yueli's vision turned black, and before she could react, she suddenly felt a tight grip on her wrist. Li Moying's anxious voice rang out beside her ear, "Li-er? Li-er? What's wrong with you?" Huang Yueli then regained her senses and realized that Li Moying had already turned around, his back facing the energy void as he protected her in his embrace. And she was leaning on Li Moying's shoulder, her head was dizzy, and although she had opened her eyes, she still felt dazed. "This? Husband, what happened to me?" Huang Yueli opened her mouth. Li Moying frowned. "I should be the one asking you this, right? You didn't say anything just now, and fainted all of a sudden. You almost scared me to death. What was going on? Was there something wrong with the energy void? What did you find?" Huang Yueli was slightly startled as the memories from earlier surged into her mind once again. She secretly shivered, calmed herself down, and quickly described the situation she had just detected with her divine sense. The more Li Moying listened, the more he felt that something was amiss. "You're saying that after the energies of different attributes fuse, they will turn into a black crystal?" Li Moying's face sank as his mind kept spinning. In that case, the black fog that was spewing out from the energy void earlier should be a part of the black sphere? Huang Yueli replied in a low voice, "I think so too." Li Moying's expression turned even more solemn as his voice turned low. "Li-er, do you know what this means?" Huang Yueli nodded lightly. "I already have a guess." She recalled the results of her spiritual awareness investigation and slowly connected the clues she had obtained. There were signs that the black sphere in the center of the energy void was actually the same thing as the black fog. The area covered by the black fog would become a void without any energy fluctuations. In this kind of nothingness, the most commonly seen gods, humans, and even devils in the god realm are almost unable to survive. However, they will give birth to the kind of devil beasts we saw earlier. The most shocking thing is that this black sphere does not exist naturally in the world. Instead, when Huang Yueli reached this point, she suddenly stopped for a moment, as though she didn't dare to believe the conclusion that she had deduced. After a while, she used an uncertain tone to say, "But, different types of energy fuse together to cancel each other out?" Li Moying pursed his lips. "If the result of your investigation is not wrong, then, this is indeed the only possible outcome." But, Huang Yueli frowned. Although she had deduced the result herself, she still felt dizzy and her mind was filled with disbelief. However, whether it's heaven and earth, profound qi, evil qi, or devil qi, they're all completely different energies. The devil clan, ancient god clan, and evil practitioners have completely different cultivation methods. Why are these energies that should be repelling each other able to fuse with each other? In fact, after the fusion, they all disappeared? This was too illogical. In the past, when we fought with the devils, profound qi and devil qi intertwined with each other. There has never been a situation where life and life merged and offset each other? Li Moying didn't reply immediately but hugged Huang Yueli as they walked towards the edge for a distance. After leaving the core area closest to the energy void, the pressure they were under was much less. Li Moying then sorted out his thoughts as he slowly said, "Hearing you mention this matter, I suddenly recalled an ancient book that I had read before." "Ancient records?" Huang Yueli was startled. What ancient book? What did it say? Li Moying replied, that's a long story. Although it was called an ancient book, there were only a few pages. Whether it was the name or the author of the book, it was impossible to verify. These few remnant pages are kept in Cloudy Qilin clan's library and are one of the oldest collections. It's said that they have at least 1,000,000 years of history. When I first arrived in the God realm, I was extremely curious about all sorts of ancient records. Naturally, I wanted to study such an ancient remnant page. However, at that time, the patriarch told me that these few pages were nonsense and not some cultivation secret manual. He told me not to care about them. Later on, I read the remnant page and realized that the patriarch was right. The content on it was without rhyme or reason and was not helpful for cultivation, so I put it aside. But now that I think about it, the things written on that page seem to be related to our current situation. Li Moying was deep in thought. The more Huang Yueli listened, the more anxious she became as she urged, Aya, what time is it already? Don't say so much useless things. What exactly is written on the page? Li Moying was amused as he lowered his head and looked at the little fox's flushed face as she shook her head slightly. Why are you so anxious? Even though he said that, he still listened to Huang Yueli's request and went straight to the point. All right, there are only a few lines on that page, but it has nothing to do with cultivation. It feels like a poem from ancient times. Due to the age being too long ago, some of the words were indecipherable, so I could only roughly understand them. This poem roughly described the process of the formation of the God realm and the 3,000 lower realms during the chaotic period of the universe. The entire poem is very erratic and difficult to understand. The birth of the God realm? Huang Yueli lowered her eyes as she muttered to herself. Li Moying nodded his head, as far as I can understand, the gist of it is that this universe was originally a dark and silent void land. Other than the devil beasts wandering in the darkness, there are no other living beings that can exist. However, billions of years ago, there was a big explosion in the universe. Different energies were split from the void. Among them, there's the profound chi of heaven and earth that the ancient god clans use for cultivation, and the devil chi that the devils need. Other than that, there are many other energies that we can't distinguish and have never come into contact with. And this explosion not only led to the birth of different energies, but also the various substances in the void collided and fused with each other, gradually forming the God realm and the 3,000 lower realms that we are now in. The reason why the God realm became the God realm and ruled the lower realm was because the location of the God realm was originally the center of the universe during the Void Era. The explosion happened here. Therefore, the God realm gathered the most various energies. The effect of this energy has allowed all kinds of new races to be born and survive. The strongest ones among them are the God clan and the Devil clan. Huang Yueli was dumbstruck as her eyes widened. There's actually such a thing recorded in the ancient records. Who left this record? This is too unbelievable. However, she paused for a moment and recalled the black sphere she saw in the central area. The astonishment on her face gradually turned into a deep one. However, from the situation in this devil territory, this record might really make sense. If the God realm was really born from nothingness, and the profound chi of heaven and earth was also separated from nothingness, then the profound chi of heaven and earth would fuse with other energies and disappear, recombining into the black fog of nothingness. This could also be explained. As for our usual contact with the Devil clan, we are unable to fuse with the other party's devil chi. It should be because this energy needs to reach a certain ratio before it can be successfully fused. Other than heaven and earth, profound chi, and devil chi, there were actually a large number of other energies in the world. For example, the evil chi that Shi and Li Moying had inherited from Saint Iniquitous Shadow was one of them. The ancient God clan actually knew very little about these energies. They would even turn evil cultivators, who were different from ordinary cultivators, into heretics and kill them all. Because of this, the content recorded on these pages was completely nonsense to the cultivators of the God clan. It was the imagination of the ignorant and incompetent people in the ancient times. If it wasn't for the fact that these remnant pages were really old and had great collection value, perhaps they would have long been torn apart and thrown away by Cloudy Qilin clan's cultivators. Even Li Moying's first reaction when he saw these records was that it was baffling. But what Huang Yueli used her spiritual perception to probe earlier, proved that these records were very likely to be true. Huang Yueli was still muttering to herself, "Now that I think about it, the devil qi and profound qi in our bodies can coexist, and the devil qi and devil qi can transform into each other. This in itself shows that there is a connection between them. That's right, the last time in Devil Overlord Ruiying's cave dwelling, His Highness King Xiang taught me the basic array patterns. Wasn't it possible to use both profound qi and devil qi to activate it? At first, I thought it was against common sense. Now that I think about it, if the two have a common source, then it makes sense." Li Moying nodded, but the doubt in his expression didn't lessen. "From the looks of it, I'm afraid that's the case. However, other than us who have experienced all of this personally, no one else would believe such a thing." "No, that's not right. Even if they experienced it themselves, many people are unwilling to believe it." "Why?" Huang Yueli subconsciously asked. But before Li Moying could reply, she reacted first. "That's true. The Shin clan had always regarded the profound qi of heaven and earth as the source of the energy of heaven and earth. They believed that they, who could use the profound qi of heaven and earth to cultivate, were the race that truly represented the heavenly Tao. They were above the other races. If the facts proved that all energy was born from nothingness, and the profound qi of heaven and earth was not any different from the energy of devil qi and evil qi, then many people can't accept it." Li Moying nodded his head. "That's right. Therefore, if we can get out of here alive, we must keep our mouths shut and not casually reveal anything about this place. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble." In fact, Huang Yueli's words were rather reserved. If they knew the truth, many people would probably go crazy on the spot. This was not a question of whether he could accept it. Once such a truth was announced to the public, they would definitely be attacked by all the God clans. They would regard everything they said as heresy, and even join forces to deal with them. They would kill them all to seal their mouths. At this time, perhaps even the identity of a God-grade genius was no longer useful. In order to maintain the justice and rationality of their race's rule over the God realm, all the God clans would unite. Even a peak profound life realm expert would not be able to deal with them, let alone a divine-grade genius. Huang Yueli was very clear about the seriousness of the matter as she nodded her head cautiously. "I understand, I naturally won't tell anyone. However, husband, aren't you being too optimistic? If you want to consider such a problem, you should at least wait for us to leave this place first, right?" From the looks of it, the most likely outcome was that they were trapped here, or even swallowed by the void in the end. If he really died here, there would be no need to keep it a secret. When Li Moying heard this, his brows creased slightly as he fell silent. This time, the problem was back to square one. The birth of profound qi in heaven and earth, the formation of the God realm, the ultimate secret of the universe, these shocking discoveries could not save them from the predicament they were in now. The two of them sat down again and began to think about this extremely serious life proposition. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly. As she pondered, she said, "Now we can at least guess what exactly happened in Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling." Li Moying raised his brows. "Why? What did you think of?" Huang Yueli asked. "I remember you said a few days ago that you and Elder Wei were trapped in a similar void land. That void land used to be the battlefield ruins of the battle between the God's race and the Devil clan in ancient times?" Li Moying nodded his head as he replied, "That's right. That's indeed a battlefield ruin. Furthermore, the battle that happened there was quite famous. Up till now, it's recorded in many ancient books." "Oh? Is that so?" Huang Yueli's eyes instantly lit up as she subconsciously stretched out her hand to pull Li Moying's sleeve. "What kind of battle is it exactly? Tell me in detail." The little fox took the initiative to stretch out her claws, and Li Moying flipped his wrist and conveniently held her small hand in his palm, even using his index finger to scratch her soft palm. However, Huang Yueli was not in the mood to care about this. She didn't even notice her husband's little actions. She just kept asking, "Hurry up and tell me." Li Moying smiled as he replied, "You should have heard of it before. It was the famous Nine Suns Valley battle 400,000 years ago. At that time, the Nine Suns Valley was still a part of the Heaven Fox continent. It was a very important fortress of the God clan. It also produced a kind of purple crystal frost sky stone. I heard that it was an excellent medicinal material for refining pills. Frost Heaven Stone, I seem to have heard senior brother mention it before." Huang Yueli was deep in thought. Li Moying continued, "The Frost Sky Stone was extremely popular in the God realm back then, and among the ancient pill recipes that have been passed down till now, there is still this ingredient. However, now that the Frost Heaven Stone mine has been completely destroyed, it is no longer possible to refine these pills. And what caused all of this to happen was the battle at Nine Suns Valley. For some unknown reason, the Devil clan had also developed an interest in the Frost Heaven Stone. 400,000 years ago, they gathered several lords' subordinates to launch a sneak attack on the Nine Suns Valley. The battle was extremely tragic, and at least a dozen profound life realm experts had fallen. In the end, neither the God clan nor the Devil clan could occupy the Frost Heaven Stone lode. The lode was completely destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the peerless experts. Moreover, the entire Nine Suns Valley had become a land of death. No one who entered would be able to survive. As a last resort, the Empyrean Fox clan gave up that piece of land and moved to a further place to live. When Huang Yueli heard this, she blinked her eyes and suddenly understood. The so-called Nine Suns Valley becoming a land of death is actually because during the Great Divine Infernal War, under the impact of the various powerhouses' strength, certain conditions were met, causing the accumulated heaven and earth profound Qi and Devil Qi energy to fuse together, forming an energy void, thus forming a land of nothingness. Li Moying nodded his head. "From the situation we have now, it should be pretty close. However, this probably had nothing to do with this devil territory. After all, when we came here a few months ago, this place was still Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling. During this period of time, there shouldn't be a war between gods and devils on the scale of Nine Suns Valley." Huang Yueli pursed her lips as she continued to ponder. The main point isn't the great war between gods and devils, but the formation of an energy void required a certain amount of stimulation. The Nine Suns Valley relies on the explosive power of a battle between a profound life realm expert and a devil overlord. What about here? This question, Huang Yueli couldn't answer, so naturally Li Moying couldn't either. The two of them thought for a while, but they could only remain silent. After a long while, Li Moying shook his head. "Forget it, such a question, with our current knowledge, I'm afraid it's hard to answer." The scenes they saw in the Devil territory were phenomena that no one in the entire God realm had seen before. There was too little information and experience that they could refer to. It was very difficult to come to a conclusion just by imagining. However, Huang Yueli didn't give up just because of this. She stared at the direction of the energy void and was slightly lost in thought. After an hour, she suddenly stood up. "Right, I thought of something." Li Moying's gaze landed on her. "Li-er?" Huang Yueli lifted her chin as her eyes flashed with excitement. "Husband, I've thought of it. Actually, we should consider this problem from another angle." "What do you mean?" Li Moying was startled as he was slightly puzzled. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and pointed at the faintly discernible black ball hidden in the gray fog as she explained, "Let's put it this way. Before we came here, didn't we go to Forest Shade Town and inquire about the situation in the dense forest from the local residents? At that time, everyone said that there had been no strange phenomenon in the forest recently, right?" Li Moying nodded, "Not bad." Both of them were cultivators who often went through training and were very cautious in their actions. This time, he missed the meeting time with Saint Iniquitous Shadow. He was worried that something unexpected would happen, so he specially asked around in town before setting off with a peace of mind. He did not expect that even with such caution, an accident would still happen. Huang Yueli said, "We are now assuming that the conditions to form the energy void are very harsh. There must be a battle of the same level as the Nine Suns Valley Divine Devil War to create such an outcome. And now, there was no abnormal phenomenon near Forest Shade Town. In other words, this devil territory probably didn't form after we left." Hearing this, Li Moying's entire body trembled as his expression changed slightly as he raised his head to look at Huang Yueli. "Don't tell me you mean." Huang Yueli nodded her head. "I'm guessing that before Saint Iniquitous Shadow built the cave dwelling, there was already an energy void here. Moreover, Saint Iniquitous Shadow might have chosen to build his cave here because of the special environment here." Li Moying had already regained his senses and instantly became agitated as he sat up straight, saying, "In that case, it makes sense that Saint Iniquitous Shadow instructed you to reach this place within 3 months. It was likely that Saint Iniquitous Shadow had used a special technique to make use of the environment around the energy void to open up that cave dwelling. Now, the time limit is up. His arrangements back then could no longer suppress the energy void. He had a premonition, so he told you to come back as soon as possible." "I think so too." Huang Yueli nodded repeatedly. After changing their train of thought, the two of them seemed to have opened up their conception and governor meridians. The layers of doubts that they felt could not be resolved earlier were now blown away in an instant. The two of them quickly pieced together the cause and effect of the entire incident. No wonder Saint Iniquitous Shadow could gather so much evil qi in the cave. The concentration of evil qi in the world is very low, which is abnormal in itself. He must have used this energy void. However, I don't know what method he used. In my opinion, it's most likely a mechanism technique. However, even the devil territory could be used. This is simply a miracle of the heavens and earth. In that case, Saint Iniquitous Shadow is also a spirit armament master?" Huang Yueli was deep in thought. In the God realm, there were many different branches of spirit armament masters. In essence, refining all kinds of armor and weapons and creating large-scale mechanisms were two completely different fields. Very few people could master them at the same time. Huang Yueli was a rare anomaly. From the books and spiritual weapons they had found in Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling, it seemed that Saint Iniquitous Shadow himself wasn't proficient in forging weapons. He was probably specialized in mechanisms. Li Moying muttered, "That might not be the case. The person who built this cave may not be Saint Iniquitous Shadow himself, but he must be an amazing trap master." Huang Yueli nodded her head and pondered for a moment before continuing, "So in this case, the cave dwelling itself has a mechanism to seal the energy void. But now that this mechanism is damaged, it resulted in the current situation? If we want to get out, we just have to fix the mechanism?" When Li Moying heard that, he subconsciously nodded his head, but very quickly, he shook his head. Huang Yueli didn't expect him to have such a reaction as she asked, curiously, "Why? Do you think I'm wrong?" Li Moying's brows creased slightly as he looked towards the central area. "Actually, I feel that the mechanism is most likely not damaged, and the reason for it to fail is most likely because its energy has been exhausted." "Energy exhausted?" Huang Yueli was startled. Li Moying nodded his head, "Amen. The failure of the mechanism should have happened in an instant. It was difficult to predict in advance. However, from Saint Iniquitous Shadow's instructions for you to return within 3 months, he had already predicted the time when the mechanism would collapse. This must be because the energy is about to be exhausted, and as a spirit body that needs this energy to exist, he has already sensed it. Huang Yueli thought about it carefully and finally, she had to admit that her husband was right. As a spirit armament master, she knew better than anyone else that any mechanism needed a certain amount of energy source in order to operate continuously. There were no exceptions. Although the mechanism in front of him could make use of the energy in the black sphere, in order to drive these black crystals to continuously separate into various types of energy, it would definitely require special materials as a guide. Once these materials were used up, the mechanism would collapse. Huang Yueli propped her chin up with both hands as she thought carefully, so if we're lucky, we don't even need to repair the mechanism. We just need to provide sufficient driving materials for the mechanism and we will be able to restore this devil territory and leave this place. Li Moying agreed with this conclusion. That's right, but we must first confirm this point. Huang Yueli immediately replied, then what are we waiting for? We have to hurry up and take action while there are fewer devil beasts around. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble when they start spewing black fog again. After some discussion, the two of them approached the energy void again according to the previous method. This time around, because of his experience, Li Moying withstood an even stronger energy storm impact which allowed Huang Yueli to get closer to the energy void. Huang Yueli grabbed onto Li Moying's sleeves and with her eyes half closed, she released her spiritual perception to carefully sense the surrounding situation. Stop, don't move here, she suddenly said as she opened her eyes. Li Moying lowered his gaze and looked at her, not saying a word. Huang Yueli paused for a moment before replying in a low voice, around that black sphere, there are indeed some crystal fragments. But the energy within these crystals have been completely absorbed. So the last time I came here, I didn't notice it. So, these crystals are used to provide energy for the surrounding mechanisms and suppress the energy void below? Li Moying nodded his head as he pondered, then is this mechanism in perfect condition? Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly as she appeared to be in a difficult position. Li Moying asked, is it because the distance is too far to judge? Do you need to get closer? No, there's no need. That's not the problem. When Huang Yueli heard that, she hurriedly stretched out her hand to grab him, stopping Li Moying from continuing deeper. Don't think that she couldn't tell that there were faint traces of blood on Li Moying's clothes. The violent fluctuations and explosions around the energy void had long caused serious damage to his body. However, this man was afraid that she would worry. When he encountered such things, he would never tell the truth. He would only force himself to meet her requirements. No matter how many times he said it, it was useless. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli sighed helplessly. Li Moying raised his brows. Why are you sighing? Could it be that there's trouble again? Huang Yueli glared at him. What are you talking about? There's no such thing. I have already roughly figured out the structure of this mechanism, but I still have to carefully check the integrity of the entire mechanism. Therefore, we have to re-enter the devil territory and investigate where the edge of the devil territory is. In order to save time, we'll split up. You go. No, we can't separate. Not waiting for her to finish her sentence, Li Moying's brows furrowed as he immediately interrupted her. We can't separate in this situation. If anything happens, we won't be able to save each other in time. Moreover, no one knows what unknown secrets there are in the void. I definitely can't let you go to the devil territory alone to investigate. But Huang Yueli really wanted to say that she already had a plan and there wouldn't be any problems. But when she met Li Moying's deep black eyes, her heart trembled slightly as she swallowed back the words she wanted to say. Then, all right, I'll listen to you. Anyway, we still have a few spirit armaments. We don't need this much time, just. Let's go together. Li Moying then revealed a smile, so obedient. Huang Yueli realized that even in this life and death situation, seeing the smile on this handsome face, her heart was still beating faster. Woo! Why is there such a good-looking man? She had such good taste. Huang Yueli sighed inwardly as she shook her head vigorously to get rid of all distracting thoughts as she held Li Moying's hand and slowly walked into the darkness. As soon as they entered the void, the two of them subconsciously lightened their movements. Every step they took was extremely cautious and did not make a single sound. As Huang Yueli had just thrown a spirit artifact into the energy void not too long ago, so the devil beasts in the periphery of the gray fog had basically been cleared clean. The two of them were already experienced, so they walked carefully. They walked for more than 1,000 meters without attracting the attention of any devils. However, not long after, Huang Yueli's wrist tightened and she was suddenly pulled back by the man behind her. Huang Yueli fell into a familiar embrace and was slightly startled. "Husband?" Li Moying inched closer to her ear as he lowered his voice. "Li have you realized? Is there something wrong?" "Something is wrong?" Huang Yueli frowned. Li Moying nodded his head. "We've walked for a long time, but it doesn't seem like we've walked too far away. Instead, it seems like we've been circling around the same area." Huang Yueli's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know that we were going in circles?" In this void, they could not use their divine senses to investigate the situation from afar. They could only rely on the most basic 5 senses, just like ordinary people. Moreover, because the surroundings were too dark, even their vision was deprived. Under such circumstances, the two of them could only slowly explore their way forward. It was difficult for them to determine their exact location. Li Moying said softly, "Did you hear the sound coming from the right rear? There was a group of devil beasts gathering there. When I passed by here last time, I counted them. There were a total of 27 of them, and 2 of them should be mutated devil beasts. Their strength was much higher than the others. Now, we're back in the vicinity of these devil beasts." Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she exclaimed, "Husband, you're too amazing." Without relying on divine sense, he could clearly distinguish such a subtle flapping sound of wings, just by relying on his own hearing. In that case, this devil territory should not be large. The reason why we are unable to leave should be because the entire void has formed a sealed loop. Huang Yueli pondered as she took a few steps forward. Suddenly, she stepped on something and a crisp cracking sound was heard. In this devil territory that was shrouded in endless darkness and silence, this voice sounded especially clear. Both of them were stunned. Huang Yueli's eyes suddenly lit up. "Found it." She bent down, her slender fingers groping the ground for a while, before picking up a fragment. "This fragment should be, Before she could finish her sentence, she felt a tight grip on her waist. Li Moying grabbed her waist and dodged to the side. Just as the two of them moved, a strong wind mixed with the thick smell of blood swept past where they were just now. Immediately after, there was a violent flapping of wings. Huang Yueli suddenly came to a realization as she realized that the sound of stepping on the broken pieces had attracted the 20 over devil beasts nearby, and she couldn't help but exclaim in her heart that she was lucky. Li Moying didn't say anything as he pulled Huang Yueli's hand and ran. Huang Yueli realized that something was amiss and hurriedly tugged at his sleeves as she called out softly, "Husband, don't run towards the center. We won't go back first. Let's continue walking towards the outside." When Li Moying heard this, he frowned slightly. "Are you sure? We've already lured the devil beasts. If we don't go back, more and more devil beasts will gather." Huang Yueli said, "Then let's speed up. I think I already know how to get out, but I have to confirm it again." Li Moying raised his brows, but didn't ask any unnecessary questions. Since his Li had already said so, she definitely had a well-thought-out plan. The two of them immediately turned around and returned to the direction they were heading in. Because the entire devil territory was a closed loop, no matter how far one went, they could not leave. They could only circle around the outer edge of the loop. However, Huang Yueli didn't mind. She brought Li Moying along as she sprinted, and every once in a while, she would stop for a moment and bend down to pick up a piece of debris from the ground. Although the two of them were very fast, in the void, the devil beasts moved faster than them. Furthermore, Huang Yueli had to stop to pick up the fragments from time to time, which further slowed down the progress. After an hour, not only did the two of them fail to shake off the devil beasts chasing them, but they also attracted more devil beasts. A large group of devil beasts was chasing after them. The sound of their wings flapping was shocking, and there was a faint smell of blood in the air. Li, let's leave quickly. The devil beasts are catching up. Li Moying bent down to support the young lady, who was half squatting on the ground. Huang Yueli's tone was hurried as she said, "Wait a little longer, immediately, it'll be done soon. This is already the last mechanism. If my calculations are correct, it should be." She pinched her fingers and calculated quickly. Li Moying's brows creased slightly as his hand gripped tightly onto the sword hilt, which was still in its scabbard, as he swung it outwards. Squeak! Squeak! A sharp cry rang out. Even though he was just relying on his body's brute force, Li Moying's attack still managed to smash the circle of devil beasts, which were almost stuck onto their bodies down from mid-air. However, this could only temporarily knock out the devil beasts, not kill them. After the devil beasts woke up, they would soon pounce on them again. In addition, the devil beasts that were constantly alarmed by the noise gathered around them. It did not take long for the number of devil beasts surrounding them to soar again. Just as Li Moying was hesitating if he should forcefully drag his little fox away, a surprised voice suddenly rang out from beside him, "I understand. My guess was right. We can get out." When Li Moying heard that, his heart was filled with joy. However, before he could say anything, he felt a strong gust of wind from his right back, pouncing towards Huang Yueli. All of this happened too suddenly, and too close. Li Moying was unable to mobilize the profound qi in his body, and his speed was much slower than usual. Seeing that he couldn't save her in time, he didn't hesitate and immediately pounced onto Huang Yueli, hugging her tightly in his embrace. With a muffled sound, a thick blood aura instantly spread out. The man behind her suddenly sank down and placed most of his weight on her back. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she realized what had happened, and her expression instantly changed. "Husband, how did you?" Li Moying shook his head, and before he could say anything, the devil beast pounced towards them once again. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth, and with a flip of her right hand, a magical weapon-level long sword appeared in her palm. Earlier Li Moying was worried that the bloody smell would attract more devil beasts, so he had been avoiding drawing his sword and seeing blood, but now that Li Moying was injured, Huang Yueli no longer had any scruples as she unhesitatingly shook off the scabbard. The sword light flashed and a row of devil beasts fell to the ground. Huang Yueli used all her strength to support Li Moying, who was leaning against her back, as she gritted her teeth. "Husband, how are you? What was going on? Where are you hurt?" Li Moying shook his head slightly, cough. "Let's not talk about this first, quickly, let's go. Go back to the center." Even without him saying anything, Huang Yueli didn't dare to continue staying here. Just as the two of them were conversing, Huang Yueli had already dragged him along as they sprinted forward. Li Moying's level of practitioner, under the attack of a mere devil beast, he was actually seriously injured in an instant. This was absolutely something that the two of them had not expected. Huang Yueli knew that there was definitely something strange about these devil beasts, but she didn't have the time to think about it, as she could only carry Li Moying on her back and sprinted all the way back to the gray fog. However, it was not easy to get rid of these devil beasts. Previously, when Li Moying was fighting with the devil beasts, he had already caused a large number of casualties, and the smell of the devil beast's blood had attracted the surrounding devil beasts to gather. And now, Li Moying himself was seriously injured. Even though the scene was too dark and his wounds couldn't be seen, but just from the wet touch on Huang Yueli's hand when she carried him on her back, it already showed how serious his injuries were. The blood of a god was obviously more attractive to devil beasts than the blood of their own kind. The devil beasts that were originally surrounding and gnawing on their own kind all changed their targets at the first moment and surged towards the two of them. Huang Yueli's expression was cold as her heart was anxious. If it was outside the devil territory, she could still fight with her own strength, but now. Not only was she an ordinary person, but she also had to take care of her husband's safety. At the same time, she had to ensure that she was not injured. From Li Moying's current situation, these devil beasts' lethality was too great. Perhaps a small wound would be fatal to the god's race. If she was injured and fell here, the two of them would really be finished. But even though the situation was so difficult, Huang Yueli didn't have any thoughts of giving up. Her mind raced, but her hands did not stop moving. Her slender and fair fingers gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, and she swung her sword again and again. The devil's mournful and sharp cry before it died echoed in the vast void. The sound was like countless files rubbing against a rough wall. It was strange and terrifying, enough to arouse the negative emotions in everyone's heart. Huang Yueli frowned. Her spiritual sense was powerful, so she wasn't affected too much. However, a bigger problem was still to come. Although the sword in her hand was a genuine divine weapon, it was still too heavy for an ordinary person without profound qi. Not long after, she felt her arm getting more and more sore and even started to tremble slightly as if she was poisoned. His fingers went limp, and the sword almost fell to the ground. However, Huang Yueli still reacted in time as she held on to the sword hilt once again. Damn it! These devil beasts, could it be that these devil beasts could not be killed? What the hell was this place? These peerless experts from ancient times were too bold. They insisted on building their cave dwelling in such a place. This was... Aren't you afraid of the backlash? Huang Yueli silently cursed in her heart, but she knew that complaining was useless, so she could only grit her teeth as she used all her strength to hold on to the long sword in her hand tightly. Surrounded by the crazed devil beasts, she did her best to carve out a path of blood. Li Moying initially still had some strength, and he even stretched out his hand from time to clean up a few devil beasts that sneaked up on him from behind. However, as time passed, his body became stiffer and stiffer, and he could barely move. Huang Yueli felt the weight on her back becoming heavier bit by bit as her heart was burning with anxiety. Moying, Moying. You. How are you? Are you all right? Don't scare me. I'm fine, it's just. He just couldn't move. Don't distract yourself from locking me up, focus on fighting the enemy. We can only rely on you now. Although Li Moying's voice was obviously very weak, it sounded extremely calm. This voice made Huang Yueli's anxious and uneasy mood become calmer. His consciousness was still so clear. At least, he could still hold on for the time being. Huang Yueli hurriedly threw away that pessimistic distracting thought as she roused her spirits and threw herself into the battle. More and more devil beasts surrounded her. Every time she swung her sword, more and more energy was consumed. Her arms became extremely heavy, and sweat kept falling from her forehead. However, she did not slow down. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to move forward step by step under the huge pressure. As time passed, she did not know when it started, but she suddenly felt her movements become lighter. It was as if he had broken through some shackles after he was exhausted to the limit. The soreness in his arm suddenly disappeared, and the speed at which he attacked increased greatly, even faster and faster. The sword streaked across the air and even began to emit a clear sound of breaking through the air. Due to its speed, sparks appeared in the darkness. You are. Li Moying was the first to sense that something was wrong as he frowned. Could it be that you secretly ate some medicinal pill that stimulated your potential? What? Huang Yueli was stunned. I didn't? She was stunned for a moment before she realized that something was wrong. However, I didn't eat any medicinal pills. She did have some pills on her that were meant to stimulate her potential. She had considered taking a few of them just now. Although these pills were harmful to the body and might even cause a drop in cultivation, it was still much better than both of them dying here. However, the problem was that all the berserk pills relied on compressing the profound qi in the body to take effect. In this void, it was useless to eat it, so she did not waste any effort. Who knew that there would be a situation where his combat strength would increase? Huang Yueli was distracted for a few breaths and was almost caught by the devil beast pouncing over from the right. With a flick of her wrist, she swung her sword at an astonishing speed. With a flash of cold light, the devil beast died on the spot before it could even scream. This speed wasn't any slower than Li Moying, who had been practicing the sword for many years. However, Huang Yueli had no time to think about the reason. The sudden increase in their abilities was a huge piece of good news for her and Li Moying. She knew that this was the only turning point for the two of them and they had to seize it firmly. Therefore, after the sword attack, she slashed a few more times and quickly cleared the surrounding devil beasts. Then, he took a deep breath and started running. After an inexplicable breakthrough, not only did Huang Yueli's attack speed increase by a few times, even her running speed had also increased by a lot. With the combination of these two factors, the two of them finally returned to the gray fog smoothly. Feeling the familiar energy gushing towards her, Huang Yueli let out a long breath and sat down on the ground, using her hand to wipe the sweat off her forehead. She had started cultivating since she was 3 years old in her previous life. From the moment she had memories, she had never experienced the feeling of an ordinary person without profound qi. This time, she had learned something new. Huang Yueli turned around to take a look. After the two of them entered the gray fog, there were still many devil beasts that followed them in relentlessly. Unfortunately, the moment their bodies came into contact with the gray fog, they began to decay. They were quickly sucked dry and turned into ashes. None of them could approach them. They were finally safe. Huang Yueli heaved a sigh of relief as she hurriedly put Li Moying down from her back and turned around to check on his injuries. Husband? How are you? As his back was injured, Li Moying lay face down on the ground. Huang Yueli called out to him a few times, but he didn't move at all and didn't give any response. Just a quarter of an hour ago, Li Moying was still talking to her, asking her if she had taken the berserk pill. Huang Yueli knew that something was wrong as her brows creased as she stretched out her hand without any hesitation, pulling apart Li Moying's long black robe. A sturdy and strong back was revealed in front of him. Huang Yueli took a glance and couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. On her usually jade-like cold and fair skin, there was now a ferocious scar. The wound was not particularly deep, but because it was a wound made by the devil beast's sharp claws, the edge was torn quite badly. Of course, this kind of wound to an ordinary person was already rather serious, but to a practitioner like Li Moying, it could only be considered as a superficial wound. Although it was very painful at that time, but as long as he applied some healing ointment, he would be able to recover in 2 days. What really made Huang Yueli's face turn pale was that the blood flowing out of this wound wasn't bright red, but was suffused with an obvious black color. Moreover, perhaps it had been delayed for too long, even the edge of the wound had gradually turned black. The skin near the wound on his back even combined with the black blood and condensed into a crystal shape. This crystal looked a little familiar. Huang Yueli's brows furrowed as she pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something as her heart jolted. This seems to be similar to the black spherical crystal in the energy void. However, at this moment, there was no time for her to think about it. Huang Yueli very quickly retrieved a few porcelain bottles from the Sky Phoenix ring space and poured out a few pills from each bottle, stuffing them into Li Moying's mouth. As Li Moying's entire body was already stiff, it was hard for him to swallow, so Huang Yueli forcefully blocked his lips and forced him to swallow the pill. Then, she took out a bottle of white powder. When she opened the bottle cap, she obviously hesitated for a moment, but in the end she gritted her teeth and tilted the bottle over, sprinkling the medicinal powder evenly on Li Moying's wound. Li Moying laid on the ground, still motionless. This made Huang Yueli's brows furrow even tighter. This kind of medicinal powder had excellent healing effects and a strong detoxification effect. The only drawback was that it was too irritating. In order to achieve the effect of fighting poison with poison, the medicinal powder could not only reduce the pain of the injured, but it would also increase the pain of the wound by several times. Huang Yueli hesitated because of this. However, reality proved that she was thinking too much. Even under the stimulation of such pain, Li Moying didn't show any signs of waking up. He didn't even twitch instinctively when he was unconscious. Damn it, what's going on? Huang Yueli stared at Li Moying's pale face as her expression turned gloomy. Now at least they could confirm that Li Moying had fainted in such a short period of time. It should be because of some unknown poison on the devil's body. So even if it was just a flesh wound, it was sufficient to take down a Dao Profound Realm powerhouse like Li Moying. Moreover, this poison was a strange poison that had never been heard of before. She had taken this bottle of medicinal powder from the treasure vault of the Phoenix clan. It was said that even if it was a lethal poison that could kill the throat at the sight of blood, as long as it was sprinkled within 10 breaths after being injured, it could be saved. But now, this entire bottle of medicinal powder was sprinkled on Li Moying's wound, but it could only slow down the speed of the black crystal forming on his skin. Huang Yueli took out a few top-grade pills and fed them to Li Moying one by one. Unfortunately, the effect was still minimal. Li Moying's complexion gradually recovered from the deathly pale, but there were no signs of him waking up. The wound on his back was still bleeding at a slow rate. Every drop of blood that was exposed to the air would instantly condense into black crystals. Huang Yueli had exhausted all the methods she could use, but she still couldn't find any effective methods. This kind of strange poison that was born from nothingness did not exist in the 12 continents of the God realm at all. Of course, there would not be any medicine that could cure it. Huang Yueli knew that this couldn't go on as her brows furrowed tightly. After pondering for a moment, she quickly made a decision. No, looks like we must leave this place immediately. If she wasn't mistaken, the black crystal on Li Moying's back was the same as the crystal in the energy void. It was formed by the fusion of various energies in the Devil Territory's special environment. As long as they could leave the Devil Territory and leave the special environment here, these black crystals would not be able to exist in the 12 continents where profound qi was abundant. However, how to get out was a big problem. Looks like I can only take the risk. Huang Yueli turned her head and quietly looked in the direction of the energy void as the expression on her face grew increasingly solemn. Earlier when she and Li Moying were scouting around the boundary of the Devil Territory, she had already roughly analyzed the mechanism's working principle, and as for how to get out, she already had a rough plan. However, this plan itself was very risky. No one could predict what kind of accidents it would cause. She wanted to think about it carefully before taking action, but now, there was clearly not much time left for her. If this dragged on, if Li Moying really died here, she would never be able to forgive herself. Huang Yueli lowered her head and kissed Li Moying's pale lips. If it was any other time, her husband would have already taken the initiative to kiss her and impolitely cabin her. But now, she could only feel his cold body temperature, as if he was kissing a piece of thousand-year-old ice. Huang Yueli's heart tightened as she gritted her teeth and helped Li Moying put on his clothes again. After thinking for a while, he took out a set of top-grade armor from his space and covered his body. After that, she carried Li Moying on her back and used her belt to secure him firmly behind her back. Turning around, she walked towards the center step by step. The previous few times when she was near the energy void, Li Moying was there to open the furnace for her while Huang Yueli was only in charge of scouting the surroundings, so the entire process was considered easy. But now, it was her turn to bear the brunt of the impact, directly facing the energy impact that came from right in front of her. Huang Yueli finally felt how much pressure Li Moying had to endure the previous 2 times. As she got closer and closer to the energy void, all kinds of energy surged towards her from all directions and tore at her in different directions. In this violent energy storm, she almost could not stand still, as if she could be torn into pieces at any time. It was only a few hundred meters, but it seemed endless. Huang Yueli inched forward step by step, and not long after, her exposed skin had already been lacerated by the strong wind, causing countless wounds as fresh blood seeped out continuously. In the blink of an eye, it was blown away by the strong wind into the air, not even leaving behind a single trace. At this moment, Huang Yueli was extremely glad that she had put on a top-grade armor for Li Moying. If not, Li Moying would not be able to use his profound qi to protect his body in his unconscious state, and he would probably have died from the astral winds penetrating his body. Huang Yueli gritted her teeth as she slowly advanced forward. However, when she was about 30 meters away from the center, she couldn't get any closer. As long as she moved forward a little more, the energy storm would rush towards her. The intense pressure made it difficult for her to even breathe. Huang Yueli bent down and lowered her body as she was forced to stop. 30 meters. This distance was a little further than she had calculated at the beginning. She had thought that she would be at least 20 meters away from the center. But now, with Li Moying behind her, she didn't dare to risk her life. Huang Yueli bit her lips, appearing somewhat hesitant. But in the end, she still made up her mind. I don't care anymore. I can only take the risk. Huang Yueli's right hand flipped, and in just a blink of an eye, a palm-sized, exquisite wooden box appeared in her palm. There were exquisite array patterns drawn on the outside of the box. However, they were completely different from the array patterns commonly seen in the God realm now. If Li Moying was awake now, upon seeing this scene, he would definitely be facing a great enemy. However, he was still unconscious, so naturally he was unable to stop Huang Yueli from doing anything. Huang Yueli's expression was solemn as she narrowed her eyes slightly. Raising her arm, she used the cloak on her body to block the surrounding strong winds that were constantly attacking her. At the same time, her left hand's 5 fingers quickly swept across the array markings, constantly changing the hand seals. A few breaths later, a soft sound came from the box, and the lid slowly lifted up. The moment the lid was opened, a black mist instantly surged out of the box, and a dense devil qi crazily spread out. Due to the sudden surge of devil qi, the powerful impact acted on Huang Yueli's hands and instantly caused countless cuts. The intense pain made Huang Yueli lose all other senses as her hands kept trembling, almost smashing the box onto the ground. However, no matter how uncomfortable she was, Huang Yueli still remembered her final goal in her heart. She used all her willpower and endured the pain of being cut into pieces as she held the box firmly in her palm. Under the immense pressure, she opened the lid completely. A short quarter of an hour passed, but to Huang Yueli, it felt as long as a few years. Finally, the thick devil qi spread out a little, allowing her to vaguely see what was inside the box. So this is the legendary Devilic treasure, the Empyrean Devil Crystal. I didn't expect it to be like this. Huang Yueli's gaze fell onto the box as she couldn't help but feel extremely emotional. This piece of Empyrean Devil Crystal was obtained by her and Li Moying in Devil Overlord Ruiying's cave dwelling, At that time, they had only opened the box a crack and closed the lid without even seeing what was inside. This was because the devil chi contained in the box was too shocking. It was enough to turn the entire mountain range into a holy land of the devil clan. Once it was opened, no one knew what the consequences would be. This wasn't a power the two god clans could control, so for safety reasons, they had originally wanted to seal the Empyrean Devil Crystal forever. Who knew that it would actually be of use here today? Ever since she discovered that the energy void was formed from the fusion of different types of energy, Huang Yueli had thought of this piece of Empyrean Devil Crystal. Since all kinds of spirit armaments could fill up a part of the energy void, then this devil secret treasure would definitely have a corresponding effect. Moreover, the energy within the Empyrean Devil Crystal was abnormally abundant. It far exceeded the energy contained within 10 spirit armaments, and it should be enough to completely break the energy balance within the black crystal. As long as the balance was broken, the black crystal would shatter, and the various energies contained within would completely disintegrate and spread out. This devil territory would no longer exist. The only thing that worried Huang Yueli was that with such a huge burst of energy, the traps that Saint Iniquitous Shadow had created might not be able to withstand such a huge impact and would be directly destroyed. Then, this energy would be directly released outside the cave dwelling, and it would definitely cause a huge impact on the surrounding environment. The nearby towns, including Forest Shade Town, could all be destroyed. There might even be casualties. Precisely because of this concern, Huang Yueli had been hesitating. But now that Li Moying was seriously injured and was about to fall here forever, she couldn't care about it anymore. Not to mention the possibility of destroying a few towns, even if the world was overturned, it would not be able to stop her from saving her husband. Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes as her expression gradually became firm. At this moment, she could clearly see that there was a palm-sized stone in the middle of the box. Because the Empyrean Devil Crystal was constantly emitting black devil chi, Huang Yueli had subconsciously guessed that it should be black, but the reality was totally different from her imagination. This piece of Empyrean Devil Crystal was completely transparent and colorless. If it wasn't for the devil chi surrounding her, she probably wouldn't have been able to see that there was something in the middle. Huang Yueli held her breath as she injected a surge of devil chi into her palm and waved it towards the Empyrean Devil Crystal. She had used more than 80% of her strength. Logically speaking, even a rock weighing several thousand jin should have been turned to dust by her, but the Empyrean Devil Crystal still lay quietly in the middle of the box. It didn't even move, let alone fly out. Huang Yueli frowned as she increased her strength, directly gathering all the evil chi in her body together, as she struck out without holding back. This time, the box finally shook slightly. However, the stone inside was still lying flat. Huang Yueli didn't expect that at this point, there would actually be something unexpected happening, and she instantly became anxious. Even a piece of broken rock is going against me. Could it be that this stone is stuck to the bottom of the box? She wanted to throw the entire box out with the Empyrean Devil Crystal, but she found that she couldn't even throw the box out. It was as if the Empyrean Devil Crystal was attached to her, and she couldn't shake it off no matter how hard she tried. Huang Yueli tried a few times, but to no avail, and she wanted to curse. Was there a mistake? She had only heard that powerful spiritual artifacts like life-bound spirit artifacts would recognize an owner. After submitting to an owner, they would accidentally drop it and find it again. However, she had never heard of a treasure recognizing its owner. More importantly, this Sky Devil Sacred Crystal was a treasure of the Devil Clan. If it wanted to recognize a master, it shouldn't have found an ancient god clan like her. This was too damn poisonous. However, no matter how anxious Huang Yueli was, she couldn't throw out the Empyrean Devil Crystal. What was worse was that as they were too close to the energy void, the surrounding energy storm was too intense. Even though Li Moying was wrapped in a thick layer of top-grade profound armor, but because he was unable to circulate his cultivation method to defend, he was still inevitably injured. On Lemoyne's pale lips, a trickle of fresh blood flowed down, appearing exceptionally glaring. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand to touch his face, and it felt cold to the touch. His body temperature was dropping rapidly, which was definitely a very dangerous signal. Huang Yueli's brows were tightly knitted together as she fell into a difficult decision. Their only hope of escaping was to use Empyrean Devil crystals to fill the energy void. They would need heaven-defying luck to survive the violent impact of the black crystal's collapse. However, this Sky Devil sacred crystal seemed to stick to her hand. This also meant that she could only approach the energy void personally and directly stuff the Empyrean Devil crystal inside. This was easy to say, but it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Every 10 meters they got close to the energy void, the impact of the various energies around them doubled. They were still nearly 30 meters away from the center, but they had already reached the limit of the power they could resist. If he continued to approach, or even walked to the side of the black crystal, they would have to withstand an energy impact that was nearly 10 times stronger than what they were experiencing now. This was almost certain that it would tear the two of them into pieces. When the time came, everyone would be dead. What was the point of destroying the devil territory? But if the two of them continued to stay here, Lemoyne seemed like he wouldn't even be able to hold on for 24 hours. Huang Yueli's eyes were deep as she stared at the energy void, which was completely enveloped by the gray mist, and pondered for a while. Finally, she stretched out her hand to her back, preparing to untie the straps on Lemoyne's body and put him down, leaving him on the spot. Thinking about it, the only chance for Lemoyne to survive was to leave him here while she destroyed the black crystal alone. Although this way, there was still a 90% chance that Lemoyne wouldn't be able to withstand the violent explosion that would happen later, but at least there was still a slight chance. However, Huang Yueli had just untied a knot when she felt a chill on her shoulder. Shocked, she gasped and quickly turned around. Only then did she realize that Lemoyne's hand had unknowingly been placed on her shoulders. Furthermore, 5 slender and strong fingers were firmly gripping her slender shoulders, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break them off. Huang Yueli almost thought that Lemoyne had woken up. But when she turned her head to look at the man lying on her back, she realized that Lemoyne's eyes were still tightly shut, not moving at all, even his breathing seemed to have stopped. Moying, Moying? Huang Yueli frowned as she called out his name in a low voice. Are you awake? If you're awake, move a little. Don't scare me. Lemoyne lowered his head as his body turned extremely stiff and his face turned pale. When Huang Yueli saw this, she went to pull his fingers, wanting to put him down from behind. But even though Lemoyne was already like a lifeless ice sculpture, the strength of those few fingers was still shockingly strong and she couldn't break it no matter what. If she used any more strength, it would break. For a moment, Huang Yueli didn't know what to say. Even though Lemoyne was in a coma and had almost lost consciousness, he could actually feel her intention to abandon him. Was this the result of two people sharing primordial spirits? Wasn't the degree of telepathy a little too exaggerated? However, no matter what she thought, she had no other choice. Huang Yueli pulled Lemoyne a few more times, and after confirming that she couldn't pull him away, she suddenly gritted her teeth. All right then, since you insist on being together with me, then let's go together. If he died just like that, at the very least, we can be a pair of Mandarin ducks with the same fate. For cultivators like them who pursued the peak of cultivation, the probability of dying in the middle of their training was 99%. Only a small number of them could live their lives safely. So Huang Yueli didn't have much fear towards death. On the contrary, the man she loved was by her side, and they would be together regardless of life or death. Thinking about it, it was worth it. Huang Yueli's character was decisive, and since she had already made up her mind, she didn't think too much about it and directly took out 3 sets of profound armors from her space. These armors were obtained when he was training in Phoenix Tranquility Gorge and Devil Overlord Rueying's cave. They were all life-bound spirit armaments left behind by ancient experts. These armors couldn't be compared to the set that Li Moying was wearing and belonged to the second-grade spirit armament. Initially, Huang Yueli was planning to keep it and find an opportunity to sell it for money. However, at this moment of life and death, these things were useless. Huang Yueli decisively took it out and wore it layer by layer. Following that, she tapped her feet and with the help of the rich heaven and earth, profound chi in the air, she leaped up and pounced towards the center of the energy void. She had just taken a step when all kinds of energy in the surroundings surged towards her crazily. The powerful impact hit her chest, causing her to almost spurt blood on the spot and fly backward. Fortunately, she was wearing a spirit armament armor, which allowed her to barely withstand the attack. She only paused for a moment before she stabilized her body and rushed forward again. However, she did pay a price. Even though she had the armor to block it, several meridians in her chest were broken in an instant. Even her dantian felt a sharp pain, as if it would explode at any moment. The outermost layer of armor that she was wearing let out a soft sound, and several cracks appeared on it. Under the continuous impact of the surrounding strong winds, these cracks quickly spread out, and the entire armor instantly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, one of the priceless top-grade armors was destroyed. But Huang Yueli didn't even blink her eyes as she continued to use all her strength to charge forward. Chi la la. The sound of cloth being torn apart rang out continuously as the second and third layer of armor on Huang Yueli's body were completely shattered within a few breaths. At this moment, Huang Yueli was less than 5 meters away from the center of the energy void. She gritted her teeth and tightly gripped the box with the Empyrean Devil Crystal. She stretched out her arm as hard as she could while mobilizing all the strength in her body to resist the enormous force of impact and pounce at the black crystal. Without the protection of the armor, the strong wind pierced through her chest like sharp blades. Blood spurted out from her chest and fell on the black crystal. At the same time, the black crystal suddenly produced a powerful suction force. Originally, Huang Yueli was resisting the huge resistance, wanting to send the Empyrean Devil Crystal into the energy void. But now, the Empyrean Devil Crystal in her right hand was being pulled by the suction force and charged toward the black crystal at an astonishing speed. Clang! A deafening crash was heard. The Empyrean Devil Crystal moved faster and faster until it finally collided with the black crystal. Because Huang Yueli had lost too much blood, her vision was already somewhat blurry, and she could only vaguely see the Empyrean Devil Crystal and the black crystal clashing together in the swirling gray fog, and following that, they shattered. The entire world seemed to be shaken by such an impact, and the ground began to shake crazily. The already intense energy storm in the surroundings instantly increased by several levels. Huang Yueli was already exhausted, and facing such a violent energy, she had no ability to resist and was directly flipped onto the ground. The black and white crystals turned into countless fragments and were blown into the surrounding air by the strong wind. Huang Yueli tried her best to open her eyes, but she could only see the black and white crystal shards that filled the sky. In the energy storm mixed with lightning, they kept flickering, as though it was a night sky filled with stars, sparkling and dazzling. However, these stars only looked beautiful. Every single one of them was extremely dangerous. Just touching a little of them would be fatal. Under the sweeping of the energy gales, these crystal fragments were blown in all directions. The sharp edges were like blades, enough to cut everything in their way into pieces. Huang Yueli was already completely drained of her strength, and the layers of profound armor on her body had completely cracked apart, which was equivalent to having no defense at all. Therefore, she could only watch helplessly as these fragments pierced into her body. Because these fragments were too small and shattered, she actually did not feel any pain. She only felt that something had entered her body and was constantly swimming in her meridians, but she was completely unable to control it. These fragments traveled through her meridians for a week, before entering her dantian and rushing straight to her head. Huang Yueli felt dizzy as stars started to appear in front of her eyes. In the end, he could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Until the moment before she fainted, Huang Yueli was still extremely confused about the current situation. She had imagined many things that might happen after the Empyrean Devil Crystal was absorbed by the energy void, but she never thought that the Empyrean Devil Crystal would directly shatter after colliding with the Black Crystal. What was going on now? Had the energy void been filled? However, it didn't seem to have anything to do with them. Under the combined effect of so many fragments, her and Li Moying's ending was already destined, that was to be sliced into pieces by the crystal fragments, turning into minced meat. Although she had gone through many years of experience and was already prepared to die in a foreign land, but she had not expected that she and Li Moying would die so miserably. The only thing worth celebrating was, now that they had fainted, they did not have to face their tragic deaths directly. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile as she fainted completely. Not long after, a violent lightning strike came from the sky. Li Er? Li Er? In the darkness, a voice seemed to ring in his ears. However, she was too tired and sleepy. All the strength in her body seemed to have been drained. Couldn't he just let her sleep for a while? Huang Yueli felt as though her body was floating in mid-air, wrapped in a ball of cotton, extremely comfortable. She subconsciously closed her eyes tightly and pretended not to hear anyone calling her, determined to continue sleeping. However, the person who called her was obviously anxious, and his voice became louder and louder. Li Er? Li Er, can you hear my voice? Wake up, open your eyes, and look at me. Don't scare me. The man's low voice gradually carried a hint of sobs. Even though she was in a daze and could not remember where she had heard this voice before, when she heard the other party gasp, her heart suddenly ached. She didn't know why, but she wanted to get up immediately and hug this man to comfort him so that he wouldn't be sad. Otherwise, she would be even sadder. Li Er. The deep voice rang in her ears again, and the gentle ending made her ears go numb. Huang Yueli's heart skipped a beat as she suddenly opened her eyes. A familiar handsome face appeared in front of him. Huang Yueli was stunned for quite a while before she managed to regain her consciousness as she recognized that the man in front of her was her dear husband, Li Moying. You. She opened her mouth and wanted to speak, but a burning pain came from her throat and she couldn't make a sound. When Li Moying saw her open her eyes, his handsome face immediately revealed a surprised and delighted expression as he pounced over to hug her. Li Er, you're finally awake. That's great, that's really great. You were unconscious for too long this time. You almost scared me to death. What Li Moying didn't say was that if it wasn't for the fact that Huang Yueli's body was still warm to the touch, he would have thought that she had met with an accident and planned to accompany her. Although Huang Yueli had woken up, but her mind was still in a mess as she felt a wave of dizziness and from time to time, stars would appear in front of her. After a while, he finally recovered a little. She looked at Li Moying with a doubtful gaze. If she didn't remember wrongly, before she fainted, they were trapped in an ancient devil territory and Li Moying was seriously injured by the devil beast hidden in the void and fainted. In order to save Li Moying, she tried to use the Empyrean Devil Crystal to fill the energy void, but she recalled the scene before she fainted. The black and white fragments that covered the entire space, the tiny crystals that kept shooting into her body like blades, and the pressure formed by the suffocating powerful energy. It was like the end of the world. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like a normal reaction of an energy void being filled. It seemed like the plan had failed. However, if they failed, what would happen to them now? Why wasn't she cut into pieces? Why did she wake up? Didn't Li Moying lose consciousness long ago? Now, he was actually standing in front of her? Huang Yueli subconsciously lowered her head to take a look and realized that there wasn't a single scar on her body. Her small hands were fair and tender, like a piece of art carved from jade. The wounds caused by the countless crystal shards in the devil territory seemed to be all in her imagination. Huang Yueli was dumbfounded as she looked at herself and then at Li Moying. In her memory, Li Moying was also struck by countless crystal fragments during the process of the explosion. But now, not only was there no wound on his body, she didn't know if it was her imagination, but she felt that Li Moying's skin seemed to be better than before. That cold jade-like fair skin seemed to be faintly glowing in this dark environment. It even gave her a feeling that the man in front of her was not real, but condensed from the profound qi of heaven and earth. "Husband, are you alive?" Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment before she stretched out her small hand and poked Li Moying's face. Li Moying was stunned for a moment before revealing a bitter smile. You. What are you thinking about?" "Of course I'm alive." "You're alive too. We're all alive and well. Otherwise, what did you see? You don't think you're dreaming, do you?" Huang Yueli really nodded her head. "I just feel like I'm dreaming." When the energy void shattered, there was such a serious explosion. Under such a powerful energy impact, how could we survive? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. The more Huang Yueli thought about it, the more she felt that something wasn't right. Could it be that what she was seeing now was an illusion before she died? When he heard Huang Yueli's words, Li Moying was slightly startled and immediately frowned as he asked, "You said, what explosion? Didn't you use the Empyrean Devil Crystal to fill the hole in the energy and turn the Devil territory into what it is now?" "What?" Huang Yueli subconsciously opened her mouth, but she quickly reacted. That's right. When Li Moying was accompanying her to investigate the situation in the Devil territory, he was ambushed by a devil beast hidden in the void and was injured. After that he had fallen unconscious. When she approached the black crystal with her back against him and when the explosion happened, he was unconscious and did not know what had happened. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's brows furrowed even tighter. "Actually, after you fainted, a lot of things happened. I was worried that your life would be in danger if you continued to be unconscious. I had no choice but to take the risk." Huang Yueli briefly explained the situation at that time. Although she had omitted many details, but just from those simple words, Li Moying could feel how soul-stirring the situation was. He fell into deep thought after hearing this. In that case, the Empyrean Devil Crystal contains too much devilish qi. Not only did it successfully fill up the energy void, but the remaining devilish qi also overflowed, causing the entire devil territory to collapse. All kinds of energy separated from the black crystal, triggering a violent energy storm, and then it became like this? Now, how is it? Only at this moment did Huang Yueli recall that she still didn't know where she was as she hurriedly turned around to look around. After taking a few glances, she realized that the two of them were in a very strange environment. It was different from any place she had been to before. The two of them seemed to be in a boundless wilderness, and the surroundings were abnormally quiet. The ground she was lying on was desolate yellow, and the sky above her was deep dark blue. There were no stars in the sky, but it was filled with streams of light. These streams of light were of different colors and filled the entire sky in a disorderly manner. The light shone on the ground. Huang Yueli raised her head and looked up at the sky. The flowing lights in the sky kept changing colors, and the halos they emitted shone on their bodies, giving them a warm feeling. Huang Yueli quietly sensed for a while and revealed a surprised expression. What exactly is this place? Why was there so much energy? Could it be? When she first woke up, she was too shocked to notice her surroundings. It was only now that she realized that the surrounding air was filled with dense devil qi. It was even several times denser than what they had felt in the devil territory. Moreover, there were other energies flowing within the devil qi. She could even clearly feel a large amount of heaven and earth profound qi slowly entering her body with her breathing, repairing the damage in her meridians. In addition, she also sensed the existence of evil qi, and the concentration was not low. Such a situation really surprised Huang Yueli. She had been in the god realm for nearly 3 years, but she had never encountered a place where so many types of energy could coexist at the same time. Even in the devil territory, although the gray fog was filled with energy of different attributes, these energies repelled each other and formed an intense energy storm that was enough to tear anyone who entered into pieces. However, in the space they were in now, all the energy coexisted in harmony. They interacted with each other, but they were also independent of each other. They did not interfere with each other. Noticing Huang Yueli's astonishment, Li Moying opened his mouth to speak. You also realized that something is wrong here? I woke up a while earlier than you, so I've already checked the surroundings. This place seemed to be isolated from the world. It was an independent small realm, and it was filled with all kinds of energy. I couldn't understand it before, but after hearing what happened when I was unconscious, I seem to understand a little. Huang Yueli finally recovered from her astonishment as she nodded her head. You've thought of the same thing as me. I think this should be the small realm formed after the Empyrean Devil Crystal shattered the Black Crystal. I really didn't expect that we would have such a fortuitous encounter. She stared into the sky with awe as she was soaked in emotions. Huang Yueli had never expected that they would be lucky enough to enter a small cosmos by chance. Moreover, the environment in this small universe was completely different from what they had seen in the ancient books. Generally, the energy contained in a small universe was of a single attribute. It was either heaven and earth, profound qi, or devil qi. Of course, there might be other attributes of energy, but it was not recorded in the ancient records of the ancient god clan. The space they were in now could accommodate so many energies of different attributes at the same time, and they could even coexist so harmoniously with each other. It could really be described as unheard of. The two of them quietly observed the surrounding environment for a while and thought at the same time, the energy here is so abundant, and it has all kinds of attributes. For cultivators like us who cultivate at the same time, it is definitely a holy land for cultivation. In the future, we will be able to cultivate the iniquitous shadow secret manual with half the effort. Hearing this, Li Moying's brows raised slightly. Wifey, you're actually so impatient to cultivate the iniquitous shadow secret manual. Could it be that your husband has been too cold to you during this period of time, causing you to be so dissatisfied and even used this kind of method to vaguely remind me? What? Huang Yueli went into a blank for a moment before she suddenly understood, and her face turned red as she couldn't help but stretch out her little claws and gave Li Moying's chest a hard smack. You, what are you thinking about? The cultivation technique I'm talking about is a normal cultivation technique, not that. What about that? Li Moying intentionally leaned closer and asked, I didn't seem to have said anything right? Li, your face is so red, could it be that you're thinking of something impure? His thin lips were almost touching her soft face. Huang Yueli glared at him and puffed up her cheeks. You know it very well. When I said it was beneficial for cultivation, I meant that the evil qi here was dense. We could cultivate evil techniques with half the effort, it's not what you think. In the past, although they had been secretly cultivating the iniquitous shadow secret manual, apart from the dual cultivation method, the two of them hadn't advanced very quickly in other aspects. Because in the area where the gods and devil beasts gathered, there was almost no evil qi in the air. What? Huang Yueli went into a blank for a moment before she suddenly understood, and her face turned red as she couldn't help but stretch out her little claws and gave Li Moying's chest a hard smack. You, what are you thinking about? The cultivation technique I'm talking about is a normal cultivation technique, not that. What about that? Li Moying intentionally leaned closer and asked, I didn't seem to have said anything right? Li, your face is so red, Could it be that you're thinking of something impure? His thin lips were almost touching her soft face. Huang Yueli glared at him and puffed up her cheeks. You know it very well. When I said it was beneficial for cultivation, I meant that the evil qi here was dense. We could cultivate evil techniques with half the effort, it's not what you think. In the past, although they had been secretly cultivating the iniquitous shadow secret manual, apart from the dual cultivation method, the two of them hadn't advanced very quickly in other aspects. Because in the area where the gods and devil beasts gathered, there was almost no evil qi in the air. In the past, although they had been secretly cultivating the iniquitous shadow secret manual, apart from the dual cultivation method, the two of them hadn't advanced very quickly in other aspects. Because in the area where the gods and devil beasts gathered, there was almost no evil qi in the air. The two of them had been trapped in the devil territory for nearly a month. In other words, for such a long time, because of the huge pressure, the two of them did not have any chance to get close. Now that he finally managed to come out of that damned place, Li Moying only wanted to hug his wife to celebrate. Who knew that before he could even kiss his wife's little face, he was cruelly and mercilessly pushed away. Young Lord Li's face could not hold on any longer and instantly became aggrieved. Li, what are you doing? Thinking back to that time when the two of them had not gotten married, Huang Yueli was mesmerized by his face. Every time he used a little bit of his charm, she would be able to coax Li over, and at least a couple of kisses would definitely not be a problem. But now? He was actually pushed away. Could it be that because they were an old couple, he had lost his attraction towards Li? Huang Yueli didn't notice the strange expression of the man beside her, but turned her head with a face full of vigilance, looking up and down left and right. Husband, there's someone here, really. I heard some movement just now. It seemed like someone was talking. Li Moying was stunned for a moment, before he regained his senses, and became vigilant. What did you say? Someone was there? That's impossible, right? This was a newly opened small universe, and it was completely separated from the god realm. We are the owners of this space now. Without our consent, no one can enter. Huang Yueli naturally understood this logic, and for a moment, she started to doubt her own judgment. She frowned slightly. That's right. This isn't a profound realm, but a small universe. Outsiders shouldn't be able to enter. Then, did I hear wrongly? But I clearly heard someone talking, and I could tell that it was a man's voice. Li Moying smiled as he replied, of course you heard wrongly. There are so many different types of energy gathered in this small universe. When the energy flows, there will be sounds. It's not a big deal, so there's no need to be so nervous. Huang Yueli thought about it, and it made sense. Furthermore, she had released her divine perception to probe the surroundings, and discovered that other than a large amount of energy of various attributes, there wasn't any living person's aura, so she gradually relaxed. Alright, looks like I heard wrong. Alright, don't worry. If you have time to think about it, why don't you seize the time and cultivate with me? The smile on Li Moying's lips gradually deepened as his voice turned deeper and deeper. He slowly inched closer to Huang Yueli, and inched closer bit by bit as he blew a breath into her ear. Li, cultivate properly and don't slack off. You really haven't worked hard recently. It's better for your husband to supervise you. The man's magnetic voice echoed in her ears. That handsome face was right in front of her, and her nose was filled with a familiar masculine scent. Huang Yueli's small face once again turned slightly red. It was a beautiful day, and there was no one around. The atmosphere was just right. Li Moying took the opportunity to stretch out his arm and hooked it around her slender waist as he lowered his head towards her. Huang Yueli was very cooperative this time as she obediently raised her head. Just as the two of them were about to kiss, a voice suddenly sounded. Eh? They're going to kiss again. They're so loving. This time around, even Li Moying heard it clearly. The two of them immediately quivered and separated. Although this sound was very soft and almost inaudible, cultivators with slightly lower cultivation might not be able to detect it at all. However, to the two of them, this voice was very clear. It was absolutely impossible for them to have misheard it. At this moment, no matter how thick-headed a person was, they could no longer have any thoughts of being in love. There was actually someone else besides them in this seemingly absolutely safe and secretive little universe. This wasn't surprise, but fear. There really is someone. How could this be? How did she get in? Could it be that she was trapped in the devil territory with us earlier? Li Moying frowned and protected Huang Yueli in his embrace as he raised his head to observe the surrounding situation vigilantly. No, we've been in the devil territory for so long. If there are other living people, it's impossible for us not to notice them. In the devil territory, other than the devil beasts that could survive in the void, no matter what race it was, whether it was the ancient god clan, the human race, or the devil clan, they all needed to borrow a certain amount of energy to ensure their own safety. Therefore, if there were living people, they would definitely come to the gray fog in the central region. The gray fog was only so big. With an additional person, it was very easy to sense it. However, they knew nothing about it. This was absolutely illogical. Li Moying's heart was filled with doubts and for a moment, he didn't act rashly. And not only was Huang Yueli unable to answer his question, on the contrary, she was even more shocked than him. This isn't the main point. The main point is, what I heard earlier, was clearly a man's voice? Why did it become a woman's now? Could it be, are there two more people here? One person was already scary enough, and now, there were two of them. Li Moying couldn't remain calm anymore as he couldn't help but ask, are you sure you didn't hear wrongly? Maybe it was a woman's voice, but you didn't hear it clearly just now. Huang Yueli shook her head, how could I have misheard? I'm very sure that it was a man who spoke just now. Moreover, that voice sounded a little familiar, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. Familiar? Li Moying raised his brows. The two of them looked around for a while, trying to find traces of other people. However, the area of this small universe was very large, and one could not see the end at a glance. The ground spread out in all directions, and it was unknown where it led to. The light paths formed by various energies in the sky intertwined with each other, covering the ground with a layer of dazzling light and shadow, making it difficult for people to determine the specific situation around them. Although they did not find anything, the two of them did not feel any danger approaching after staying in the same place for so long. Huang Yueli had already calmed down by now. After pondering for a moment, she said, why don't we go around and investigate? I don't know how big this small universe is. It's good for us to confirm the size of the space first. However, the area of this small universe was very large, and one could not see the end at a glance. The ground spread out in all directions, and it was unknown where it led to. The light paths formed by various energies in the sky intertwined with each other, covering the ground with a layer of dazzling light and shadow, making it difficult for people to determine the specific situation around them. Although they did not find anything, the two of them did not feel any danger approaching after staying in the same place for so long. Huang Yueli had already calmed down by now. After pondering for a moment, she said, why don't we go around and investigate? I don't know how big this small universe is. It's good for us to confirm the size of the space first. Earlier when Huang Yueli and Li Moying woke up, there was a desert beneath their feet and they had spontaneously imagined that the entire small universe was in such an environment. However, in fact, only the area in the center did not have any vegetation. As they moved away from the center and gradually moved to the edge, some green plants began to appear on the ground, like moss. As they continued to walk further out, the types of plants became more and more complicated. From the moss to the short shrubs, then to the small tree that was as tall as a person, until Huang Yueli raised her head and looked at the lush forest that had already formed a stretch, her face filled with amazement. Heavens, this is really too spectacular. It's simply unimaginable. The plants in the small universe were very similar to the plants they had seen in the God realm, but there were also differences. The biggest feature was that the energy in the small universe was so abundant that it was almost overflowing. Therefore, all kinds of energy could even attach to the surface of these plants, forming a layer of halo. Different types of energy were deposited on the leaves, showing different colors. The taller the tree, the more energy it could absorb. The small moss, from before only emitted a faint light, looking like countless fireflies. However, every tree in the forest before him had an extremely dazzling light. Every leaf reflected different halos, flowing with light and colorful colors, and was dazzling. It was as if he had entered a fairyland. Even with Li Moying's extremely cold and prudent character, when he saw this scene, he couldn't hide the astonishment on his face as he stood rooted to the spot. After a long while, Huang Yueli regained her senses. She quickly walked into the forest, stood on her tiptoes, and plucked a leaf from a big tree in front of her. The leaf that was emitting a crimson glow lay quietly on her fair palm, like a ball of fire burning in her palm. Huang Yueli sighed. What dense fire attributed profound qi. The energy contained in this leaf was several times higher than the highest grade fire attribute crystal. If we can bring it out of the small cosmos and use it to refine profound artifacts, we can definitely refine magic artifacts. There was a saying in the immortal realm that only a profound life realm expert could refine a holy armament. Moreover, they had to use their own blood essence to refine it. Therefore, they could only refine it once in their lives. The only holy armament was the life spirit of this expert. However, Huang Yueli felt that things like holy armaments should not only be refined once. This was illogical. The biggest reason why it couldn't be refined was probably because the quality of the heavenly resources in the immortal realm wasn't good enough, and the energy it contained wasn't enough. Only by mixing it with the blood essence of a profound life realm expert could it be upgraded to the quality of a holy armament. Also, because every cultivator's blood essence was related to strength and lifespan, it was impossible to extract it indefinitely. Therefore, every expert weighed the pros and cons and only refined one. If they had more, the gains would not make up for the losses. However, what if there were materials of a higher grade and purer energy? Then could he get rid of the blood essence of the profound life realm and directly refine it into a holy armament? Huang Yueli had always had this thought, but unfortunately, this kind of material didn't exist at all, so she couldn't even give it a try, so she could only think about it in her mind. However, it was different after entering this small universe. Even every single blade of leaf in this small universe contained pure energy, which was purer than the natural treasures she had come into contact with before. As a spirit armament master, Huang Yueli had already started to let her imagination run wild as she came up with dozens of different refining plans. If she could really use these leaves, branches, flowers, and the like to refine spirit armaments, the quality of spirit armaments would definitely soar. Although, whether or not she could really refine a holy armament in the end still needed to be tested in practice. However, just seeing such hope made her extremely excited. But Huang Yueli still remembered the purpose of the two of them coming over, so she quickly suppressed the excitement in her heart. She turned to Li Moying and said, "The sound we heard earlier, it doesn't feel like it came from the depths of the forest. Let's not enter the forest. Let's go to other places to take a look first." Li Moying nodded his head. "That's right, I have the same intention too. Since there were plants in this small universe, there might be animals as well. Although they hadn't seen them yet, it didn't mean that they didn't exist. If the two of them took the risk to enter the forest and attracted the attack of some magical beasts, then they would be in big trouble. To be on the safe side, it was better to find the source of those two voices before making a move. The two of them walked along the periphery of the forest for a while. As the two of them moved forward, the surrounding environment also changed. The forest gradually became sparse, but the terrain began to become steep. The two of them walked past a small hill and saw cliffs and waterfalls. They were even more amazed. Suddenly, Huang Yueli pointed ahead and exclaimed, "Husband, look over there. Is that a thatched hut? It looks like a thatched hut that is inhabited." Li Moying followed the direction of her finger and his brows immediately knitted together. That's right, it really is a thatched hut. However, how can there be one in this small universe? Whether it was the undulating terrain, the flowing colors in the sky, or even the beautiful trees and shrubs, all of them could be said to be a unique environment formed by the combined effects of the black crystal and the Empyrean devil crystal. However, this thatched hut. This was definitely not something that could be formed naturally. Someone must have built it. However, the small universe they were in now should have been formed in the explosion a few days ago. Even if someone else had really entered the small universe, it was impossible for them to build a thatched hut in such an exquisite manner in just a few days. Huang Yueli pursed her lips as she stared at the straw hut for a while before she suddenly said, "This thatched hut looks a little familiar." The two of them took large strides and soon arrived at the door of the thatched hut. The structure of this thatched hut was very complete. Not only was there a large courtyard outside the house, but there was also a bamboo fence outside the courtyard, and the door was tightly shut. Huang Yueli walked closer and her footsteps paused. The bamboo door in front of her was like a piece of paper to a cultivator with her cultivation. No matter how tightly it was closed, she only needed to push it gently to open it. However, Huang Yueli didn't immediately break the door down, but instead stretched out her hand to lightly knock on the door. "Master, disciple Huang Yueli was late due to some reason and missed the time that we agreed on, please forgive her. However, I brought my husband here this time. He also cultivates the iniquitous shadow secret manual like me, so he can be considered your disciple." As she said that, Huang Yueli turned her head to look at Li Moying. Li Moying understood and immediately raised his voice, "Disciple Li Moying greets master." Not long after, a low male voice came from the door. "Come in." Hearing this voice, Huang Yueli's eyes flashed with joy. It seemed that she had not guessed wrongly. There was indeed someone in this thatched hut. Moreover, it was none other than Saint Iniquitous Shadow, who was in the profound life realm and had a master-disciple relationship with her. Previously, when she was trapped in the infernal domain, Huang Yueli had been worried, not knowing how Saint Iniquitous Shadow's current situation was. Could it be that even the last trace of divine sense had disappeared, so he could not control the mechanism in the cave dwelling, causing him to be swallowed by the energy void? Now, it seemed that Saint Iniquitous Shadow's consciousness had not completely disappeared. This was great news. Huang Yueli and Li Moying walked side by side through the courtyard as they walked towards the thatched hut. There were a lot of flowers and plants in this courtyard, which was different from what the two of them had seen in the small universe outside. Moreover, there were living spirit beasts. However, the two of them had no time to look at it carefully. They glanced at it hurriedly and went straight into the thatched hut. The living room was spotless, but the furnishings were very simple. There was only a table, 2 chairs, and a few cabinets. A tall man sat on a chair beside the table. His facial features were handsome and resolute, and his eyes were overbearing. Just his gaze alone made the two of them tremble. The appearance of a true expert was no longer important. Cultivators with lower cultivation levels could not even see his appearance clearly. They could only feel the incomparably sharp aura on his body. However, his intimidating aura didn't scare Huang Yueli. As soon as she entered, she smiled. "Master, I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound. How is it? Are you surprised to see your disciple?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't have a smile on his face. He glanced at her coldly and snorted. It was indeed a pleasant surprise. I thought that you had long forgotten that you had a master. Even if my divine sense dies, I won't be able to see my disciple return. Ahem, how could that be? Huang Yueli coughed twice guiltily as she hurriedly pulled her husband out as a shield. Master, I haven't introduced him to you yet. This is my husband. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's gaze swept across Li Moying's face as he replied indifferently, haha, no need to introduce. I can tell. Just now, his little disciple was about to kiss this handsome young man. Now, she was holding hands and was unwilling to let go. He was not blind. How could he not know this person's identity? Huang Yueli pulled her husband's hand and stood shoulder to shoulder with him in front of Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Master, I was in a hurry to leave last time because I wanted to save him. Look, isn't he as good-looking and powerful as I said? Even his talent is higher than mine? Huang Yueli still remembered how Saint Iniquitous Shadow had stopped her with a look of pity when she left the cave dwelling and even said a bunch of words to dissuade her. What he meant was that she was a peerless genius, yet she was already married at such a young age. It was simply too thoughtless. With her talent, ordinary people were not worthy of her. She was afraid that a wild man had taken advantage of her young age and used flowery words to deceive her. If it wasn't for the fact that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was only left with his spirit body in the cave and couldn't stop her, perhaps he would have personally jumped out to break up the couple. Although Huang Yueli had defended her husband at that time, bragging about Li Moying's innate talent, ability, and looks to the skies, but Saint Iniquitous Shadow obviously didn't believe her. Although he didn't say it directly, but looking at that pitiful gaze, he had clearly treated her as an ignorant young lady who was blinded by love. Alright, she was indeed. However, her husband's excellence was also true. Huang Yueli had made up her mind at that moment to bring her husband to Saint Iniquitous Shadow and let him take a good look. Her taste in choosing her husband was as outstanding as her innate talent. Now, she finally had the chance to show off her husband. Cuckoo, I think. The corners of Saint Iniquitous Shadow's lips twitched as his cold gaze swept past Li Moying. He had long made up his mind that no matter what kind of person his little disciple's husband was, no matter how outstanding his talent was, he would never praise him. After all, Huang Yueli had left the cave dwelling in a hurry because of this brat. She had promised to save him in 3 months, but what happened? She didn't know that she would come back after leaving. With his intelligence and wisdom that had lived for tens of thousands of years, of course, he knew with his toes that this pretty boy outside must have bewitched his disciple. That was why such an outstanding and cute little disciple would throw her master to the back of her mind. This was simply abominable. This youth that stood before him was really just like what Huang Yueli had said, a god-grade genius whose innate talent wasn't inferior to hers. Furthermore, no idea what kind of fortuitous encounter he had, to actually already be Dao Profound Realm cultivation. Much higher than Huang Yueli. And his age. Originally, Saint Iniquitous Shadow thought that a cultivator with such talent and cultivation was definitely not young. No matter what, he was at least 50 years old. Although in the eyes of the ancient god clan, 50 years old was just an adult and was still considered a teenager, considering that his little disciple's bone age was less than 20 years old, even if he was only 50 years old, it was enough to accuse this brat of being an old cow eating young grass. However, when Saint Iniquitous Shadow took a closer look, he realized that Li Moying was only 3 to 4 years older than Huang Yueli. With a Dao Profound Realm practitioner's lifespan of easily over 1,000 years, the two people's bone age really looked about the same, so no matter how much they exaggerated it, there was no way to say that Li Moying was an old bull. Moreover, this brat not only had shocking talent in cultivation, the evil qi in his body had also been cultivated to an exceptionally pure level, not the slightest bit inferior to Huang Yueli's. But when Huang Yueli first cultivated the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual, it was him, as her master, who personally guided her, opening up her meridians and laying down her foundation. As for Limoying, he was outside the cave dwelling, so he could only rely on himself to study the cultivation technique to cultivate. To be able to cultivate to such a level, wouldn't his talent in the path of evil cultivation be even more outstanding than his little disciple? There was nothing wrong with their talent or age, so they could only find a breakthrough in their relationship. Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned and coughed. "Kid, what's your name?" Limoying didn't say a word as he stood quietly on the spot, allowing Saint Iniquitous Shadow to probe. It was until he heard his question that he took a step forward and cupped his hands towards him. "Greetings, Master. Disciple's name is Limoying, a member of Cloudy Qilin clan." Saint Iniquitous Shadow was holding a teacup, wanting to drink some water to moisten his throat. When he heard the word master, he almost spat out the tea. Cough cough, he almost choked and coughed for a while, before he recovered. "What master? Who is your master? Did I allow you to call me master?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow's face was filled with disdain. Limoying didn't seem to be bothered as he gave a slight smile and replied respectfully, "According to the rules of the God realm, since my wife is your disciple, as your husband, I naturally have to follow suit and call you master. Could it be that master doesn't want my wifey as your disciple anymore?" "Don't talk nonsense," Saint Iniquitous Shadow immediately retorted. What a joke. His spirit body had been trapped in this cave dwelling for more than 100,000 years, before he found such a talented disciple. "Is that so? There's such a thing?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned, feeling even more displeased. Did this kid have the respect that he should have when he saw a senior expert? Why was he so arrogant? He actually said something, and this kid immediately retorted. He didn't even put him, his master, in his eyes. No, who was his master? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was racking his brains, thinking of how to continue making things difficult for Limoying. Unexpectedly, this time around, Huang Yueli couldn't sit still anymore. She walked to Limoying's side and spoke first. "Master, don't you remember? I clearly told you last time that my husband and I not only met and got married in the lower realm, but we also have a relationship of 2 lifetimes. When we were in the lower realm, we obtained the remnant scroll of the soul-splitting technique that you left behind. My husband used this remnant scroll to save me. Otherwise, my soul would have long dissipated." Saint Iniquitous Shadow was still pulling a long face, because his little disciple was unhappy that a brat was talking back to him. Suddenly, when he heard the words soul-splitting technique, a crack appeared on his tense face. Because the array formation had collapsed and he had been swept into the devil territory, his spirit body had been severely damaged and his memory had also deviated. It was only at this moment that he suddenly remembered. Initially, Huang Yueli and Limoying had the ancient god clan bloodline and had been cultivating cultivation methods, but they were able to absorb the evil qi that he released outside the cave dwelling's transmission array and thus fell into this cave dwelling. That was because the two of them had already cultivated the soul-splitting technique 20 years ago. Moreover, these two people in front of him were the only peerless geniuses who had successfully used the soul-splitting technique other than him in so many years. Saint Iniquitous Shadow fell silent. He gave a cold snort as he swept a glance at Limoying. Although he still couldn't stand him, but he couldn't find any reason to nitpick anymore. To be able to execute the soul-splitting technique for Huang Yueli and endure the pain of his soul being torn apart, it meant that his feelings for Huang Yueli were so deep that no one could compare to it. To be able to bet his life and soul for such an almost impossible glimmer of hope, it showed that this kid had amazing courage. And in the end, he was able to successfully execute the soul-splitting technique and save his beloved woman. This could only mean that Limoying's innate talent in deviant cultivation was outstanding, a peerless genius that might not even be seen once in 100,000 years, not inferior to his innate talent in cultivation. Facing such a young junior, even if Saint Iniquitous Shadow wanted to be thick-skinned and take advantage of his seniority, he would be too embarrassed to say that he was not worthy of his disciple. Huang Yueli had been secretly observing Saint Iniquitous' shadow, and when she saw that his expression had softened, she hurriedly gave Li Moying a look. Li Moying understood and immediately took a step forward as he bowed. "Master, this disciple was rude earlier. Don't call me." Saint Iniquitous' shadow was still a little unwilling and felt disgruntled. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a sweet female voice. When they were interrupted for the second time, both of them thought they heard a female voice. However, when they arrived at the thatched hut, they only saw Saint Iniquitous' shadow. Thinking back to the fact that they had been in Saint Iniquitous' shadow's cave dwelling before they had fallen into the void, they assumed that the person who had spoken was Saint Iniquitous' shadow himself. As for the female voice, perhaps the abnormal energy fluctuations in the small universe had affected their hearing? It was only at this moment when they heard this voice again that Huang Yueli and Li Moying realized that in this small universe, there was actually a woman as well. The two of them turned around in surprise and saw a secret door at the back of the living room open. A woman in a light green dress walked out. This woman was unusually delicate. Her slender waist was so thin that it seemed like it could break at any time. When she walked, the clothes on her body seemed a little loose. Her skin was so fair that it was almost transparent. Her chin was sharp, and her eyes were watery. Although her exact age could not be seen like Saint Iniquitous' shadow, she was a very beautiful woman. However, she did not look very healthy. When Huang Yueli saw this, she seemed to have understood something, and before the other party could walk in front of her, she had already shouted out, "Master's wife. Are you the legendary Master's wife? You're really as beautiful as I imagined. You're so compatible with Master." Almost the instant she saw this lady, Huang Yueli reacted. The reason why Saint Iniquitous' shadow would leave behind such a cultivation method was because he was the same as Li Moying. To save the life of his beloved woman, he had torn apart his own primordial spirit. The woman who appeared in his cave dwelling, other than her master's wife, how could there be anyone else? Moreover, this woman even intimately called Saint Iniquitous' shadow Brother Hong. Tsk, she was too embarrassed to call her husband brother. Sure enough, upon hearing Huang Yueli's address, the lady's fair face immediately turned slightly red. However, she quickly concealed her loss of composure and took on the attitude of a mistress as she turned her head towards Huang Yueli with a gentle smile. "You must be Lier? Brother Hong has been talking about you for the past few days. He said that you are the most outstanding genius he has ever seen. Now it seems that it is indeed correct." Huang Yueli had heard too many of such praises. The woman glanced at Saint Iniquitous' shadow and took the teacup from him. She took a sip and said, "Why can't I come out? I haven't come out for tens of thousands of years, and now I can't even look at my little disciple and her husband?" After Saint Iniquitous' shadow delivered the tea, he pushed a plate of snacks to the woman. Hearing the woman's impatient ridicule, not only did he not show any signs of anger, but he even smiled in an especially flattering manner. "My darling, what are you saying? It's fine if you want to see anyone. I'm not. Are you worried about your health? You've always been weak. What if?" The woman turned her head and glared at him. "Stop saying those ominous words. I was weak in the past. Now that I'm in this small universe, I'm very good. Yes, yes, yes. My darling wife is right." Saint Iniquitous' shadow seemed to disagree, but after hesitating for a while, he nodded with a smile and went along with the woman. Only then was the lady satisfied as her line of sight once again turned towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying as she waved at the two of them. "Don't stand there, you two. Come and sit down. Come, have some tea and snacks. The tea leaves made from the Frost Heaven treasure leaf are not available outside. I only found one more than 100,000 years ago and later planted it in my cave dwelling. Come, have a taste. Don't stand on ceremony." Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't react for a long time. In fact, the two of them were already stunned. Judging from the way Saint Iniquitous Shadow acted just now, both of them felt that he was a powerful, stubborn, and bad-tempered senior expert who had a cold and distant aura. He never expected that the moment his wife appeared, Saint Iniquitous Shadow would become a completely different person. His shameless actions and words perfectly explained what it meant to be a wife-slave. She simply couldn't watch anymore. Huang Yueli, who had once followed Saint Iniquitous Shadow to cultivate for a period of time, felt as though she had taken in a fake master. If Saint Iniquitous Shadow had looked like this when they entered the straw hut, she would not have dared to recognize him. She would have thought that a strange uncle had entered and quickly fled with her husband. Upon hearing Master's wife's call, the two of them came back to their senses and quickly walked to the table to sit down. Huang Yueli didn't stand on ceremony as she took 2 cups and poured a cup of tea for herself and Li Moying. It was still all right when she was pouring tea for herself, but when she was pouring tea for Li Moying, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's eyes almost popped out as though he really wanted to stop her. In fact, the two of them were already stunned. Huang Yueli didn't stand on ceremony as she took 2 cups and poured a cup of tea for herself and Li Moying. It was still all right when she was pouring tea for herself, but when she was pouring tea for Li Moying, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's eyes almost popped out as though he really wanted to stop her. The woman was stunned for a moment before she frowned unhappily. "What are you doing? Why did you interrupt me? Are you deliberately going against me?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow was glared at by his wife, and the aura he had when he retorted just now instantly disappeared. He subconsciously shrunk his neck. "Cough cough, wife, don't be angry. I'm not going against you, but the thing you said, I can't agree." "But what? I haven't even finished speaking, and you already know what I'm going to say?" The woman became even more unhappy. Saint Iniquitous Shadow hesitated for a moment before saying, "How can I not know what you're thinking? You just want to take that brat Li Moying in as your disciple and make him our disciple, right?" The woman blinked. "So you know? In that case, there's no need for me to waste my breath. Hurry up and prepare to let Moer take him as her master." Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow almost spat out a mouthful of blood. All right, he had been talking for a long time, but wife didn't listen to a single word and directly ignored his opinion, directly letting Li Moying take her as his master. Moreover, he even called Moer over as if the brat was really their disciple. Was there a mistake? But no matter how dissatisfied Saint Iniquitous Shadow was, he didn't dare to make his wife unhappy. He could only turn his head and use a warning gaze to glare fiercely at Li Moying, trying to let this brat know that if he dared to take Li Moying as his master without permission, just you wait. Even if a profound life realm expert only released a small amount of his aura, it was already extremely powerful. The small living room was filled with evil qi, and the temperature kept rising, as if it could burn at any time. Even Dao Profound Realm cultivators found it very hard to withstand such pressure too. However, Li Moying's expression didn't change at all, not even turning his head to look at Saint Iniquitous Shadow. After hearing the woman's words, he immediately stood up and took half a step forward. He knelt down in front of her and bowed to her. "Disciple Li Moying greets Master's wife, please instruct me." The woman smiled from ear to ear and hurriedly gestured for him to stand up. Quickly get up, don't be so polite. From now on, you and Li are my and Brother Hong's disciples. With your talent, I'm afraid we won't be able to teach you much in cultivation. However, you still have a lot to learn in the path of evil cultivation. It wasn't that she didn't know that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was blowing his beard and glaring at her, but she couldn't help but find it funny. She naturally knew why her husband was unhappy. It was nothing more than because he couldn't stand Li Moying's arrogance and didn't put him, a senior expert, in his eyes. Adding on to the fact that Huang Yueli didn't rush back to the cave dwelling in time, she had put it all on Li Moying's head, so naturally she found him to be an eyesore. But in her opinion, Li Moying was definitely the most ideal disciple. The woman smiled from ear to ear and hurriedly gestured for him to stand up. Quickly get up, don't be so polite. From now on, you and Li are my and Brother Hong's disciples. With your talent, I'm afraid we won't be able to teach you much in cultivation. However, you still have a lot to learn in the path of evil cultivation. It wasn't that she didn't know that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was blowing his beard and glaring at her, but she couldn't help but find it funny. She naturally knew why her husband was unhappy. It was nothing more than because he couldn't stand Li Moying's arrogance and didn't put him, a senior expert, in his eyes. Adding on to the fact that Huang Yueli didn't rush back to the cave dwelling in time, she had put it all on Li Moying's head, so naturally she found him to be an eyesore. But in her opinion, Li Moying was definitely the most ideal disciple. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were shrewd people and they had long seen through who was the one making the decisions in this cave dwelling. Therefore, even though Saint Iniquitous Shadow's expression was getting uglier and uglier, the two of them didn't take it to heart. Anyway, he had Master's wife to back him up. The two of them chatted happily with Master's wife. Huang Yueli was still secretly pondering in her heart. Master's wife's character was just as they had imagined, very gentle and kind. Her voice was neither too slow nor too fast. One look and one could tell that she was a good-tempered lady from a noble family. She wondered how she had been dealt with by a man with a bad temper like her master. Oh, right, I forgot to introduce myself just now. The woman smiled and said lightly, you all know my identity. Brother Hong and I are husband and wife. However, before I cultivated the evil path, I was also a cultivator of the God clan. I was born in the Empyrean Fox clan. My real name is Yin Yang. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she felt a little surprised. She did not expect that their master's wife was actually from the Empyrean Fox clan. She had not expected this at all at the beginning. The Empyrean Fox clan was considered a weaker clan among the gods' race, and the number of people in the clan had always been very small. In contrast, the number of geniuses in the younger generation was also much less than the Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan. Hence, the number of top-notch experts was pitifully small. As a cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan, it was already very rare for Yin Yang to successfully advance to the profound life realm, at least the middle stage. It seemed that Saint Iniquitous Shadow's technique was indeed very powerful. The speed of two people cultivating together would be faster than one person. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she felt a little surprised. She did not expect that their master's wife was actually from the Empyrean Fox clan. She had not expected this at all at the beginning. The Empyrean Fox clan was considered a weaker clan among the gods' race, and the number of people in the clan had always been very small. In contrast, the number of geniuses in the younger generation was also much less than the Cloudy Qilin clan and Sacred Phoenix clan. Hence, the number of top-notch experts was pitifully small. As a cultivator of the Empyrean Fox clan, it was already very rare for Yin Yang to successfully advance to the profound life realm, at least the middle stage. It seemed that Saint Iniquitous Shadow's technique was indeed very powerful. The speed of two people cultivating together would be faster than one person. Yin Yang only laughed out loud when Saint Iniquitous Shadow disappeared behind the door. Really, how old are you? You're still throwing a tantrum at me. As she said that, she turned to look at Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Your master is just a little childish sometimes, but it's not that he really wants to go against you. Don't take it to heart. When Li Moying heard that, he hurriedly said, Master's wife is really too polite. Master is after all an elder, so even if he were to say a few words to us, it's something that should be done. His words came from the bottom of his heart. Although with his innate talent and temper, in his heart, he had never been bullied. If it was someone else who had such an attitude towards him, he would have long brought Huang Yueli away. However, Saint Iniquitous Shadow was different. Regardless of whether he admitted it or not, but ever since the day he learned the soul-splitting technique from the remnant page, Saint Iniquitous Shadow was already his and Huang Yueli's master. Furthermore, Li Moying himself was extremely grateful to Saint Iniquitous Shadow. If it wasn't for the secret technique he had left behind, he wouldn't have been able to save Huang Yueli. Most likely, he would have already followed Huang Yueli and committed suicide decades ago. How could he live like this now, where he was inseparable from his beloved Lier? Because of this, no matter what Saint Iniquitous Shadow's attitude was, he would treat him as a disciple for the rest of his life. When Yin Yang heard this, she was even more satisfied with Li Moying as she couldn't help but smile and nod her head. It's fine as long as you understand. Your master doesn't have any ill intentions, it's just. I just treat Lier as my daughter and can't bear to see you get married at such a young age. Hearing that, Huang Yueli was stunned. Ah? It was. Is that so? She had not thought of this initially, but now that she thought back, the attitude of Saint Iniquitous Shadow was really similar to the way her father had acted when he knew about her engagement with Li Moying. That was to pick on her husband and find him an eyesore no matter how she looked at him. That's right. I could tell just now. Yin Yang smiled and said. Speaking of which, before your master and I transformed into spirit bodies, we once thought of having a child. It would be best if it was a daughter. We talked about it for more than 1,000 years, but unfortunately, because my body was too weak, we never succeeded. After that, there were some accidents, and we only left our spirit bodies in the cave dwelling. Naturally, it's even more impossible. However, he still has an obsession in his heart. When he saw such a beautiful and cute little girl like you, he definitely had some feelings for you. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was slightly startled. For some reason, although Yin Yang was smiling when she spoke, she could hear a trace of sadness and regret in her voice. Moreover, there were indeed many things that Yin Yang did not understand. As an expert in the profound life realm, not only did he need to be filled with evil qi to reach such a level of cultivation, but the toughness of his physical body was also the foundation. There was no lack of profound life realm experts like Yin Yang in history. They looked thin and weak, but that was all they looked like. Therefore, Huang Yueli finally understood that Yin Yang's weak body wasn't just what she showed, but it was real. Could it be that she had encountered some powerful enemy after entering the profound life realm and was heavily injured? Also, the first time she entered the cave dwelling, Huang Yueli thought that Saint Iniquitous Shadow had only left a trace of consciousness in the cave dwelling, but now all the signs showed that Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang were complete spirit bodies, just like little Wang Kai in the Sky Phoenix ring. Combined with what Yin Yang had just said, it seemed that she and Saint Iniquitous Shadow had encountered some danger and had no choice but to leave their spirit bodies in the cave dwelling. What happened? Huang Yueli and Li Moying were extremely puzzled, but Yin Yang didn't seem to be planning to elaborate, so as juniors, it wasn't appropriate for the two of them to probe further. Yin Yang warmly welcomed the two of them. Huang Yueli had her fill, and seeing that Saint Iniquitous Shadow still hadn't returned, she couldn't help but feel worried. Master's wife, was he really angry? There shouldn't be any problems if he stayed in the backyard, right? Why don't I bring my husband over and apologize to Master? No need. Yin Yang smiled and shook her head. He just likes to sulk. He'll be fine in a while. Actually, based on Yin Yang's understanding of her husband, Saint Iniquitous Shadow might have already calmed down and was hiding in the backyard, laughing secretly. After all, his little disciple couldn't run away now. He had also kidnapped a male disciple who was also a top genius. It was enough to pass on his cultivation technique and even carry it forward. Such a good thing that came knocking on his door could not be found even if one held a lantern. It was just that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was too proud to lose his dignity in front of the juniors. Huang Yueli pondered for a moment and understood as she temporarily threw the matter of Saint Iniquitous Shadow to the back of her mind and thought of another important matter. By the way, Master's wife, I haven't had the chance to ask you. What happened between you and Master in the cave? Why did Moying and I arrive a few months late and the cave dwelling turned into a devil territory? And how did you all appear in this small universe? From the moment she stepped into the devil territory, these questions had been lingering in her mind. After seeing Saint Iniquitous Shadow couple, he was even more confused. Yin Yang thought for a moment and said, in fact, I've been sleeping all this time. I don't know what's happening in the cave. I didn't even feel anything when you acknowledged Brother Hong as your master. So, if you want to know the changes in the cave, it's best to ask your master. When Huang Yueli heard that, she subconsciously turned her head and exchanged a glance with Li Moying, who was beside her. Both of them could not hide the surprise in their eyes. Yin Yang's spirit body was actually in a dormant state in the cave dwelling. Now that Huang Yueli recalled it, when she had entered Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave twice, she had indeed not detected Yin Yang's presence at all. Including the person who guided her to cultivate the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual, it was only Saint Iniquitous Shadow alone and she had never heard a second voice. It should be because Yin Yang was hibernating. However, Yin Yang was already in her spirit body state, yet she still wanted to hibernate. Could it be? Yin Yang thought for a moment and said, in fact, I've been sleeping all this time. I don't know what's happening in the cave. I didn't even feel anything when you acknowledged Brother Hong as your master. So, if you want to know the changes in the cave, it's best to ask your master. When Huang Yueli heard that, she subconsciously turned her head and exchanged a glance with Li Moying, who was beside her. Both of them could not hide the surprise in their eyes. Yin Yang's spirit body was actually in a dormant state in the cave dwelling. Now that Huang Yueli recalled it, when she had entered Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave twice, she had indeed not detected Yin Yang's presence at all. Including the person who guided her to cultivate the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual, it was only Saint Iniquitous Shadow alone and she had never heard a second voice. It should be because Yin Yang was hibernating. However, Yin Yang was already in her spirit body state, yet she still wanted to hibernate. Could it be? Hearing Yin Yang's words, Huang Yueli and Li Moying finally came to a realization. At the same time, he was secretly thankful for his luck. When Huang Yueli had thrown the Empyrean Devil Crystal into the energy void, she had already given up on any hope and it was even more impossible for her to think that she would be able to save Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang. At that time, she had completely staked everything on this, thinking that since she was going to die anyway, she might as well cause a huge commotion. Unexpectedly, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did she and Li Moying successfully survive, even Yin Yang's spirit body had regained consciousness. Such luck, even she couldn't believe it. Huang Yueli sighed inwardly and asked again, then, Master's wife, you're in Master's cave dwelling, has it been moved into the small universe? Will it still collapse in the future? That's right, Yin Yang said. The entire cave dwelling has already fused with the small universe during the explosion. Your master and I will be living in this small universe. However, you don't have to worry about the cave dwelling running out of energy. The energy in this small universe is abnormally abundant. There's no need to gather energy through the array. Just the energy in the air can maintain the operation of the cave dwelling. As long as a small universe could be formed, it could exist stably for hundreds of millions of years. I'm afraid that when our spirit bodies dissipate, there won't be any more problems with this cave dwelling. Hearing this, Huang Yueli felt a little relieved, but she recalled another matter. But, in this way, won't you and Master be trapped in this small universe? To stay here for tens of thousands of years, is there no way to let your spirit bodies leave this place? Reconstructing a physical body in the God realm? Yin Yang was startled when she heard that and immediately shook her head with a smile as her gaze towards Huang Yueli became even gentler. As expected, taking in a female disciple is more concerned about master. However, I'm afraid we can't get out. I've only heard of the Phoenix clan's Nirvana ritual, but this is a secret technique of the Phoenix clan. It's impossible for it to be passed on to outsiders, so we naturally can't learn it. Moreover, the Phoenix clan also needs to sacrifice enough sacrifices to reach Nirvana. The stronger the Phoenix is, the more sacrifices it needs. What are the cultivation levels of your master and I? Even if we can obtain the secret technique, it's impossible for us to have so many sacrifices. Hearing these words, Huang Yueli could only swallow back the words that were originally at the tip of her tongue. Although the secret technique of the Nirvana ritual was not to be passed on to outsiders, with her relationship with the Phoenix clan, she could still think of a way to obtain it. It was not impossible. However, this was the first time she had heard of the sacrifice Yin Yang mentioned. From Yin Yang's tone, it seemed that a profound life realm expert would need a lot of sacrifices to reach Nirvana. The Phoenix clan's experts could not continue to reach Nirvana indefinitely. However, when little Wang Kai was reborn, she did not seem to notice the problem with this sacrifice. Now that he thought about it, it might be because her Wang Kai was a good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat and drink. It did not need many sacrifices. Although the secret technique of the Nirvana ritual was not to be passed on to outsiders, with her relationship with the Phoenix clan, she could still think of a way to obtain it. It was not impossible. However, this was the first time she had heard of the sacrifice Yin Yang mentioned. From Yin Yang's tone, it seemed that a profound life realm expert would need a lot of sacrifices to reach Nirvana. The Phoenix clan's experts could not continue to reach Nirvana indefinitely. However, when little Wang Kai was reborn, she did not seem to notice the problem with this sacrifice. Now that he thought about it, it might be because her Wang Kai was a good-for-nothing who only knew how to eat and drink. It did not need many sacrifices. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before replying, should I know? Master's wife, please give me some pointers? Listening to the tone of Master's wife, he felt that she seemed to have asked a very stupid question. Yin Yang could not help but laugh when she saw her frightened expression. No wonder her husband took in a little disciple as if he was raising a daughter. This little girl looked too cute. Although her talent and strength were shocking, because she was still young, her small face still had a trace of childlike innocence. Her stunned appearance was cute and looked like a young animal. It would be great if he really had such a daughter. However, now that he had taken her in as his little disciple, it was also fine. A gentle smile appeared on Yin Yang's face. I can't give you any pointers. Aren't you and Mo the masters of this small universe? Logically speaking, you should know the way out. Why are you asking me? It's impossible for your master and I to go out. Their spirit bodies were already about to dissipate. They had relied on the abundant evil chi in the small universe to pull them back at the critical moment. Once they left this place, their spirit bodies would probably dissipate instantly. How could they dare to take this risk? Naturally, he did not even think about going out. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was even more confused. Moing and I are the masters of the small universe? We didn't create this small universe, but the fragments of the Empyrean Devil Crystal and the energy void fused with the great Tao of the world. Isn't it ownerless? Although there were very few records about the small universe in the ancient records, but from the few words, Huang Yueli could deduce that the small universes of those ancient top powers in history were all opened up by them through extremely complicated methods, or refined from the naturally formed energy spaces in the world. Xian Moing had never done anything before. Even the Empyrean Devil Crystal, after she brought it back, she didn't refine it. After the explosion, Xian Moing had both fainted and towards the formation of the small universe, it could be said that they didn't contribute much, let alone refine it. How could they become the master of a small universe? When Yin Yang heard Huang Yueli's question, the smile on her lips deepened. I don't know about Master's wife, but if you're not the masters of the small universe, you can't appear here as living people. Only Master can enter this kind of alternate dimension. Even if your Master and I are spirit bodies, we can't enter. It's all thanks to you that we can be absorbed into the small universe. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was even more confused. Moing and I are the masters of the small universe? We didn't create this small universe, but the fragments of the Empyrean Devil Crystal and the energy void fused with the great Tao of the world. Isn't it ownerless? Hearing this, they were both stumped as they looked at each other with bewilderment and shock. Their jaws remained open, and only after a long while did they take a big gulp to swallow their saliva. This was simply too incredible, wasn't it? They had actually gained a small universe. This was truly what was meant by gaining an opportunity in adversity. Taking in the full load of information that has just transpired, they slowly began to think back carefully on how this might have come about. Li Moying's brows were furrowed deeply as he delved deeply in contemplation. Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. Yin Yang's words were so mysterious, but she still roughly understood what Master's wife meant. It was nothing more than to say that they, God-grade genius, should have such good luck. Although she still felt that this statement was a little unreliable, but if she really thought about it carefully, for her and Li Moying to be able to walk till today, other than their innate cultivation speed being faster than others, their luck was indeed much better than ordinary people. Let's not talk about anything else, just take that time when Li Moying displayed the soul-splitting technique. If it wasn't for the fact that she coincidentally had the Sky Phoenix ring, this peerless secret treasure, if it was someone else, even if they had the same innate talent, strength as Li Moying, it would be impossible for them to succeed, and the two of them would have long become a pair of Mandarin ducks who wound up with the same fate. And the matter of her obtaining the Sky Phoenix ring could only be attributed to luck. Alright, don't think too much about it. To be able to obtain such a large and rich small universe is something that even a peak profound life realm expert could only dream of. Why are you still worrying about it? Yin Yang looked at Huang Yueli's tilted head, blinking her big eyes in deep thought, and almost couldn't help but stretch out her hand to pinch her face. TSK, a god-grade genius was indeed good. Not only was she so talented, but she was also so cute. She really wanted to kidnap her home. Hearing Yin Yang's words, Huang Yueli shook her head. Right, Master's wife, you're right. Encountering such a good thing, I'll just be secretly happy. But the problem is, my husband and I still don't know how to leave this place. We still have a lot of things to deal with in the God realm. We can't stay here forever, right? The two of them actually wouldn't starve to death in the small universe. Moreover, their cultivation speed was several times faster than in the outside world. However, the two of them represented their own families. It was fine if they eloped for a period of time, but if they really disappeared forever, who knew what big trouble they would cause? Perhaps the Sacred Phoenix clan and Cloudy Qilin clan would really formally declare war on each other, and the God Realm Convention would be destroyed because of this. Let's not talk about these faraway things, just talk about the near ones. Her senior brother was still waiting for her and Li Moying to return. Huang Yueli's entire body stiffened as she stopped in her tracks. She thought that her footsteps were light and she was hiding behind the rockery, so Saint Iniquitous' shadow wouldn't be able to find her. Unexpectedly, although he seemed to be concentrating on reading the book in his hands, he had actually pricked up his ears and heard her and Li Moying's movements clearly. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. Since she had already been exposed, Huang Yueli couldn't just turn around and run away. She could only pull her husband and turn around, slowly walking out from behind the rockery, towards the front of Saint Iniquitous' shadow. Saint Iniquitous' shadow's cave abode was perfectly replicated in the small universe, and it took up a huge area. The scenic lake and farm and the cave abode were all here. At this moment, Saint Iniquitous Shadow was sitting in a pavilion by the lake, drinking tea and reading a book. Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance and walked to the front of the pavilion as they cupped their hands together in greeting. Master. Master. When Huang Yueli spoke up, Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't utter a word, but when Li Moying called him master, he immediately gave a cold snort. I don't dare, I don't dare. Why don't I remember having a disciple like you? That tone was filled with disgust. Huang Yueli was speechless. What kind of grudge was this? Wasn't her husband too pitiful? Saint Iniquitous Shadow still couldn't accept the fact that he had a new disciple. It was said that the older an old man was, the more childish his personality was. The ancients were not deceiving them. Saint Iniquitous Shadow still didn't know that his little disciple had already categorized him as an old man. Seeing her obediently lowering her head, his heart softened. What's wrong? You finally remembered that you have a master? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and immediately took the initiative to walk forward. Smiling, she said, Master, what are you saying? My master is so wise, divine, and elegant. How can I not remember? In my heart, you are the #1 expert in the entire God realm. The tallest man who is 2.8 meters tall. Before her voice faded, Huang Yueli felt a divine sense sweeping past her back. The corners of her lips curled up, and she almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. She had just praised her master, but her husband was unhappy again. It was obvious that because she praised Saint Iniquitous Shadow as the #1 expert in the God realm, Li Moying was not convinced and was unhappy. Sigh, men. Huang Yueli sighed in her heart, but since she had a request from Saint Iniquitous Shadow, she had to continue to shoot this rainbow fart. She could only wait until she got out to think of a way to appease her husband. When Saint Iniquitous Shadow heard this, he was extremely pleased. Especially with his sharp divine senses, he could sense Li Moying's dissatisfaction, and instantly, he felt his entire body relaxing. Yes, as expected of my good disciple. You do have good taste. Back then, when your master, I, was roaming the God realm, which expert of the same generation wasn't defeated by me? They would run away when they saw me, and they couldn't even find anyone who could fight me. Sigh, being invincible is really lonely. May I ask, Master, since you're already invincible, why did you become a spirit body? Could it be that this is a special cultivation method for us, evil cultivators? Li Moying's voice slowly came from outside the pavilion. The smile on Saint Iniquitous Shadow's face froze. Immediately following that, his face showed a trace of embarrassment as he turned around and glared at Li Moying. Stinking brat, what do you mean by that? Are you doubting your master's strength? Hearing Li Moying's words, even Huang Yueli's eyes widened. She didn't expect her husband to be so ruthless. He was stepping on Saint Iniquitous Shadow's sore spot. He even stepped on it steadily and accurately. No wonder Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't like him. Now, she wanted to take back her words. It wasn't just Saint Iniquitous Shadow who was childish. Her husband wasn't the least bit inferior either. Could it be that all talented men were so childish? Huang Yueli instantly fell into a deep daze. On the other side, Li Moying had already walked in from outside the pavilion and stood beside Huang Yueli. He turned to look at Saint Iniquitous Shadow, his face filled with innocence. Master, you've misunderstood. How would I dare to doubt your strength? I really just want to know what kind of cultivation methods we evil cultivators have. Master, aren't you thinking too much? You're the one who's thinking too much. I think you did it on purpose. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was already displeased when he saw the brat's face. Seeing his innocent expression, he wanted to hit him even more. Why is he so good-looking? Was it useful for a man to be good-looking? Oh, it worked. The purpose was to kidnap his little disciple. Li Moying's expression was one of shock after he had been scolded as he shrunk behind Huang Yueli. Master, this disciple really didn't do it on purpose. I didn't expect you to be so angry. Could it be? What do you mean? Shut up. When Saint Iniquitous Shadow heard the word could it be, he almost jumped up. This was called bringing up the pot. He clearly knew that he didn't want to mention this matter, but this brat was still making things difficult for him for a while and not thinking about it for a while. If this wasn't intentional, then what was? Brat, who allowed you to call me that? Have I admitted that you are my disciple? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was afraid that he would continue to ask, so he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. He reprimanded him, don't try to get close to me. My wife accepted you as her disciple. That's her business. I haven't even said anything. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Li Moying's expression, which seemed like he wanted to say something but stopped. His intuition told him that something was wrong. You little brat, what kind of evil idea are you harboring again? This time around, before Li Moying could speak, Huang Yueli, who had been watching the show from the side, had already stepped out with a smile. Master, that's not right. Didn't you just ask my husband why he doubted Master's strength? If you didn't already acknowledge his identity, why did you call yourself Master? What are you talking about? When did I say such a thing? Saint Iniquitous Shadow subconsciously retorted, but he suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. The words he had just blurted out suddenly appeared in his mind. Little brat. How dare you doubt Master's strength? His face stiffened as he coughed. That was me just now, a slip of the tongue, it was definitely a slip of the tongue. You can't count. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes. Master, you're wrong. A dignified life profound realm expert, how can you go back on your word? When did I go back on my word? You. Whose side are you on? How can you ruin Master's reputation like this? Saint Iniquitous Shadow realized that he couldn't refute her and his face turned red. In his exasperation, he could only question Huang Yueli. Who knew that Huang Yueli was smiling as she stood beside Li Moying and even hugged the brat's arm? Of course I'm standing on my husband's side. Master, aren't you standing on Master's wife's side when something happens? Saint Iniquitous Shadow almost choked. His little disciple actually, he didn't even hesitate and chose to stand on that brat's side. Was there a mistake? She didn't even pretend to hesitate for a moment? Did she not think that her master would lose face if she did this? What was even more outrageous was that she actually asked such a question. Originally, he could still put on the airs of a master and properly educate his little disciple, telling her that husband is like clothes, master is like hands and feet, but now that Huang Yueli used Yin Yang as an example, how would he dare to spout nonsense? If his wife heard this, and thought that he did not put his wife first and wanted to throw a tantrum at him, he would be miserable. Saint Iniquitous Shadow glared at Huang Yueli as he was so angry that his beard stood up. But Huang Yueli had an innocent expression on her face and even deliberately asked, Master, am I wrong? Yes, 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 you're right. If Master were to encounter such a situation, of course, he would also choose your master's wife. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's voice seemed to come out of his teeth. Fortunately, she was not his biological daughter, but a disciple he picked up halfway. If his biological daughter had been so angry at him since she could speak at the age of 1, he would have been angered to death. As soon as Saint Iniquitous Shadow finished speaking, a gentle and genial laugh rang out. Husband, you've really touched Mother Een. Mother Een has indeed chosen the right person to marry you. Seeing Yin Yang suddenly appear from among the flowers, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's entire body shivered, and he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, his desire to live had defeated his desire to strike a blow to the brat, and he did not say anything wrong. Otherwise, if Yin Yang really hurt him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Seeing Yin Yang appear, Huang Yueli and Li Moying hurriedly turned around and cupped their hands towards her. Yin Yang smiled and said, Have a seat. I've been with your master for so many years, and I've only accepted you two as my disciples. You're like my own children. There's no need to be so polite. Saint Iniquitous Shadow frowned. He wanted to say something, but under his wife's glare, he held it back. Only then was Yin Yang satisfied. Her sharp gaze became gentle again. She said gently, Brother Hong, Li said that she had something to ask you. I can guarantee that your cultivation is extraordinary and you have a wide range of knowledge. No matter what questions they have, you will be able to answer them. Huang Yueli hurriedly asked, Master, do you already know what happened? Saint Iniquitous Shadow nodded slightly. That's right. I have indeed guessed a little. When the other three people present heard this, they subconsciously looked at him. Their eyes widened, waiting for him to reveal the secret behind this. However, not only did Saint Iniquitous Shadow not answer, he even put down the teacup in his hand and stood up with his hands on the table, stretching his body. Arg, I'm getting old. I get tired easily in the afternoon. Once I'm tired, I can't think, let me take a nap first before coming back. Sleep? Why would a life-profound realm cultivator need so much sleep? Napping? Tell me first. The weather in this small universe changes slowly and is completely different from the God realm. How do you distinguish between morning, afternoon, and night? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was about to leave when he felt his clothes tighten. Yin Yang pulled him back with a displeased expression and exposed him without any politeness. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's forehead started to sweat. Was there a mistake? His wife was actually starting to tear him down now. He was clearly the head of the family, the person with the highest status and cultivation in the family. How did he end up like this? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was depressed, but he didn't dare to go against Yin Yang. He could only let her pull his ear and sit back on the chair with a stiff face. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were secretly laughing in their hearts. Their master's wife looked so gentle on the surface, but she did not expect her to be so fierce at home. She was completely different from the Empyrean fox women she had seen before. It was no wonder that he could deal with a top expert like Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Saint Iniquitous Shadow had been lectured by his wife in front of his two disciples and had lost all his face, so he secretly pushed all the blame onto Li Moying. He gulped down several cups of tea, and under Yin Yang's constant urging, he finally spoke reluctantly. The matter of the small universe is actually not difficult to explain. As far as I know, the small universes that appeared in the history of the God realm were basically all created out of thin air by top-notch experts who forcefully tore through space with their peerless cultivation. The space they tore apart naturally formed an exit, and it was completely controlled by the master of the small universe. However, your situation is different. Saint Iniquitous Shadow glanced at the two of them and couldn't help but say with envy, your luck really isn't simple. You don't have the ability to tear space, but by chance, you encountered the explosion caused by the collision of the Empyrean Devil Crystal and the energy void. The explosion formed a small universe and dragged the two of you in. Saint Iniquitous Shadow nodded slowly. Not bad. At least you know where you stand. Hearing this reply, Huang Yueli and Li Moying's expressions turned even uglier. What was going on? They had gone through thousands of difficulties and dangers before successfully escaping from the devil territory. They thought that they had benefited from this disaster and picked up a small universe for nothing. And the result? He was actually trapped in this small universe? However, there were still a lot of things waiting for the two of them to deal with in the God realm. Huang Yueli bit her lips and asked, Master, then, what about my husband and I? We can't stay here forever. You know our identities. If we disappear from the God realm, who knows what kind of chaos it will be. We have to get out. As she spoke, she suddenly thought of something. Oh right, Master, when you found out that we couldn't leave, you clearly smiled. You actually know how to get us out of here, don't you? Huang Yueli looked at Saint Iniquitous Shadow with anticipation. Although Saint Iniquitous Shadow was a little tsundere, but Huang Yueli was very clear in her heart that her master wouldn't really harm them. If his two disciples were to be trapped here forever, he would definitely not be able to smile. It was rare for Saint Iniquitous Shadow to not act arrogantly. He nodded generously. Yes, that's right. If you want to leave, there must be a way. Besides, I guess you've already guessed it, right? It's because you're not strong enough that you're trapped. As long as you can cultivate to the point where you can tear open space and open a passageway, you'll naturally be able to leave. This point, Huang Yueli and Li Moying naturally thought of it at the first instance. But, Master, are you serious? If we want to tear space, we have to at least reach the profound life realm. Do we have to advance to the profound life realm before we can leave this place? How much time will this take? Huang Yueli's face turned green. Even though she was very confident in her husband's and her own talent, this was not an ordinary goal, but he had to reach the profound life realm. In the history of the God realm, almost all the profound life realm experts were divine-grade geniuses. Even so, those who could reach the profound life realm in their lifetime could be counted on one hand. Even a peerless genius like Saint Iniquitous Shadow had spent more than 80 years to reach the profound life realm. If this was the standard, wouldn't it mean that they would be trapped here for at least 50 to 60 years? By the time they got out, her senior brother might have already reincarnated and cultivated to the 10th stage realm before ascending again. Huang Yueli's lips twitched. Master, don't scare me. I don't believe that there's no other way to leave. By the way, aren't you and Master's wife life profound realm experts? As long as you guys take action and tear open the space to build a passage, we can still get out, right? Your dream is quite beautiful. Saint Iniquitous Shadow crossed his arms and raised his chin. Only the master of the small universe can open up the passage to the small universe. You're Master's wife and I don't even have bodies. We're just spirit bodies that are placed in the small universe. No matter how strong we are, we can't damage the small universe at all. If it was just Saint Iniquitous Shadow who said so, it was impossible for her to send her master to scare them. However, even Yin Yang did not deny it, so it could only be true. If she and Li Moying wanted to get out, the only way was to rely on themselves. Huang Yueli had already started to calculate in her mind how much time they would need to break through to the life profound realm. However, the conclusion was still uncertain. If one could even calculate the time needed to advance, there would be no unlucky cultivators in the world who were stuck at the bottleneck of advancement. Li Moying's expression was as black as the bottom of a pot. Even if there wasn't Lu Bian waiting for them to save him outside, and there wasn't the enmity between the two great god clans that had accumulated for hundreds of thousands of years waiting for the two of them to settle, he couldn't accept being trapped here for decades. Moreover, he was trapped because he was not strong enough. For a peerless genius like him, what made him even more depressed than being trapped was admitting that his strength was insufficient. Saint Iniquitous Shadow himself was a peerless genius who had grown up by trampling on his peers. He was also a man, so how could he not guess Li Moying's thoughts? After he finished speaking, he crossed his arms and leaned back on the chair, his face filled with pride as he looked at Li Moying from the corner of his eyes. That's why, my good disciple, don't think about it anymore. It's better for you to accept reality as soon as possible and cultivate well with me. Anyway, your talent with the brat is not bad. There are all kinds of energy in this small universe. Not only can you cultivate evil techniques, but your martial arts won't fall behind. Under the mutual promotion of the two cultivation techniques, my cultivation speed will definitely be faster than in the God realm. If things go well, I might be able to break through before long. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she turned her head to look at Saint Iniquitous Shadow, not believing that he would actually console them. However, Yin Yang clearly did not realize how serious a blow she had given her disciples. She continued to glare at her husband. Saint Iniquitous Shadow immediately cowered. He had just straightened his back and looked arrogant, but now he only cared about covering his ears and begging for mercy. Dear wife, be gentler, be gentler. In front of my disciple, leave me some face. Then hurry up and tell the truth. Yin Yang snorted coldly. All right. I'll talk, all right? Saint Iniquitous Shadow hurriedly said. I don't have any intention of hiding it from them. It's just that I didn't have the time to say it. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Only then did Yin Yang slowly release her hand. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's ears turned red, but he did not dare to be angry with his wife. He could only pretend that nothing had happened and cough a few times. I didn't lie to you just now. What I said was the truth. If you want to leave, you can only rely on yourself. Yin Yang's gaze swept over his face. Saint Iniquitous Shadow did not dare to delay any longer and quickly said, but, however, the difficulty of leaving isn't as high as you think. You don't have to reach the profound life realm to leave. Therefore, if we're lucky, we might be able to leave soon. Huang Yueli was stunned when she heard that as her face was filled with puzzlement. I don't need to reach life profound realm. However, from what I read in the ancient records, all the experts who have opened up their small universes are at least at the middle stage of the profound life realm. Saint Iniquitous Shadow explained, that's because they have to rely on their own strength to forcefully open up a space from the God realm. However, your situation is different. You only need to open up a passageway and not open up another space. The difficulty is reduced by more than 90%. In addition, the energy concentration in this small universe is much higher than the God realm. If you circulate your cultivation techniques in this small universe, your power will also increase by several times. Huang Yueli finally understood as her face instantly revealed a joyous expression, so that's the case. From the looks of it, not only do we not need to reach life profound realm, we might only need to reach middle Tao profound realm cultivation to be able to leave. However, she thought about it carefully and suddenly calmed down again. However, wanting to raise a minor realm in the Tao profound realm, the difficulty isn't small either. Without 3 to 5 years, I might not be able to succeed either. 3 to 5 years sounded much shorter than 30 to 50 years. But to her and Li Moying, it was still a little too long. Saint Iniquitous Shadow choked again, and then he coughed violently, almost coughing himself to death. After a long while, she barely managed to control herself as she turned around and glared at Huang Yueli. You. Your master said so many things, and you only heard this one sentence? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes, but in master's earlier words, only this sentence is useful? The rest were all verbal attacks on her husband. If it were anyone else, she would have rushed over and beaten him up, but her master said, ahem, then she could only pretend that she didn't hear it. After all, he couldn't beat her. You, Saint Iniquitous Shadow, clasped his hands in front of his heart. At this moment, he was beginning to rejoice that he was a spirit body. Otherwise, he would have been angered to death by these two little ghosts. It seemed that when he and his wife were unable to get pregnant, it was not that the heavens were playing tricks on them, but that they were empathetic. I really shouldn't have complained back then. However, Huang Yueli didn't seem to have noticed his ashen face as she continued to ask excitedly, Master, you haven't said anything yet. Is my husband the most talented genius in the entire history of the God realm? No, of course not. Saint Iniquitous Shadow snapped back to his senses. But, didn't you just say? Huang Yueli frowned in confusion. Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted coldly. Ah. Before he could finish, Yin Yang patted him again. What nonsense. Can't you talk to the children properly? Forget it. I knew I shouldn't count on you. Let me say it. Yin Yang gave him a look of disdain and directly pushed him to the side, turning her head to look at Huang Yueli. Actually your master didn't lie to you. The most talented genius in the god realm is indeed not Moer, but you. Ah? Huang Yueli was instantly stunned. Me? That's right. Yin Yang smiled. Your husband can only be ranked behind you. At most, he can be considered second. To be honest, I'm not sure if your martial arts talent can be ranked first or second, but your physiques are special. Not only can you cultivate evil techniques, but you can also sense devil chi. Such a physique, combined with your talent, is indeed something that your master and I have never heard of. Devil chi? Huang Yueli was even more confused, but we haven't cultivated the devil race's cultivation method before. When you enter the devil territory, you will also feel uncomfortable. Yin Yang pointed outside the window. Under the pitch-black night sky, many light figures were constantly moving. The brightest one was formed by green devil chi. You couldn't in the past, but after you used the Empyrean devil crystal to construct this small universe, you can absorb and release devilish chi through it. Your physique should have changed a little. Didn't you notice? The concentration of devil chi in the small universe is the strongest. As a god race, you've stayed here for so long, but you don't feel uncomfortable at all. This is abnormal in itself. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it, she realized that something was amiss. The density of the devil chi in this small universe was almost comparable to the underground cave where they were trapped last time. At that time, the two of them were inside and even breathing felt uncomfortable. They relied on the support of the evil chi in their bodies to walk to the end. But now, she had been in here for so long, but she did not even realize that there was so much devil chi around them. Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she asked in puzzlement, in that case, my husband and I can now cultivate the devil race's cultivation method without incurring any backlash? In fact, it was not that the ancient god clans themselves could not cultivate the devil race's cultivation methods. It was just that the devil chi and heaven and profound chi were mutually exclusive. In history, there were records of cultivators who forcefully cultivated the devil race's cultivation methods. Without exception, they all suffered serious backlash. If it was light, their cultivation would regress, and if it was serious, they would die on the spot. For example, during the martial arts competition in the god realm, in order to silence her, Huang Sanbai had tricked the sacred phoenix race's young genius, Huang Beiqing, into cultivating a devil race cultivation technique that could forcefully raise his cultivation. In the end, not only did Huang Beiqing suffer heavy injuries, but his natural talent directly fell from top heaven rank to earth rank. Originally, he could definitely reach late-stage Dao Profound Realm's top genius. This way, he probably had no fate to step into Dao Profound Realm's threshold in this lifetime. If Shi and Limoying didn't suffer any backlash when they cultivated the devil race's cultivation method after the transformation of the small universe. Huang Yueli's eyes instantly lit up. However, Yin Yang poured a bucket of cold water on her. After all, you're from the God clan. Now that you've cultivated the evil arts, even if there won't be any backlash, I don't recommend you to come into contact with the devil clan's arts. It might not be a good thing for you to mix so many kinds of arts at the same time. Even if you don't go berserk, it'll be a huge trouble for you if you can't control it and expose it to others. If the deviant cultivation method was exposed, although it would inevitably lead to trouble, but with Huang Yueli and Limoying's identities, they could still think of ways to clear their names. However, once the devil cultivation technique was leaked, even the bloodline of the two gods would probably be questioned. If they were not careful, they would become the public enemy of the god realm. It was really not worth it. Huang Yueli immediately understood, that's indeed the case. Master's wife is really thoughtful. Yin Yang smiled. Actually, as long as you can open up the passageway to the small universe, you can use the devil chi in the small universe. You don't need to master the devil race's cultivation method, let alone waste time on it. Huang Yueli nodded her head repeatedly. That's right, the most important thing now is to open the passageway quickly. However, this will take several years. She couldn't bring herself to smile at the thought of having to cultivate here for the next 4 to 5 years. Yin Yang burst out laughing. You guys were still deceived by your master. Although the spatial passageway indeed required at least middle-stage Dao profound realm strength, you guys were different from the other small universe masters. There are 2 of you. With the 2 of them working together and combining the 2, the cultivation required can be further reduced. Hearing this, Huang Yueli came to a sudden realization as she couldn't help but turn to look at Li Moying. Her husband was pleasantly surprised. She couldn't bring herself to smile at the thought of having to cultivate here for the next 4 to 5 years. Saint Iniquitous Shadow had never thought that he was the one who targeted Li Moying first, picking on his little disciple's husband. The 2 of them knew that it was useless to curry favor with him, so they had no choice but to give up. Yin Yang found it funny. She personally poured a cup of tea for Saint Iniquitous Shadow and barely managed to appease her husband. After that, she turned towards Huang Yueli and the rest. Of course there are secret techniques, but you don't need to be anxious. It's already getting late, so why don't you rest here and start cultivating tomorrow? This is the first time your master and I are taking in disciples, so we need to discuss and see how we should teach you. Hearing this, Huang Yueli subconsciously looked out the window. The environment in the small universe was completely different from the God realm. She thought that there would not be any changes in the day and night. Unexpectedly, the sky outside the window had really darkened. The circulating energy beams in the air gradually turned into scattered spots of light. Huang Yueli and Li Moying had just encountered a huge change, and after suddenly entering the small universe, they didn't have the time to adapt to it. When they heard Yin Yang mention it, they felt sleepy all over. The 2 of them quickly nodded in agreement. Yin Yang gave them an empty room in the thatched hut and arranged for them to stay. Initially, ever since Huang Yueli woke up, Li Moying had the intention to get close to his wife. Earlier in the empty space in the small universe, they almost kissed but was interrupted by Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang. But now, the 2 of them were living in Master and Mistress Cave, which was only a wall away from Saint Iniquitous Shadow's room. Naturally, they couldn't do anything bad. Li Moying was extremely depressed as he grabbed Huang Yueli and kissed her a few times before he reluctantly fell asleep. Huang Yueli had been thinking about the matters of the God realm and initially thought that she would suffer from insomnia. But she had not expected that she would sleep exceptionally well tonight, falling asleep the moment she touched the pillow. Furthermore, when she woke up the next day, she could clearly feel that the profound energy and evil chi in her body had increased a little. Li Moying wasn't in a hurry initially as he sat beside his dear wife with a relaxed and indifferent expression, waiting for Huang Yueli to finish reading first. But when he heard these few words, his expression suddenly changed as he immediately went to Huang Yueli's side, looking at the book in her hands together with her. At the top of the first page of the book were the words soul-splitting technique. He stretched out his hand and quickly flipped through the contents of the last 2 to 3 pages. He realized that they were exactly the same as the ancient pages he had obtained in the lower realm many years ago. This is indeed the soul-splitting technique, but... Master's wife, why did you? Li Moying looked at her with his face filled with query. He had thought of thousands of ways the couple had taught their disciples, but he never expected to see such a secret manual. Yin Yang nodded. That's right. This is the soul-splitting technique, or rather, it's the complete scroll of the soul-splitting technique. Seeing that her 2 disciples were puzzled, she continued to explain, what you obtained in the lower realm should only be the first few pages of the soul-splitting technique, right? In fact, those pages only recorded a part of the soul-splitting technique, and it's not complete. If you use this secret technique according to those pages, it will leave behind a huge hidden danger. You have to cultivate it completely. Hearing this, the two of them were stunned. Huang Yueli frowned as she asked in a puzzled voice, "But, Master's wife, after my husband and I completed the soul-splitting technique, our cultivation base wasn't affected much. Even after our respective primordial spirits returned to their original positions, our cultivation speed has increased by quite a bit." "We didn't feel any hidden dangers?" Yin Yang shook her head and sighed softly. "You're still young. Of course, you won't feel any hidden dangers. In fact, the soul-splitting technique was a technique that defied the heavens after all. It was a huge request to fight against the heavenly Tao. How could it be without a price? You and I are masters. We originally thought that after our primordial spirits returned, we would be no different from an ordinary couple in the God realm. However, in fact, as time passed, the hidden dangers still appeared bit by bit." Huang Yueli knew that Yin Yang wouldn't lie, and her heart thumped as she became nervous. To her and Li Moying, this was a huge piece of bad news. "What exactly happened?" she asked hurriedly. Yin Yang suddenly turned towards Huang Yueli as she spoke. "Actually, the effect of the soul-splitting technique on Amor is still considered small. The effect on you will be even greater. After entering the profound life stage, you will immediately feel that your origin soul is out of your control and your body will become weaker and weaker." As she spoke, she suddenly changed the topic. "Do you know why I am so weak? I can't even maintain my spirit body and fell into a deep sleep early." Huang Yueli was slightly startled. The first time she saw Yin Yang, she had felt that it was abnormal for her to be so weak as a profound life realm expert. She had even thought that Yin Yang was only weak on the surface. It was only when Saint Iniquitous Shadow mentioned that Yin Yang had always been weak and her spirit body had always been in a deep sleep that she realized that Yin Yang's weakness was not just what it looked like. It was a fact. At that time, she was extremely puzzled. Now, after hearing Yin Yang's question, she immediately reacted. "Master's wife, is it because of the influence of the soul-splitting technique that caused your body to become weak?" Huang Yueli was still considered calm, but when Li Moying heard this, his heart instantly tightened. Facing the pressure of an expert like Saint Iniquitous Shadow, Li Moying could maintain his cold and indifferent expression, but at this moment, his calmness had completely vanished as his face was filled with unconcealed panic. He immediately took a step forward and asked anxiously, "Master's wife, what's going on? Why was it that the one who received the primordial spirit was more affected than the one who had his soul split? You and your master are both profound life realm experts, sitting at the top. Could it be, is there no way to resolve it?" Yin Yang saw that he was anxious and quickly comforted him. "Amor, calm down. When did I say that it can't be resolved? The solution is in this book." Hearing that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying looked at the blue booklet in their hands in puzzlement. Yin Yang explained, The book in your hand is the complete version of the soul-splitting technique. After my spirit body fell into a deep slumber, your master spent hundreds of thousands of years to think about it. It was only a few years ago that he was able to complete it. After you've successfully split your souls, you'll need to continue cultivating the second half of the book to stabilize your souls. This way, you'll be able to greatly reduce the risk of your souls collapsing after you enter the profound life realm. Facing the pressure of an expert like Saint Iniquitous Shadow, Li Moying could maintain his cold and indifferent expression, but at this moment, his calmness had completely vanished as his face was filled with unconcealed panic. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was stunned for a moment and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Saint Iniquitous Shadow really didn't forget to mock her husband. He had already handed over the entire scroll of the soul-splitting technique to them, yet he still despised her husband and insisted on not teaching him. Didn't he realize that he was slapping himself? But even though she said that, Huang Yueli's heart was still filled with gratitude. She remembered that when she was about to leave the cave, Saint Iniquitous Shadow was indeed dissatisfied with her getting married so early. She thought that it was probably true that he wanted to see her husband first before passing on the secret manual. Saint Iniquitous Shadow really treated her as his daughter, just like what Yin Yang had said. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's smile disappeared as her expression turned solemn. She turned around and bowed towards Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Thank you for imparting this to me. Disciple will definitely cultivate diligently and strive to master this cultivation method as soon as possible. Alright, just practice hard. If you have any questions, you can ask any of us. Saint Iniquitous Shadow saw that his little disciple had suddenly become so obedient and he was too embarrassed to continue pushing Li Moying as he nodded his head and brought Yin Yang back, leaving Huang Yueli and Li Moying in the room to cultivate their own cultivation method. However, Yin Yang, who was being pulled back by him, had a puzzled expression on her face. Brother Hong, why did you bring me away? I didn't even finish speaking just now. Why didn't you tell them that even if they mastered the complete soul-splitting technique, they still wouldn't be able to completely eliminate the risk of their primordial spirit collapsing? The problem would still exist after reaching the middle stage of the profound life realm. If you want to avoid future troubles forever, unless it's useless to tell them now. Saint Iniquitous Shadow coughed lightly and put on a rare serious expression. Think about it. What's the use of telling them what we've tried for tens of thousands of years, but failed to do? It's better to let nature take its course. Perhaps the probability of success is higher. Yin Yang frowned slightly. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's words sounded reasonable at first, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that something was wrong. Before she could figure it out, Saint Iniquitous Shadow had already pulled her back into the room. Alright, don't think too much. As elders, we can't give young people too much pressure. He wouldn't tell Yin Yang that he just didn't like this brat Li Moying. If he knew the truth, wouldn't that brat pester his little disciple every day? How could that be? In the room, Huang Yueli and Li Moying, who knew nothing about Saint Iniquitous Shadow's thoughts, had already started to cultivate. The soul-splitting technique itself had extremely high requirements for the strength and willpower of the caster's primordial spirit. After all, the pain and risk of triggering the heavenly lightning to tear apart the primordial spirit was unimaginable. Even if one could endure the pain of the heavenly lightning, as long as their cultivation was not enough, their soul would be scattered on the spot. Not only would they not be able to save the person they loved, but they would also lose themselves. Of course, when tempering the primordial spirit, it didn't need to be like when Li Moying split his soul in the past, splitting his primordial spirit into two halves. He only needed to tear a small crack in his primordial spirit and then, through the cultivation method, he would fuse it back together, repeating it many times, causing the primordial spirit to gradually become tougher. However, even if that was the case, he would still have to experience great pain during the cultivation process. Huang Yueli and Li Moying sat side by side as they read through the blue booklet together. Although he was a little surprised when he first saw it, he didn't find it particularly difficult after reading it. Both of them understood that advancing through cultivation and tempering themselves was a heaven-defying thing in itself. Therefore, there were no shortcuts to cultivation itself. Paying a small price in exchange for an increase in strength was still very worth it. Huang Yueli closed the book and couldn't help but sigh. Master is indeed worthy of being the most outstanding human peerless expert recorded in history. To be able to create such a cultivation method. If it were to spread to the God realm, I wonder how big of a commotion it would cause. Not only did the primordial spirit affect a cultivator's cultivation, but it also affected a cultivator's lifespan. Moreover, after being injured, there was almost no way to make up for it. No matter what kind of natural treasures or top-grade pills were used to nurture the primordial spirit, the effect was just like putting out a burning cart of fire with a cup of water. In history, countless experts had explored ways to strengthen and treat the primordial spirit. Unfortunately, there were no effective cultivation techniques that were passed down to future generations. So many experts had failed on this question, but Saint Iniquitous Shadow had created such a complete version of the soul-splitting technique. It had to be said that her master was indeed too powerful. She was also very wise and decisive. Li Moying nodded his head, but when he opened his mouth, he changed the topic. Just based on the cultivation technique itself, it's indeed powerful, but unfortunately, there are too few people who can use it. If one doesn't have divine grade talent, they won't be able to cultivate at all. It's impossible to spread it, right? Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Husband, you're really vengeful. Master ridiculed you, and now you insist on retaliating. Even such a powerful cultivation technique had its flaws found by him. Li Moying's eyes flashed as his tone was indifferent. I'm just speaking the truth. What's there to talk about holding grudges or not? You're thinking too much. Without waiting for Huang Yueli to speak again, he changed the topic. Alright, there's no time to lose. Since the cultivation method is already in our hands, let's start cultivating immediately. The sooner I master these cultivation techniques, the sooner I can leave this place. If I drag this on for too long, I'm afraid something might happen to Brother Liu. Huang Yueli thought of Liu Baiyan's situation, and her expression turned cold as she hurriedly restrained her impetuous thoughts and sat cross-legged on the soft cushion, starting to cultivate according to the contents recorded in the small booklet. Li Moying saw that Huang Yueli had quickly entered a state of stillness, and the corners of his lips curled up as he slowly closed his eyes and started to regulate his breathing. He wasn't too worried about Liu Baiyan. Liu Baiyan, this brat, didn't seem to be extremely talented, but he had always been very scheming. In other words, he was very sly, and it was more than enough to deal with a few Black Tortoise clan members. He didn't believe that Liu Baiyan would die in Snowflake City if they went back a few days later. But even so, Li Moying still wanted to leave the small universe as soon as possible. After having master and mistress, not to mention loving his own wife, Li did not even allow him to kiss her. These days, there was simply no way to pass. Huang Yueli naturally didn't know what kind of trash her husband was thinking about, so she had no time to think about it. After closing her eyes, she quickly immersed herself in cultivation. All the disturbances in the outside world seemed to have left her. Huang Yueli silently recited the cultivation method a few times in her heart as she started to circulate the evil qi in her body. Back then, when they entered Saint Iniquitous Shadow's cave dwelling for the second time, she and Li Moying had both inhaled a large amount of evil qi. At that time, under Saint Iniquitous Shadow's guidance, she had used the Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual to refine a portion of it. But due to the limitations of her ability and time, there was still over 80% of the evil qi that she was unable to refine directly and could only store it in her dantian. Later, after returning to the God Realm, although she also wanted to find time to practice the Iniquitous Shadow Secret Manual, due to the many eyes and ears around her, and the fact that the two of them were evil cultivators could not be exposed, there were not many opportunities to cultivate. It was only when they were in the devil territory that he used evil qi a few times in order to cover their identity. Until now, she still had about 70% of the evil qi that she could not refine. This meant that she could only use about 30% of the evil qi. This bit of evil qi was more than enough to impersonate an Earth Devil Realm warrior. However, it was a bit shabby to cut his own primordial spirit according to the requirements of the blue booklet. Huang Yueli originally thought that she would have to spend a lot of effort before she could tear her primordial spirit out. However, what she did not expect was that in this small universe, the concentration of all kinds of energy in the surroundings was several times higher than that of the God Realm. The evil qi was no exception. With the help of the endless supply of energy from the small universe, the evil qi she could mobilize was much more than she had expected. She held her breath and concentrated. She circulated the evil qi in her body for a few cycles. Then, she gritted her teeth and attacked her primordial spirit. Boom! A loud sound akin to a mountain collapsing suddenly exploded in Huang Yueli's mind. An indescribable pain assaulted her instantly, causing Huang Yueli to almost fall to the ground. Although she relied on her strong willpower to forcefully endure it, her body swayed a few times before she sat down again. However, the tearing pain in her mind did not lessen. Instead, it came again and again. Originally, she had been in danger many times during her training. She had suffered all kinds of injuries and was not that sensitive to pain. However, injuries to the primordial spirit were completely different from injuries to the flesh and bones. The pain came from the depths of her mind. Every time she used the evil qi to attack her primordial spirit, it was like a knife cutting through the depths of her mind. The pain could instantly reach every part of her body. At the same time, this kind of wound would not only cause severe pain, but it would also affect her thinking. Following the circulation of the cultivation method, Huang Yueli's eyes were seeing stars as her mind was in a mess, almost forgetting where she was and what she was doing. However, just as she almost fell to the ground, she suddenly sensed a familiar aura beside her. That was Li Moying's aura. Her husband was sitting in the same room as her, cultivating the same cultivation technique. She had chosen to cultivate the soul-splitting technique in order to repair her primordial spirit and to be able to be with her husband for a long time. So, she could not fail. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli's spirit jolted and she instantly woke up. The evil qi in Huang Yueli's meridians had already accumulated to the limit after a few rounds of circulation. An abundant amount of energy was accumulated in her dantian, constantly churning and rolling, as if it would explode at any moment. Huang Yueli steadied her mind and gritted her teeth as she suddenly urged this energy to bombard towards her own primordial spirit. The strength of this impact was even stronger than the previous ones combined. Even though her primordial spirit was several times stronger than ordinary cultivators, it was still torn open. One could imagine how painful such a wound was. However, since Huang Yueli had already made up her mind, naturally no circumstances could shake her determination to move forward. Without any hesitation, she let go of her control and let the remaining evil qi surge into her primordial spirit. With the influx of evil qi, the torn primordial spirit began to recover quickly. However, the process of repair was not easy. In fact, it was even more unbearable than the process of tearing. Although it wasn't as painful as when his primordial spirit was torn apart, when he was repairing it, a strong itch seemed to come from the depths of his soul and suddenly rushed up. For a moment, Huang Yueli almost couldn't help but fall onto the ground, wanting to roll back and forth to eliminate this itchy feeling. However, she quickly controlled herself. She knew that this strong discomfort came from her primordial spirit and not from her body. Therefore, even if she threw away her pride and rolled on the ground, it would not be alleviated. The only way was to rely on his own willpower to force his way through. Huang Yueli protected her soul and used all her strength to maintain a clear mind as she tried her best to ignore all sorts of uncomfortable feelings as she circulated the soul-splitting technique over and over again. As time passed, she seemed to feel that her primordial spirit began to change slightly. Huang Yueli and Li Moying were cultivating in their own room. Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang acted as if cultivating the soul-splitting technique was a simple matter, but in fact, they were not as relaxed as they appeared. Especially Yin Yang. It was her first time teaching disciples, and although she was very optimistic about Huang Yueli and Li Moying's innate talent, but she was still worried. After staying in her room for an hour, she couldn't sit still anymore. She dragged Saint Iniquitous Shadow to the courtyard and craned her neck to look into the room through the window to observe the cultivation of her two little disciples. "Dear wife, what are you worried about?" The two of them had god-grade talent and had also used the soul-splitting technique in the past. Now, they were just repeating the process from back then. Could it be that they could not complete it? Besides, Master can only lead the way of cultivation. Cultivation depends on one person. If they really can't do it, there's nothing we can do. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was dragged by Yin Yang into the courtyard. He looked impatient and kept persuading Yin Yang to go back. Yin Yang had been sleeping in the cave dwelling for tens of thousands of years. He had waited with great difficulty for his wife to wake up. He was originally overjoyed, but he did not expect that before he could kiss her, he would discover that his two little disciples were also in the small universe. He couldn't chase her out, so he could only reluctantly teach her. However, he did not expect that his wife would suddenly fall in love with the new entertainment of teaching disciples. She even paid more attention to her disciples than her husband. Now, he finally managed to use a soul-splitting technique to send his two disciples to the side and let them cultivate on their own. He thought that he would be able to spend some time alone with his wife. However, he never expected that his wife would actually want to watch his two little disciples cultivate. So be it if he cultivated. He was already so old, and they were all divine-grade geniuses with excellent comprehension abilities. How could he not know how to cultivate? And his master had to watch over him all the time. Even for ordinary sex, there was no such logic. Saint Iniquitous Shadow complained, but all he got was a dissatisfied glance from his wife. How can you be a master like this? His disciple had just entered the sect and was cultivating for the first time. No matter what, he should at least be concerned about their cultivation, right? Moreover, the soul-splitting technique is not an ordinary cultivation technique. It is extremely dangerous to cultivate it. If you are not careful, you will leave an incurable injury in your primordial spirit. Saint Iniquitous Shadow pursed his lips. No matter how serious the injury is, can it compare to the time when their souls were split? They've already survived such a serious injury. What else can you do now? Yin Yang choked. She obviously did not expect her husband, who was usually obedient to her, to retort back. She reached out and pinched Saint Iniquitous Shadow's arm. Shut up. Even if they are talented and won't go wrong, tearing apart their primordial spirit is a very painful thing. If they can't withstand it, how can we, as masters, sit idly by? Saint Iniquitous Shadow really wanted to say that if he couldn't even endure the pain of cultivation, he wouldn't be able to reach the peak of martial arts and become a peerless expert. However, before he could say anything, Yin Yang had already glared at him fiercely. It seemed like if he dared to say another word, he would be chased out of the bedroom tonight. Helplessly, he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth and change his words. Ahem, ahem. My wife, you're really thoughtful. We really should go and take a look. We'll listen to you. Only then did Yin Yang's anger turn into joy. She revealed a smile and took the initiative to hold his arm. Hurry up and leave. How many years has it been since I've seen this little fellow cultivate? Moreover, he's a little fellow with divine talent. Saint Iniquitous Shadow followed behind her helplessly. Hearing her rambling, he was speechless. Hearing his wife's tone, she really treated teaching disciples as a hobby. He felt that his future was bleak. He had to think of a way to quickly send the two of them out. Yin Yang pulled Saint Iniquitous Shadow and came to Huang Yueli's room under the window. The window was closed. Yin Yang slowly walked to the window and gently pushed it open by a small crack. The two of them had strong five senses. With this small gap, they could see the situation inside clearly. Furthermore, Huang Yueli and Li Moying were currently focused on cultivation, so it was impossible for them to specially set up an array to guard against master and mistress, so it could be said that there was no obstruction at all. Yin Yang's face was filled with curiosity, and she almost pressed her ear against the window. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was speechless. He shook his head. Why are you so anxious? The soul-splitting technique was not so easy to cultivate. If they wanted to find a feeling, they would have to try it hundreds of times. Even with their talent, they would still need to spend 3 to 5 days. It would take at least 10 days for them to successfully split their souls. Even if you stare at them now, you won't be able to see anything. As soon as he finished speaking, he met Yin Yang's surprised face. What do you mean by 3 to 5 days? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was stunned. He thought that Yin Yang was distracted and didn't hear him clearly, so he patiently repeated himself. Your husband just said that it would take at least 3 to 5 days to master the method of mobilizing the evil chi in their bodies to attack the origin soul. It would take even longer to successfully tear the origin soul, and this is considering their extraordinary talent. So, we can wait a few days before. However, Li and Mo have already successfully torn apart their primordial spirits. They are already following the contents of the last few pages of the secret manual and have begun to use the evil chi to repair their primordial spirits. Yin Yang blinked and said. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. Dear wife, what are you talking about? Could it be that she didn't sleep well last night and was still asleep? I personally created this soul-splitting technique, so no one knows better than me how difficult it is to cultivate it. I said 3 to 5 days, but it's still too little. If they don't put in enough effort, it's normal for them to spend more than 10 days. You must have seen wrongly. Hearing this, Yin Yang puffed up her cheeks and pinched Saint Iniquitous Shadow's arm. What do you mean? It's fine if you don't believe me, but you even mocked me for daydreaming and talking nonsense? Saint Iniquitous Shadow gasped in pain. However, he didn't dare to get angry in front of his wife. He could only lower his head. Dear wife, please calm down. I have no such intentions. Don't misunderstand. How dare I mock my wife? I'm just going to explain the principle of the soul-splitting technique to you. After all, I only created this technique after you fell asleep. You haven't cultivated it before, so it's normal that you don't know the details. Dear wife is absolutely right. It's all my fault. I didn't explain it to dear wife earlier. Saint Iniquitous Shadow smiled and coaxed his wife. If an outsider were to see this, who would believe that this wife-slave who had been controlled by his wife was one of the most famous peerless experts in the history of the god realm? However, despite his coaxing, Yin Yang's expression still did not look too good. Cut the crap. You just think I'm lying to you. Then come and take a look for yourself. You'll know if I'm telling the truth. As Yin Yang spoke, she took 2 steps to the side, leaving the seat closest to the window gap open. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was originally full of confidence, thinking that he was the person who understood this technique the most in the world and that his judgment would not be wrong. However, when he heard Yin Yang say this, he became a little suspicious. Could it be that what his wife said was true? Huang Yueli and Li Moying's advancement was so shocking that in just a few hours, they had already mastered the soul-splitting technique? But how was this possible? So what if the 2 of them were God-grade geniuses? He himself was also God-grade. He asked himself, if he wanted to enter the sect, he would need at least 5 or 6 days. Even if his little disciples spent less time than him, they would definitely not be dozens of times faster. Under Yin Yang's gaze, Saint Iniquitous Shadow was filled with doubt. He leaned closer to the window and looked inside with his eyes wide open. In the next moment, an extremely dense evil chi assaulted his face. The evil chi in the small universe seemed to have gathered in this room, forming a faint gray fog. And within the fog, 2 figures were faintly discernible. They were Huang Yueli and Li Moying. Huang Yueli and Li Moying faced each other as they sat cross-legged on 2 soft cushions. Although their bodies were stable and motionless, their faces were filled with pain. The cold sweat on their foreheads slid down their cheeks, forming a small puddle on the ground beside them. Seeing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's eyebrows twitched. What's going on? It was just gathering evil chi. Even if it was very difficult, it shouldn't be so painful, right? Could it be? He suddenly thought of something and was shocked. He quickly released his divine sense and carefully investigated. As a profound life realm expert, even though he was only a spirit body, his divine sense was much stronger than the two of them. If he wanted to investigate, he could find out everything in a few breaths. Not long after, Saint Iniquitous Shadow suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air and took a step back. He had successfully split his soul? How is this possible? Husband, didn't you say that even a divine-level genius would need 3 to 5 days to find the way? Yin Yang laughed when she saw that he had finally reacted. However, it has only been 4 to 5 hours. Why did Li and Mo not only enter the sect, but also successfully split their souls and start to cultivate their primordial spirits? Saint Iniquitous Shadow had yet to recover from his shock. Even though he heard his wife's teasing, he didn't care about the awkwardness. He just widened his eyes and kept muttering to himself. How is that possible? Thinking back to how he had just boasted to his wife that no one knew the soul-splitting technique better than him, Saint Iniquitous Shadow felt a burning sensation on his face. What a slap in the face. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Seeing this, Yin Yang shook her head. How is that impossible? It's just that our little disciple is talented. Didn't you tell me before that the last time Li entered the cave, you taught her the wicked shadow cannon and her cultivation speed was also very shocking, far exceeding your expectations? That's right, that's indeed the case. Li's talent last time really surprised me. However, with the talent she displayed back then, it's impossible for her to successfully split her soul within 10 hours. The 3 to 5 days I said earlier had already taken her talent into consideration. Saint Iniquitous Shadow finally calmed down. He frowned and asked in confusion. When Yin Yang heard this, she was a little surprised. What? There was such a thing? Then today, what's going on? Saint Iniquitous Shadow turned his head again and looked at the two figures in the room. His expression became even more solemn. In my opinion, there should only be 2 possibilities. First, when Li entered the cave dwelling, she hid her strength from me. However, she was only an early profound heart realm practitioner back then, so it's impossible for me to not see through her. Then there's only one possibility left. Yin Yang said in surprise, do you mean, their talents would continue to grow? However, was that even possible? Isn't divine grade talent the peak of a cultivator's potential? There should be differences in talent among the same divine level, Saint Iniquitous Shadow said. However, there are very few divine levels in the world. There's no way to compare them. Moreover, the two of them were still young. Before the age of 30, cultivators could improve their talent through various fortuitous encounters. Isn't it because of this that the various great god clans desperately feed medicinal pills to young geniuses with potential? Yin Yang was slightly stunned. She suddenly remembered that her 2 little disciples were not even 30 years old yet. Because of their shocking talent and strength, as well as their calm and generous bearing, people always unconsciously ignored their true bone age. From the looks of it, she had underestimated her disciple. Husband, it seems that our luck is really not bad. We originally thought that we were at the end of our rope and could only wait for the spirit body to dissipate in the cave abode. It is unexpected that we actually received 2 talented disciples at the last moment. This is heaven's will. Yin Yang's eyes were filled with excitement. Back then, she and Saint Iniquitous Shadow's primordial spirits were unstable due to their souls being split apart, and they happened to encounter a powerful enemy seeking revenge. Due to a moment of carelessness, after their physical bodies were destroyed, they could only hide in the cave abode in the form of spirits. As time passed, it gradually disappeared. Saint Iniquitous' shadow spirit body was about to disappear, and the cave's array formation was about to collapse. Unexpectedly, two peerless geniuses suddenly barged into the cave at this moment. With Huang Yueli and Li Moying's innate talent, their future achievements would be limitless. Who knows, they might even be able to reconstruct their corporeal bodies and bring them out of the small universe. The world is unpredictable, and the twists and turns have led to this. Saint Iniquitous' shadow had just been slapped in the face, so it wasn't appropriate for him to ridicule Li Moying anymore, so he could only give a snort and didn't say anything. Yin Yang observed for a while outside the window. She was relieved and a smile appeared on her face. Both of them have already begun to cultivate their primordial spirits, and the process is very smooth. The recovery of their primordial spirits is very fast. At this rate, after one night, they will be able to complete the entire set of cultivation techniques for the first time. After that, as long as they continue to cycle, their progress will become faster and faster. Saint Iniquitous' shadow nodded his head slightly and could not help but sigh. Li, this disciple is really the right one. Looks like I have to bring out some true skills to teach them properly in the future. Otherwise, wouldn't I be looked down upon by my disciple? Hearing that Saint Iniquitous' shadow was still intentionally jumping away from Li Moying, Yin Yang couldn't help but laugh. She shook her head. That's enough, seeing how smoothly Li and Mo's cultivation is going, there shouldn't be any need for us to worry. If we keep watching, it might even affect them. Go back to your room. After waiting for so long, Saint Iniquitous' shadow finally got his wife's approval. He didn't have to watch his two disciples cultivate in the cold wind anymore. He immediately nodded and said, "You're right. Let's not disturb them. Let's go back to our room." In the next few days, Huang Yueli and Li Moying didn't take a single step out of the room, not even moving a single inch. The two of them had been sitting in the room, concentrating on their cultivation. Yin Yang would drag Saint Iniquitous' shadow to check on them every morning and night. Seeing that the two of them had advanced as fast as she had expected, she couldn't help but be in a good mood. She secretly calculated the time when the two of them would come out of seclusion. You said that they would need 3 to 5 days to enter the sect. It would take them at least 2 months to master the soul-splitting technique. Based on their progress, they should be able to come out in 7 days. Yin Yang had calculated for a while and specially prepared some fine wine in advance. She even personally cooked a few dishes to celebrate for her disciples. On the morning of the 8th day, Yin Yang waited in the courtyard with Saint Iniquitous' shadow. Sure enough, just as it was dawn, a slight movement came from the disciples' rooms. Saint Iniquitous' shadow and Yin Yang's eyes lit up at the same time. They turned around and looked at the door expectantly. It seemed that someone had already completed his cultivation and could come out of seclusion. I wonder if the one who comes out first will be Li or that brat. I hope it's Li, Saint Iniquitous' shadow muttered to himself. I really don't want to see that brat's face. Hearing this, Yin Yang almost laughed out loud. She coughed a few times before she stopped laughing. She said leisurely, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. I feel that the first person to come out this time will definitely be Mo. Saint Iniquitous' shadow frowned immediately, his face filled with displeasure. Wife, how can you stand on that brat's side? Could it be that she was biased towards him because he was good-looking? Li's talent is obviously higher. The first to come out will definitely be Li. Li's talent is indeed slightly higher, but there's a limit to it. In comparison, Mo had a huge advantage. He was the one who initiated the soul-splitting technique, while Li's primordial spirit had been passively split. Thus, Mo's primordial spirit was much more stable and the difficulty of cultivating it was much lower. Just like you and me, your origin soul is relatively stable. Saint Iniquitous' shadow knew that his wife was right. However, he was still unwilling to give up and stubbornly said, "Anyway, I believe that the first one to come out will definitely be Lear. How can that brat compare to Lear's outstanding talent?" Yin Yang glanced at him with a half-smile. "Since husband is so sure, why don't we make a bet?" "What are you reading?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted. Yin Yang smiled. "It's very simple. Whoever loses, if I win, I'll have to personally teach 2 disciples for the next month, and you can't interfere. If you win, you will decide on the plan to teach your disciple." Hearing this, Saint Iniquitous Shadow's expression froze. Although Yin Yang was talking about teaching disciples, he reacted immediately. This was a major matter that was closely related to his personal interests. Yin Yang had always been very attentive to her 2 disciples. If she were to teach them, she would definitely guide them with all her heart and protect them day and night. Then, as her husband, he could only stand aside. Not to mention being close to his wife, even holding hands in front of his disciple would damage his master's dignity. Why should the disciple cultivate while the master had to stay alone in the empty room? Saint Iniquitous Shadow was actually already beating his chest. However, if he said no now, he would definitely be laughed at by his wife. He could only bite the bullet and say, "All right, let's bet." It's settled then. After he finished speaking, he could not help but secretly clench his fists. "Lear, you have to work hard for Master." Master did not want to stay alone in an empty room at all. After the 2 of them made the bet, they looked at the tightly shut door again. The room was silent. Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang looked at each other and realized that something wasn't right. Logically speaking, since the cultivation technique had already reached the initial success stage, the person who came out of seclusion would definitely leave the room. After all, not only would staying in the room not help the other party, but it would also easily disturb the other party. But they had already waited for so long, but they didn't see either Huang Yueli or Li Moying come out from the room. Yin Yang frowned. "This isn't right. Did something happen to Lear and Mo when they were cultivating?" Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang looked at each other, their hearts sinking. The 2 of them walked quickly to the door at the same time. Yin Yang knocked on the door. "Lear, Mo Which one of you came out of seclusion? Why haven't you come out yet?" After the room was silent for a few breaths, a low and deep voice that carried some tiredness rang out, "Master's wife, come in and take a look, Lear she. There seems to be something wrong with her." "What?" Hearing this, Yin Yang's heart immediately tensed up and she didn't bother to think about why Li Moying was the one who completed the cultivation method first, as she immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. As soon as he opened the door, a wave of heat, carrying a dense evil qi, surged out. Yin Yang used her sleeve to wave away the smoke. When she looked carefully, she saw the figures of 2 disciples. The last time they peeked through the window, both of them were sitting on the soft couch without moving. But now, Huang Yueli was still in her original position, but her whole body had fallen to the side, her eyes tightly shut and her face was flushed red. Li Moying had left the soft couch and was kneeling on one knee in front of Huang Yueli. His usually calm and steady handsome face revealed a rare look of anxiety. One could tell that Li Moying really wanted to stretch out his hand to touch Huang Yueli, but he had some misgivings, afraid that it would affect her cultivation, so he was caught in a dilemma. "Amor, what happened?" Yin Yang asked. "What happened to Lear?" Li Moying said anxiously, "Master's wife, you're here, that's great. I don't know what's going on either. Just now, I was still cultivating when I heard a noise coming from the room. The surrounding evil qi became chaotic. By the time I hurriedly stopped cultivating and opened my eyes to take a look, Lear had already fallen here." "How could this be?" Yin Yang asked in surprise. Isn't this unreasonable? Practicing a new God-grade cultivation technique, especially a special cultivation technique like the soul-splitting technique that involved the primordial spirit, was indeed very easy to go berserk. However, the highest possibility of an accident during cultivation was when one had just started cultivating and could not find the way. If one was careless and did not fully understand the cultivation method, it was very easy to become obsessed. The second highest possibility was that the cultivator had already familiarized himself with the cultivation technique in the middle and late stages of cultivation. However, due to the long-term state of tension, if his willpower was too weak and he was too tired, he would be distracted for a moment and become possessed. Not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but it might even cause his cultivation to regress. But these two kinds of mistakes didn't seem like something Huang Yueli would commit. Moreover, during the cultivation process of her two little disciples, Yin Yang would drag her husband to check on them from time to confirm that their cultivation was going very smoothly. During the two most error-prone periods, nothing went wrong. Now there were only a few hours left before she completed her seclusion, and seeing that she had succeeded, Huang Yueli suddenly fell headfirst. No matter how one thought about it, it was unbelievable. Yin Yang frowned. "Amour, move aside first. Let Master's wife take a look." Li Moying immediately retreated to the side as he gave up his seat. Yin Yang sat down beside Huang Yueli as her right hand's 5 slender fingers rested on Huang Yueli's wrist as she started to probe the condition of her body. Li Moying and Saint Iniquitous Shadow stood on her left and right as they stared at her without blinking. The two of them were extremely worried about Huang Yueli and were eager to know the reason behind her accident, but they didn't dare to disturb Yin Yang. Yin Yang closed her eyes and sat by the bed. She did not move for a long time, but her expression gradually became solemn. Li Moying was observing from the side and couldn't help but feel increasingly anxious and uneasy, afraid that his wife had met with some accident. After nearly an hour, Yin Yang opened her eyes and let go of Huang Yueli's wrist. Li Moying immediately took a step forward. "Master's wife, what happened to Lier?" Yin Yang did not answer immediately. Instead, she had a serious expression on her face. "Amour," she said solemnly, "Master's wife has a few questions for you. I hope you can answer them truthfully." Li Moying's heart turned cold as he hurriedly said, "Master's wife, feel free to ask. I've always been together with Lier, so I understand her body's condition the best." "Yes." Yin Yang nodded and asked, "Before today, did Lier experience a similar situation?" Li Moying was startled. "A similar situation?" "It's when you suddenly faint while cultivating," Yin Yang said. When Li Moying heard this, his intuition told him that something was wrong as his heart grew increasingly uneasy. From Yin Yang's tone, it seemed that the reason why Huang Yueli suddenly fainted was not just because of the soul-splitting technique that she had cultivated. Could it be? Li Moying only felt his hands and feet turning incomparably cold. He who was usually calm and self-controlled couldn't calm down no matter what. When he opened his mouth, his voice was trembling. "Reporting to Master's wife, Lier is indeed." She was indeed feeling a little unwell. It had been nearly half a year and she had fainted several times. However, this is the first time she fainted during cultivation. The previous few times she suddenly fainted were all because she advanced. "Advance?" Yin Yang raised her eyebrows. "Tell me in detail." He didn't know if it was his own misconception, but he felt that Yin Yang's eyes had lit up earlier. However, after thinking about it carefully, he felt that it was impossible. If something happened to Huang Yueli, Master and Mistress would definitely be very worried, so how could she suddenly become excited? It must be an illusion. He composed himself and described the situation in detail. Presumably, Master's wife has already seen through it. I'm already at Dao Profound Realm now, but Lier is still stuck at Late Heart Profound Realm up till now, and hasn't been able to break through. Actually, this isn't because the gap in our cultivation advancement is really so great. Ever since we cultivated the iniquitous shadow secret manual together, our cultivations are already very close. The time to impact Tao Profound Realm is also very close. But I succeeded on my first attempt to charge at Tao Profound Realm, while Lear failed several times. The first time was 4 months ago, when Lear and I sneaked into the Devil Clan's territory and discovered that the Devil Clan was gathering an army, wanting to attack Yuan City, so we sneaked into the Devil Clan's army. After killing Ruijiang, the profound energy in our bodies reached the peak and I started to charge at Tao Profound Realm on the spot and also successfully advanced. After that, Lear also touched the threshold of breaking through and I thought she would succeed too, but later on in Snowflake City, Lear also had a chance to almost advance. The third time was when we were trapped in the Devil territory. After Li Moying finished speaking, he suddenly recalled something as he added, "Oh right, at that time we were fighting hard against Ruijiang, who had suddenly advanced into the Devil King realm and was almost no match for him. When I was about to be killed, Lear wanted to self-destruct to save me, but the self-destruction failed, which was also a very strange thing. At that time, I felt that something was wrong with her body." Yin Yang had a strange expression on her face when she heard him. She looked happy and worried at the same time. She kept muttering to herself, "No wonder, so it's like this, but wasn't this too fast? How's that possible? Although it was a good thing, however, she's too young." As Yin Yang spoke, she seemed to have fallen into her own thoughts. Li Moying felt more and more uneasy, and when he saw that Yin Yang was ignoring him, he turned his head with a frown and looked towards Saint Iniquitous Shadow. With one look, he realized that Saint Iniquitous Shadow was also in shock. One moment he looked at Huang Yueli, the next moment he looked at him, and finally, he seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Li Moying's brows knitted tighter and tighter. He had been out training since he was young in his previous life. He had met many people with strange personalities, but he had never seen anyone like his master and mistress. An hour ago, he looked like a normal person. Why did he look like he had gone crazy now? Li Moying waited for a while and saw that both of them had no intention of answering him. Furthermore, after Yin Yang let go of Huang Yueli's wrist and helped her to lie down properly, she didn't take any other measures to save her and didn't even let her take a single pill. Li Moying couldn't help but ask, "Master's wife, I've already said what I can say. What exactly is going on? Can you give me a definite answer and stop scaring me? Lear is my life." Only then did Yin Yang regain her senses, and when she saw Li Moying's anxious expression, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Don't worry, your wife is fine. However, you'd better calm down. Don't go crazy with joy later." Li Moying was startled. "You've gone crazy from joy? What do you mean? Why are you acting like an idiot? You don't even know that your wife is pregnant? Is this how a good husband behaves? Really? I've said it long ago, this brat isn't reliable and isn't worthy of Lear." Saint Iniquitous Shadow sneered and said disdainfully. Li Moying didn't react in time, and after a while, he suddenly raised his head. "Wah. What? Master, what did you just say? Did I hear wrongly? Li or she? There is. What?" Yin Yang couldn't bear to listen to her good-looking disciple stutter. She shook her head helplessly and smiled. "Didn't I already tell you? I told you to calm down. You didn't hear wrongly. If my judgment is correct, Lear should be pregnant. She fainted a few times before and failed to advance. It should be because the baby in her stomach will absorb the energy in her body. Originally, the energy in a cultivator's body was extremely abundant, and it was only when it could not be suppressed and was about to overflow that it touched the threshold of advancement. In the process of advancement, one still needed to constantly gather energy from heaven and earth. Once the absorption speed could not keep up, the energy supply would be interrupted, which would lead to the failure of advancement. In serious cases, the remaining energy in the body would bite back and cause death or injury. And when Huang Yueli was advancing, she also encountered such a situation. The baby in her stomach had suddenly absorbed a portion of her overflowing energy, causing her to suddenly lack energy at the critical moment of her advancement. Naturally, she could only fail on the verge of success. Li Moying was tongue-tied as he still didn't dare to believe that this kind of pie would suddenly fall from the sky and land on his head. But, this. Why didn't she know? That's right, there's also Lear's senior brother, who is also a famous doctor in the God realm. He had checked Lear's pulse before, but he couldn't find anything. Yin Yang smiled and said, "This is normal. It's not that Lear's senior brother's medical skills are not good enough, but your situation is rather special. It was mainly due to the influence of the evil qi, and it was difficult for ordinary doctors to make an accurate judgment. And the doctor who can determine Lear's pregnancy might also be able to see through your identity as one who cultivates evil qi." Hearing this, Li Moying finally understood, but immediately after, he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, they had missed it when they went to look for Divine Dr. Zhang. If they really met, perhaps Divine Dr. Zhang, one of the 3 divine doctors of the God realm, would really be able to tell that there was something wrong with the aura in their bodies. That would be troublesome. "Mistress, then my wife is now." Li Moying walked to Huang Yueli's side and stretched out his hand wanting to touch her, but the moment before he touched her stomach, he retracted his hand. Not knowing why, he had a feeling that the one lying on the soft couch was no longer Lear, but a fragile porcelain. He was afraid that if he did something wrong, he would hurt her. Yin Yang looked at her disciple's silly look from the side and tried her best to hold back her laughter. He was usually so calm and elegant, but when he encountered such a thing, wasn't he just like an ordinary man? Yin Yang smiled and said, "You don't have to be too nervous. Lear's pulse is very stable and the baby in her stomach should be very obedient. Moreover, she's almost 4 months pregnant now and has escaped from the more dangerous first 3 months. In addition, she has always been strong and healthy. As long as she doesn't fight with others, there shouldn't be too much of a problem." When Li Moying heard that, he was even more shocked. Has it been 4 months? As soon as he asked this question, he knew that he had asked a stupid question. Wasn't the time when Huang Yueli's self-destruction failed 4 months ago? She would definitely be pregnant by then. But her stomach. Why can't I tell at all? Li Moying frowned slightly as he started to worry. "This might be because you guys have extraordinary talent," Yin Yang said with a smile. "You should also know, right? In the God realm, the more outstanding the talent of a cultivator, the lower the possibility of conceiving. For people like you with God-grade talent, it's normal that you can't give birth to a child for thousands of years. Even if she was pregnant, the pregnancy time might be slightly longer than that of ordinary people. In short, it should be normal. Don't worry." When Li Moying heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, just as Yin Yang had said, the more talented a cultivator was, the more difficult it was to conceive. The possibility of a God talent cultivator getting pregnant was already extremely low. There were many Dao Profound Realm powerhouses who were several thousand years old who could not even leave behind a single offspring. So the moment he found out that Huang Yueli was pregnant, he was so shocked. Before this, Li Moying had never thought that he would have the day to become a father. After all, with their innate talent, if they wanted to be parents, they could only rely on the heavens. They were still so young and focused on cultivating and advancing. They had never considered such a problem. So the moment he found out that Huang Yueli was pregnant, he was so shocked. Before this, Li Moying had never thought that he would have the day to become a father. After all, with their innate talent, if they wanted to be parents, they could only rely on the heavens. They were still so young and focused on cultivating and advancing. They had never considered such a problem. Li Moying then recalled that on the day they had just entered the small universe, Yin Yang had mentioned it before. Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang had once wanted a daughter, but when their enemies attacked and both of their bodies were destroyed, they didn't succeed. That was why Saint Iniquitous Shadow took Huang Yueli as his disciple and even disliked him, Lear's husband. In comparison, he was indeed ridiculously lucky. Li Moying knew that he couldn't agitate Saint Iniquitous Shadow anymore, so he didn't say anything but turned towards Yin Yang, humbly asking her for advice on the matters to take note of when taking care of a pregnant woman. Yin Yang was very satisfied with his attitude. She smiled and nodded. "Amor, you don't have to be nervous. Although Lear is a little young, pregnancy isn't a bad thing for her. It's a great thing." Li Moying was startled as he asked in puzzlement, "Master's wife, you mean? When Brother Hong taught you the soul-splitting technique the last time, there was something I didn't tell you. If he wanted to get rid of the hidden dangers left behind by the soul-splitting technique, he could only improve it by cultivating the secret manual, but he could not get rid of it. As long as your cultivation continues to rise, you will be fine. Lear's soul will definitely collapse in the future. It's just that after cultivation, it can be greatly delayed. And if you want to eradicate it." Yin Yang paused for a moment as her slightly smiling gaze landed on Huang Yueli. "The only way is for the two of you to have a child. After pregnancy, as the fetus itself carries a part of your primordial spirits, it can help Lear stabilize her primordial spirit. Your master wanted to have a child so much back then because of this." Li Moying finally understood, and for a moment, other than joy, he felt a little lucky. Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted unhappily. Taking advantage of the time when Huang Yueli had yet to wake up, Li Moying followed Yin Yang to seek advice. Yin Yang naturally told him everything she knew. However, she frowned a little. "However, I'm not a doctor after all. I've never given birth to a child before, so I don't know much. Your situation with Lear is very special. The more outstanding a practitioner is, the more difficult it is to have children. I'm afraid that when the child is born, it will cause a strange movement in the world. Just in case, you have to leave the small universe as soon as possible and return to the God realm." Li Moying had also thought of this point as he nodded his head with a solemn expression. "I understand, thank you Master's wife for your reminder." Yin Yang nodded. "Since that's the case, your master and I won't disturb you any longer. Have a good rest. We'll take our leave first." After Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang left, Li Moying sat down on the soft couch. He lowered his head slightly and looked down at the girl lying on the soft couch. Because of Huang Yueli's reincarnation, her current bone age was only 18 years old, and because she advanced very quickly, her aging speed was much slower than ordinary people, so her small face was exceptionally delicate and tender. The baby fat on her face had not completely faded, and she looked like she was only 15 or 16 years old. Looking at this face, Li Moying found it hard to imagine that this beautiful young lass's stomach was already carrying two people's baby. He still remembered the first time he saw Huang Yueli in the tea house in his previous life, the young lady's delicate and beautiful expression, as though it was just yesterday, and they had actually entangled and supported each other for such a long time. Li Moying sat on the edge of the soft couch as he quietly looked at Huang Yueli's sleeping face for a very long time without feeling the passage of time. When Huang Yueli woke up, she saw the man sitting upright at the head of the bed, staring at her with a solemn expression. Her mind was still a little dizzy. She was puzzled and muttered softly, "Husband, husband?" Li Moying immediately regained his senses as he leaned in front of her and stretched out his hand to lightly touch her forehead. "Lear, you're awake? How did it feel? Where else do you feel uncomfortable?" Huang Yueli didn't expect to see Li Moying so nervous, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment before she recalled the situation before she fainted. She and Li Moying were in closed-door cultivation to cultivate the soul-splitting technique. In the beginning, his progress was very smooth. After she mastered the trick of tearing her primordial spirit and using evil chi to cultivate her primordial spirit, she gradually became familiar with it after a few repetitions. Later on, her cultivation speed became faster, and her primordial spirit also had obvious changes. It became more condensed and stable. According to the blue booklet, the method of cultivating the primordial spirit had to be repeated for 81 cycles. Even if he had already achieved a small success, he could come out of seclusion. He needed to rest for a period of time before proceeding to the next round of cultivation. Seeing that the 81 circulation was about to be completed, Huang Yueli was already prepared to exit her seclusion. However, what she did not expect was that on the last cycle before she completed her success, the same abnormal movement as the previous failed advancements appeared in her lower abdomen again. The evil chi that was originally filling her meridians and seemed to be overflowing seemed to be guided by some force and suddenly surged towards her lower abdomen. Then, in the blink of an eye, it was reduced by more than half. She had originally relied on the endless flow of this evil chi to gradually repair her torn primordial spirit. Now that the supply of evil chi had suddenly been cut off, her cultivation technique could not continue. An intense pain erupted from the torn primordial spirit, as if a sharp knife had stabbed into her primordial spirit. Huang Yueli had been cultivating for such a long time and her body was already in a tense state. The sudden stimulation caused her body to be unable to withstand it. Before he could react, he blacked out. At that time, her last thought was that she had made such a big mistake in circulating her cultivation. Could it be that she had gone mad? Unexpectedly, when she woke up, she did not seem to be in the same pain and exhaustion caused by the tearing of her meridians. Huang Yueli tried to move her hands and feet and felt that her movements were as smooth as a feather, as if there wasn't any problem. But looking at Li Moying's deep gaze, it made her feel that she had a huge problem. Huang Yueli was even more puzzled as she frowned and asked, "Husband, what happened to me? When I was cultivating the soul-splitting technique just now, the evil chi in my body was suddenly sucked out. My breathing was chaotic and I fainted. What happened to me? Did Master and Mistress save me?" Li Moying nodded his head. "That's right, Master's wife had checked your pulse earlier and you just left not long ago." "Then, what did Master's wife say? What's wrong with me? Why did he still fail at the brink of success after having cultivated for 80 cycles? What went wrong?" Huang Yueli was puzzled. Li Moying took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. "No, there's nothing wrong with you. Lear, there's something." Li Moying's solemn expression and tone made Huang Yueli nervous as she held her breath, waiting for him to continue. "Lear, there's a baby here," Li Moying said as his right hand gently placed on Huang Yueli's stomach. Huang Yueli subconsciously nodded. "Oh, so I have a baby. You were so nervous, I thought." Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly stopped and her eyes widened. "Wait, did you just say, what did you say about me? I must have been unconscious for too long and felt dizzy. I actually heard you say that I have a baby." Li Moying saw his cunning and clever little fox, rarely showing such a silly look, and the nervousness in his heart suddenly faded away as the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed. He grabbed Huang Yueli's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. He leaned into her ear and said, "You didn't hear wrongly. Lear, we really have a baby. Just now, Master's wife personally checked your pulse and said that the baby is already 4 months old." What? Am I really pregnant? And 4 months? How is that possible? Huang Yueli was truly shocked as her jaw almost dropped to the ground. If the person who told her this news wasn't Li Moying, she would definitely reprimand him, thinking that this was nonsense. And now, even if it was Li Moying who said it, she still didn't dare to believe it. Huang Yueli lowered her head and looked at her lower abdomen. In fact, recently, she had indeed felt a little chubby on her stomach. She was a little puzzled. Why did she have a small stomach at such a young age? She clearly didn't eat much. However, to say that she was pregnant. But why didn't I feel anything? Didn't they say that it would be very uncomfortable after being pregnant and that she would keep vomiting? The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Don't just look at their outstanding talent in cultivation, and Huang Yueli was also an expert in armament refining to earn money, but regarding the matter of pregnancy, it really touched the blind spot of their knowledge. Huang Yueli had not grown up with her mother in her 2 lifetimes, so no one had told her about this knowledge, and she had no experience. In addition, the two of them felt that it would take at least a few thousand years for them to have children, so they didn't take it seriously and didn't think of specifically understanding it. Now, they were all stunned when they heard this news. Li Moying was stunned for a moment before he coughed. I don't know either, but your pregnancy isn't without warning. Li Moying paused as he repeated what Yin Yang had said to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli then came to a sudden realization, so, the previous few failures of my advancement were all because of the baby in my stomach? I'm really pregnant? Yes, it's true. Li Moying nodded his head. Huang Yueli looked at him and then at her own stomach. After a long while, she finally digested the news and felt a little bit of reality. What followed was a burst of unconcealable joy. She pounced into Li Moying's embrace. Moying, we're really having a baby. Oh my God, this is really. That was great. That's great. Actually, when she was in the lower realm, she had indeed imagined that she would be able to have a cute baby with her husband and a family of 3 would roam the soaring heavens continent together. However, after she ascended, she knew that it was difficult for the two of them to get pregnant because of their high talent, so she could only put down this delusion. She did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. Seeing Huang Yueli's agitated look, Li Moying's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. To be honest, he was a little worried at the start because after Huang Yueli got pregnant, she had met with many situations. Not only did she meet with danger several times, she had even failed to advance multiple times. All these situations showed that the pregnancy had a huge impact on Huang Yueli's body. If it was just a burden to his cultivation progress, then it was fine, but if it was to cause any damage to his body, then Li Moying would rather not have this child, than to bear his Lier suffering any harm. Even though Yin Yang had assured him that carrying this child would be beneficial to Huang Yueli's primordial spirit and wasn't a bad thing, Li Moying was still worried. However, at this moment, seeing the little fox in his arms so excited that she was about to jump up, no matter how much worry he had, he temporarily put it aside. Gazing at Huang Yueli's sweet smile, his gaze became gentler and gentler as he lowered his head and planted a kiss on her lips. Yeah, it's really great, my Lier is really too amazing. In the future, I will be able to bring you and my daughter to train together. I will have 2 princesses. I wonder how many people will be envious of me. However, my daughter will definitely be as beautiful as you. In the future, there will definitely be countless little brats who like her. I must educate my daughter well. She must not follow a good-looking brat outside. She is not allowed to be too close to a man before she is 500 years old. Huang Yueli listened with a smile, but as she listened, she felt that something was not quite right. Wait a minute, husband, you. Aren't you thinking too far ahead? What 500 years old? She and Li Moying were not even 1/10 of 500 years old. Her husband had already arranged everything for her daughter to be 500 years old? Moreover, what did he mean by not following others just because they looked good? He even needed to educate her properly. Why didn't he think about himself? He had come to seduce her when he was just a teenager? Back then her father didn't beat Li Moying to death, it was really this fellow's luck. Now that it was his turn to be a father, he was like this? Moreover, How do you know that I will give birth to a daughter? Don't you have to be born to know? Huang Yueli asked doubtfully. Li Moying narrowed his eyes. It must be a daughter. Only a daughter can be as beautiful and cute as you, so there's a need to bring her along. If it's a son. Huang Yueli suddenly had a bad premonition. What about our son? Just throw our son back to the family and let the elders be responsible for raising him. Anyway, they should be very happy to be able to personally raise our baby. Li Moying said indifferently. Huang Yueli simply fell. You, what nonsense are you talking about? How could he treat her so differently? What happened to her son? Did your son offend you? Why should he be thrown to the elders? No matter if the baby is a boy or a girl, I have to bring it with me personally. In this lifetime, Huang Yueli's parents had gone missing when she was very young, and she was brought up by an uncle who harbored evil intentions. Compared to her previous life, where she grew up by Master's side who treated her like his own daughter, the difference between the two was too obvious. She had long made up her mind that she would personally teach the baby in the future. In the end, her husband actually had the problem of valuing women over men. After knowing each other for so many years, this was the first time she knew. Huang Yueli's eyes widened as she glared fiercely at Li Moying, as though she was going to chase him out of the house if he dared to object. Li Moying originally didn't dare to go against Madame, and now that Lear was pregnant, in his heart, she was even more fragile than glass, so how would he dare to make her angry? Seeing that his wife was angered, he quickly said, All right. I'll listen to you. If you want to keep it by your side, then keep it by your side. Don't be angry, don't be agitated. Although he was coaxing Huang Yueli with his mouth, he was secretly scheming in his heart. Anyway, the brat had not been born yet, so it was right to go along with his wife first. After she was born, that little brat did not know how to speak and only knew how to cry. By then, Lear would know that her son was not fun at all. When the brat grew up, he would find an excuse that a boy needed to train independently and let him cultivate. From the looks of it, his son probably did not have the ability to compete with him for favor. Moreover, the probability of having a son was only 50%, and there was still a huge possibility that he could give birth to a daughter as cute as Lear, so he really shouldn't scare himself. Although he consoled himself repeatedly in his heart, but for some reason, Li Moying felt a little uneasy. The little fox was originally not easy to coax, and after she got pregnant, her temper got worse. Li Moying spent a lot of effort to coax his wife and fed her the dinner and pills that Yin Yang had prepared for her, letting her lie on the bed to rest. Huang Yueli had been making a ruckus for the entire afternoon until she laid down on the bed before she finally calmed down. She reached out to touch her belly that was covered by the blanket, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. Actually, compared to the daughter that Li Moying was looking forward to, she wanted a son more. A son who looked very similar to Li Moying. When she was in Soaring Heaven's continent, she had heard people say that Li Moying looked extremely cute when he was young and wasn't as cold and aloof as when he grew up. He was a sweet-mouthed little cutie. To be honest, she felt a little, it was hard to imagine. If only she could see a miniature version of Li Moying to verify it, that would be great. Just as Huang Yueli was letting her imagination run wild, she suddenly felt the man lying beside her move a little, and immediately following that, he sat up and got off the bed. Huang Yueli subconsciously asked, Husband? Where are you going? Li Moying was stunned for a moment as he turned back to look at her. Did I wake you up? It's fine. I'm not going anywhere. I just want to find a quiet place to cultivate. Your current situation is special. I'm afraid that cultivating in the room will affect you and the baby. When Huang Yueli heard that, she was slightly surprised. You're going to cultivate now? Didn't you just come out of seclusion today? Li Moying had always been extremely hard-working in his cultivation. He didn't rely solely on his innate talent to reach his current strength. If he didn't have the perseverance and hard work day after day, no matter how strong his innate talent was, it would be in vain. However, no matter how hard he worked, he would not rush to continue cultivating after he came out of seclusion. He would still take a short rest. Of course, Li Moying's resting motive wasn't for himself, but to accompany her. Huang Yueli herself was also like this. This was a tacit understanding between the two of them. Li Moying's exquisite and handsome eyebrows were slightly blurred under the dim moonlight, but it made him look even gentler. He stretched out his hand to caress Huang Yueli's face as he laughed softly. I have to hurry up. We already have a daughter and we are still trapped in this small universe. Daughter will definitely blame father for being useless. Huang Yueli was startled as she used her arm to support herself on the bedboard, wanting to get up. Then I'll go with you. Before she could finish her sentence, her shoulder was pressed down. Li Moying kissed her face and said softly, don't make me worry, HM? If something like this morning happens again, I won't be able to take it. Huang Yueli couldn't help but glare at him. How am I that weak? It was just a matter of cultivation. As long as he was careful not to attempt to advance, it would be fine. Don't forget, when we were trapped in the devil territory, I was already pregnant. Didn't I still come out? Her original intention was to appease Li Moying so that he wouldn't have any unnecessary worries, but after Li Moying heard that, his expression turned even darker. If I had known that you were pregnant, I would never have let you leave the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge. According to the time that Yin Yang had mentioned, this baby should have been conceived when the two of them went to the Phoenix Tranquility Gorge to send Wang Kai home. The Phoenix Tranquility Gorge was far away from the settlements of the ancient God clan and the Devil clan. It had beautiful mountains and clear waters, a pleasant environment, and abundant Xianxia. It was indeed a good place to raise people. The two of them had truly experienced what it meant to be an immortal couple. Other than loving each other, they could also tease the little phoenix and tease the big phoenix every day. From time to time, they could even cheat some heavenly treasures. Their lives were extremely relaxed and happy. It was said that environment and mentality were extremely important in the process of preparing for pregnancy, so it was no wonder that Huang Yueli would get pregnant there. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't have any relevant experience, so they didn't notice the existence of the little child in Huang Yueli's stomach. Otherwise, Li Moying would definitely let his wife stay until after the child was born. In this way, Huang Yueli wouldn't have encountered those few dangers and almost lost her life. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's stern expression and found it a little funny. Husband, don't be so nervous. Baby and I are really fine, we're doing great. If the baby could be conscious in his stomach, he might even think that his father doesn't like him. Li Moying was startled for a moment as he hurriedly pulled out a smile as he touched Huang Yueli's stomach. Father is going to cultivate. Stay with mother. Don't learn from her. Be good, understand? Huang Yueli was stunned for a second before she reacted and turned hostile on the spot. Li Moying, what did you say? How can you slander mother like this to baby? However, Li Moying was already prepared, and the instant she threw the pillow over, he quickly took a few steps back and flashed out of the room. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and didn't follow after him. Although she didn't take it seriously, but as a newbie who had just taken up her position as a little mother, Huang Yueli was still a little nervous and perturbed. Even if Li Moying didn't say it, she was still a little afraid, worried that her previous few failures in breaking through to a new realm would cause adverse effects to the baby. For this reason, she could only give up on the idea of continuing to cultivate. Sigh, this time, your mother's cultivation will not be able to catch up to your father again. Huang Yueli sat on the bed as she used her finger to poke at her slightly bulging fair and tender belly, muttering softly, look at how much your mother has sacrificed. If your father quarrels with mother in the future, do you know which side you should stand on? As soon as she finished speaking, her stomach suddenly twitched. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Could it be? Did the little fellow move? To Huang Yueli, this was definitely a novel experience. There had never been a moment where she truly felt that she was really going to be a mother. In her stomach, there was a little life. It was the fruit of love that she had nurtured with the man she loved for 2 lifetimes. As soon as she thought of this, her heart softened. Huang Yueli couldn't hold it in any longer as she immediately lifted the blanket and ran out of the room to look for Li Moying. Husband? Li Moying had just sat down cross-legged in the room next door, and although he had already set up his posture, but he had not started cultivating. The news of Huang Yueli's pregnancy today had a greater impact on him than Huang Yueli. No matter how much he reminded himself that he had to calm down as soon as possible, cultivate and break through as soon as possible, and bring his wife and children out of the small universe as soon as possible, he could not enter the cultivation state smoothly like usual. He was too excited. At this critical moment, he heard knocking sounds coming from outside the room. Li Moying stood up and walked to the door. Just as he opened the door, a petite and slim figure pounced into his embrace. Husband, the baby moved in my stomach just now. I can feel it moving. Our baby is really too smart. It must be able to understand what I said to it, so it answered me like this. Ah, the baby is really cute. Huang Yueli grabbed onto Li Moying's lapel as she was extremely excited as she looked at the man's handsome face with her eyes wide open, waiting for her new father to share her joy. However, Li Moying's reaction wasn't what she had expected. Not only did he not smile, he even frowned slightly. Then, he bent down and suddenly picked her up horizontally. Didn't I tell you to rest in your room? Why did he run out? And you're not even wearing socks. Ugh. Huang Yueli choked for a moment as her line of sight subconsciously shifted downwards and landed on her bare feet. She had indeed forgotten to wear socks. Her husband's eyes were really sharp. It was until her back was pressed against a soft pillow that Huang Yueli suddenly regained her senses. That's not right, this isn't the main point. Husband, did you not hear what I said? The baby just moved. Li Moying picked up the blanket on the soft couch and covered Huang Yueli's body. He pinched her little feet and stuffed them under the blanket, wrapping her up tightly. Only then did he place his hand on her stomach, through the blanket. She didn't move? The newbie father's handsome brows furrowed slightly, revealing a rare look of confusion. Huang Yueli's head was full of black lines. Baby can't keep moving, right? When I was talking to it just now, it moved. You just didn't catch up. Li Moying seemed extremely regretful, but this emotion only lasted for a very short period of time as he quickly reacted. Then what did you say to the baby just now? If you tell it again, maybe she will move again? I just said, Huang Yueli recalled for a moment and suddenly choked. Could it be that she was going to tell Li Moying that she had tried her best to defame its father in front of baby, and even told baby to stand firmly on mother's side? Cough cough, I forgot. You know, pregnant women are very forgetful. Huang Yueli could only reply. Li Moying's gaze landed on her fair little face and saw her slightly awkward expression as the corners of his lips curled up. If he couldn't tell that this little fox was hiding something, then he would have been her husband for nothing. But Lear could do whatever she wanted, who asked her to be his wife. Li Moying let go of his hand and pulled the blanket again, wrapping Huang Yueli tighter. Since that's the case, then the next time the baby moves, I'll accompany it, alright? I'm going to cultivate now. I'll send you back first. As he said that, he was about to carry Huang Yueli up. Huang Yueli hurriedly tugged at his sleeve. Wait, there's no need to go through so much trouble. You can just cultivate directly. Baby and I will stay here to accompany you. Hearing that, Li Moying frowned slightly. When I'm cultivating, the evil chi in the small universe will be attracted and keep surging. You and baby will definitely be affected. What are you afraid of? When I didn't know I was pregnant, didn't I always cultivate with you? He didn't see anything wrong. Besides, Huang Yueli subconsciously rubbed her stomach, our baby is very powerful. Father and mother are both heaven-grade geniuses, so how could they not be able to withstand even a little energy fluctuation? Maybe it likes it. Li Moying recalled what Yin Yang had said in the afternoon. Huang Yueli had failed several times in her advancement, and all of them had a portion of her profound energy sucked away by the baby in her stomach, so he swallowed back the words of persuasion that were about to reach his mouth. His wife was right. Their baby, he had probably already started cultivating in his mother's stomach. Who knew what kind of powerful genius babies they would give birth to? Li Moying didn't say anything else as he sat back down and started cultivating. He had already made some progress in the soul-splitting technique, so he had started to cultivate the second secret manual that Saint Iniquitous Shadow had given him, which was the advanced version of the Evil Shadow secret manual. According to what Saint Iniquitous Shadow had said, he had originally planned to wait until Li Moying advanced into the late Tao Profound realm before imparting this secret manual to him. But he had not expected that Li Moying's innate talent in deviant cultivation was so high, to only use a week's time to fully grasp the soul-splitting technique. Considering that Li Moying needed to advance quickly and lead the small universe, he would impart the secret manual in advance. It was just that this way, the difficulty of his cultivation would be much higher than the usual one, and there was a possibility of him going berserk. It was precisely because of this that he wanted to avoid Huang Yueli from the start. But after facing Huang Yueli's expectant gaze, he really couldn't forcefully chase her away and could only remind himself to be extra careful when cultivating, not to hurt his wife and children because of his own negligence. Li Moying sat down on the opposite soft couch and gently closed his eyes as he started to meditate to regulate his breathing. Speaking of which, it was strange. Earlier when he was alone, he felt uneasy and initially thought that with Huang Yueli and the baby by his side, he would be even more distracted. But he had not expected that when he felt the faint fragrance of Huang Yueli's body wafting in the room, he actually felt unusually calm. Not long after, he completely entered a state of cultivation. Huang Yueli sat beside Li Moying for a while and looked at his straight back as he sat on the soft couch. Even though he was holding his breath and concentrating, he was still like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, biting cold and sharp. His handsome and perfect eyebrows were as exquisite as a painting, and his cold white skin was slightly sweaty. Not long after, he completely entered a state of cultivation. Huang Yueli sat beside Li Moying for a while and looked at his straight back as he sat on the soft couch. Even though he was holding his breath and concentrating, he was still like a sharp sword that had been unsheathed, biting cold and sharp. His handsome and perfect eyebrows were as exquisite as a painting, and his cold white skin was slightly sweaty. Huang Yueli subconsciously swallowed her saliva as she stretched out her hand to pat her own face. Why is it so hot? Could it be that the energy concentration in the room is too high? She picked up a stack of paper from the low table beside her feet and fanned her face a few times. However, not only did this not lower the temperature in her body, but it also made her feel more and more hot as time passed. Huang Yueli had originally wanted to stay here and cultivate with Li Moying, but now it seemed that the energy in the room had changed too drastically, so in order not to affect the baby in her stomach, she decided to return to her own room. Huang Yueli stood up and walked towards the door. But she didn't know what was going on, but her mind was clearly clear about what she wanted to do, but her feet seemed to not listen to her commands as she didn't walk towards the door, but instead approached Li Moying step by step. By the time Huang Yueli regained her senses, she was already standing in front of Li Moying and her right hand was raised up, almost touching Li Moying's face. Ugh! What happened? Huang Yueli suddenly woke up as she retracted her hand in horror. She had almost harassed her husband while he was cultivating. If it had been a few more breaths, she might not only have touched her husband's face, but she might have even kissed him. This. Although the two of them had been married for many years, it was not like she had never done something more reckless. However, harassing the other party while he was cultivating. She didn't think she was that shameless, right? Huang Yueli's heart was still whirling with thoughts when she realized that she didn't know when she had taken another step towards Li Moying's direction. The distance between the two of them was already extremely close, and they were just short of sticking together. Huang Yueli hurriedly took a step back and realized that the situation was not good. That's right, this must be, because Moying is cultivating the Wraith's secret guide. Back then when Saint Iniquitous Shadow was imparting her this cultivation method, he had given her the secret manual for both husband and wife to cultivate together. Later on, she had also relied on that secret manual to bring Li Moying, who had been unconscious for a few months back. But this time when the wicked Shadow Saint passed the second half of the Iniquitous Shadow secret manual to Li Moying, he didn't mention this matter again, so the couple thought that this secret manual was no different from an ordinary cultivation method. Now, it seemed that the two of them who were connected by the soul-splitting technique could not avoid affecting each other when they cultivated evil techniques. If it was any other time, cultivating together with Li Moying wasn't a big deal, but now, she was already pregnant. When Huang Yueli thought of this, her heart turned cold as she bit down on her tongue, using this little bit of pain to wake up as she hurriedly retreated. However, at this moment, she suddenly felt a slight twitch in her abdomen. It was not painful, but it gave her a fright. Immediately after, a portion of the evil qi in her body was sucked away, and the heat in her body instantly disappeared. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment as she lowered her head to look at her lower abdomen. No way? The baby could even absorb evil qi? Does the baby like the energy here? Of course, the little guy would not answer her. After absorbing a large amount of energy, it stopped moving and quietly stayed in its mother's stomach. Huang Yueli had already walked to the front of the door when her footsteps suddenly halted and she turned back. Huang Yueli's footsteps lightened as she walked to Li Moying's side, but she didn't make a sound to alarm him. Instead, she stretched out two fingers and carefully pulled out the secret guide of the wicked shadow from the short table beside him. Thereafter, she sat down on the soft couch opposite Li Moying and started to flip through this unorthodox secret manual that no one had ever seen before. Saint Iniquitous Shadow was indeed worthy of being ranked as a grandmaster among all the profound life realm experts in the past. The second half of the book was filled with pearls of wisdom. Huang Yueli couldn't help but exclaim as she looked on. How did she come up with such a method of using energy? Although her master was sometimes as childish as a child, he was indeed a rare genius. They did not worship him for nothing. Huang Yueli's comprehension ability was extremely high, so she only used an hour to flip through it from beginning to end. After reading it, she put the secret manual aside and closed her eyes. Now, she went through the contents of the book in her mind before she began to try to cultivate. The cultivation process was unexpectedly smooth. Perhaps it was because Li Moying was right beside her. Every bit of growth of the evil qi in his body would affect the energy in her meridians, which allowed her to cultivate with twice the result with half the effort, easily crossing the first threshold. The only problem was that because the two of them were cultivating in the same room, their cultivation techniques resonated with each other. Every once in a while, they would become irritable. Fortunately, the baby in her stomach would absorb some energy from time to time. Every time Huang Yueli felt that the heat in her body was unbearable, she would be able to lower her temperature in time. In order to prevent the failure of advancement from happening again, Huang Yueli had consciously controlled the flow of energy within her body during this cultivation. She paid more attention to tempering the evil qi and profound qi in her meridians, making them more condensed and pure, trying her best to prevent large amounts of energy from accumulating in her dantian. As a result, her foundation became more and more solid, but she deliberately avoided advancing. Just like that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying came to an agreement and started to cultivate together once again. Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang noticed this and nodded. Lear is really a smart and hardworking child, pregnant yet not forgetting to cultivate. Taking advantage of this opportunity to lay a good foundation will be of great benefit to her. She has advanced too quickly, and her foundation is not stable enough. Now that she has made up for this, she will definitely soar after she gives birth to a child. Yin Yang was peeping at her two little disciples outside the window, her eyes full of smiles. Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted and looked disapproving. How is he smart? She was pregnant at such a young age. Wouldn't she be trapped by that brat? It's not convenient to divorce that brat. That's enough. Don't always pick on him or. Yin Yang was angry and amused at the same time. She rolled her eyes at her husband. Moer and Lear are so compatible, and he treats her so well. Look at him, he was cultivating almost 24 hours a day. Wasn't it to break through as soon as possible and bring Lear and baby out? Looking at his progress, I'm afraid he'll break through in the next 2 days. What? Saint Iniquitous Shadow said unhappily, you brat is taking Lear away, and you're still happy? It's not like I'm not coming back, Yin Yang said helplessly. As long as the spatial passageway is opened, wouldn't it be a matter of a second for Lear to come back to see you? Humph. Saint Iniquitous Shadow snorted. I'm afraid that once the little girl leaves the small universe, she'll only have that brat in her heart. Suddenly, he felt as if his daughter was about to get married. What was going on? No matter how reluctant Saint Iniquitous Shadow was, Huang Yueli and Li Moying's cultivation were still increasing at an astonishing speed. Every time they saw the cultivation speed of these two young people, Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang would sigh in their hearts, thinking that it would be difficult to find another genius who was more outstanding than them in a million years. To be able to receive such two talented disciples and see the two of them as loving as they were when they were young, wasn't it a blessing? After another 10 days, on an ordinary morning, Li Moying finally broke through again. From initial stage Dao Profound Realm to middle stage Dao Profound Realm, although this was just a minor realm's advancement, starting from Dao Profound Realm, every minor realm breakthrough was a rebirth-like experience. And every breakthrough threshold was like a natural moat for countless cultivators. Li Moying was only 23 years old this year, and he had already advanced to Dao Profound Realm middle stage. In the recorded history of God Realm, this was something that had never happened before. If he was not in the small universe at this time, but was advancing in the God Realm, it would probably cause a shock to all the cultivators in the 12 continents of the God Realm. It would even attract the attention of the devils from 10,000 miles away. Huang Yueli followed master and mistress as they sat in the courtyard, waiting for Li Moying to advance as her thoughts drifted. Previously, after killing Sky Devil Ruijiang, the Devil Clan's clan leader had already announced that he wanted to take advantage of the time when Huang Yueli and Li Moying were still in the Profound Heart Realm to kill the two of them to prevent future troubles. If the two of them had not been trapped in the Devil territory for so long, they might have already fought with the Devil Clan. Now, if the Devil Clan were to find out that her husband had already successfully advanced into the middle stage Dao Profound Realm, the Devil Clan might go crazy, and who knows how many people they would send out to assassinate Li Moying. Now that they could advance in the small universe, it was a good thing for them. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a blessing in disguise. This time around, Li Moying didn't advance due to the stimulation from the battle, but through cultivating two different cultivation methods and accumulating together to advance. This kind of advancement method consumed a very long time and was a relatively long process. Huang Yueli and Saint Iniquitous Shadow couple sat in the courtyard for an entire day and night. The various attributed energies in the small universe were all affected by Li Moying's aura as they gathered towards the direction of the small wooden house. The energy of different attributes formed light arrows that shot over from the distant horizon like meteors, falling into the energy vortex on the roof. These energies gathered into the vortex above Li Moying's head, but the mark left behind by the sky didn't disappear. As time passed, the energy vortex grew bigger and bigger as the different colored light arrows merged together, like exploding fireworks, forming a dazzling light screen. Huang Yueli's body was under the light curtain, and she could feel the energy that was faintly leaking out from the whirlpool as her breathing slightly stagnated. Yin Yang noticed her strange behavior and turned to look at her. "Lear, how are you? If you can't take it, then stay far away and wait. Your master and I are here, so there won't be any problems. You're pregnant now, so you'd better be careful. Don't force yourself." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and shook her head. "I'm fine. Baby is fine too. Baby. I like to be close to Daddy very much." Sensing that Li Moying was about to advance, Baby actually kicked her in her stomach excitedly. Just as the three of them were talking, Li Moying's advancement had already reached the final stage. The energy vortex above the roof suddenly contracted, and countless streams of light were instantly gathered at the center of the vortex. The entire sky suddenly darkened, and the three of them instantly fell into a pitch-black darkness. However, this state only lasted for less than 10 breaths. With a loud explosion, a colorful stream of light shot out from the center of the hut, dyeing the sky with a gorgeous color again. The energy fluctuations coming from not far away also had obvious changes. Huang Yueli's eyes flashed as her face revealed a faint excited expression. "Husband, he should have successfully advanced." Yin Yang nodded slightly. "I didn't expect Amour's advancement to be so smooth. We, who are protecting him, are useless. Next, he should be about to open the passageway to the small universe." Yin Yang was right. As soon as she finished speaking, the ground of the entire small universe suddenly shook, and it became more and more intense. Soon, even Saint Iniquitous Shadow and the others couldn't stand steadily. They secretly circulated their cultivation techniques to prevent themselves from sitting down. The energy streams in the sky kept gathering, dispersing, and gathering again. It was like a bucket of paint that had been mixed together. As the tremors intensified, the energy was gradually divided into silver spots of light. Split. A cold male voice came from the small house. Following this not-so-loud sound, the tremors on the ground reached an extreme. The sky exploded with a loud bang, tearing a crack in the middle. The crack continued to extend to both sides, and it only stopped after about 10 meters. Immediately after, a gust of cold wind rushed in from the crack. The whistling sound was like the roar of a dragon and tiger, deafening. However, Li Moying only gave a cold snort. Under his control, the entire small universe's energy gathered together again, blocking this cold wind, blocking it out of the crack. After another 15 minutes, the entire small universe returned to peace. Huang Yueli rubbed her belly and sighed inwardly. Her baby was indeed worthy of being the baby of two god-grade geniuses. That huge explosion just now, as well as the intense astral winds in the spatial passageway, for cultivators with slightly weaker strength, this pressure was difficult to withstand. However, her baby was actually obedient and did not move at all. It seemed that he was not affected at all. In fact, she even felt that the baby had absorbed some energy. "Baby, you're so obedient. Your daddy is coming out soon. He's going to bring us home. Are you happy?" Before he could finish his sentence, the door was pushed open. Li Moying's tall and straight figure appeared at the door. The black robe he was wearing was completely soaked in sweat, and the hair on his forehead was very messy. However, this still could not hide his cold aura. Because he had just advanced, the powerful and turbulent energy in his body seemed to be about to seep out of his body. His eyes were as dark as ink, flashing with a cold light. He was like a beast that was still in hibernation, powerful and dangerous. But Li Moying's aura didn't affect the three people in the courtyard at all. The three of them looked at Li Moying at the same time. Li Moying didn't say a word as he walked straight towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli raised her head slightly and looked at the man who was much taller than her as the corners of her lips curled up. She wanted to congratulate him, but before she could speak, Li Moying had already stretched out his hand and pulled her into his embrace, hugging her tightly. "Lear, I succeeded. I can finally take you and the baby out. I was really worried that if I failed, you and the baby would be disappointed." Saint Iniquitous Shadow coughed heavily. Huang Yueli felt the familiar warmth and strength as her face turned slightly red as she stretched out her hand to push his chest. "All right, I understand. Baby and I are very assured of you. Quickly, let go of me, master and mistress are watching." Li Moying released her a little, but both his hands were still wrapped around her waist, encircling her in front of him as he lowered his head to stare at her. The commotion outside was a little too big. "You're not injured, right?" Huang Yueli shook her head. "I'm fine, you don't have to worry. I'm not that kind of weak and incompetent girl. How could I be injured by such a small battle?" Y0, you can read SH0RT, T0 Uchang, and R0 Mantic ST0 Rise of 0 UTC0 Upples, as well as children's ST0 Rise F0 R Free 0 N Cytist 0 Ris. C0M. Li Moying was naturally very clear about his dear wife's ability, but this didn't stop him from being on tenterhooks for Huang Yueli every single time. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Huang Yueli was a peerless genius who was so powerful that she was almost omnipotent. But in his eyes, Lear was just his wife, the woman whom he swore to protect her for his entire life, to let her be happy forever. Saint Iniquitous Shadow coughed again, and his face turned green. He couldn't help but say, "Emoer, master and mistress, taught you the cultivation technique and protected you with great effort. It's fine if you don't bow and thank us both, but you still hug your junior sister and refuse to let go. What kind of body are you?" "Ah." Saint Iniquitous Shadow's stern words stopped abruptly when Yin Yang stepped on him. Yin Yang rolled her eyes at her husband before turning to her two little disciples. "Emoer, don't listen to your master's nonsense. Your master is very happy that you can advance so smoothly. He was still saying just now that you're the youngest among the God Realm's cultivators who broke through to middle stage Dao Profound Realm in history. To be able to take in a disciple like you, we're truly lucky." Saint Iniquitous Shadow didn't expect his wife to reveal all of his secrets so directly. His expression immediately turned extremely ugly. "Dear wife, whose side are you on?" Yin Yang's mouth twitched. She complained in a small voice, "That's enough. Don't embarrass yourself in front of your disciple, all right?" It could be seen that the two little disciples originally thought that this master of theirs still had the halo of an idol. They thought that he was a peerless expert ranked among the top in the history of the God Realm, a legendary existence. They did not know about the reputation of Saint Iniquitous Shadow in the God Realm back then. He was a very childish wife-flaunting maniac. Was it easy for her to protect her dignity as a master? However, Saint Iniquitous Shadow could not understand her painstaking efforts. If this continued, his prestige in front of his disciple would be completely gone. Luckily, Li Moying didn't notice their interaction as his attention was completely on Huang Yueli. Li Moying smiled as he took a glance at Huang Yueli. He turned his head and smiled, "Master's wife, you're wrong. I'm not the youngest." Yin Yang was stunned. "What? Wasn't it? Could it be that after your master and I became spirit bodies, there was actually a genius stronger than you?" Li Moying shook his head and after pausing for a moment, he nodded his head. "Of course there are geniuses who are stronger than me, and that is Lear. After she breaks through, my title as the youngest genius will definitely be lost." Saint Iniquitous Shadow and his wife, who had been fed a mouthful of dog food by their two disciples, were speechless for a long time. Huang Yueli couldn't help but pinch her husband's waist. "All right, is there anyone who brags like you? I haven't even broken through to Dao Profound Realm right now." Although Yin Yang said that her cultivation had stagnated because of the baby in her stomach, and that as long as the baby was born, her cultivation would increase rapidly. It had not happened yet, after all, and no one could guarantee it. Li Moying said it out loud, not knowing if she should say that he had blind confidence in her, or if he was thick-skinned and flattered her randomly. Li Moying smiled and didn't say anything else. No one knew better than him how hard Huang Yueli had been cultivating and how high her innate talent was. If she couldn't advance even with this, then it would really be unfair. He did not believe that such a thing could happen. The two of them whispered to each other for a while before Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying away and turned around to look at Saint Iniquitous Shadow and Yin Yang as she cupped her hands towards them. Master, Masteress, Moying and I still have some matters to attend to in the God realm, so we will be leaving now. When we settle down, we'll definitely come and visit you often. Yin Yang's eyes were filled with reluctance, but she said, entering the small universe through the spatial passageway will consume a lot of profound energy in your body. You are still pregnant, so don't take this risk. When the baby is born safely, come and tell us the good news. The concern on Yin Yang's face was genuine. Huang Yueli looked at her and couldn't help but think of her own mother who was still in the lower realm, feeling extremely touched. Master's wife, don't worry, I will take care of my body. But my and Moying's abilities aren't that bad, isn't it just a space tunnel? It's nothing. She didn't notice that just as she said this, Li Moying's brows furrowed slightly, but he didn't refute her. Saint Iniquitous Shadow's expression was much uglier. He glanced at the two of them and snorted coldly. He was just short of writing the word Sundara on his face. Sister Yin, don't worry. If I can still remember anyone other than that brat after I get out, I'll lose. Yin Yang frowned. What are you saying? How could he behave in front of his disciple? Speak properly. Saint Iniquitous Shadow hesitated for a moment, but he didn't immediately listen to his wife. When Huang Yueli saw this, she laughed to herself as she took a step forward. Master, I'm really sad when you put it this way. In my heart, you're no different from my father, but in the end, you said that I can't remember you. Sigh, I'm sad. Huang Yueli lowered her head with a dejected look as she stretched out her hand to wipe the corner of her eyes. Seeing his little disciple on the verge of tears, Saint Iniquitous Shadow immediately became anxious and hurriedly said, cough cough, Lear, Master didn't mean that. Of course, Master cares about you as much as your master's wife, but… Sigh, in short, isn't Master still reluctant to let you leave? He's worried that you and baby won't be able to live well outside and will be bullied by this brat. Then don't worry, Moying and I will definitely be in love. Huang Yueli suddenly raised her head, but her face was filled with smiles. When Saint Iniquitous Shadow saw this, he realized that he had been played by his little disciple. His expression immediately turned ugly. Huang Yueli stuck out her tongue, and just as she was about to say something to coax him, Li Moying suddenly interrupted. The spatial passageway won't be able to maintain for long, so we have to hurry up and leave. Huang Yueli couldn't help but glare at her husband. Don't think that she didn't know that this man was doing it on purpose. His childishness was on par with Saint Iniquitous Shadow's. It was no wonder that her master always found him an eyesore. As the saying goes, it takes two hands to clap. But what Li Moying said wasn't wrong, they had to leave within an hour. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli turned around and bowed towards Yin Yang and Saint Iniquitous Shadow. Master, Masteress, we'll be leaving then. Yin Yang took a step forward and held her hand. Master's wife has prepared some things for you. You might be able to use them when you reach the God realm. Saying that, she stuffed an interspatial ring into Huang Yueli's hands. Huang Yueli used her spiritual perception to quickly probe and immediately exclaimed, Master's wife, this was too valuable. We can't accept it. You can keep it for yourself. In the ring that Yin Yang had given her, other than the evil cultivation techniques that she had specially arranged, there were also many rare materials of the god grade, as well as the ancient books of array techniques and spirit weapon techniques that she and Saint Iniquitous Shadow had collected. These were all extremely rare items that couldn't be obtained even with money. Presumably, in the ancient times where the two of them were in, they were all priceless treasures. However, this wasn't the most precious thing. What really shocked Huang Yueli was that in this interspatial ring, there was actually a god-grade medicinal pill, the legendary heaven-desecrating pill. This kind of pill, Huang Yueli had only seen it in the sacred phoenix race's ancient secret collection. Furthermore, it only mentioned its name, not even a picture. This was because the heaven-desecrating pill had already been lost for many years when the ancestor wrote this ancient book. In the current god realm, there was no way to even verify whether such a medicinal pill existed or not. Legend had it that this pill could reverse the laws of the heavens to a certain extent. Even a dead cultivator could be revived as long as their body was still warm. Moreover, it could restore the cultivation of cultivators below the profound life realm. It would not matter even if their dantian was completely shattered. Such a divine pill, originally even Huang Yueli didn't think that it really existed, but Yin Yang took out one. There was no need to say how precious this medicinal pill was. Yin Yang sighed softly. You don't have to be so polite with Master's wife. You and I are masters, and we don't need these anymore. Although the heaven-desecrating pill is miraculous, it's not very useful for life-profound realm cultivators. But for you, it's a divine medicine that can bring the dead back to life. The birth of a god-grade genius is a matter of competing with the heavenly Tao. It's hard to guarantee that there will be any accidents. Take this pill so that we can be more at ease. Seeing that Huang Yueli was still hesitating, Yin Yang paused for a moment before continuing, Your masters and my corporeal bodies have already been destroyed, and heaven-desecrating pills are unable to reconstruct the body of a life-profound realm practitioner. If we want to get out, we can only rely on you two little disciples. If anything were to happen to you two outside, wouldn't we be trapped here forever? Huang Yueli saw her insistence and could only agree as she kept it. She did not think that she would have the chance to use the medicinal pill. She only wanted Yin Yang and the others to be at ease. This conversation took up quite a bit of time. The passage in the void had already begun to shrink a little. Huang Yueli knew that she couldn't delay any longer and hurriedly cupped her hands towards the two of them before turning around and holding hands with Li Moying. They walked into the spatial passageway together. The moment she entered the passageway, Huang Yueli felt a huge pressure. Various energies of different attributes intertwined and gathered, forming a vortex-like energy torrent that surged toward the two people in the center. A cultivator with slightly weaker strength would probably be crushed into pieces by such a huge energy in an instant. Even though Huang Yueli was already prepared and had already donned her strongest defensive spirit armor, and had even circulated her defensive cultivation method beforehand, but she was still struck by the impact, which caused the blood in her body to churn and her chest to feel nauseous. However, this feeling only lasted for less than a breath. Without waiting for her to circulate her cultivation to resist, Li Moying had already exerted his strength and pulled her into his embrace to protect her. At the same time, through their tightly clasped hands, he had transferred his inner breath into Huang Yueli's body to help her resist the impact of the energy vortex. After advancing into the middle stage of Tao Profound Realm, Li Moying's profound energy's purity had risen another level. With him blocking the majority of the impact, Huang Yueli's pressure instantly reduced by quite a bit. But looking at the cold sweat on Li Moying's forehead, Huang Yueli was very clear that even with her husband's ability, it was still very difficult for him to bear all the impact alone. Her heart ached as she frowned as she tugged at Li Moying's finger, wanting him to let go of her so that she could fight alongside him. However, Li Moying only took a glance at her, and the strength in his grip on her didn't weaken in the slightest as he refused to let go. Fortunately, this section of the spatial passageway was not considered long. The section with the strongest energy was even shorter. It did not take long for the surrounding pressure to gradually reduce. By the time the pressure disappeared, the two of them were already on solid ground, stepping on the land of the god realm. Huang Yueli let out a long breath as she turned her head to take a look. She realized that the entrance of the passageway was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it would probably disappear from her sight before long. When Li Moying saw this, he said softly, "This time, the spatial passageway has already been opened up. The imprint at the entrance is connected to our primordial spirit. If we want to enter in the future, we just need to expend a certain amount of profound energy, and it will be able to open up again." Huang Yueli nodded her head and couldn't help but sigh, but the amount of profound energy required to open the passageway is really not small. Previously I had thought that if I were to encounter any danger in the future, I could hide in the small universe, but now it seems that it's a little unrealistic. If they had discovered a strong enemy beforehand and hid, it would have been fine. If they were seriously injured in battle, it would be almost impossible to open the space passageway to escape. Because after being seriously injured, they might not have enough profound energy to open the passageway and would not have the ability to pass through the space passageway. However, this is normal. Otherwise, those ancient experts who possessed a small universe wouldn't have fallen. Huang Yueli sighed for a while and very quickly figured it out. Since they had already left the small universe, the most important thing now was to hurry back to Snowflake City to meet Lu Bian. Huang Yueli and Li Moying immediately released the airship from their space and rushed back to Snowflake City. The two of them were first trapped in the Devil territory and then in the small universe. They were completely unable to sense the changes in time in the outside world. It wasn't until they entered the city and asked the residents in the city that they realized that time passed faster than they had expected. It had been nearly half a year since they left. Initially, they had agreed to meet Xianxia in 1 to 2 months. However, half a year had already passed. The two of them suddenly had an ominous premonition. "I didn't expect that the speed of time passing in the outside world would actually be twice as fast as in the small universe. This time, things are going to be a little troublesome." Huang Yueli's brows knitted together as she said in a worried tone. Li Moying squeezed her hand as he consoled her, "Don't worry first. Divine General Xian has always kept his word and Lu Bian isn't someone easy to deal with, so he might not have really met with any mishaps. Let's go to the inn to take a look at the situation first. Maybe nothing happened and we were just scaring ourselves." Huang Yueli nodded her head and together with Li Moying, the first thing they did was to rush to the inn where they had stayed previously. When they left, they had made an agreement with Xianxia to let Lu Bian continue to stay in the inn and his freedom of movement wouldn't be interfered with. But Lu Bian had to swear on the heavenly Tao that he absolutely wouldn't leave the boundaries of Snowflake City and he had to return to the inn every night. Although this was equivalent to house arrest, but as a spirit medicine master, Lu Bian would usually go into closed-door cultivation to study the pill formula and a few months would pass, so it wasn't an unreasonable request. However, when Huang Yueli and Li Moying rushed to the inn, what they were most worried about had happened. Because of the confrontation between the two of them and the Black Tortoise race half a year ago, the inn manager had a deep impression of this young couple who were very eye-catching in terms of looks and strength. As soon as he saw the two of them, he immediately recognized them. "Ahem, aren't these young Master Li and Madam Li? I didn't expect that the two of you would come to Snowflake City again and even come to my small store to be the queue leader. It's really an honor to bring light to my humble store." The shopkeeper immediately stood up and came forward to welcome him. Although his face was full of smiles, his heart was really uneasy. The last time these two came to his inn to stay, they caused quite a stir. He almost lost his store. She really didn't want to see them again. However, he did not have the guts to reject the two powerhouses. Huang Yueli saw through his thoughts with a single glance and had no intention to say more to him. She went straight to the point, "We are just passing by and we are not staying here today. We just want to ask if my senior brother is doing well. Is he still living in his original room? When the shopkeeper heard this, he suddenly quivered and his expression changed. Ah? The two of you. Are you asking about young Master Lu? However, didn't he leave a long time ago? Huang Yueli and Li Moying were stunned as their hearts thumped. What happened? Tell me clearly. When did young Master Lu leave? Li Moying frowned and asked. In his anxiety, he could not restrain his aura. The shopkeeper's legs went weak and he almost knelt down. The shopkeeper did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly told him everything he knew. Li. Young Master Li, after you and Madam left, young Master Lu really. He stayed in the store for a period of time. During that time, he rarely went out and basically stayed in the store. He even needed the waiter to send his dishes to his room. However, a month later, a young master suddenly came to the door and asked about young Master Lu. After that, young Master Lu left with him. Young master? Huang Yueli's brows creased as her intuition told her that there was something wrong with this person. What young master? Who is he to my senior brother? Why did senior brother leave with him? Lu Bian didn't seem to have any particularly good friends in the God realm. Even if he did, it was impossible for the other party to know that he was in Snowflake City. The shopkeeper's face was filled with a bitter smile. Ah, madam, aren't you making things difficult for me? How would this lowly one know who young Master Lu was? Huang Yueli thought about it and agreed. There was no use in making things difficult for a shopkeeper, so she could only soften her tone. Then try to recall what happened that day. What does that young master look like? The shopkeeper did not hide anything. When that young master appeared, I was worried that something would happen to young Master Lu, he said readily. So, I was more cautious and paid attention to him. This young master was dressed in white, and there was a jade token carved from suet white jade on his waist. It was obvious that he was not an ordinary item. He's also quite handsome, and the aura he exudes is extraordinary. I guess that he should be like the two of you, a cultivator genius of the ancient god clan. A jade token made of sheep fat white jade? Huang Yueli frowned as she exchanged glances with Li Moying. Li Moying narrowed his eyes as he asked, Shopkeeper, then can you confirm which clan this person is from? The shopkeeper was stunned, and a look of confusion appeared on his face. My cultivation level is not high. I'm only at the initial stage of the profound meaning realm. As long as the god clan's cultivation level is higher than mine, it's very difficult for me to distinguish them. Huang Yueli and Li Moying both revealed a disappointed expression as their hearts grew anxious. But the two of them interrogated the shopkeeper again, but he couldn't give out any valuable information and only knew that the person who came didn't have any conflict with Lu Bian. After knocking on Lu Bian's room, the two of them didn't know what they were talking about, and about 15 minutes later, Lu Bian left with him and never returned. Seeing that they could not get anything out of him, the two of them could only bid farewell and leave. However, after walking for a short while, the two of them found a tea house and sat down, quietly analyzing the situation just now. Lear, how much of what that shopkeeper said earlier, do you think is true and how much is false? Li Moying muttered. Huang Yueli caressed her sleeves as she said thoughtfully, I think that shopkeeper's guts are very small. If he really wanted to lie to us, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do so. It's just that he seemed to be hiding something and didn't tell us everything he knew. It seems that the force that took senior brother away is very powerful. The shopkeeper doesn't dare to offend us or the other party. Li Moying nodded his head, your thoughts are exactly the same as mine. I'm afraid that the shopkeeper has been coerced and moreover, the other party's influence should still be in Snowflake City. Huang Yueli replied, that's right. If the other party had already left Snowflake City, the shopkeeper would definitely tell the truth. Only if the other party's forces had not left, would he be worried about the other party's revenge? However, if the other party was here for his senior brother, why didn't they take him away after finding him? Instead, why did they stay here? It can't be that he's waiting for us? Could it be that they are our enemies? Li Moying's brows creased up slightly as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head slowly. That's impossible. When the two of us left, only Divine General Xian knew our identities, and I'm not worried about Divine General Xian's character, so it's impossible for him to reveal our whereabouts. How would outsiders know about our relationship with Lu Bian? Li Moying's brows creased up slightly as he pondered for a moment before shaking his head slowly. That's impossible. When the two of us left, only Divine General Xian knew our identities, and I'm not worried about Divine General Xian's character, so it's impossible for him to reveal our whereabouts. How would outsiders know about Lu Bian's relationship with us? How would outsiders know about our relationship with Lu Bian? Li Moying raised his brows. You know what happened? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and nodded slightly. I guess that the person who took senior brother away should be someone from the Black Tortoise clan, or at least someone who has some relationship with the Black Tortoise clan. If not for that, how could the Divine General Xian not care about his senior brother's disappearance? He might have already overturned the entire inn. However, the shopkeeper did not mention that someone had come looking for him after the matter. Li Moying's brows twitched as he understood as he slammed the table. You're right. This matter should be related to the Black Tortoise clan and Xian Jiuling should be someone who knows about it. Previously, they had always felt that Xian Jiuling wouldn't go back on his promise and would definitely let Lu Bian stay in the inn until the two of them returned, so they had sunk into their habitual thoughts. Now that he thought about it from a different perspective, things suddenly became clear. However, to be able to force the Divine General Xian to cooperate, the person must have an extraordinary status. At the very least, he must be an elder of the Divine General Xian's status in the Black Tortoise race. I wonder how senior brother is doing now that he has fallen into the hands of such a person. Huang Yueli thought of the crucial point and her expression turned even more solemn. Li Moying's fingers tapped lightly on the table. The matter has already happened for so long, so it's useless to worry now. Divine General Xian should already know that the two of us have entered the city. He definitely wants to see us. We'll just wait here. Huang Yueli gradually calmed down as she nodded her head and sat down again, but her expression was still not too good. Li Moying stretched out his hand to hold her small hand as he shook his head helplessly. I know you and Brother Lu are senior and junior siblings and your relationship isn't bad, but to be so concerned about the man who had once pursued you in front of me, aren't you worried that I'll be jealous? Huang Yueli had just picked up the teacup and drank a mouthful of water when she heard those words and almost choked. Cough cough, you. What are you talking about? How many years has it been? You actually still remember. Li Moying replied in a low voice, what many years ago? Actually, it was just 5 to 6 years ago. In this life, when you were in the lower realm, he even erased your memories and detained you in his territory. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken his master as your master. Have you forgotten? Huang Yueli choked for a moment, totally not expecting that her husband would bring up the past at this time. Lu Bian had already gone missing and he was still jealous. Was that really all right? However, he was so openly jealous that she didn't know where to start. She held it in for a long time before saying, isn't your memory too good? That senior brother already has someone else he likes. Why don't you remember? If he didn't like Xian Qingqing this time, why would he take such a risk and get into trouble for her? She has long forgotten about me, all right? In that case, it's quite a pity for you. Li Moying gave a harumph. Huang Yueli almost fell. Since when did I feel that it was a pity? If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll ignore you. Huang Yueli glared at her husband as she slightly puffed up her cheeks. Although she looked angry on the surface, her heart felt a little sweet. Every single thing that happened between the two of them was clearly remembered by Li Moying, so naturally, she could only feel happy. Li Moying looked at her slightly flushed little face as he gently exhaled. Actually, he had long stopped being jealous of Lu Bian. His little fox liked strong practitioners, and he knew from his past life that Lu Bian was no longer a threat to him, so even if that brat still liked his dear wife, it was useless. Li Moying just didn't want Huang Yueli to be overly worried about Lu Bian's matter and affect the baby in her stomach. Fortunately, her attention was successfully diverted. Because Li Moying had intentionally changed the topic, Huang Yueli had indeed relaxed quite a bit. The two of them waited in the private room of the tea house for about 2 hours. As expected, the sound of footsteps rang out. Young Master Li, Madam Li, Divine General Xian has learned that the two of you have come to Snowflake City. He wishes to invite the two of you to his residence for a chat. He especially sent me to invite the two of you. A deep voice rang out from outside the door, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing. It was obvious that the cultivator outside was a general under Xianxia. He was wearing Ling armor and followed a curtain as he bowed to the two of them. Huang Yueli's brows raised as she exchanged a glance with her husband before speaking out unhurriedly. What's wrong? What did the Divine General Xian mean by this? When my husband and I left Snowflake City, how did we entrust him with this? Now that he's done this, he still has the cheek to send a subordinate over and ask us to go over to see him? It's simply ridiculous. Huang Yueli's voice was crisp and pleasant to the ear. Usually when she spoke, she would speak in a soft and gentle voice. Even when facing ordinary cultivators whose abilities were far inferior to hers, she would still be very polite. However, this time, her tone became heavier. Towards the end, the profound energy in her body formed a pressure that was released along with her words, making the divine guards outside the door shudder uncontrollably as cold sweat broke out on their backs. There were many customers of the tea house gathered outside the door as well as spectators by the roadside. When they heard Huang Yueli say such words, they were all stunned and the entire place was silent. Xianxia had been guarding the vicinity all along this period of time. As a peak Dao Profound Realm powerhouse, he was naturally illustrious in the entire Snowflake City. The status of the Divine General's estate was extremely high. Even the soldiers guarding the gate of the Divine General's estate were existences that everyone looked up to. Not to mention, the cultivator standing at the door had a Divine Guard's waist token hanging on his waist. One look and one could tell that he was a general who was put in an important position in the military. When this Divine Guard arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know who he wanted to see in such an ordinary tea house. However, no one had expected that such a high-ranking Divine Guard would not even dare to enter the room. When he reached the door, he would bow to the bottom and give such a big bow. The tone he used to speak to the people in the room was also extremely respectful. He was even representing the Divine General Xian to invite people in the future. What kind of peerless expert could make an expert with such status and strength like the Divine General Xian personally send someone to invite him? When this Divine Guard arrived, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know who he wanted to see in such an ordinary tea house. However, no one had expected that such a high-ranking Divine Guard would not even dare to enter the room. When he reached the door, he would bow to the bottom and give such a big bow. The tone he used to speak to the people in the room was also extremely respectful. He was even representing the Divine General Xian to invite people in the future. What kind of peerless expert could make an expert with such status and strength like the Divine General Xian personally send someone to invite him? Madam Li, it was this general's fault for not thinking things through and offending the two of you. I will convey your words to Lord Divine General. Please wait a moment. After the guard finished speaking in a low voice, he bowed in the direction of the curtain and slowly retreated out of the tea house. As soon as the Divine Guard disappeared, the guests at the scene began to discuss in surprise, not hiding their shock at all. I wonder who the two of you in the private room are. He actually managed to make the Dark Divine General's personal guards treat him with such respect. Not only are the guards respectful, didn't you hear what the guard said? Was he really going to convey these words to Divine General Xian? Could it be that Lord Divine General will really come to this small tea house in person? That's impossible, right? What kind of status does the Divine General Xian have? With his status in the military, and the credit of defeating the Devil Army and killing Sky Devil Ruijiang half a year ago, how could he lower himself so much? That's hard to say. If the status of the two people in the private room is high enough, Divine General Xian might appear. That's strange. Who are the two of you? There weren't many people in the entire God realm who had a higher status than the Divine General Xian, right? Could it be that he was the clan leader of some god clan? But the voice I heard from inside just now seemed very young. What do you mean by seeming? He's very young. When the guests in the private room entered, I saw them at the side. They were clearly two young cultivators who were not yet adults. They looked to be in their 20s, and their appearances were first class. In that case, could he be the heir of a major faction? However, the heir is only from the younger generation. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of the Divine General Xian? Everyone looked at each other. They were just ordinary people in the God realm, and the highest cultivation among them was only at the initial stage of the profound meaning realm. They had no contact with the circle of experts in the God realm at all. At most, they would hear some gossip from the upper echelons after a meal. They could not even determine the authenticity of the gossip, let alone know about the top God-grade geniuses in the God realm. Moreover, in order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had changed their appearances as usual, concealing their stunning looks. Everyone was discussing animatedly, their gazes focused on the curtain, staring at it eagerly. They all wanted to see with their own eyes what kind of noble young masters were sitting inside. However, to their disappointment, no matter how curious they were destined to never be able to see the other party's true appearance. That was because, in less than 15 minutes, Divine General Xian's carriage had really appeared outside the tea house. A 6-star Divine General, an elder of the Black Tortoise clan, had really appeared here. This shocked all the guests present so much that their jaws dropped. How could there be such a thing in the world? Xian Jiuling walked out of the curtain and hesitated for a moment before stopping. Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, are the two of you inside? This Xian has indeed done something wrong this time, so I've specially come to apologize to the two of you. If the customers in the tea house had not left, they would have fainted on the spot when they saw this scene. A dignified Divine General of the military department was actually so respectful to two young cultivators. However, there were no outsiders now, only Xian Jiuling's personal guards. Although these people also felt that Huang Yueli and the rest had let an elder like Xian Jiuling personally come over to explain, which was a little too overbearing, but they didn't feel too shocked. After all, Huang Yueli and Li Moying's true identity, they were all insiders, and they knew clearly that the Sky Devil Ruijiang that the two of them had defeated back then was an incomparably powerful enemy that even Divine General Xian was helpless against. At that time, the entire blessed city was shrouded in despair, and they were already prepared to sacrifice themselves for the country. In the end, Huang Yueli and Li Moying appeared and brought such shocking good news. With their strength, achievements, and status, it wouldn't be too much for Xian Jiuling to be polite to them. Moreover, the Black Tortoise race was at fault this time. In the private room, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance. In fact, when the Divine General's estate's carriage drove over from the other end of the street, they already knew that Xian Jiuling had arrived. However, they didn't make any reaction from the beginning to the end. They just wanted to give Xian Jiuling some pressure. Now that their goal had been achieved, and Xianjioling's seniority was higher than theirs, the two of them couldn't continue to act arrogantly. Huang Yueli opened her lips lightly. Divine General Xian, I have troubled you to come over personally. My husband and I have failed to welcome you. Please come in and have a cup of hot tea. Hearing the sweet voice of this young girl, Xianjioling's tensed nerves finally relaxed. He exhaled a long breath, lifted the curtain, and walked in. Although Huang Yueli and Li Moying were juniors, but the two's identity and abilities were displayed here. In the future, they would definitely grow into peerless existences who could summon the wind and rain in the god realm. Anyone who had a bit of foresight knew that they could not offend the two of them. Fortunately, Huang Yueli and the rest knew the principle of stopping while they were ahead. Since Xianjioling had taken the initiative to give them enough face, they naturally appreciated it. Li Moying stood up and exchanged a bow with Xianjioling before saying, Divine General Xian, please take a seat. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they could take this opportunity to catch up. I wonder how Your Excellency Divine General has been these days? Xianjioling couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. The two of you, don't use words to mock this old man. I know what you want to ask, so I'll just say it. Please entrust young Master Lu to me, and let me protect him while you return to Snowflake City. I originally thought that this matter would not be difficult, so I agreed immediately. I did not expect that things would suddenly change. I have failed the two of you. This old man is really ashamed. Hearing this, Huang Yueli frowned. Your Excellency Divine General's so-called unforeseen event, what was it? Back then, you promised us that even if the Black Tortoise clan leader came personally to ask for him, you would help us delay until we returned. Hearing this, Huang Yueli frowned. Your Excellency Divine General's so-called unforeseen event, what was it? Back then, you promised us that even if the Black Tortoise Patriarch came personally to ask for him, you would help us delay until we returned. What is it? And Zhenyu? He actually came to Snowflake City personally? How is that possible? Even though Huang Yueli had already mentally prepared herself and knew that a major accident must have happened recently, but this news still shocked her. Moreover, she quickly thought of another point. So, the person who went to the inn to take my senior brother away that day was Zhenyu himself? Xianjioling nodded with a serious expression. Huang Yueli's brows furrowed as the uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. Divine General Xian, what's going on? She urged. Why did young master and come all the way from the Whitefin continent to this frontier fortress? Was he really here for Miss Qingling? Between him and Miss Qingling, their feelings are actually so deep? According to Huang Yueli's knowledge, the Whitefin clan was a rather special existence among the 12 clans of the God clan. Their status was rather transcendent. Of course, this was different from the special status of the voracious Wyvern clan in the ancient times. The Whitefin clan relied on their extraordinary talent in medicine and spirit medicine. More than 80% of the most outstanding physicians and spirit apothecaries in the history of the God realm were from the Whitefin clan. No matter how powerful a warrior was, once they were injured or poisoned, they would need a doctor to treat them. Therefore, the other 11 families did not dare to offend the Whitefin clan. It was difficult for the Whitefin clan not to have a high status. And it was precisely because of this that the members of the Whitefin clan weren't passionate about cultivation. The highest position in the clan wasn't a heaven-grade genius with outstanding cultivator talent, but a clansman with outstanding talent in spirit medicine. The Whitefin clansmen rarely worked in the military. Even if they stayed in the Alliance army, they would be doctors and would not go to the front line. As the most important heir of the family, Zhenyu would definitely not take the risk of appearing in Snowflake City for no reason. However, if he said that he did it for Xian Qingling, Huang Yueli also felt that it was a little strange. According to Xian Qingling, she had only met Zhenyu 2 or 3 times, and they hadn't even spoken 10 words. The Whitefin clan had come to offer the betrothal gift because of her talent and strength, and not because she had any romantic relationship with Ingenue. Xianxia took a glance at Huang Yueli and sighed, speaking of which, young Master Lu's luck is really bad. Young Master and came to Snowflake City not for him or Qingling, but, it's for Divine Dr. Zhang. This answer was really unexpected. Huang Yueli was startled before she replied, Divine Dr. Zhang? Why is this matter related to Divine Dr. Zhang? You two have stayed in the city for too short a time, so you don't know. Xianxia explained. It is said that Divine Dr. Zhang had already announced a year ago that he was afraid that no one would inherit his medical skills because of his old age. Therefore, he planned to find a suitable disciple and pass on his medical skills to his disciple. However, because Divine Dr. Zhang has been traveling all over the world for free medical treatment, these words are just empty talk. Who knew that not long after you left, Divine Dr. Zhang suddenly returned and announced to the public that he was fated to be in Snowflake City, so he planned to stay here for a year to find a disciple. However, because Divine Dr. Zhang has been traveling all over the world for free medical treatment, these words are just empty talk. Who knew that not long after you left, Divine Dr. Zhang suddenly returned and announced to the public that he was fated to be in Snowflake City, so he planned to stay here for a year to find a disciple. When Huang Yueli heard this, she finally understood. Divine Dr. Zhang is actually planning to accept a disciple in Snowflake City? No wonder, when my husband and I entered the city just now, we felt that there was something unusual in the city. There were actually people wearing spirit medicine master badges on every street. Spirit medicine masters are so rare. This is the first time I've seen so many spirit medicine masters. I thought that the Alliance army had specially recruited them, so you're here for Divine Dr. Zhang. She pondered for a moment before saying, in that case, my senior brother is really too unlucky. Ingenue happened to come to Snowflake City and heard about what happened between my fiancé and my senior brother. That's why he took my senior brother away? Xianxia nodded. As far as I know, that's true. Li Moying frowned as he couldn't help but say, Divine General Xian, there's one thing I don't understand. There are countless spirit medicine masters in the Whitefin clan. There are even god-grade spirit medicine masters and a large number of ancient books in their collection. As the young master of the Whitefin clan, Ingenue can learn any medical skills he wants. Why does he want to be a disciple of Divine Dr. Zhang like an ordinary spirit medicine master? Xianxia stroked his beard. I had the same question before. I just heard the news from the Whitefin tribe a few days ago. It is said that the reason why Divine Dr. Zhang has his current medical skills is because he accidentally entered an ancient ruin when he was young and obtained all the secret impartation of an ancient spirit medicine master sect. These secret impartation techniques not only include prescriptions and medical books, but they also include the long-lost techniques of spirit medicine masters. Even the Whitefin tribe was unable to pass down these techniques from their ancestors. It can be said that they are unique in the god realm. Huang Yueli was shocked. There's such a thing? No wonder. Li Moying's brows were still tightly knitted. Even so, Divine Dr. Zhang is a rare divine spirit medicine master who is not from the Whitefin clan, so wouldn't he want to find a successor from outside the Whitefin clan? Even if Ingenue comes to Snowflake City personally, will he really give his secret impartation to the young master of the Whitefin clan? Hearing this question, Huang Yueli was stunned and very quickly, she sank into deep thought. Husband is right. This didn't seem to make sense. Currently, almost all of the high-level spirit medicine masters in the god realm were from the Whitefin clan. It was almost impossible for other god clans and human cultivators to want to become divine-rank spirit medicine masters. Under such circumstances, Divine Dr. Zhang still passed on his medical skills to Ingenue. Wouldn't the Whitefin clan monopolize the medical skills of the god realm in the future? Although everyone had the freedom to choose their successor, but from Divine Dr. Zhang's perspective, this choice was somewhat inconceivable. This was because Divine Dr. Zhang's medical philosophy was different from that of the White Fan clan. Husband is right. This didn't seem to make sense. Currently, almost all of the high-level spirit medicine masters in the God realm were from the White Fan clan. It was almost impossible for other god clans and human cultivators to want to become divine-rank spirit medicine masters. Under such circumstances, Divine Dr. Zhang still passed on his medical skills to Ingenue. Wouldn't the White Fan clan monopolize the medical skills of the god realm in the future? Although everyone had the freedom to choose their successor, but from Divine Dr. Zhang's perspective, this choice was somewhat inconceivable. This was because Divine Dr. Zhang's medical philosophy was different from that of the White Fan clan. Huang Yueli saw that Xian Jiuling didn't know the inside story, so she didn't continue to ask and changed the topic. We can't guess Divine Dr. Zhang's thoughts, so let's talk about my senior brother. Since Ingenue had been staying in Snowflake City in order to obtain Divine Dr. Zhang's legacy, did that mean my senior brother and Miss Qingling are still in the city? Xian Jiuling was much clearer about this problem. He hurriedly nodded. The two of them are indeed still in the city. After finding out that young Master Lu was taken away by young Master An, I personally went to the White Swamp race to ask for someone. However, Ingenue insisted that young Master Lu had deliberately set Qingling up to get close to the Black Tortoise race and defiled his fiancée. He refused to let her go, and Qingling was also found and taken away by his people. Matriarch Huang, you should know that our patriarch is heavily injured and needs the help of the White Fan clan's patriarch. I can't offend the White Fan clan too much, so I can only persuade them nicely. However, Ingenue's attitude is unyielding and he refuses to let them go. I even sent a trusted aide to the Black Turtle State, hoping that the patriarch could find a way to mediate with the White Fan tribe. However, it has been several months and there is still no reply. However, I've been sending people to monitor the temporary base of the White Fan tribe. Although young Master Lu and Qingling have been detained, their lives should be safe. I can guarantee that. Xian Jiuling sighed as a guilty look appeared on his face as he cupped his hands towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying. This old man is really useless. I have failed the two of you. Huang Yueli frowned as she raised her hand to support Xian Jiuling. Divine General Xian, there's no need for you to be like this, please sit down. Although she was displeased, she didn't intend to vent her anger on Xian Jiuling. She could understand why Xian Jiuling was in such a predicament. Although Xian Jiuling was already a 6-star divine general, he was still a member of the Black Tortoise clan. In the God realm, the warriors of the God clan were taught from a young age that nothing was more important than the honor of the clan. All the clansmen had to obey the orders of the clan leader. Now that the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch's life was still in the hands of the White Fan clan, Xian Jiuling naturally wouldn't treat Lu Bian as more important than his own clan leader. To make him betray the clan just for a promise, to fall out with the White Fan clan's young master, it wasn't realistic at all. At least Xian Jiuling had thought of a way to save Lu Bian's life and even brought the latest news over, which was still helpful to her. Xian Jiuling saw that Huang Yueli's face didn't show any anger and the heart that had been hanging in the air for several months finally relaxed by half. He thought for a while and said in a low voice, Matriarch Huang, young Master Li, you two are magnanimous and won't argue with me. However, I've indeed let you down. If there's anything I can help you with, I'll make it up to you. Please don't treat me as an outsider. Just ask. Huang Yueli had already recovered from her deep thoughts and immediately opened her mouth to speak. I still have a matter that I need to trouble Lord Divine General with. Huang Yueli's expression didn't change much. My husband and I are after all eloping and I don't want to go back just like that. I know a thing or two about how the White Fan clan does things. They're just acting tough because they want money and resources. My husband and I can satisfy them without alerting the clan. When Xian Jiuling heard that, he raised his head in shock as his gaze swept across Huang Yueli and Li Moying's faces. He didn't believe that Huang Yueli and the rest didn't know that with the identity of the White Fin clan's young master, it definitely wouldn't be so simple to raise conditions. And Jinyu knew that Huang Yueli and the rest were anxious to save them, so they would definitely demand an exorbitant price. If they wanted a large sum of crystal jade and spirit stones, then so be it. Xian Jiuling believed that with Huang Yueli and Li Moying's status, it wasn't to the extent that they couldn't afford it. However, if Jinyu deliberately made things difficult for them, it was very likely that he would ask them to hand over a high-grade treasured weapon or even a magical weapon before they were willing to let them go. Even if it was Huang Yueli, it was impossible for her to take it out. Only Sacred Phoenix Clan or Cloudy Qilin Clan, this kind of large clan with deep heritage, would have such a priceless and rare treasure. Xian Jiuling could understand the feelings of the eloping couple who didn't want to go to the family to apologize and plead for mercy. However, this time, it was not something that the two of them could settle. Although that was the case, Xian Jiuling was in the wrong first, so he couldn't directly pour cold water on the two of them. Therefore, he didn't say it directly. Instead, he wanted to bring the two of them to Jinyu's place first and let them hear the other party's conditions. This way, Huang Yueli and the rest would know the difficulty of this matter and would be able to listen to his suggestion. Alright, since Matriarch Huang says so, I'll take you to the White Fin clan's encampment now. Xian Jiuling said as he stood up. Huang Yueli and Li Moying smiled as they stood up. It wasn't that they couldn't see through Xian Jiuling's thoughts, but only they themselves knew the true wealth of these two people. Not only did she have the life-bound magic tools that she had plundered from the Phoenix clan, but she also had the heavenly and earthly treasures that she had collected from the small universe. The latter was something that no one else in the entire God realm could take out. Even if it was the Sacred Phoenix clan's warehouse, it might not be as rich as her collection. Furthermore, even if she was the clan leader, the clan's warehouse was not something she could touch whenever she wanted. She might as well settle it herself. Xian Jiuling choked. Seeing that the two of them didn't seem to care, he couldn't help but shake his head. Towards Huang Yueli and Li Moying's innate talent, ability, and character, he naturally acknowledged them, but he didn't think that these two youngsters would have enough wealth to deal with the White Fin clan's extortion. After all, their ages were obvious. No matter how talented they were, their experience was still limited. The accumulation of wealth required a certain amount of time. How much wealth could they have without relying on the family behind them? Furthermore, it was obvious that Huang Yueli and Li Moying still needed to gain experience in the ways of the world. At the very least, from their disdainful expressions just now, it could be seen that they knew nothing about the power of money and medicine. In the God realm, the strong were respected. However, at certain special times, no matter how powerful a warrior was, they had no choice but to lower their heads to the White Fin clan. Naturally, the two of them were no exception. Xian Jiuling sighed in his heart and didn't say anything. He silently brought the two of them to the gate of the mansion. The guards of the White Fin clan recognized Xian Jiuling and were rather respectful. They immediately went to report. But the three of them waited at the door for quite a while until Huang Yueli was getting impatient before a young man came out from the main door to welcome them. Ha ha, Divine General Xian, what brings you here again? Didn't you inform me in advance so that I could make preparations in advance so as not to neglect you? Although these words sounded very polite, the other party had come so late. His attitude was already very obvious. It was obvious that he wanted to leave them hanging. Xian Jiuling's face sank, but he said, "Young master, you're too polite. You are the young master of a clan, and you personally received this old man. How can you say that you are neglecting me?" Huang Yueli and Li Moying had been observing the person who had just arrived, and when they heard Xian Jiuling's words, they revealed a look of realization. It turned out that this was the young master of the White Fin clan, Xian Qingling's fiancé, Jinyu. Jinyu was tall and thin. His facial features were standard, but his skin was slightly pale and his eyes were dim, making him look feminine and handsome. He was wearing a white long robe and the color seemed plain, but as a spirit armament master, Huang Yueli could tell at a glance the preciousness and extravagance of the material. The white silk satin was faintly inlaid with golden threads, all of which were refined from a kind of heaven-rank spirit beast's back tendons, able to withstand the full-strength attacks of middle-stage Dao Profound Realm and below practitioners. For such a powerful treasured armor to be made so exquisitely and beautifully, it wasn't an easy task for Huang Yueli, so one could imagine that its value must be astonishing. It seemed that the Whitefin clan had indeed reaped a lot of benefits by relying on their ancestral medical skills. Huang Yueli looked at Ingenue thoughtfully, and she had to admit that although his innate talent was lacking, barely reaching the lowest limit of heaven-grade innate talent, but his identity, financial resources, and medical skills were all considered to be top-notch. He was not as handsome and righteous as her senior brother, nor was he as gentle and considerate as her senior brother. In short, her senior brother was more compatible with Xian Qingling. Ingenue exchanged pleasantries with Xian Jiuling before leading her into the study. Huang Yueli and Li Moying wanted to follow in, but were stopped by two servant girls. "Please hold on, my young master only wishes to see Divine General Xian alone. These two aren't my juniors. I'm here today to introduce them to young master," and Xian Jiuling hurriedly said. Ingenue frowned slightly. "What do you mean? Who are these two brats?" Hearing Ingenue's words, Xian Jiuling's expression changed slightly as his heart felt uneasy as he subconsciously looked towards Huang Yueli. His original intention for coming here today was to be a peacemaker and mediate between the two sides to reach an agreement. He had never expected that, before he could even say why he was here, Ingenue would express his disdain so vividly. With Huang Yueli and Li Moying's identity and innate talent, when they heard Ingenue addressing them as little brat, who knew how furious they would be? Could it be that both parties had yet to start negotiations and they were about to collapse? However, Huang Yueli didn't fall out with him on the spot as he had expected. She just raised her brows slightly as she walked straight up to Ingenue. "Let me introduce myself. I am Li Yue Huang, and this person, beside me, is my husband Li Mo. This time, we have specially requested Divine General Xian to introduce us because of my senior brother, Lu Bian." When she and Li Moying entered Snowflake City this time, they had already changed their appearances. In the carriage, she had already asked Xian Jiuling and found out that he hadn't revealed their true identities to the White Lock clan. Thus, she decided to go with the flow and continue using her fake identity to negotiate with Ingenue. Lu Bian's matter was her private matter, and if the clan knew about it, they would be restrained instead, so it was better to settle it privately. In any case, no matter how much Ingenue demanded, she had the ability to satisfy him. Precisely because she had already made such a plan before she entered the house, so she didn't plan to fuss over Ingenue's contempt towards her and Li Moying. She came here to save people and didn't want any more trouble. When Huang Yueli left her mouth, Ingenue was attracted by her and revealed a stunned expression. Even with his status, he had never seen such a beauty. When he heard Huang Yueli's last sentence, Ingenue was slightly startled and immediately said in a playful tone, "You're the junior sister of that brat surnamed Lu?" Huang Yueli nodded her head slowly. "That's right, young master, and that spirit medicine master Lu Bian that you brought away from the inn a few months ago is my senior brother from the same sect. My husband and him are sworn brothers. My senior brother has an unruly personality and accidentally offended you. However, as far as I know, there seems to be some misunderstanding, so I specially came to visit to explain on behalf of my senior brother." "Explain?" As if he had heard a joke, Ingenue couldn't help but sneer. "Since you're here, you should know what crime Lu committed to end up in my hands, right? What else is there to explain?" His pale face revealed a trace of coldness as he stared at Huang Yueli with an unfriendly gaze. If it was a cultivator with low strength, it was inevitable that they would reveal a terrified expression at this time. But to Ingenue's surprise, Huang Yueli's expression remained calm and composed. Young Master, this is indeed a misunderstanding. I heard from Divine General Xian that young master seemed to think that it was my senior brother who kidnapped Miss Qingling, but that was not the case. At that time, my senior brother entered Miss Xian's boudoir to treat her. Coincidentally, Miss Xian was poisoned. Huang Yueli explained the sequence of events in detail. However, when Ingenue heard this, he only let out a disdainful sneer. Is that all you want to say? Did Lu tell you all this himself? This is just an excuse he used to escape punishment. Do you think I'll believe such nonsense? Huang Yueli frowned. My senior brother has always been a righteous person and would never lie. There's no need to say any more. The evidence of him cuckolding this young master is already conclusive. Ingenue interrupted her with a ferocious expression. You don't have the final say on whether it's decent or not. Ingenue rudely interrupted Huang Yueli's words and no longer looked at her, but turned towards Xian Jiuling, who had been standing silently at the side. Lord Divine General, what do you mean? Why did you bring these two unpresentable things in front of me? Xian Qingling ignored my engagement and caused me so much trouble, causing the Whitefin clan to lose face. I haven't even held the Black Tortoise clan accountable, yet you're speaking up for that little thief surnamed Lu? I've always respected your achievements, but you can't humiliate the Whitefin clan like this, right? Ingenue's words were aggressive, and he was just short of pointing at Xian Jiuling's nose and cursing. Even for an outsider like Huang Yueli who was watching, her heart was faintly angered. No matter what, Xian Jiuling was a divine general of the military department. In order to resist the invasion of the devils, he had made many contributions and protected the people of the 12 continents of the God clan. He was a person worthy of respect. Ingenue, who had never been to the front lines and had grown up in a luxurious environment, actually had such an arrogant and despotic attitude in front of the divine General Xian. It seemed that the rumors about the Whitefin clan that were circulating in the God realm were not wrong at all. Huang Yueli couldn't contain her anger, and before Xian Jiuling could say anything, she had already stepped forward. Enough, young master and divine General Xian brought us here out of good intentions. If you have any grievances, you should just come at us. Why do you have to make things difficult for divine General Xian? Madam Li, you. Xian Jiuling had not expected Huang Yueli to speak out for justice. After all, just 2 hours ago, Huang Yueli was still unhappy because he didn't manage to take care of Lu Baiyan's matters. Ingenue did not expect this little girl, who he did not even take seriously, to actually dare to speak to him in such a tone. For a moment, he was stunned. He sized up Huang Yueli for a while and couldn't help but laugh coldly. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to be so presumptuous in front of me? Hurry up and get out. Hearing this, Huang Yueli's expression changed slightly. It wasn't because of Ingenue's arrogance, but because she could feel the profound energy fluctuations from her husband's body behind her. Although it was very weak, so weak that she couldn't detect it, but she was very clear that Li Moying was angry. What her husband could not stand the most was someone insulting her. Huang Yueli hurriedly grabbed Li Moying's sleeve and tugged, hinting at him to calm down. At the same time, he suppressed the anger in his heart and quickly turned around. I've heard of the rules of the Whitefin clan. Since we came here today, we naturally wouldn't come empty-handed. As long as young master and can be magnanimous and let my senior brother go, then we will definitely do our best to satisfy young master. Huang Yueli had lived 2 lifetimes, and she rarely had the time to lower her voice. Especially with the increase in her strength, whenever she met someone like Ingenue, she had already taught him how to behave. However, for the sake of her senior brother, she could only lower her stance. After all, Liu Bian had already fallen into the hands of the Whitefin clan for over 2 months, and she didn't know what the situation was like, so she didn't dare to take the risk. When Ingenue heard her say this, he immediately revealed a disdainful expression and sneered, "Just you guys? They're just 2 country bumpkins who came out of nowhere and want to redeem someone from me? Can you afford the price I want?" Huang Yueli's attitude was calm as she spoke in a neither slow nor fast manner. "Young masterin, how do you know that we can't afford the ransom? Why don't you state your conditions first? Although we're young and inexperienced, we've always been lucky. Who knows if we might just happen to have what you want?" Ingenue stared at her for a while and couldn't help but laugh out loud. As expected of a girl who hasn't experienced anything. She doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. With cultivators like you, even if your luck is heaven-defying, it's impossible for you to take out true rare treasures. Huang Yueli's small face hung a smile. "Isn't it too early for young master and to come to a conclusion now? Alright, since you think so highly of yourselves, then listen to me." Ingenue sneered and turned around. He extended his right hand and pointed at the northeast corner of the room. "Do you see the pill furnace over there? That was when I was refining pills the day before yesterday. I was careless and caused the furnace to explode. Now that this alchemy furnace has been repaired, its grade will inevitably drop. I'm thinking of changing it to a new furnace. As long as you can find an alchemy furnace of the same grade, I will let that Liu brat go." Huang Yueli followed the direction of his finger and looked over. In the corner, there was an alchemy furnace that was 1.5 persons' height. Although Huang Yueli wasn't considered proficient in spirit medicine, but just from the material structure and the array patterns embedded on the outside, she could tell that this alchemy furnace wasn't an ordinary item. Unfortunately, a large hole had exploded in the furnace's chamber. It was pitch black inside. Clearly, it was severely damaged. Even the array patterns on the outside had been destroyed. It was indeed as Ingenue had said. It would be difficult to repair it. An alchemy furnace was different from ordinary spirit weapons. Not only did the person who refined it need to have high attainments in spirit weapon techniques, but they also had to be very familiar with spirit medicine techniques. Therefore, the production was very rare. It was almost impossible to find a grandmaster who could repair it. Huang Yueli's expression was pensive as she stared at the furnace. Suddenly, her gaze swept across a rugged pattern at the bottom of the pill furnace and her pupils suddenly contracted. If she was not mistaken, this should be. No, if it really was that kind of treasure, Ingenue would probably be so anxious that he wouldn't even have the appetite to eat or drink if he accidentally damaged it. How could he be speaking in such a casual tone? What was going on? Huang Yueli kept on thinking, but her dazed look, in Ingenue's eyes, seemed like she was helpless. What's wrong? Now he knew who he was? It's just a pill furnace, something that this young master would casually throw away if he broke it. It's also a treasure that you lowly people will never see in your lifetime. Ingenue sneered and said, "I've already sympathized with your youth and deliberately said less. If it was Divine General Xin who came to redeem you himself, he wouldn't be able to send you away with such a small amount of money. You can't even take this out, and you still dare to waste my time? Hurry up and get lost." Huang Yueli was deep in thought, and only when she heard Ingenue's icy cold voice did she suddenly come back to her senses. She ignored the mockery in Ingenue's words and asked, "Young masterin, this alchemy furnace of yours. It should be a middle-grade artifact, right?" When Ingenue heard this, he was stunned. "Little girl, you're quite knowledgeable. You can even tell the grade of this alchemy furnace. Now you should know how rare this pill furnace is, right?" Huang Yueli stared at the pill furnace for a while, but didn't say anything. Ingenue waved his hand impatiently. "That's enough. If you can't pay the ransom, get lost. Don't waste my time." Men, escort the divine General Xian and his 2 followers out. The guards at the door responded and entered, wanting to forcefully chase them away. However, before they could get close, Huang Yueli took a step forward. Wait a moment, young master. I have another request. And Zhenyu frowned. What else do you want to say? I advise you not to waste your breath. Since I've stated my conditions, I won't change them. If you can't take out a new pill furnace, don't even think about meeting that Lu brat. Huang Yueli's tone was calm as she replied, Sir, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to ask. If I can take out an alchemy furnace that is of a higher grade than a middle-grade treasured weapon, then can I take this damaged old alchemy furnace away? This pill furnace has been severely damaged, so I don't think you can use it anymore, young master. However, I'm a spirit armament master myself, so I can still use the materials extracted from these fragments. And Zhenyu didn't expect Huang Yueli to raise such a request, and after being stunned for a while, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. How interesting. You're just a little girl, and you still want to find a higher grade pill furnace? He really did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. As long as you can take out a pill furnace of the same grade, I'll let you take this old pill furnace. Anyway, it's trash that I don't need. And Zhenyu was certain that this was just an excuse Huang Yueli used to delay time. After all, for many years, the Whitefin clan had been collecting top-notch pill furnaces through various channels. In addition, the various races in the God realm had offered offerings to the Whitefin clan's divine doctor for consultation. It could be said that more than 90% of the pill furnaces above the level of artifacts in the entire God realm were in the hands of the Whitefin clan. The remaining ones were all treasured and collected by the various large factions. An ordinary person would never see a treasure armament pill furnace in their entire life. Even if someone occasionally took it out for auction, that would absolutely be a sky-high price too. Even with Dao Profound Realm Powerhouse's worth, it was very hard to bear. It was even more impossible for these 2 little ghosts in front of him to be able to afford it. Huang Yueli ignored Zhenyu's disdainful tone as she nodded lightly, since that's the case, then it's settled. And Zhenyu sneered and could not even be bothered to say anything. Huang Yueli continued, to be honest, to find a furnace that is exactly the same as yours is really too difficult. It's impossible for me to do it. And Zhenyu sneered. You're finally telling the truth. I think you're still pretending. However, Huang Yueli's tone changed. I happen to have a top-grade treasure armament pill refining furnace, which should be enough to make up for your loss. I hope young master can keep his word and release my senior brother. You. What did you say? And Zhenyu's face was filled with shock. He could not believe his ears. You have a top-grade treasure armament pill refining furnace? However, after a few breaths, he calmed down and the mocking expression on his face deepened. Little girl, do you take me for a fool? Who are you? Have you ever seen a top-grade treasure armament pill refining furnace? How dare you boast like this? These methods of yours to delay time can fool others, but in front of this young master, he could only humiliate himself. Why aren't you giving it to me? He suddenly stopped mid-sentence and his eyes widened. Huang Yueli's right hand flipped lightly and an alchemy furnace appeared out of thin air in the front hall. This really shocked Zhenyu. The alchemy furnace was not a small spirit armament like armor. It was a large object that was at least 2 to 3 meters tall. It was impossible to store it in an interspatial ring of a lower grade. To be able to carry such a huge pill furnace around with her, it already showed that Huang Yueli's net worth wasn't small. And Zhenyu was stunned for a moment before he came back to his senses. He snorted and said, "You're not simple. It seems that you 2 brats have some fortuitous encounters. No wonder you dare to speak to me like this. However, how could an ordinary person obtain a high-grade artifact? I'm afraid you don't even know how to differentiate the grade of the pill furnace. Today, I'll be kind and teach you guys a good lesson. After Ingenue finished speaking, he walked to the side of the pill furnace and walked half a circle around it. As he walked, he said, the pill furnaces on the market are generally only spirit armaments. They have different appearances. However, as long as it reached the level of a treasure armament, there would be special fire marks on the furnace's mouth, air intake, and top. The fire marks of low-grade artifacts are red, mid-grade artifacts are silver, and high-grade artifacts are gold. The darker the color, the better the quality of the alchemy furnace. As for your pill refinement furnace, we just need to open the lid and look at the mouth of the furnace to know. It's just a... Ingenue said with a mocking expression on his face as he reached out and lifted the lid of the furnace. He casually glanced at it, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Her unfinished words were stuck in her throat. Huang Yueli's lips curled up as she asked politely, "Young masterin, how is my pill furnace? Please enlighten me?" This. Ingenue was tongue-tied and speechless for a long time. The little girl took out the pill furnace. Not only was there a distinct fire mark on the furnace, but the fire mark was also golden. It was not the faint golden color he had seen on the alchemy furnace in the past. Instead, it was as if a golden light had shot out, so bright that it was almost blinding. Ingenue was in a daze for quite a while, but Huang Yueli didn't rush him as she found a chair and sat down to wait. About half a minute later, Ingenue seemed to have suddenly woken up. He stretched out his finger and rubbed it back and forth on the golden fire mark, as if he wanted to rub it to see if it was real or fake. After a while, he squatted down again and checked the air intake at the bottom. Then, he climbed onto the stool and carefully observed the top of the alchemy furnace. The surprise in his eyes increased with each look. After the inspection, he got down from the stool and looked at Huang Yueli again. "Cough cough, little girl, where did you get this alchemy furnace?" Ingenue coughed lightly and restrained his excited expression. He put on the airs of the young master of the ancient god clan again. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, "It's just a chance encounter between me and my husband. It's not worth mentioning." Ingenue frowned slightly when he heard this. He didn't expect this little girl to be so alert. This answer was equivalent to not saying anything. Going out to train and not exposing one's whereabouts and origins as much as possible was a code of conduct that all experienced people knew. He saw that Huang Yueli was young, so he deliberately asked her, but he didn't expect to meet with a rebuff. Ingenue's expression darkened. "Miss Li, I advise you not to hide anything. Tell me the origin of the alchemy furnace. You should know that the status of our Whitefin clan is here. If the origin of this pill furnace is unknown, wouldn't we be in trouble for no reason? At that time, it will affect the reputation of the Whitefin clan. Can the two of you bear the responsibility?" Ingenue's tone was stern as he questioned repeatedly, thinking that under his pressure, Huang Yueli would definitely not be able to withstand the pressure and would speak the truth. From his point of view, for a lass like Huang Yueli to be able to obtain such a treasure, she must have been extremely lucky. If he could dig out the truth from her mouth, he might be able to make use of it and obtain 1,000 times the benefits. However, Huang Yueli didn't even lift her eyelids as she replied coldly, "Young master, and is too serious. The Whitefin clan has an outstanding status. Who in the entire god realm can afford to offend them? How could they possibly lose their reputation because of a nobody like me?" Ingenue didn't expect her to be so calm. He tried to get her to tell him the truth, but he couldn't get a single word out of her. He gradually lost his patience and his voice became colder. "Miss Li, are you determined not to tell me? Don't tell me you don't want to see your senior brother?" Even when she heard Lu Baiyan's name, Huang Yueli only raised her brows slightly. Not only was he not frightened, he even found it funny. "What? Young masterin, didn't we agree on this just now? As long as I can bring out an alchemy furnace that is better than a middle-grade artifact, you will immediately release him. Why, are you going back on your word? Humph. And Jinyu harumphed coldly. There was no shame on his face at all. He said righteously, it's not that the Whitefin clan is regretting their decision. It's just that you can't even explain the origin of the alchemy furnace. For the sake of my family's honor, I cannot take such a risk. As long as you explain clearly, I'll immediately let her go. How about it? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she looked at Jinyu with a smile that was not a smile. And Jinyu probably thought she was a fool. She said that she wanted to know her background, but in fact, she just wanted to feel out her and Li Moying's background. Two young cultivators who did not seem to have any background were carrying such a treasure on their bodies. Naturally, it would attract people's covetous gazes. And Jinyu was probably not satisfied with a mere alchemy furnace and wanted to bully them by taking all the treasures in their hands. Unfortunately, she and Li Moying weren't ordinary people. She didn't mention the origin of the alchemy furnace, nor was she afraid that someone would snatch it away. It was just that he had forgotten. After all, he had collected too many treasures in the past few years. She didn't know which treasure vault he had taken it from, so it wasn't worth it for her to remember its origins. In that case, Huang Yueli took a step back, and just as Jinyu thought that she was about to give in, she suddenly waved her right hand. Following her actions, the alchemy furnace disappeared in an instant. Since young master and has misgivings, I can't force you. I can only understand. Let's cancel our deal. As she spoke, she turned around and walked towards the door. And Jinyu was stunned. By the time he regained his senses, Huang Yueli had already walked to the front of the door, and with a single stride, she went out. He quickly chased after her. Wait, Miss Li, wait a moment. When did I say that the deal was cancelled? I just want to clarify things. What do you mean by that? Are you really not planning to redeem Lu Bian? And Jinyu had never thought that Huang Yueli would have such a reaction, and without saying a word, he kept the pill furnace back. Didn't they say earlier that they had a deep relationship as senior siblings, and would spare no expense to save Lu Bian? In the end, he gave up after encountering such a small problem. When Huang Yueli saw Jinyu chasing after her, her footsteps halted as she laughed coldly in her heart. She knew it. As a spirit medicine master, Jinyu would definitely want to get his hands on such a good alchemy furnace. Now that she was going to take the alchemy furnace away, it would be strange if Jinyu wasn't anxious. Huang Yueli stood at the door with a regretful expression. Of course I want to save my senior brother, but young Master N's concern is very reasonable, so I can't force him to do anything. When Jinyu heard this, he had the urge to vomit blood. How could he not understand that Huang Yueli had deliberately said this, because she was certain that he was unwilling to give up on the top-grade treasured pill furnace. He secretly gritted his teeth in hatred. He wanted to forcefully seize the alchemy furnace, and this young man and woman. These two brats had no foundation and did not have the ability to fight him head-on. However, just as he raised his brows, a figure walked out from the side, blocking between him and Huang Yueli. Young Master N, I didn't expect such an outcome. What a pity. I've been presumptuous today. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take them away now. Xianxia said unhurriedly. And Jinyu suddenly raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and glared fiercely at Xianxia. He had almost forgotten that this old thing was also present. He didn't know what benefits Xianxia had gained from these two little brats, which was why he had been able to deal with them and bring them to him. However, Jinyu knew that Xianxia had been in the military all year round and had an upright personality. If he wanted to snatch these two little brats in front of him, he would definitely interfere. Today, it was probably impossible to detain him. Jinyu was depressed, but he could only soften his tone. Please wait a moment, Divine General Xian. Although our clan has a rule that we can't accept items of unknown origin, since you, Divine General, have guaranteed it, it's not like we can't make an exception. With just a few words, he managed to smooth things over. It sounded as if he had bought Xianxia a huge favor. It seemed that he had done many wicked things, like extorting money in the past. Huang Yueli laughed coldly in her heart, but her face didn't show it. She only asked, "So young master and has agreed to let her go?" And Zhenyu nodded. However, what he said was, "I can let her go, but since I can't tell the origin of your alchemy furnace, I have to check it carefully to prevent any mistakes." How could Huang Yueli not know that he was trying to find a mistake in the quality of the pill refining furnace so as to deny it? After all, high-grade bejeweled artifact-level pill furnaces were practically all passed down from ancient times. After so many years, it would be abnormal if there were no problems. Unfortunately, the person he met wasn't anyone else but Huang Yueli. Before she came to visit with Xianxia, she had already thought of using this alchemy furnace to redeem her, so before she left, she did a little inspection. The small defects on the surface were repaired, and even the incomplete array patterns were repaired. Huang Yueli didn't say another word as she waved her sleeves and took out the pill furnace once again. And Zhenyu's eyes instantly lit up. He used up all his self-control to not immediately pounce on her and hug her. Instead, he pretended to cough lightly and slowly walked over to examine her carefully. He had checked the furnace with the intention of finding fault, but he never expected that he would check the entire furnace from the top to the bottom. He even reached into the furnace and touched the array patterns in detail. In the end, he still couldn't find any problems. This alchemy furnace was completely preserved and its appearance was perfect. It was simply inconceivable. It was as if it had just been refined by a spirit armament master. Was he really not dreaming? How is it? Young Masterin, are you done with your examination? An hour later, Huang Yueli had lost her patience and urged him. It would be best to avoid any unnecessary action. And Zhenyu was reluctant to let Huang Yueli and the others off without further discussion. However, something did strike him as rather peculiar. He had already taken the time to thoroughly examine the alchemy furnace from top to bottom. Despite the fact that it was almost smashed into pieces, he was unable to identify any issues with it despite checking it countless times. Even if he wished to look for a bone in an egg, he was unable to do so. As the day was drawing to a close, and Zhenyu finally straightened his back and said reluctantly, "The problem with this alchemy furnace is not small. However, it's not easy for you two brats to get such a treasure. If I were to argue with you, it would seem that our white marsh race is not generous enough." Huang Yueli resisted the urge to roll her eyes, but instead she said, "Thank you, young Masterin, for your help." And Zhenyu's demeanor was somewhat aloof as he grunted in acknowledgement. "If I may be so bold, I would like to accept this alchemy furnace. If you would be so kind as to leave now." Huang Yueli looked slightly perplexed and inquired, "Young Masterin, could I possibly ask where my senior brother is?" "What? Tell me, who am I? Are you worried that I will break the contract and not let him go?" And Zhenyu looked slightly displeased. "I'm afraid that he isn't here. He's being held in a house on the outskirts of the city. Just follow the steward to get him." Huang Yueli narrowed her eyes. She was somewhat taken aback by Zhenyu's lack of respect. He had already taken advantage of her, yet he was still reluctant to hand her over. It was obvious that he had bad intentions. However, she took a moment to consider her options and decided to withhold judgment for now. Instead, she replied, "In that case, thank you, young Masterin. My husband and I will leave now. Please use this alchemy furnace well. It was not easy for my husband and I to obtain this item." She deliberately put on a conflicted expression, as if she were in a difficult situation and as if a piece of flesh had been cut off. Upon seeing it, Ingenu felt a sense of joy. While he was pleased to have obtained a treasure, he felt a certain satisfaction in taking away someone else's beloved item. All right. He waved his hand. Treasures are just worldly possessions. How can they be more important than human lives? Liu Bian had offended this young lord's fiancée, and this was originally a sin that couldn't be made up for even with 1,000 cuts, but now I shall make the decision to release him. Men. Ingenu called out, and a steward promptly made his way to him. Young master, may I inquire as to what your orders are? Take them to the dungeon and let that kid with the name Liu go. Ingenu ordered. The steward was stunned for a moment. Let him go? However, young master, that Liu. He was interrupted by Ingenu. If I told you to release, just go. Don't do anything unnecessary. Do you understand? The steward was visibly shaken and suddenly grasped the situation as he nodded his head in agreement and turned towards Huang Yueli. Everyone, please follow me. Xian Jiuling didn't suspect anything and heaved a sigh of relief. Huang Yueli couldn't help but notice that Ingenu's tone seemed slightly off. Aren't you in a hurry to save him? He snorted coldly. Why aren't you leaving yet? Huang Yueli regained her senses and looked towards the back corner of the room. Young master, I believe we previously agreed that this damaged pill furnace of yours should be exchanged with mine. Ingenu was momentarily taken aback before recalling the agreement he had made on impulse. However, he now had the benefit of a superior-grade treasure armament alchemy furnace. It was not of concern to him that the middle-grade treasure armament was damaged. He casually waved his hand and said, take it. However, he now had the benefit of a superior-grade treasure armament alchemy furnace. It was not of concern to him that the middle-grade treasure armament was damaged. He casually waved his hand and said, take it. An inexplicable trace of joy flashed by her eyes, but her expression remained as if nothing had happened as she quickly walked over and kept the damaged pill furnace into her space. Following that, she nodded towards Li Moying and Xian Jiuling. The three of them followed behind the steward and left quietly. Ingenu stared at their backs as his gaze gradually turned cold. He was unwilling to tell them the origin of this alchemy furnace? Don't worry, I have a way to make you speak. Perhaps in an hour, that little girl would be kneeling and begging him. Huang Yueli and the rest left the White Fin clan's residence and urged the steward to bring them to fetch the person. At first, the steward wanted to put on airs and get some benefits from the two young men. However, Xian Jiuling snorted coldly, and the steward's legs couldn't help but go weak. No matter how polite a Peak Dao Profound Realm powerhouse was in front of their young lord, his strength was still placed there. It was not what an ordinary cultivator like him could afford to provoke. The steward did not dare to delay and took the three of them to the western suburbs, by carriage. The few of them stopped at the entrance of a desolate courtyard. The moment Huang Yueli alighted from the carriage, she looked at the surrounding environment and her brows furrowed slightly. The evil qi here is very heavy. I'm afraid it's an ominous place. Senior brother has been locked up in this place for several months. I'm afraid things are not going well. Xian Jiuling glanced at her, his expression grave. Miss Li, you're right. This place used to be the old water prison of Snowflake City. It was used to lock up people who had colluded with the devils to murder their own race. Many people died in prison, and the evil qi is indeed very heavy. I heard that this place has been abandoned for many years. I didn't expect it to be used by the White Fin clan. So that's how it is. Huang Yueli was deep in thought. The two of them had extremely high cultivation levels, so the steward couldn't eavesdrop on their conversation. He led the three of them in through a detour. With the red token Ingenu had given them, they passed through several guards and walked down the stairs. After entering several iron gates, they finally arrived outside a water prison. Steward Meng, Are you here today to teach this trash who dared to offend Miss Xian a lesson on behalf of young master? When the guards at the door saw that the young master's favorite had arrived, they immediately showed a flattering expression and went forward to greet him. This kid was still clamoring every day a while ago, saying that his junior sister would come to save him. No matter how he was taught a lesson, he refused to lower his head. Now that he has been locked up for a long time, he has stopped. We'll follow young master's instructions and take care of this kid every day. We definitely won't slack off. Steward Meng raised a hand and interrupted the guard. Alright, thank you for your hard work. However, the young master had ordered that he be released. Go and unlock the door. The guard was stunned for a moment, apparently not expecting to hear such words. However, he did not dare to disobey Ingenue's orders. He quickly responded and turned around to enter the water prison. Not long after, he dragged out a man covered in blood and staggering. Huang Yueli took a closer look and her entire body shook. Senior brother. Senior brother, you. How are you? Although the person in front of her was in a sorry state, but how could she not recognize that this was Lu Bian himself? Huang Yueli's gaze swept past Lu Bian's face and landed on his scarred body as her face was gradually tainted with a layer of anger. Even though she had long guessed that Lu Bian's situation wouldn't be good if he fell into Ingenue's hands, but when she saw Lu Bian being tormented so miserably, she couldn't help but feel her rage surge up. This feud between her and the Whitefin clan, it's official. When Lu Bian heard the commotion, he raised his head and looked towards Huang Yueli. Junior sister, it really is you. Finally, you're finally back. I knew it, cough cough. Lu Bian's words were halfway through when his body suddenly weakened and he was about to fall onto the ground. Huang Yueli shot over like an arrow, wanting to support him, but the instant she touched Lu Bian, an arm stretched out from the side and grabbed Lu Bian's shoulder to support him. Brother Lu, be careful. Li has been worried about you these past few days, you have to take care of yourself. Li Moying swept him a glance as he said expressionlessly. These were clearly words of concern, but when he said it with his stoic face, it made people feel a faint threat. Huang Yueli was stunned for a moment as she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Moying. Her husband was still jealous at a time like this. Steward Meng coughed and interrupted their conversation. Young Master Li, Madam Li, how is it? Our young master is a man of his word, right? Since young Master Lu is in your hands now, I have finished my work here. I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he nodded towards Huang Yueli and turned around to leave. This time even Xian Jiuling, who accompanied Huang Yueli and her husband to the scene, felt that something was amiss. This Steward Meng, he was a little too straightforward today. Who didn't know the Whitefin clan's usual character? They would cause trouble for no reason. They wouldn't let them go unless they made things difficult for them. Not only was young Master Ingenu difficult to deal with, but the stewards below were also not easy to deal with. However, today, Steward Meng did not waste any words and brought them to the water prison. He released them without saying anything and left immediately after releasing them. This was not normal. Xian Jiuling frowned slightly as he wanted to remind Huang Yueli. However, before he could open his mouth, Lu Bian coughed out, Wait a minute. Steward, please wait, where's my antidote? Steward Meng stopped in his tracks. The corners of his mouth curled up, but his tone was completely innocent. Young Master Lu, what do you mean? What antidote? Lu Bian coughed a few times, why play dumb? The pill you forced down my throat last time, I have to take the antidote every month, right? Since young Master N had agreed to let me go, then the antidote, why don't you give it to me as well? When Huang Yueli heard that, her face sank. Previously when she first saw Lu Bian, she felt that his face was green and white. She had some medical knowledge and could tell that he was poisoned, but she didn't know what kind of situation Liu Bian was in. Now that she heard what her senior brother said, she instantly understood. Steward Meng, what poison did your young master give my senior brother? Where is the antidote? The Whitefin clan pretended to release them, but refused to give them the antidote. Did you do it on purpose? Are you trying to cheat me? Steward Meng dragged out his tone. Oh my, Madam Li, your words are too harsh. You asked our young master to use the alchemy furnace to redeem young master Liu. Then didn't our young master let him go without hesitation? As for the antidote you mentioned, I really don't understand. I think this young master Liu is just weak. He's not born to live a long life. I'm afraid he has been infected with something. How can he blame it on our young master? Hearing such shameless words, everyone present was furious. Even Xianxia couldn't control his anger as he roared in anger, what nonsense. Even though Xianxia was restrained by his family and didn't want to cause trouble, he still couldn't hold it in when he heard such shameless remarks. He was the one who brought her to the Whitefin clan, but Ingenue didn't give him any face as a senior and continued to make things difficult for Huang Yueli and the rest. Forget it. Now that Huang Yueli had taken out a priceless treasure as ransom, this price was something that even the Black Tortoise clan couldn't afford. Ingenue had taken advantage of her and even secretly set up a trap for her. The Whitefin clan went back on their word and made things difficult for two ordinary cultivators. Aren't they afraid that they will be cursed by tens of thousands of people if word gets out? How preposterous. Where is the antidote? Hurry up and hand it over. Do you think I won't dare to kill you? Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the pressure on his body suddenly erupted. Steward Meng couldn't take it and staggered a few steps back. He still couldn't stand properly and fell to the ground, his face turning pale. With his strength and status, he dared to make trouble for the Whitefin clan. When Xianxia was truly angry, he immediately panicked. Steward Meng explained in fear, Divine General Xian, please show mercy. I really didn't mean to not give you the antidote. I'm just a nobody. All of us, we all listen to the young master's orders. How can I have an antidote? You still dare to be stubborn? Since you're useless, why don't you kill me with one slash? I believe young master and wouldn't challenge this divine general for a mere errand boy. Steward Meng was so frightened that his entire body trembled. Spare me. Lord Divine General, spare me. I really have no choice. Xianxia still wanted to say something when he heard Huang Yueli's unhurried voice. Divine General Xian, forget it. What he said is indeed true. He's just a dog who relies on others' power. How can he have the ability to get the antidote? When Steward Meng heard this, he turned towards Huang Yueli and bowed continuously. Thank you Madam Li for standing up for justice, this little one is extremely grateful. That fawning expression was totally different from his previous arrogant look, as though he hadn't heard Huang Yueli mocking him for being a dog. Xianxia couldn't even be bothered to look at him, and when he heard the commotion, he turned towards Huang Yueli. Huang, young Miss Li, what do you mean? Could it be that we're just going to let it go? However, the Whitefin clan has many strange pill recipes. The pill that young Master Liu ate is most likely very dangerous. If there's no antidote. As he spoke, he frowned. There were many vicious medicinal pills circulating in the god realm. Some not only harmed people's lives, but they could even make people wish they were dead. To the Whitefin clan, these pills were not difficult to obtain. If they were to ignore them, who knew what would happen when the medicinal effects took effect a month later? No, let's go back and look for Ingenue now. Even if I have to risk being punished by the family, I have to help you get the antidote. Xianxia looked anxious as he turned around to go to the Whitefin clan. Huang Yueli hurriedly stretched out her hand to stop him. Divine General Xian, please hold on. I have my own plans for this matter. You don't have to worry. Xian Jiuling stopped in his tracks and frowned even more. Young Mesli, don't underestimate the medical skills of the White Fan clan. Even divine Dr. Zhang might not be able to cure the poison they use to harm people. I know. Huang Yueli smiled, of course I want the antidote. But we don't need to look for Ingenue, he will naturally come to look for me. Xian Jiuling was stunned. What do you mean? Ingenue is probably waiting for you to beg him. How can he take the initiative? Before he could finish, he heard a flurry of footsteps coming from the corridor of the water prison. Steward Meng, where are young Master Li and Madam Li? Are they still there? Someone was running over from the end of the corridor. Hearing the commotion, everyone present was stunned. Steward Meng was the most confused. He turned to the person who had come, his face full of doubt. What's going on? What was going on? Steward Ning, why are you here? Wasn't it just bringing two young cultivators who were still wet behind the ears to pick someone up? It was already a big deal to send a steward over for such a small matter. Why did he send another person over? Steward Ning didn't reply as he panted heavily as he ran over. When he saw that Huang Yueli and the others were still there, he let out a long breath. He cupped his hands towards Huang Yueli and pulled out a smile. Madam Li, young Master Li, the two of you haven't left yet? That would be great. Just now, our young master instructed that he still has something to ask the two of you. Could the two of you please follow me? This time, Steward Meng's jaw almost fell to the ground. Earlier when Huang Yueli said that she wouldn't look for Ingenue and would let him invite her, Steward Meng scoffed in his heart, feeling that this lass's brain must have gone into water to actually daydream, not even thinking about her own capabilities. He didn't expect her to be right. How was this possible? What did these two little brats do to make their young master take the initiative to invite them? He wasn't the only one who had this question. Even Xian Jiuling was confused. Xian Jiuling naturally knew Huang Yueli and Li Moying's true abilities, but when they left earlier, Ingenue's attitude was something he had seen clearly. In less than 2 hours, the other party's attitude had completely changed. What exactly happened? Lu Bian also didn't understand. It wasn't enough, but this didn't stop him from blindly trusting his junior sister. He slapped his thigh. Hey, this is interesting. Is this the attitude you use to beg others? Let me tell you, my junior sister isn't someone who can be invited just because anyone wants to. If Ingenue insists on seeing her, then let him come over himself. Steward Meng and Steward Ning's expressions changed drastically. Clearly, they had not expected that Lu Bian, who was already tortured half to death, would still be so arrogant at such a time. However, Steward Ning still remembered the order he had received before he came over as he suppressed his anger and turned towards Huang Yueli. Young Miss Li, isn't your senior brother going overboard? My young master is already very polite. Oh? How is my senior brother going overboard? Steward Ning hadn't even finished speaking when he was interrupted by Huang Yueli. A faint smile hung on her fair and delicate face. I think my senior brother is right. Young master and wants to see me, but I don't want to see him. Since I paid the ransom and young master and has released him, our deal is over. Why don't we part ways here? As she said that, she stretched out her hand and held Li Moying's arm as she raised her head. Husband, let's go back? It's so humid here. Hearing this, Li Moying's calm and indifferent face suddenly showed a trace of anxiety. He hurriedly hugged Huang Yueli's waist and protected her in his embrace. You're not feeling well, why didn't you say so earlier? Couldn't he take care of his own body? Think about it. You're different from before. You're... Hey. All right. Don't keep talking about me. Husband, have you realized that you are becoming more and more like a mother? Huang Yueli pouted. She was afraid that Li Moying would reveal the fact that she was pregnant, so she quickly pinched him. Li Moying gave a light snort as he tightened his arm and brought her out. Hey, wait. Looking at their backs, which had no signs of turning back, Lu Baiyan's mouth twitched. You guys, you're leaving just like that? Have you forgotten about your poor senior brother? No one came to help me? Li Moying's footsteps halted, but he didn't turn back. He only sneered coldly. Stop pretending. I know you can still walk. Damn. Lu Baiyan couldn't help but curse. Earlier when he saw Li Moying appearing together with Huang Yueli, he was really touched and felt that this brat had discovered his conscience. He had not expected that everything was just his misconception. Li Moying, this fellow, was still as annoying as before. Husband, Huang Yueli couldn't bear it as she tugged at Li Moying's sleeve. Don't be like this, senior brother is already very pitiful. The man, who was originally impatient, heard the voice of the girl in his arms, and his gaze softened. All right. I'll listen to you. Shall I help him up? Don't. Farewell, there's no need to trouble young Master Li. Lu Baiyan got goosebumps from these two people's show as he hurriedly waved his hands. I'm not dead yet, I can still walk 2 steps. Li Moying swept him a glance and didn't say anything else as he hugged his wife and went out. Lu Baiyan limped as he followed. The 3 of them were about to walk out of the water prison when the few people behind them suddenly reacted. Xianxia frowned, but he didn't have time to say anything. He hurriedly ran out. Steward Meng was so angry that his face turned red. Damned brat. Who does she think she is? He scolded angrily. The young master had sent someone to invite her over to flatter her, but he actually dared to say such words. Steward Meng, what is going on? Why does young master want to see them? Steward Meng was also indignant, but he was more worried than angry. I really don't know. After the 3 of them left just now, the young master stayed in the pill refinement room alone. He originally said that he was going to enter seclusion for a while. I didn't expect that after an hour, he flew into a rage and asked me to come out and look for someone. Steward Meng was even more puzzled. What should we do now? Could it be that he had to bring the guards of the water prison to chase after them and snatch them away? However, the divine General Xian is following them. Steward Ming's brows were tightly knitted. He hesitated for a while before gritting his teeth. Let's go back and report first. Outside the water prison, Li Moying protected Huang Yueli, who was in his arms, as they boarded the Black Tortoise clan's horse carriage, which had been waiting outside. Finally, he stretched out his hand out with a conscience and pulled Lu Baiyan up. Xianxia followed him into the carriage. Before he could even sit properly, he impatiently said, Patriarch Huang, why did you do that just now? And Zhenyu isn't a kind person. Even if you don't go to see him, there's no need to be so explicit. If he bears a grudge against you, it'll be troublesome. Huang Yueli smiled, totally disapproving. So what? And Zhenyu schemed against me. Even if he doesn't come looking for trouble with me, I'll definitely repay him handsomely. Her voice was sweet and her tone was gentle, but the meaning in her words made Xianxia feel shocked. It was only until this moment that he realized that he had been too immersed in his character earlier. Actually, Huang Yueli and Li Moying weren't the ordinary practitioners whom he had brought to see in Zhenyu to plead for mercy. The 2 of them were so powerful and their personalities were so flamboyant that even a divine general like him couldn't compare to them. Would they be afraid of Amir and Zhenyu? If it wasn't because Lu Baiyan was in the other party's hands, they were afraid to shoot at the rat to avoid the vessel. Most likely the 2 of them would have already overturned the entire Whitefin clan. But Xianxia couldn't understand what Huang Yueli had done to make Zhenyu's attitude change so suddenly. He had obviously been together with Huang Yueli and the rest, so what exactly had happened that he didn't know about? Xianxia couldn't understand, but seeing Huang Yueli's unwilling expression, he didn't ask further. He sent the three of them to the entrance of an inn and left. Huang Yueli asked for 2 superior rooms. The moment they entered the room, Lu Bian couldn't wait to ask, "Junior sister, Divine General Xian was here earlier, so it's not appropriate for me to ask too much. Where did you and Li Moying go? Why have the 2 of you disappeared for so long? Did you run into some trouble? I've been worried about you all this time." "We did run into a little trouble, but it's already been resolved." "Aren't we fine now?" Huang Yueli smiled as she casually brushed past all the matters that she had encountered previously. This trip to Forest Shade Town, she and Li Moying had a narrow escape and almost died in the Devil's Territory. However, reality proved that their luck was indeed not bad. Not only did they not die in the end, but they even benefited from the disaster. Better not show it off. After all, she only had Lu Bian as a friend who ascended together from the lower realm, so it wasn't worth it to anger him to death. However, Lu Bian didn't immediately understand her good intentions, and when he saw her stuttering, he started to worry as he sized her up. "Junior sister, are you really all right? Do you think I don't know you? If it's really nothing, it's impossible for you to not come back after the agreed time." "Oh right. When you left, Junior sister had a strange illness and didn't wait for Divine Dr. Zhang to return. Could it be that his illness acted up halfway?" Cough cough. "Well, you're half right. Senior brother, there's something that I only found out after I left Snowflake City. Don't get too excited later." Huang Yueli then recalled that Lu Bian still didn't know about her pregnancy as she subconsciously lowered her head to take a look at her slightly bulging stomach. Lu Bian sensed her gaze and followed her gaze over as his eyes widened. "Junior sister, you. What are you?" "No way." Huang Yueli nodded her head reservedly. No matter how arrogant she usually was, she was still a girl who was not even 20 years old. Especially with the support of such talent, she originally thought that her pregnancy should be at least 200 years later. She felt like a minor who had tasted the forbidden fruit behind her elders' backs. It was a little difficult for her to say it. Since Lu Bian had already guessed it, she didn't need to say it directly. Cough cough, as you can see. That's it. Lu Bian stared fixedly at her stomach as though he was petrified. Huang Yueli knew that it was a little hard for him to digest this news, so she didn't urge him. After a long moment later, Lu Bian finally reacted. Huang Yueli's lips relaxed, and just as she was about to say something, Lu Bian suddenly ran over and started wiping away his tears while wailing aloud. "Junior sister, why is your life so bitter? In your previous life, you were schemed against and died young. In this life, you finally managed to make it out and got married to Li Moying and ascended to the God realm, but in the end, But. Huang Yueli was totally dumbfounded. Wait a minute, what about me? Why are you crying?" Lu Bian said, There's such a big tumor in your stomach, I am extremely sad." Huang Yueli was stunned by Lu Bian's huge imagination, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Lu Bian had already started to comfort her. "Junior sister, don't despair like this. Although your illness is very difficult to treat, Divine Dr. Zhang's medical skills are really amazing. If we think of a way to beg him, there might still be hope of curing it. You can't give up on yourself now. Don't worry, I will definitely." Ouch. Lu Bian was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly felt a pain on his head as Li Moying knocked his head. His expression changed as he turned around to glare at Li Moying. "Why did you hit me? You can't save your wife, so you don't have to vent your anger on me." "Lu Bian, have you become a fool after being locked up in the water prison for a few months? Li Moying's lips twitched a few times as he resisted the urge to throw this fellow out. What tumor? Are your eyes only for decoration? What do you mean? Lu Bian was still in a daze, unable to react. If Junior Sister didn't have a tumor, then why is her stomach so big? Huang Yueli raised her hand and wiped off the cold sweat on her forehead as she lightly coughed twice. Senior brother, you. Didn't you think that I might be pregnant? Pregnant? Are you kidding me? Lu Bian's first reaction was to scoff disdainfully. It's not just a day or two since I came to the God realm, so how could I not have this bit of common sense? It's hard for the God clan to give birth, and even for the most ordinary Earth-grade innate talent practitioners, it's common for them to not be able to give birth after 100 years of marriage. With your and Li Moying's innate talent, if you want to have a successor, perhaps taking in a disciple would be even more. Halfway through his sentence, he finally noticed Huang Yueli and Li Moying's expression, which was hard to explain in a few words, and he choked. Wait, Junior Sister, you. What you said just now, could it be, are you kidding me? Why would I make such a joke? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes as she said seriously, Senior brother, you've really misunderstood. This isn't some strange illness. I'm just pregnant. It was also because of the baby that I fainted at the critical moment of my advancement. What's that? This. Lu Bian seemed to have been struck by lightning. He froze on the spot as he stared at Huang Yueli for quite a while before he regained his senses. He quickly asked, Is what you said true? But how is that possible? If you were already pregnant when you advanced, then you should be at least 6 or 7 months pregnant now. Why is your stomach still so small? Also, I've checked your pulse before. Your pulse really doesn't look like a happy pulse at all, right? Junior Sister, you must not hide your illness from the doctor. As Lu Bian spoke, he circled back as though he was certain that Huang Yueli was suffering from a terminal illness. Huang Yueli didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She could only explain in detail, this is true. I met an expert after I left Snowflake City, and only then did I know that I was pregnant. The reason why you can't feel the happy pulse is because the cultivation technique I cultivate is special and affects the circulation of my meridians. As for the size of my stomach, just like what you said earlier, Moying and I have special talents, so not only is it not easy to get pregnant, but the pregnancy period will also be longer than ordinary people. Right now, it's about the equivalent of an ordinary person's 4 months. I can already feel the baby's fetal movement. When Huang Yueli mentioned about the baby in her stomach, a smile couldn't help but appear on her face. Lu Bian only felt a little realistic at this moment. You really are. Damn, aren't you too strong? Her talent was already abnormally strong, and she even had a husband with abnormal strength. Originally, the two of them had joined forces and had already attracted the jealousy of many people. Many people had to rely on secretly cursing the two divine-level geniuses to have no descendants in order to barely suppress the jealousy and hatred in their hearts. But now, Huang Yueli had secretly gotten pregnant without a word. Countless boys and girls would be heartbroken. However, speaking of which, Lu Bian soon had a new question: how abnormal would the innate talent of the baby born from 2 god-grade geniuses be? Also, wasn't Li Moying the scumbag too lucky? It was one thing if his innate talent was strong, but to be able to obtain the heart of a peerless genius like Huang Yueli was one thing, but he was actually going to be a father at such a young age. And as Li Moying's older sworn brother, he was still all alone. Clearly, he, Lu Bian, was more suave, understanding, and more popular among the girls. Life was really unfair. Lu Bian was so shocked by this new news that he couldn't recover his senses for a long time. Huang Yueli briefly explained her situation and put this matter aside. Being pregnant was not a problem for her. She did not even have morning sickness. The intensity of her cultivation had also decreased. Every day, her husband would take care of her, and she felt that she had gained a lot of weight. Although she was pregnant, which caused her several advancements to fail and indeed delayed her cultivation, but as long as she thought about how she could bring her adorable baby along to roam the god realm, Huang Yueli felt that it was all worth it. After all, it would only take a year to give birth. After giving birth, she would make up for it by cultivating more. Compared to these, she was more concerned about Lu Bian and Xianqingling's situation. That's right, senior brother, I haven't had the chance to ask you. After I left with Moying, what happened to you and young Miss Xian? You were taken away by Ingenue. Where is young Miss Xian now? When he heard this question, Lu Bian's expression instantly turned gloomy as he let out a deep sigh. Young Miss Xian, she was taken away by the Black Tortoise clan, so she should still be in Snowflake City. I heard that the White Lake clan has been urging for marriage, so the Black Tortoise clan is prepared to stay here until Divine Dr. Zhang chooses a disciple, and then send young Miss Xian to the White Lake continent to get married. When Huang Yueli heard this, her brows creased up. You mean, young Miss Xian was under house arrest by the Black Tortoise clan? However, Divine General Xian did not mention this matter earlier. This matter has nothing to do with your excellency, Divine General. Junior sister, don't misunderstand. Lu Bian hurriedly said, it's the Black Tortoise clan who sent another female elder and brought Xianqinglin away. Moreover, this female elder looks very suspicious. She was the one who brought Ingenue here and accused me of being Miss Qingling's lover. Hearing that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance as they had a judgment in their hearts. In that case, this elder is inextricably linked to young Miss Xian's poisoning. Perhaps this poison was made by her. The matter between Lu Bian and Xianqinglin was too secretive, so even when facing Xianjiuling, they didn't reveal the matter of it. It would be strange if there was nothing fishy going on, since the female elder was so clear and even informed the White Fin clan. Lu Bian nodded his head, I think so too. He paused and stammered, Junior sister, I wonder if you have a way to cancel young Miss Xian's marriage with Ingenue. Young Miss Xian is such an outstanding woman, but marrying a scumbag like Ingenue is really... Huang Yueli's lips curled up as a playful look appeared on her face. Speaking of saving people, actually, it's not completely impossible. That's great. Lu Bian's face was filled with joy. Junior sister, I knew it, there's nothing you can't do. I'm so grateful. Wait. Huang Yueli stretched out a hand and stopped him from thanking her. I can save her, but I have to ask you a question first. Do you like young Miss Xian? Do you want to marry her? Lu Bian was stunned for a moment before his face flushed red as he shook his head repeatedly, stammering, marry. Junior sister, what are you talking about? How could I like young Miss Xian. We're not compatible at all. An outstanding woman like her should be worthy of being the heir of the various great god clans. I just think that Ingenue's character is too bad, and I'm afraid that he'll delay young Miss Xian. Lu Bian stuttered as he continued to peek at Huang Yueli's expression. Fortunately, Huang Yueli's expression was calm as though she believed him as she nodded her head, I understand. Senior brother, you're acting out of a sense of justice, right? Yes, that's it. Lu Bian said repeatedly. Huang Yueli shrugged her shoulders, since that's the case, then I won't be able to help you. Sorry, senior brother. Lu Bian was stunned, WH. What was that? Didn't you just say? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as her face was full of sincerity, senior brother, I said earlier that I have a way, but I have to pay a huge price. If it's to save my future sister-in-law, then there's nothing to say. I'm duty-bound. However, saving an unrelated ordinary friend, this. You should know my personality. I don't like to meddle in other people's business. When Lu Bian heard this, his face turned pale as he opened his mouth. wanting to say something but stopped. In the end, he said in a low voice, "I understand." Then forget it. I was just impulsive just now." Huang Yueli and Li Moying were stunned. Both of them thought that under Huang Yueli's goading, Lu Bian would definitely speak his true feelings, and was even prepared to tease him. But she had not expected that Lu Bian would have such a reaction in the end. It was really against common sense. Huang Yueli stared at Lu Bian as she started to doubt her life. She had known Lu Bian for 2 lifetimes, and thought that she understood her senior brother very well. His attitude towards Xian Qingling was definitely not ordinary. But Lu Bian refused to admit that he liked the other party no matter what. Forget it. She could just take it that her senior brother was thin-skinned, but he gave up on begging her to save him just like that. Wasn't that too strange? Huang Yueli hesitated for a moment and decided to ask him face to face. However, just as she was about to speak, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Excuse me, do young Master Li and Madam Li live here?" This voice was somewhat familiar. It was Steward Meng, who had delivered the order to the water prison earlier. The 3 people in the room immediately stopped talking. Huang Yueli's eyes turned as she raised her voice. "That's right, what's the matter?" "Madam Li, sorry to disturb your rest. My young master has something important to ask the 2 of you. I wonder if you can make it convenient for him?" Steward Meng's tone was completely different from 2 hours ago. He was as flattering as he could be. When Lu Bian heard this, his entire person was a little dumbfounded. Even though he believed in his junior sister's ability and knew that Huang Yueli said that she would be able to get him the antidote, she definitely had a plan. However, it had only been 2 hours. The arrogant and domineering young master of the Whitefin clan, and Zhenyu, had actually come personally. What did his junior sister do to him? Huang Yueli's expression remained calm as she winked at Lu Bian and said silently, "Your antidote is here." Then, before Lu Bian could react, she opened the door. As expected, it was Zhenyu standing outside the door. He was still wearing the same silver-white robe that he had worn when he met them earlier in the morning. But for some reason, his robe was already covered with patches of dust and there were even a few black marks on his face. Steward Meng and Steward Ning stood on his left and right, looking terrified. And Zhenyu's expression was even more interesting. He narrowed his eyes as he stared at Huang Yueli, his face turning green and white, looking indescribably ugly. He didn't look like he was here to beg for help, but seemed to have met his enemy. Huang Yueli met Zhenyu's gloomy expression, but she didn't panic at all. Instead, she smiled calmly. "Young master, we meet again so quickly? My husband and I have already brought senior brother back. Young master is really an honest and trustworthy person. This cooperation is very pleasant." Pleasant, and Zhenyu was even angrier after being teased by her. He tried hard to hold it in, but he couldn't. "Li, what do you mean? What did you do to that alchemy furnace? Hurry up and explain. You dare to lie to me? You're simply courting death." Huang Yueli had an innocent expression as she blinked her eyes. "Young master, I don't understand what you're saying. What happened to that alchemy furnace? Are you still pretending to be ignorant? That alchemy furnace is completely useless. I placed the herbs in, and just as I lit the fire, the flames instantly enveloped the entire furnace and burned the herbs into ashes. It almost exploded on me." And Zhenyu suddenly slapped the railing of the inn corridor. He was, after all, a heart-profound realm middle-stage cultivator. This palm strike was truly astonishing in power. The high-quality primordial silk would shattered into waste on the spot. Thinking of the scene at that time, Zhenyu's anger surged. He was originally filled with joy after obtaining such a high-grade alchemy furnace. The moment Huang Yueli and the rest left, the first thing he did was to take out the medicinal herbs that he had kept for a long time, intending to test out the might of the pill furnace. However, who would have thought that not only did he fail to refine the medicinal pill, but his entire body was also blown up. So many sky-high-priced medicinal herbs were also destroyed in a single day. The guests in the surrounding rooms were secretly peeking out. When they saw this scene, their expressions changed and they immediately shrank back. But although Huang Yueli was the closest to him, she wasn't affected in the slightest, and instead the curve of her lips widened. "I don't know about that. I'm not a spirit medicine master. How would I know about the alchemy furnace?" And Jinyu listened to her nonchalant words and looked at the calm smile on her face. How could he not understand that all of this was clearly planned by this wretched girl? If possible, he really wanted to slap this wretched girl who dared to scheme against him to death. However, when he thought of the alchemy furnace that he had obtained with great difficulty, he still forcefully endured it. "Madam Li, let's not beat around the bush. I've already consulted the elders in the clan who are proficient in ancient books. This pill furnace suddenly exploded. It's clearly because someone placed a seal on it. Since this was brought by you, you must have a way to unseal it, right?" Huang Yueli raised her brows. This time, she finally didn't deny it. Instead, she said, "I used the pill furnace to make a deal with you. Since you have already obtained the pill furnace, whether you can use it or not, what does it have to do with me? Take my senior brother, for example. Since he has been rescued, I won't find trouble with you even if he was poisoned." When Jinyu heard this, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Huang Yueli's words were already blatantly mocking him, just short of directly slapping his face. However, her words were so reasonable. This matter was because he had concealed the fact that Liu Bian was poisoned first, so no matter where he went, he absolutely wouldn't be in the right. According to Ingenu's usual practice, since he couldn't outtalk the other party, he could only snatch it by force. However, Xian Jiuling, the famous expert of the Black Tortoise clan, was already aware of this matter. Moreover, this period of time was the critical moment for Divine Dr. Zhang to take in a disciple. He had some misgivings, and did not want to make too much of a commotion and let everyone know. And Jinyu repeatedly told himself that he had to hold it in and finally managed to calm his breathing. This young lord was right. You were scheming. The seal on the pill furnace was deliberately left behind by you. You. How dare you? Huang Yueli smiled as her expression was relaxed. Young master, and must be joking. If I hadn't been careful in advance, my senior brother would probably be begging for death now. How can I compare to you in terms of scheming? And Jinyu saw that his deeds had already been exposed, and no matter what, he couldn't scare Huang Yueli, so he could only take a step back and ask for the next best thing. What exactly do you want? I've already brought the antidote. As long as he takes it, his illness will be cured. Hand over the medicine on one hand and the secret technique to break the seal on the other. He had originally thought that when he said this, Huang Yueli would definitely nod her head in agreement impatiently. Who knew that Huang Yueli actually shook her head? That won't do. What else do you want? I've already taken out the antidote. And Jinyu said angrily. Huang Yueli replied indifferently, who knows if the antidote you took out is real or fake? Who knows if it might not be an antidote but an even more powerful poison? If my senior brother were to suffer from any side effects, who would I go to reason with? Give me the medicine first. After my senior brother eats it, if there's no problem, I'll naturally send the secret technique to you. When Jinyu heard this, his expression changed slightly. This damned little girl, who exactly was she? Why couldn't anything escape her eyes? She even guessed that he was going to use fake medicine to get away with it? And Jinyu was really unwilling to let go of these civilians who dared to go against him. However, when he thought of the alchemy furnace that was still at home, if he had never seen such a top-grade item, it would be fine. However, he had already seen it and even obtained it, but he could not use it. There was nothing more unbearable than this. And Jinyu gritted his teeth. Alright, I'll give you the antidote first. I'll let you know how magnanimous our Whitefin clan is. All your malicious speculations about our clan earlier are all slander. Steward Meng, give them the medicine. Steward Meng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been Jinyu's steward for 30 years, and he had only seen others kneel and beg for mercy. When had he ever seen their young master fall so ruthlessly? Seeing that he wasn't moving, Jinyu urged him sternly, "What are you standing there for? Where's the antidote?" Only then did Steward Meng react as he hurriedly took out a small medicine bottle from his bosom and held it in front of Huang Yueli with both hands. "This is the antidote. There are 7 pills in total. Take 1 pill a day. After 7 days, the poison will be completely eliminated. This is definitely the real antidote. Go ahead and find someone to verify it." Huang Yueli stretched out 2 slender and fair fingers as she casually picked up the bottle. "I naturally trust the Whitefin clan's medical skills." "Thank you, young masterin." Huang Yueli completely didn't hide the smug smile on her face. And Jinyu suppressed his anger. "Then the secret technique to remove the seal." "Young masterin, don't worry. I'm different from you big families. My husband and I are juniors who are adventuring outside. If we don't keep our promises, how can we survive until today? Don't worry, after 7 days, my senior brother will recover and the secret technique will be delivered." "Alright, then I'll wait." And Jinyu sneered. "If you dare to mess with this young master again, don't blame this young master for being impolite." Huang Yueli smiled slightly, looking like she had a good temper. "Take care, young lordin. I still have to take care of my senior brother, so I won't send you off." It was as if she had directly ordered him to leave. And Jinyu gritted his teeth in anger and turned around to leave. Because of his anger, he walked very fast. He only stopped when he rushed out of the inn's door and slammed his palm heavily on the door frame. The plaque on the door of the inn fell with a loud bang. The passers-by were like birds startled by the twang of a bough, not even daring to look over. "This is really too much. These 2 damned brats actually dared to play with me like this. When I get the secret technique, I will definitely." He must capture them and make them beg for death for all the humiliation suffered today. And Jinyu gritted his teeth. Steward Meng, who was beside him, mustered up his courage and went forward. He asked carefully, "Young master, was he leaving just like that? Since they refused a toast only to drink a forfeit, why not capture them now and interrogate them? If we give them the medicine first, what if they go back on their word?" "Go back on your word? They dare." And Jinyu sneered as a cold glint flashed across his eyes. "They're lucky. If it weren't for the fact that Divine Dr. Zhang's selection test is coming up soon, how could I let them off so easily? But for these little brats, if this matter blows up and Divine Dr. Zhang hears about it, then the gains will not make up for the losses." Steward Meng was stunned for a moment before he came to a realization. And Jinyu's main purpose for coming to Snowflake City this time was to become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple and obtain the inheritance of the ancient mystic realm in his hands. Even if he were to bring his fiancée Xianxia back, it would just be on the way. However, Divine Dr. Zhang's philosophy was different from the Whitefin clan. He advocated benevolence, and healing the world. What he hated the most was the behavior of using his medical skills to intimidate civilians. At such a critical moment, if the scandal of Jinyu using poison to control his enemy was exposed, he would probably be the first to be eliminated. In comparison, being tricked by Huang Yueli was just a small matter. Young master is wise. To be able to endure what ordinary people can't, you're indeed a hero among the people. Steward Meng hurriedly flattered him skillfully. As expected, Jinyu was very pleased, and his anger subsided quite a bit. When I become Divine Dr. Zhang's disciple and obtain the inheritance, it will be time for these little brats to pay the price. After Ingenu left, Huang Yueli immediately passed the medicine in her hands to Lu Bian. Here, can you tell if this antidote is real or fake? Lu Bian opened the bottle cap and took a whiff. It should be true. For the sake of a high-grade pill refining furnace, Ingenu wouldn't dare to lie to you. Junior sister, I really didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. As expected of you. Huang Yueli lifted her chin, that goes without saying. Hurry up and take the antidote. Lu Bian didn't say anything as he poured out a pill and consumed it. Huang Yueli saw that he had finished eating and didn't seem to have any abnormal reaction, so she was completely relieved. Alright, senior brother, since you're fine, we can continue our previous topic. Huang Yueli supported her chin as she stared at Lu Bian with a smile and a twinkle in her eyes. Lu Bian was stunned. Our previous topic? What topic? Huang Yueli blinked her eyes. That's right, the thing we talked about before Ingenu came. You and Xianxia. What happened? Lu Bian's expression stiffened for a moment, apparently not expecting Huang Yueli to still remember the topic that was interrupted earlier. He thought that he had managed to get away with it. Didn't I tell you everything? I don't have that kind of relationship with young Miss Xian. Alright. If you say it's not, then it's not. Huang Yueli interrupted him, but you two are at least good friends who have gone through a few life and death tribulations together, right? Are you really not going to save her? After all, you're my senior brother. As long as you insist, it's not like I can't make an exception. She was just scaring Lu Bian earlier, wanting to force out his true feelings. She didn't expect Lu Bian to be so stubborn, but she couldn't just leave him in the lurch. It had been so many years since her senior brother fell in love with a girl. Regardless of whether he was willing to admit it or not, she could not let her senior brother regret it in the future. That's right. As long as you say the word, Li and I will handle this matter. There's no need to worry. Li Muang took a step forward as he spoke in a low voice. He couldn't be bothered to care about the life and death of outsiders, but if Lu Bian could get married earlier and stay further away from his Li then it would be all right for him to put in some effort. Lu Bian choked. You guys, sigh. He sighed heavily. I appreciate your kindness, but it's not that I don't want to save her, but it's young Miss Xian herself. I'm afraid she won't be willing to leave. Why? Huang Yueli frowned in confusion. Could it be that a proud daughter like Xianxia is willing to marry someone like Ingenu? Lu Bian didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at her. My dear junior sister, do you think that everyone is like you, relying on your own innate talent and strength to dominate the entire God realm and no one can threaten you? Although Xianxing's talent is not bad, she's still far from you. Moreover, she has been nurtured by her family since she was young, and her feelings for the Black Tortoise clan are much deeper than mine. The Black Tortoise clan's patriarch is still waiting for the White Fin clan to save him. How can she run away from the marriage at this juncture? When Huang Yueli heard this, she became even more puzzled. Just for this? Isn't that enough? Lu Bian replied, back then Ingenu hadn't come looking for me and I had already sent a letter to young Miss Xian, asking her to leave the city to hide outside, but she refused to leave and insisted on fulfilling the engagement. What can I say? Besides. Lu Bian went silent for a moment before continuing, no matter how bad Ingenu's character is, he's still the White Fin clan's young master. His innate talent is not bad and his medical skills far exceed his peers. If young Miss Xian marries over, she would at least be the White Fin clan's young madam. It's much better than following a penniless doctor around, right? Hearing this, Huang Yueli was secretly shocked and couldn't help but exchange a glance with her husband. It seemed that her senior brother did not have any intentions towards Xianxia, nor was he just being stubborn. Instead, he had so many concerns. Speaking of which, ever since she arrived in the God realm, her senior brother had been a little depressed. Because he was no longer the proud son of heaven who stood at the top of soaring heaven's continent. But Huang Yueli felt that her senior brother's innate talent had been seriously underestimated. Among the practitioners in the gods race who were similar in age to Lu Bian, there were indeed quite a number of them whose innate talent and strength were stronger than Lu Bian. But the resources they had obtained from the clan since young could not be mentioned in the same breath as Lu Bian. How could a cultivator who ascended from the lower realm compare to a native of the god realm? Furthermore, Lu Bian was originally a pure-blooded human, and it was because of some special experiences that he obtained a little bit of white-fin divine blood. But even so, he still had heaven-grade innate talent. If he could be like the Protoss, receiving family training from a young age and getting the opportunity to have the divine blood penetrate his body, his talent would definitely increase by a small level. Not to mention Lu Bian's innate talent in medicine. Medical skills relied entirely on comprehension and money. Lu Bian as an spirit medicine master without any influential background, to be able to reach his current stage, his innate talent definitely far surpassed the various great ancient god clans' geniuses. Unfortunately, he never had the chance to clear his name. No, there seemed to be a chance. Huang Yueli suddenly thought of something and her eyes lit up as she slammed the table. Lu Bian was startled by her sudden agitated reaction. Junior sister, you. What's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? It's nothing. Huang Yueli thought for a moment and decided to wait until she was confident before voicing out her thoughts. Senior brother, I understand the matter between you and young Miss Xian. I'll try my best to think of a way. Don't worry, rest well for a period of time and recover from your injuries. Lu Bian nodded, but his tightly knitted brows didn't loosen up. In the southern suburbs of Snowflower City. After Xianxia finished dealing with Huang Yueli's matters, he had just returned to the Black Tortoise clan's encampment when he received an unexpected piece of news. What is it? The patriarch had arrived in Snowflake City? When did this happen? Xianxia stopped in his tracks while he was changing his clothes. He just arrived in the afternoon and was looking for you just now, the deputy general reported in a low voice. Xianxia frowned. You didn't tell the patriarch where I went, did you? No. The deputy general hurriedly shook his head. I still know the severity of the matter. I don't dare to say anything. I'll just say that you were out visiting a friend. Only then did Xianxia's brows relax. He said, you're smart. Where's the patriarch now? When the patriarch heard that you weren't around, he immediately called young Miss Qingqing over. Then I'll go and take a look too, Xianxia said after a moment of silence. With that, he put on his coat, turned around, and walked out. The deputy general quickly chased after him. Lord Divine General, there's one more thing, the patriarch did not come alone today. Elder Qingguang also came along. She even brought her granddaughter, young Miss Jialing. What did you say? Qingguang is here too? Hearing this name, Xianxia was slightly startled, and then a complicated expression appeared on his face. Elder Qingguang had been his good friend for many years. They grew up together. Although they rarely interacted after he left the Black Tortoise clan and went to the military department, he still regarded Elder Qingguang as his best friend. However, Elder Qingguang was involved in Xianxing's matter. Those Black Tortoise clan practitioners who were chasing after Xianxing and Lu Bian, under his interrogation, told him that they were under Elder Qingguang's instructions. Xianxing herself had also hinted. Xianxia really didn't know who to believe, so he could only put this matter aside. Who knew that Elder Qingguang would actually come to Snowflake City personally? Xianxia was silent for a while, before sighing. I understand. Let's go. When Xianxia arrived at the main hall, everyone had already arrived. Xianxia, the Black Tortoise clan's patriarch, was sitting at the main seat. When he saw him, he immediately smiled and waved at him. "Elder Jioling, you're finally here. Please take a seat. We're discussing the marriage between Qingling and young master and of the Whitefin clan. You've been in Snowflake City for the longest time and have had a lot of contact with the Whitefin clan. What do you think about this marriage?" Xianxia cupped his hands and bowed. He looked up and sighed in his heart. Xianxia was leaning on a huge recliner. Although he was trying his best to stay alert, his expression was still dispirited, and an unnatural purplish pallor on his face. Ever since he was heavily injured by the devil's sneak attack during the training, Xianxia's injuries had not recovered. Not only was his cultivation greatly affected, but his lifespan was also affected. The two of them were clearly about the same age, but Xianxia's hair was still black. After Xianxia was injured, his entire head of hair was almost white. For Xianxia, who had been strong all his life, this was a huge blow. It was no wonder he was in a hurry to show goodwill to the Whitefin clan. Xianxia was very respectful to Xianxia, so he specially left a seat on his right side for him. He waited for him to sit down before continuing to ask for his opinion. Xianxia didn't comment. "I've been in the army for many years, so I don't have much experience in clan affairs. If Patriarch has any plans, just tell me, and I'll do as you say." Xianxia nodded. "Some time ago, they sent me a message, hoping to hold the wedding as soon as possible. It would be best if the two juniors could get married in Snowflake City. I've already prepared Qingling's dowry for this trip." When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but turn around and look at Qingqing, who was sitting silently at the bottom of the steps. Because they practiced water attribute cultivation techniques, the Black Tortoise clan's cultivators, regardless of gender, all looked delicate and refined. Even if they were not good-looking, they would have a cold temperament that was different from outsiders. However, Xianqing's coldness was different from usual. She sat there without any expression or movement, as if everyone in the main hall was talking about someone else, not her own marriage. Xianxia recalled Lu Bian, whom he had just met, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Why are you in such a hurry?" After all, it was a marriage alliance between two great families. No matter what, the wedding banquet had to be held in Whitefin continent. How could it be held in this frontier fortress? It's going to damage the reputation of the two families. Xianxia was just about to speak when a foul air rushed up his throat and he could not help but cough. The maid beside him hurriedly handed him tea. Xianxia drank it and only recovered. "You've seen my current situation. I can't delay it for too long. Moreover, the Whitefin clan seems to be even more anxious than us. They were the ones who suggested the early marriage." Xianxia's heart sank. It seemed that Xianqing's marriage to Ingenue was a foregone conclusion. To be honest, he didn't think it was worth it to exchange the most outstanding genius of the younger generation in the family for a pill. However, Xianxia was the patriarch after all, and Xianqing herself had agreed to marry. Just as Xianxia was sighing inwardly, Elder Qingguang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. "Patriarch, I don't think it's appropriate for Xianqing to marry into the Whitefin clan. As far as I know, Xianqing has already lost her virginity before marriage and even eloped with her lover for several months." Upon hearing this, Xianxia couldn't help but turn to look at Elder Qingguang. After finding Xianqing and Lu Bian, he originally wanted to report to Xianxia, but under Lu Bian's request, he chose to hide the news. Since nothing had happened between Xianqing and Lu Bian and she had already agreed to marry into the Whitefin clan, Xianxia felt that there was no need for her to stir up more trouble. After all, Xianqing was a lady of the Black Tortoise clan. If any gossip were to spread, it would damage the reputation of the entire Black Tortoise clan. Because of this, Xianxia even sent those practitioners who were chasing after Lu Bian to the front line of Blessed City. Who knew that Elder Qingguang, who was far away in the Black Tortoise continent, still learned of this news? Could it really be as Lu Bian had guessed? Was this related to Elder Qingguang? Xianxia was puzzled, but he didn't say anything. This was the first time Xianxia had heard of this news, and he was shocked. What? Elder Qingguang, what did you say? How could such a thing happen? Qingling has always known the severity of the situation. She would never do such a thing. Elder Qingguang had a calm expression. Patriarch, I'm afraid you've misjudged the person. Now, this matter had reached the Whitefin clan, and young master and had even personally caught Xianqingling's adulterer. Only you are kept in the dark. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself. Xianxia turned his head in surprise and looked at Xianqingling. Xianqingling's expression remained the same. Patriarch, she said, neither servile nor overbearing. What Elder Qingguang said is just a rumor. Junior and young Master Lu are only good friends who got to know each other through training, and he's a doctor. I accidentally got poisoned, so young Master Lu came with me for a period of time to save me. I have already explained all of these to young Master N. Xianxia knew that Xianqingling had always been straightforward and disdained to lie. When he heard this, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but his expression was still quite serious. You're too reckless. After all, they were already engaged. Even if they were ordinary friends, they could not get too close. No wonder young Master and misunderstood. In the future, after you get married, you must not make the same mistake again, understand? Xianqingling nodded. When Elder Qingguang saw that Xianxia did not have any intention of pursuing the matter seriously, she immediately became anxious, and her tone became more anxious. Wait, Patriarch, how can you believe Xianqingling's one-sided words? She's clearly trying to get away with it by deliberately hiding it. What accidental poisoning? She clearly ran away overnight because her adultery was exposed and she was afraid of being punished by the clan rules. What? How is that possible? Xianxu's expression changed drastically. Elder Qingguang, do you have any evidence for your words? Elder Qingguang was waiting for him to say this. He nodded immediately. Of course I have evidence. Xianqingling was having an affair with that brat surnamed Lu in the inn. At that time, she was discovered by the servant girl and the steward. These two people. I brought them all today. After she finished speaking, she immediately waved her hand and gestured for the servants to bring the witness in. Not long after, a young woman and a middle-aged man with a goatee walked in with trepidation and bowed to the people in the room. Don't hide anything you saw that night, said Elder Qingguang. Just report it to the Patriarch. The middle-aged steward kowtowed and said, Miss Qingling checked into the inn that I'm in charge of 5 months ago. She has been locked up and claimed to be cultivating in seclusion. However, one night, a young man came to visit. That man is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. He is indeed good-looking. There was even a badge of the Spirit Medicine Master Guild on his chest. He was already an Earth-grade Spirit Medicine Master at such a young age. He was truly young and promising. I couldn't help but take a few more glances. After the Spirit Medicine Master entered Miss Qingling's room, I went to do my own things. In the end, not long after, the servant girl came to find me in a panic. The middle-aged steward turned to look at the servant girl beside him. The servant girl hurriedly replied, Yes, I passed by Miss Qingling's room that night and heard strange sounds in the room. There were also screams of men and women from time to time. I'm afraid that Miss Qingling will be harmed by someone with bad intentions, so I'll quickly went to find the steward. The steward nodded and continued, We rushed in with a few guards. As soon as we entered, we saw. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped and glanced in Xianqingling's direction a few times. What are you afraid of? Elder Qingguang asked, coldly. Tell me the truth. Since some people are shameless, what reason do you have to cover for her? The steward then lowered his head and said, Yes, then I'll be frank. As soon as we rushed in, we saw Miss Qingling and the doctor hugging each other in a very ambiguous manner. Moreover, Miss Qingling's face was flushed red. At that time, everyone was shocked. At that moment, the doctor suddenly picked up Miss Qingling and ran outside. By the time we reacted and wanted to chase after him, it was already too late. I swear that everything I said just now is true. Everyone was stunned. No one had expected that Xianqinling, who was known for being cold and indifferent in the family, would actually openly have fun with an unknown man in the inn. When Xianxia heard this, his face turned green with anger. His finger that was pointing at Xianqinling trembled slightly, and he could not speak for a long time. You heard it, Patriarch, Elder Qingguang said slowly. I didn't accuse Xianqinling wrongly. Before these two witnesses came, they had already sworn on the heavenly Tao that if they lied, they would be struck by lightning. I don't think they would dare to lie. Xianxia was even more furious when he heard Elder Qingguang's words. He glared at Xianqinling and said angrily, as a branch disciple, you were able to enter the core of the family and achieve your current achievements, because of the resources and connections provided by the family. I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful and do such a thing. How am I supposed to explain this to the Whitefin clan? Originally, as one of the top geniuses in the family, it was not a big mistake to have an affair regardless of gender. However, Xianqinling was different. The reason why the Whitefin clan agreed to this marriage was because they saw Xianqingling's talent and she was chaste. They hoped that after she cultivated together with Ingenue, she would be able to help the young master, who was not very talented in martial arts, achieve a breakthrough. Among them, the benefits gained from the first joint cultivation were naturally the most. Now that Xianqinling had caused such a scandal, the benefits that the Whitefin clan valued the most were greatly reduced. They might go back on their word. Thinking of this, Xianxia was furious. Seeing how furious Xianxia was, Elder Qingguang smiled imperceptibly. Since things have come to this, even if we hide the truth and marry Xianqinling, the Whitefin clan will definitely find out. It's better to tell the truth and punish Xianqinling severely. Cripple her cultivation and appease the Whitefin clan's anger. At the same time, choose another suitable candidate to marry young master in.